In a dim and damp room, a handsome youth, around 18 or 19 years of age, lay on the bed, his expression a complex tapestry of excitement and astonishment. The boy's name was Chu Ming. He was originally a 30-year-old man who had toiled in an electronics factory for a decade. Unfortunately, due to prolonged overtime, he had succumbed to a terminal illness and, lacking the means for treatment, met his untimely demise. Miraculously, he found himself transported back a decade, to the time when he was 19. What the hell? How could this happen to me? Chu Ming mused as he glanced at his phone, which displayed the date as October 2021, still reeling from the bewilderment of his situation. Naturally, the prospect of being reborn thrilled him. He had even experienced a moment of wild elation moments prior. However, as he began to regain his composure, a sobering realization dawned upon him. There seemed to be little purpose in this second chance. According to his memories, he was soon to face expulsion from university. An orphan without any connections or qualifications, he would find himself cornered in society, forced to return to the electronics factory, laboring for countless hours on the assembly line for meager pay. A fate he endured for 10 long years. His life had possessed little meaning, and even in the throes of his terminal illness, Chu Ming had considered it a form of liberation. What significance does this rebirth hold? Am I merely destined to toil in the factory for another decade, only to succumb to another terminal illness? He pondered, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, binding the pig-playing tiger system. Startled, Chu Ming paused for a brief moment before erupting into ecstatic joy. Wait, what? A system has arrived? The quintessential buff for those who had traversed realms was indeed present. Ding. The pig-playing tiger system has been successfully bound, collecting host information and synchronizing data from parallel worlds. The pig-playing tiger system? Is this meant to empower me to show off and strike back at my adversaries? Chu Ming scratched his head, finding the system's name rather peculiar. Host information collection complete. In the next instant, a holographic screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes, meticulously detailing his various attributes. Host, Chu Ming. Combat power, 4. The average adult male is rated at 6. Intelligence, 6. Cultivation realm, none. Social status, freshman at Shucheng University. Assets, 21,000. Points, 20. What the hell? Combat power of 4? I am not even as formidable as an average fighter. Chu Ming stared at the panel in disbelief. Wait a minute. Cultivation realm? Does this system permit me to cultivate? Ding. Newbie benefits have been dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine Cultivation Technique, 8-9 Mystical Arts. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 points. The points lottery has been automatically activated. Detected that the spiritual energy in the parallel world of Blue Star is thin. Automatic cultivation has commenced. Expected to reach the martial artist realm in 3 hours. Wow, it even includes automatic cultivation. Chu Ming was overjoyed. If he could continuously cultivate automatically, would he not one day become as formidable as those celestial beings depicted in cultivation novels? This was incredible. This system was precisely to his liking. Attribute points. What are these? Chu Ming gazed at the holographic screen, taking in the 20 attribute points and points bestowed by the newbie benefits. Attribute points can be freely allocated to enhance the host's combat prowess or wisdom, and points may be utilized for a lottery to obtain items. I must augment my combat power. Chu Ming lamented as he gazed at his meager 4 points in combat strength, prompting him to direct the system to allocate all 20 attribute points, elevating his combat power to 24. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Every bone crackled audibly while his muscles grew at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, his once frail physique, a result of long-term reliance on instant noodles and nutritional deficiency, transformed into a robust form, every muscle distinctly defined. Brimming with explosive power. As Chu Ming clenched his fist, he sensed that he could now effortlessly fell a bull with a single strike. The exhilaration was overwhelming. While an ordinary individual possessed merely 6 points in combat strength, he had ascended to 24 in an instant, rendering him nearly invincible. He then directed his attention to the system screen, accessing the point lottery to discover the potential rewards. The interface for the point lottery was elegantly simple, featuring a grand spinning wheel divided into 3 sections: consumables, skills, and special items. The consumable section was the largest, occupying 2/3 of the wheel, while the special items section was the smallest, comprising merely 1/20th of the wheel. Above the spinning wheel, a line of small text read, 10 points for one lottery draw. Is there no prize pool? Chu Ming pondered for a moment before promptly initiating a draw, muttering, perhaps I should avoid the special items at the very least. I hope to secure a skill. After all, the special items section was exceedingly small, and he feared that attempting to draw from it might be a waste of his vitality. The wheel began to spin, gradually slowing down. With eager anticipation, he watched as the pointer halted in the consumables section. Oh, this consumables section is far too large, it's nearly impossible not to land there. Chu Ming cursed the system internally, feeling somewhat disheartened. As is often the case with lottery wheels. Smaller sections typically yield superior prizes. He clicked to claim his reward, reasoning that even a consumable from the system should not be too disappointing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Lingyuan pill from a certain cultivation realman inferior elixir used to treat ordinary ailments. What use is this? In today's world, there are remedies for all common ailments. Chu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. This pill is sourced from a cultivation realm and can treat ailments specific to that realm. On Blue Star, it can remedy any known illness, including cancer and AIDS. The system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming was taken aback. Such a pill was indeed remarkable, capable of curing any disease. That if only he had possessed this elixir in his previous life, perhaps he would not have succumbed to his terminal illness. If the rewards from the consumables section are so astonishing, what might the higher tier rewards be like? Chu Ming thought excitedly, eagerly preparing to use his final 10 points for another draw. The lottery wheel began to spin once more. Skills, skills. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled as he eagerly murmured his hopes. He watched as the pointer gradually slowed at the edge of the consumables section, sliding toward the skills area, only to ultimately glide past it and settle firmly in the minuscule section designated for special items. Wow! My luck has truly exploded, Chu Ming exclaimed with unbridled joy as he quickly opened the rewards for the special prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Venom Symbiote from the Marvel Universe. Venom is an intelligent extraterrestrial life form that exists primarily in a liquid state. It requires a host to survive and bestows formidable powers upon them. The greater the strength of the host, the more potent the abilities granted by the symbiote. Venom. Chu Ming was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. As a devoted fan of Marvel, he had often fantasized about possessing the superpowers of the heroes from the films and comics. At least Chu Ming had. And now he had truly obtained Venom. Suppressing his astonishment, Chu Ming accessed the system's inventory and released Venom. Before him, a mass of black, viscous substance appeared in his hand, writhing like liquid, exuding an eerie yet formidable aura. After a moment, the symbiote suddenly formed a black head, adorned with two bizarre eyes that occupied a third of its face, and a grotesque mouth that stretched unnaturally back to its cranium, lined with razor-sharp teeth, utterly terrifying. Venom seemed to scrutinize Chu Ming, the liquid portion at the base of its head already crawling up his entire arm. Hello? Chu Ming stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine. The tangible manifestation of Venom was far more horrifying than its cinematic counterpart. Had it not been bestowed upon him by the system, he would have likely leapt in fright. You are powerful. Thus you are now my host, Venom growled, its bloody tongue flicking across its teeth, emitting a low, beastly rumble, devoid of any negotiation. It appeared that Chu Ming's combat power of 24 had earned Venom's recognition after all. The stronger the host, the more potent its abilities would be. Then, to Chu Ming's astonishment, Venom quickly transformed into liquid and merged into his body. Why do I not feel anything? Chu Ming murmured, puzzled. Isn't Venom supposed to enhance the host's abilities? Why did he feel nothing? When he had previously augmented his combat power, the sensation had been distinctly noticeable. This seemed illogical. The usual form of Venom does not enhance the host's strength. Only when Venom's essence manifests and utilizes the host's abilities will it enhance them, the system elucidated. I see. Then I have a question. What happens if Venom encounters someone stronger than me and chooses to inhabit them instead? Chu Ming expressed his concern. This rare reward had cost him an immeasurable amount of vitality. If Venom suddenly decided to abandon him, it would be a tremendous loss. The system has modified Venom's fundamental parameters. It can now only inhabit you, the host. Should it attempt to bond with another, it will perish. That's a relief, Chu Ming exclaimed, pleased with the reliability of the system at that moment. However, Venom's grotesque head suddenly emerged from Chu Ming's shoulder, roaring. Who are you speaking to? Is there another symbiote residing within you? Ah! Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Are you not aware of the system? Isn't it responsible for bringing you to me? What system? Is there a symbiotic entity within you called a system? Why can't I perceive it? Chu Ming was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Venom was entirely unaware of the system. A wave of frustration washed over him. How could the fundamental settings of the system be altered without modifying its memories? How was he to explain this? What if he failed to clarify the situation? And in a fit of rage, Venom decided to consume his internal organs. Speak quickly. Who is the system? Venom demanded, nearly spitting in Chu Ming's face. Please don't rush. Let me explain. Chu Ming nervously scratched his head, and suddenly struck with inspiration, he said, This system is a technological creation of our blue star artificial intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence. It is not a symbiote, it is not even a living organism. It resides within my mind. Is that true? Venom questioned, still skeptical. Absolutely. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, then picked up his smartphone and called out, Xiao AI. A voice from the phone responded, I'm here. Chu Ming asked, What will the weather be like tomorrow? Xiao AI replied, Tomorrow in the Dongchuan district of Shuqing. See, this is artificial intelligence. The thing in my head is just like this. It's not a symbiote, it merely answers questions and lacks any intelligence. Well, now I understand. The human world is truly fascinating. Venom's tone softened, and after a brief pause, he added, Chu Ming, I'm hungry. All right, it'll take you to eat something. What do you want? Chu Ming sighed in relief, having successfully deceived Venom for the moment. Brain, heart, spleen, stomach. Wait, wait, Chu Ming exclaimed, startled. He quickly halted the conversation. He almost forgot that this entity consumed humans. If it were to indiscriminately feast on people, it would be a disaster. This wasn't like the movies, nor was it America here. He could easily be captured for experimentation. He recalled the portrayal of Venom in films and quickly asserted, We cannot eat people indiscriminately, we can only consume the wicked. Why is that? What am I supposed to do when I'm hungry? Venom expressed its dissatisfaction. Well, there's something far tastier than brains, just wait a moment. Chu Ming remembered that in the films, Venom had a penchant for chocolate. Chocolate, much like human brains, is rich in phenylethylamine, which helps maintain its excitement and rationality. With that thought, Chu Ming got out of bed and said to Venom, Stay put, I'm going to get you something to eat. Venom obediently retreated. Is it really tastier than brains? Of course, Chu Ming reassured as he opened the door of his rented room and headed downstairs to the convenience store to purchase a large box of chocolate. Upon returning, Venom peered out, and Chu Ming tore off a piece of chocolate, tossing it to Venom, who caught it and swallowed it in one gulp, immediately becoming animated. Not bad. Tastes just like brains. Seriously, Chu Ming was speechless. Could a human brain actually taste like chocolate? He unwrapped a box of chocolates, placed it on the table for Venom to enjoy at leisure, and then turned his attention to the system's information panel. Host, Chu Ming. Combat power, 24. The average adult male stands at 6. Wisdom, 6. Cultivation technique, 8-9. Profound art. Cultivation realm. None will advance to the initial stage of a warrior in 2 hours. Social status, freshman at Shucheng University. Assets, 21,000. Points, 0. Special item, Venom Symbiote. Consumed item, Spirit, Essence Pill. My points have been reset. How am I supposed to earn them? Chu Ming pondered, wishing he could accumulate more points to draw rewards more frequently. The rewards are indeed exceedingly generous. Ding! This system is the feigning pig to eat the tiger system. Each time the host successfully feigns pig-like innocence to deceive a tiger, they will be rewarded with varying points. Feigning pig to eat tiger. Isn't that just putting on an act and slapping faces? Chu Ming suddenly recalled a web novel he had read in his previous life. What is your relationship with the facade and face-slapping system of the explosive Sky Gang? That's my brother. Wow, 666. Chu Ming felt an inexplicable admiration. Chapter 2. A fortuitous encounter at KTV. As Chu Ming was engrossed in studying the system, his phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon glancing at it, he discovered a message from his deskmate, Lu Hai. Lu Hai had been his companion since high school, and they both successfully enrolled in Shucheng University, sharing a class and a strong camaraderie. Lu Hai. Xiao Ming, are you coming to the birthday party of our class leader? Chow go. Tonight is a good opportunity to meet some friends, and there's a girl who's looking for a boyfriend. Should I introduce you? Reading this message, Chu Ming felt a sharp contraction in his pupils. A birthday party? He suddenly remembered that today was indeed the day of their class leader celebration, which had drawn a few classmates and friends together. It was at this very gathering that Chu Ming encountered the woman who would forever alter the course of his life. Li Yutong. She was his first love, and in his previous life, they had confirmed their relationship merely 3 days after meeting. As an orphan, Chu Ming cherished this bond immensely. He had even spent the 20,000 yuan he saved from his part-time job during high school on her. However, one fateful day, while working as a part-time waiter at a restaurant, he spotted Li Yutong dining intimately with a wealthy heir from university, arm in arm. Enraged, he rushed over, intent on confronting the rich young man, only to be met with a harsh reality. The heir had martial arts training, and the frail Chu Ming stood no chance, quickly finding himself on the ground, humiliated and defeated. It was then he realized that Li Yutong had merely been stringing him along. Later, rumors circulated within the school suggesting that during their 3 months together, Li Yutong had maintained contact with the wealthy heir, with some even claiming to have seen them enter a hotel together. Following this betrayal, Chu Ming's mental state deteriorated. He became increasingly despondent and lost all motivation for his studies. The wealthy heir continued to harass him, eventually leveraging connections to have him expelled from school. Left without a diploma or support, Chu Ming was forced to work in an electronics factory, leading a grim existence for the final decade of his life. Reflecting on this, Chu Ming felt a surge of rage and immediately replied, "Damn it, I'm not going." Lu Hai? What's going on? Did I upset you? Why the outburst? Ding. The system prompted him, suggesting that attending the birthday gathering could present an opportunity for strategic advantage. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Ming gradually regained his composure. Indeed, the current version of himself was entirely different from the past. He was now a man equipped with a system, making this gathering an opportunity worth seizing, along with the potential to earn some points. Without hesitation, he responded, "I'll be there." Lu Hai, are you out of your mind? You just cursed me. Chu Ming. I meant I'm going to the birthday party. Lu Hai, damn. Be there by 8. I'll send you the address. After putting down his phone, Chu Ming let out a cold laugh. You think you can escape my grasp now? You deceitful woman. Ding. Training complete. Current level, initial martial artist. Earned 20 attribute points. Continuous automatic training in progress. Expected to reach intermediate martial artist in 3 days. As the clock swiftly approached 8 in the evening, Chu Ming had naturally advanced to the initial stage of a martial artist. A surge of formidable energy blossoming within his dantian. This was the essence of a martial artist's vigor. Meanwhile, the symbiotic entity known as Venom had consumed an entire box of chocolates and had retreated back into his being, seemingly descending into slumber. Chu Ming, unperturbed, turned his attention to the 20 attribute points he had gained from breaking through to the martial artist realm. He contemplated allocating them to enhance his combat power. However, upon noticing his meager 6 points in wisdom, he resolved to reserve 10 points for wisdom instead. After all, one cannot simply be a brawling fool, can they? He opened his attribute panel. Host. Chu Ming combat power, 34 wisdom, 16 cultivation realm. Initial stage of martial artist, 3 days until the intermediate stage, cultivation technique. 8-9 mysterious art social status. Freshman at Shucheng University assets. 21,000 special items. Venom Symbiote consumable items. Spirit essence pill not bad, he mused, nodding in approval. There was little time to truly appreciate the strength of his 34 combat power and initial realm of martial artist, for the time to attend the birthday gathering had arrived. Chu Ming picked up his phone and sent Lu Hai a message. I'm heading out. Moments later, Lu Hai responded with a voice message, his anxious voice ringing out. Damn, I told you to arrive by 8. You're just leaving now? We're already here. Cursing under his breath, Chu Ming realized he had been so engrossed in exploring his system that he had momentarily lost track of time. He quickly replied with "on my way" and, clutching his phone, exited his rented accommodation. After navigating through a narrow alley, he emerged onto the main road and hailed a taxi, relaying to the driver the destination provided by Lu Hai. In his previous life, Chu Ming would have never considered taking a taxi, even if he were late. He would have sprinted there directly, having grown accustomed to frugality, surviving on instant noodles and painstakingly saving up 2,000 over 3 years, fearing to squander money. However, in this new life, endowed with a system, he felt liberated. With such formidable strength, how could he worry about earning money? As he gazed outside the taxi window at the dazzling neon lights, the bustling thoroughfare, and the throngs of pedestrians, Chu Ming experienced a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness, as if he were caught in a dreamlike haze. His eyes sparkled with determination. Having been granted a second chance at life with a system, he was resolute in living out a distinctly different existence. At Tianho KTV, a luxurious establishment where the average expenditure exceeded 1,000, ordinary folks could hardly afford a visit. Situated within a bustling commercial plaza in the city center, the scene unfolded below as a group of youthful figures, seemingly around 19 or 20 years of age, donned trendy attire, laughing and chatting amiably. "Where's that guy Chu Ming? Still not here?" The tall, handsome young man surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow in impatience. This was Liang Jichao, the celebrated guest of the birthday gathering, class monitor of the freshman class at Shuqing University. Hailing from a wealthy family, with assets reportedly in the tens of millions, if not billions, he was considered a prominent second-generation affluent individual in Shuqing, his father holding shares in the very KTV they were gathered at. Beside him, Lu Hai hastily interjected, "Chao Gu." Xiaoming texted at 8 saying he was on his way. He must be nearing now. What's this nonsense? Is he trying to put on airs? He said he would arrive by 8, yet he only just left at that hour? Liang Jichao was decidedly displeased. University resembled a microcosm of society, replete with various circles, and within Liang Jichao's group, most were affluent second-generation heirs, with Lu Hai's family owning a factory and possessing assets worth several million. Logically, a poor lad like Chu Ming ought to have no connections with such individuals, yet he surprisingly got along well with Lu Hai. Although Liang Jichao held him in contempt, he refrained from voicing his disdain out of respect for Lu Hai, considering him merely another drinking companion. However, with everyone else having arrived and Chu Ming still absent, Liang Jichao felt quite irked. Lu Hai anxiously glanced at his phone. He is usually quite punctual. What on earth is going on today? Can he not keep track of time? Beside them, Liang Jichao's girlfriend, Chang Ying, a sensuous girl clad in a black nightclub outfit, noticed Liang Jichao's irritation and playfully tugged at his arm, saying, "Oh darling, let us not bother with him. Let us head upstairs first. He can come or not." "Exactly, let us go, Chao Gu. Forget that little brat. He is late for mooching," someone echoed. Hearing such remarks about Chu Ming, Lu Hai frowned slightly but felt powerless to speak up. Among the group, his familial background and assets were the least, granting him minimal say. After a moment's hesitation, he could only suggest, "Then you all go ahead. I'll wait for Chu Ming here. Let us go, up we go." Liang Jichao cast a glance at Lu Hai, said little more, and turned to lead the group towards the elevator of the KTV venue. It was not until 10 minutes later that Chu Ming finally arrived. Standing in the center of the commercial plaza, and from a distance, he spotted Lu Hai waving at him. Chu Ming strolled over leisurely. "What the hell? Were you taking a stroll?" Lu Hai rushed over, grabbing Chu Ming and heading towards the elevator, cursing as he walked, "Damn it, I've been waiting for you in this freezing winter. I nearly froze to death." Chu Ming ambled along unperturbed. "Where's everyone? Chao Gu and the others have already gone up. Don't keep them waiting too long. I wanted you to meet a few friends from their circle. It would greatly benefit you. Now look, you're late, and Chao Gu was already displeased with you." Lu Hai wore an expression of exasperation mixed with concern. Chu Ming looked at his high school friend of 3 years, feeling a flicker of gratitude. He understood Lu Hai's goodwill, though their families were worlds apart. Lu Hai consistently regarded him as a friend, inviting him to gatherings in hopes of introducing him to some affluent peers, believing that more friends would lead to more opportunities. However, Chu Ming was all too aware of the disdainful nature of these wealthy heirs, who would never genuinely consider him a friend, viewing him as a mere impoverished boy. Lu Hai was merely an exception. Chu Ming's first love in his past life, Li Yutong, was introduced to him at this very birthday party. A well-meaning gesture that ultimately backfired. Moreover, the affluent heir who later betrayed him and expelled him from school was also part of the same circle. At that time, Lu Hai felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and even sent 3,000 yuan to Chu Ming, hoping to improve his circumstances. However, Chu Ming perceived Lu Hai's gesture as an insult and not only rejected the money but also severed all ties with him. Yet, as the years passed and Chu Ming matured, he came to understand that Lu Hai had always acted with good intentions, albeit with misguided methods. Chapter 3. Creating conditions unconditionally. Lu Hai firmly led Chu Ming into the elevator, ascending to the 7th floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by the resplendent ambience of the Tianho KTV hall, where 2 rows of elegantly attired hostesses in black silk kipeos stood by the entrance, their skirts cut daringly high, revealing pristine skin. The beauty of these hostesses was undeniable, as they collectively bowed in greeting. However, Lu Hai was not in the mood to appreciate their charm. She urgently pulled Chu Ming towards a VIP room within the KTV. As they made their way, the deafening music assaulted Chu Ming's ears, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. The cacophony was jarring, awakening the venom within him, which writhed in agony, yearning to break free. A sudden realization struck Chu Ming. The venom had 2 vulnerabilities, piercing noise and fire, both capable of inflicting unbearable pain. What should he do? If the venom emerged now, it would spell disaster. Fighting to suppress the unrest within, Chu Ming anxiously called out to the system in his mind. Damn it! Think of something quickly. If it breaks out here, I'll end up as a lab rat. Ding! The perception of the symbiotic venom to the jarring noise has been temporarily shielded for 24 hours. Gradually, the venom began to settle, emitting a low, furious growl. Chu Ming, I despise this place. Leave now. Seeing the venom stabilize, Chu Ming sighed in relief and reassured it. We can't leave just yet. I have matters to attend to. Please, stay put, and I promise to buy you chocolate later. 2 boxes. All right. The venom conceded eagerly. Soon, they arrived at the door of the VIP room and pushed it open. The room was vast, capable of accommodating dozens, adorned luxuriously. Seated on imported leather sofas were Liang Jichao and a dozen others, engaged in lively conversation. On the central coffee table lay an array of beers, fruit platters, and several bottles of expensive liquor. The lobby manager of Tianho KTV stood before the table, beaming as he addressed Liang Jichao and his companions. The drinks and snacks are all set. Liang Xiao, enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll take my leave now. The group's expenditure for the evening was substantial, reaching 50 to 60,000. The manager stood to earn a hefty commission, which naturally filled him with delight. Moreover, the young leader of this gathering was the son of one of the KTV's shareholders, prompting the manager to personally attend to their needs. Super Brother really has clout. The lobby manager is personally serving us, exclaimed a boy named Guolu, whose family owned a hotel. Liang Jichao felt a swell of pride, though he maintained a composed smile. Haha, it's my birthday today. Don't hold back on what you want to drink or eat. This is our territory. Feel free. Indeed, don't be shy with my husband. If you're single, just call for a couple of hostesses. Chang Ying leaned against Liang Jichao, her expression one of pride. Ha ha ha, how could we dare? We wouldn't want to lead Super Brother astray. Never mind, sister-in-law. The lobby manager turned around and saw Chu Ming and his companion, greeting them with a smile. At that moment, the crowd on the sofa also took notice of their arrival. Liang Jichao, wearing a teasing grin, looked at Chu Ming and raised a glass filled with liquor from the coffee table. Oh, our esteemed young Master Chu has arrived. It's quite a feat for us to finally have you here. Come, I propose a toast to you. Do grant me this favor, Liang Jichao. Laughter erupted among the group, laden with a sense of mockery. It seemed rather entertaining for them to toy with Chu Ming, the impoverished youth. Lu Hei was taken aback. They had barely arrived when Liang Jichao had already targeted Chu Ming, and he immediately grew agitated. How can you? But in the next moment, he was halted by a gentle grip from Chu Ming. Chu Ming shook his head with an encouraging smile and approached Liang Jichao, picking up a glass from the table, pouring himself a drink, and after a brief gesture towards his opponent, he downed it in one go. Feigning ignorance is essential when confronting a formidable adversary, Is it not? Liang Jichao's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Chu Ming's remarkable composure. Despite being humiliated before so many, Chu Ming did not retaliate in anger. Liang's enthusiasm waned, and he dismissed Chu Ming with a wave of his hand, choosing to ignore him. Why not take him down a peg? He appears villainous, and your actions seem rather cowardly. A voice echoed in Chu Ming's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming whispered, "This doesn't look appetizing. I think it appears quite appealing. But we cannot indulge just yet. Be obedient." Fine, he acquiesced. Chu Ming and Lu Hai settled onto the sofa, and Lu Hai gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Xiaoming, you've learned to adapt. I thought you would confront them directly. Lu Hai was well aware of Chu Ming's past. During their high school days, he would charge forward without hesitation when insulted, regardless of his frail physique, often resulting in a bruised countenance. He genuinely feared that Chu Ming might have retaliated, for angering this entourage of wealthy heirs could lead to dire consequences for his future. Yet, it seemed that the years spent navigating various jobs had polished Chu Ming's demeanor considerably. Lu Hai couldn't help but reflect, Xiaoming, in this society, being a bit more astute is beneficial. Even with a modest fortune, I tread carefully within my circle, wary of offending anyone. Given your circumstances, you must be even more adept at navigating social situations. Chu Ming paid little heed to Lu Hai's musings. Upon sitting down, he surveyed the room. Most of the attendees were male, accompanied by several attractive young women. These girls were not wealthy heirs themselves but rather aspirants hoping to attach themselves to the affluent. His gaze gradually settled on a girl clad in a black JK uniform with twin ponytails. Li Yutong, his first love from a past life, a materialistic vixen. Initially, he thought he would be seething with rage upon seeing her, ready to deliver a slap. However, instead of fury, he felt a sense of amusement. With the advantage of a new life and a system at his disposal, looking at those once seemingly unattainable wealthy heirs and goddess-like figures, his mindset shifted to one of tranquility. What he possesses now is something that neither wealth nor power can replicate. Nevertheless, the vendetta of the newspaper must be avenged. He leaned down and whispered to Venom, "Do you see that woman over there? Her delicate skin and tender flesh make her far more delectable than the previous one. I shall take you to feast on her shortly." "All right," Venom exclaimed, filled with excitement. In the private room, everyone was drinking and taking turns singing, the cacophony of their voices reverberating through the air. Lu Hai stood up to serenade Liang Jichao with a rendition of Happy Birthday, laden with sycophantic undertones, and attempted to coax Chu Ming into joining him, but was met with refusal. "Sing. Why aren't you singing?" After finishing his song, Lu Hai returned to his seat, believing that Chu Ming was too embarrassed to participate. Chu Ming remained silent. In his previous life, he had indeed sung that very song with Lu Hai, but the look of derision in Liang Jichao's eyes was something he could never forget. Different circles cannot be forced together. Others merely regard you as a jest. Moreover, Chu Ming had no time to dwell on such matters. He was preoccupied with a singular thought: how to feign ignorance while striking back effectively. Reflecting on his past life, the birthday gathering had progressed smoothly, with the revelers celebrating until 3 or 4 in the morning, without incident. How could he manage to assert himself now? At that moment, Lu Hai, slightly inebriated after a few drinks, leaned over, resting a hand on Chu Ming's shoulder, and mischievously gestured towards Li Yutong, who was seated across the room. "Do you see that girl in the JK uniform? I noticed her posting on social media last night, looking for a boyfriend. Why not give it a go? Get lost?" Upon witnessing this anticipated scene unfold, Chu Ming felt an increasing urgency. It appeared that even with his 15-minute tardiness, the timeline remained unchanged. If no opportunity for bravado presented itself, then his earlier toast to Liang Jichao would have been in vain. Should he just confront him directly? Chu Ming shook his head. That would not achieve the desired effect of feigning ignorance, as he still aspired to accrue points to exchange for attribute enhancements. Just as he was deep in thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Create conditions where none exist." The system has modified the foundational timeline of the parallel world to facilitate the host's ruse. Incredible. Can be done this way? Chu Ming felt an overwhelming joy. This system truly proved to be reliable. Instantly, he relaxed, reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs, and pouring himself a generous glass of liquor, savoring it slowly. Chapter 4. The Mediterranean middle-aged man in the corridor of the Tianho KTV private room. A Mediterranean middle-aged man, cigarette dangling from his lips, staggered towards the SVIP room, reeking of alcohol. He approached the door of an SVIP room, squinted at the sign, rubbed his eyes, and boldly pushed the door open. Clearly intoxicated, he failed to discern the company within, collapsing onto the sofa and drowsily calling out, "Come on, Lao Chiu, let us keep drinking." Inside the room, Liang Jichao and his companions had already indulged in several rounds of drinks, their inebriation rendering them nearly senseless. They had been exuberantly boasting moments before, but the sudden intrusion of a stranger silenced them. "Who is this?" Liang Jichao frowned, scanning the room for familiar faces, only to realize none recognized the intruder. At that moment, Guolu, heavily intoxicated, seized a glass from the table and splashed it across the Mediterranean man's face, exclaiming, "Who are you, bald guy? You've come to the wrong place. This is the SVIP room. You dare to barge into Brother Chow's territory?" The icy liquid cascading over his face jolted the Mediterranean man awake, and he swiftly sat up, anger igniting within him as he observed Guoli's mocking expression and the other guests in the room. Realizing the situation, he erupted, "What the hell? Who do you think you are, pouring alcohol on me?" Seeing the Mediterranean man's fury, Guolu's excitement surged, and he poured another glass over him, declaring, "Get it straight. This is Brother Chow's room. Do you even know who Brother Chow is?" "Liang Jichao. Tianho KTV is his family's establishment. You bald fool. Get out." Infuriated by the second drenching, the Mediterranean man stood up, ready to confront Guolu. "Oh, you want to fight? Go ahead. Try it with all of us here." Guolu laughed, emboldened by the numbers on his side. The Mediterranean man glanced at the other young patrons, who were already grasping their bottles, and his bravado faltered. These 18 or 19-year-olds could prove formidable. "Liang Jichao, is it? I'll remember you all. Let us see if you can still be so arrogant later." The Mediterranean man, recognizing the wisdom in retreating, spat out a threat before hastily exiting the room. "Anytime you're ready." Liang Jichao maintained a calm demeanor, wrapping his arm around Chang Ying's alluring waist as he reclined on the sofa, feeling triumphant. Chang Ying, however, expressed concern. "Darling, I senti this a bit reckless? What if that bald guy brings someone back?" "Ha! Tianho KTV is my territory. Who could he possibly rally?" Liang Jichao dismissed her worries. "Exactly. Brother Chow is so formidable, why fear a bald guy? He barely has any hair. He might just be an 18-year-old programmer." Guolu chuckled heartily, his circle of wealthy heirs accustomed to their dominance, completely disregarding the man. "Ha ha ha. Well said. Look at his foolish face." I felt an overwhelming urge to give him a kick, yet he retreated in disarray while uttering threats, as if he could rival my Brother Chow. Someone loudly concurred. The revelers continued their drinking, unperturbed. "Whatever happens, I shall handle it," Liang Jichao declared, his face flushed with pride as he waved his hand. The group erupted into wild laughter and merriment once more. Observing this scene, Chu Ming stood aside, his gaze filled with astonishment. The system's previous warnings and his intuition indicated that this balding middle-aged man was certainly not ordinary. What astonished him further was the audacity of this group of wealthy heirs, brazenly daring to offend someone whose background they did not know. Were they always this reckless, or had their intoxication emboldened them? Or perhaps the system had inadvertently dulled their wits. Lu Hai, noticing the apprehension in Chu Ming's eyes, offered reassurance. "Fear not, Xiao Ming. Brother Chow can manage this. His family possesses assets worth millions. The average person cannot provoke him." In the innermost compartment of the Tianho KTV, which was indeed a VIP room, the ambience was significantly more opulent than that of Chu Ming's. The entrance was guarded by 2 impeccably dressed bodyguards. Inside, a man clad in a fur coat lounged on a sofa, flanked by 2 stunning women, one alluring and the other innocent, both adorned in revealing attire that clung to the man. He held a fine cigar in one hand while caressing the smooth, pale thigh of the woman beside him, relishing the moment. Behind him stood a dozen burly bodyguards in black suits, standing at attention, exuding an imposing aura. Suddenly, the door to the compartment was kicked open, and the balding middle-aged man stormed in, collapsing onto the sofa. His hair drenched in alcohol, a picture of disarray. The man on the sofa was taken aback and quickly beckoned one of the women to fetch a towel, exclaiming, "Gong Laudi, what happened to you? Ah Lao Chio, don't even ask. I'm utterly cursed." The balding man replied, accepting the towel to wipe the alcohol from his head. His face twisted in anger. "I was drinking merrily and wandered into the front compartment, only to have a child throw a drink in my face. A bunch of kids even tried to get physical, claiming that Tianho KTV was theirs. What the hell?" Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, it's theirs? What am I supposed to own then?" The enchanting woman in his arms chuckled. "Pfft. Who in Shucheng doesn't know that Tianho KTV belongs to the Xinhao group? A bunch of young punks, making such ridiculous claims." The man draped in fur was named Qiu Zhixin, the head of the Xinhao group. The Xinhao group is the leading enterprise in Suzhou, with ventures spanning entertainment, hospitality, dining, and real estate, boasting assets worth billions. Qiu Zhixin, having risen from humble beginnings, spent over a decade in the underworld to amass the original capital necessary to establish such a vast conglomerate, known for his ruthless nature. His reputation was well known among those in the underground circles. The KTV establishment known as Tianho is a venture under the auspices of his Xian Hao group. The prominent figure there is named Liang Jichao, a Mediterranean middle-aged man, flinging a towel onto the coffee table, exclaimed indignantly, "Damn it, Lao Gu, I've been bullied in your domain. How do you intend to address this matter?" The Mediterranean man, known as Gong Choha, is the second heir of the illustrious Gong family from outside the province, ranked second among his siblings. The Gong family's influence is considerable, spanning both legitimate and illicit enterprises. During the rise of the Xian Hao group, Gong Choha had contributed significantly, fostering a deep connection between the two men. His visit to Shucheng was primarily to reunite with Qiu Zhixin, yet he found himself unexpectedly bullied by a group of insolent youths. "Liang Jichao." Qiu Zhixin pondered, stroking his chin and waved his hand. A bodyguard clad in black approached. "Aguang, investigate the background of this Liang Jichao." "Understood, Brother Xian." The bodyguard named Aguang responded promptly and stepped out of the private room. "Is such caution really necessary? Lao Qiu, this is your territory. What is there to fear from a mere child?" Gong Choha retorted, his eyes narrowing. Qiu Zhixin took a sip of his drink and replied calmly, "Let us ascertain the background before taking action. In this day and age, those who dare to act so brazenly are either genuinely formidable or utterly foolish. If he truly is a fool, allow you to deal with him. I shall have no complaints even if you were to eliminate him. Your words suffice." Gong Choha clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a steely resolve. Chapter 5. The new group in the private room where Qiu Zhixin and Chu Ming were located. Liang Jichao and others were reveling boisterously, when suddenly, the door swung open. 5 or 6 tall bodyguards clad in black suits stormed in, abruptly silencing the music that filled the air. Leading the charge, Aguang surveyed the room and bellowed, "Who is Liang Jichao?" Instantly, the atmosphere turned hushed, and a myriad of glances exchanged among the group. Liang Jichao, upon witnessing the imposing figures of the black-clad bodyguards, felt a flicker of panic in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure and frowned. "Who are you? It is you, Liang Jichao, is it not? Who was it that drenched our boss Gong in alcohol? Step forward." Aguang approached the coffee table, towering over the assembled crowd. Guolu, emboldened by the influence of alcohol, shouted defiantly, "It was me. What of it? Are you the bald-headed thug he sent? This is Brother Chao's domain." Before he could finish, Aguang delivered a swift slap to his face, the force knocking several of his teeth loose, blood spewing forth. The girls in the room shrieked in horror at the sight. "Silence!" the black-suited bodyguard roared, restoring quietude to the room. After a brief pause, he added, "So you all wish to confront Boss Gong, do you? Everyone, come with me." "What do you mean? My family holds shares in this KTV. How dare you cause a ruckus here?" Liang Jichao, though somewhat intimidated by the fierce black-suited bodyguard, refused to lose face before the crowd, forcing himself to shout defiantly. "Cease your shouting. or I shall ensure you leave here on foot." A Guang glared menacingly at the group of youngsters in the room. Liang Jichao's face turned a mottled shade of blue and white as he assessed the robust black-clad bodyguards, realizing that even their combined strength could not match these two. Ultimately, he feigned calmness and nodded. "Fine. We shall accompany you. I am curious to see what you can do to me." With that, he stood and strode towards the door, gesturing to the others in the room. "Come, let us see how they handle all of us." The group exchanged uncertain glances, but under the oppressive aura of the black-clad bodyguards, they reluctantly rose to follow. Gulu, clutching his swollen mouth, unsteadily got to his feet. The slap had sobered him, and he suddenly sensed that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Chu Ming and Lu Hai trailed behind the group, and as he glanced at the black-clad bodyguards, a subtle smile graced Chu Ming's lips. He whispered to Lu Hai, "So, do you think Liang Jichao can handle this? I have no idea. What is happening? Could we truly be facing something formidable?" Lu Hai replied, slightly dazed but still attempting to comfort Chu Ming. "But don't worry. If anything happens, my mother will surely pay to protect me. I won't abandon you." Chu Ming did not respond. Instead, he inquired of the system, "What is the combat power of these black-clad individuals?" Ding! The leader among them possesses a combat power of 10 points, while the others hover around 8 points. Chu Ming nodded slightly, realizing that, with his battle prowess of 34, he was no match for himself, especially considering the venomous presence stirring within him. Soon, under the guidance of the bodyguards clad in black, a group arrived at Qiu Zhixin's private room. The moment Liang Jichao laid eyes on Qiu Zhixin, a sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he could not recall who the man was. However, observing the formidable aura exuding from Qiu and the dozen robust bodyguards behind him, he couldn't help but wonder if they had inadvertently crossed paths with a significant figure. Chang Ying, clutching Liang Jichao's arm, felt a twinge of fear as the group of young individuals behind them feigned nonchalance. Accustomed to their own circles of arrogance, they had never encountered someone of such imposing presence as Qiu Zhixin, leaving them momentarily intimidated, though none wished to reveal their discomfort. After all, their families possessed varying degrees of wealth, which bolstered their confidence. On the sofa, Gong Qiu immediately spotted Guo Lu, who was hiding behind the crowd with one side of his face concealed, and stormed over in a fit of rage. Grabbing him by the collar, he dragged him out, berating him with expletives. "How dare you throw a drink at me? If I don't finish you off today, my name isn't Gong." As he spoke, he landed a punch on Guo Li's already bruised face, sending him crashing to the ground, dazed and terrified, utterly devoid of his earlier bravado. "Still feeling bold? Where's your bravado now?" Gong Qiu roared, ready to strike again. At that moment, Liang Jichao couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, Guo Lu was part of his circle. Hitting Guo Lu was tantamount to striking him. Furrowing his brow, he interjected, "Wait, this isn't necessary. While it was wrong of him to splash you with drink, you cannot resort to violence. I can apologize on his behalf. My family holds shares in Tianhou KTV. Could you please show some leniency?" "Liang Jichao, is it? Your father possesses a 7.21 stake in Tianhou KTV, and your family operates several supermarkets, amassing assets in the tens of millions?" Qiu Zhixin remarked, raising his glass and regarding Liang Jichao with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Liang Jichao's complexion shifted dramatically. Many were aware of his father's stake in Tianhou KTV, but few knew the specifics, and even fewer were privy to their supermarket ventures. The fact that this man could accurately disclose his background struck Liang Jichao with a sense of foreboding. It dawned upon him that Qiu Zhixin's status was likely far greater than he had anticipated. Cautiously, he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" With a smile, Qiu Zhixin replied, "Qiu Zhixin of Xinhao Group." As his words hung in the air, Liang Jichao's mind buzzed, and his expression transformed in an instant. He finally understood why Qiu Zhixin seemed familiar. His father, a shareholder in Tianhou KTV, had once taken him to a banquet hosted by Xinhao Group. Qiu Zhixin had been present at that event, where numerous influential figures from Shuqing had eagerly toasted to him. Even his typically stern father had acted like a sycophant, eager to offer a drink. Liang Jichao had not yet earned the privilege to toast but had observed from afar, pondering whether this man was perhaps the most powerful individual in all of Shuqing. To my utter astonishment, I inadvertently found myself in a precarious situation today. The mere thought of having boasted about my connection to a shareholder of Tianhou KTV sent a chill down Liang Jichao's spine, as he was suddenly struck by fear and rendered speechless. Millions in assets? Is that truly significant? In Yuzhou, I could effortlessly eliminate you. Gong Qiuhua wore a fierce expression, having kicked Guolu a few times, yet he soon felt overwhelmed and returned to the sofa, panting. However, his fury remained unquenched as he turned to Chou Zhixin and inquired, "Old Chou, you said I could deal with these individuals, correct?" "Certainly," Chou Zhixin replied nonchalantly, "but leave Liang Jichao alone. He did not strike first, and besides, he is the son of a shareholder at Tianhou KTV, which warrants me a courtesy." "Very well." Gong Qiuhua snapped, turning his gaze towards the crowd and pointing at several individuals. You, and you, step forward." These were the very individuals who had brandished bottles in a show of aggression earlier, including Lu Hai. The latter, in an attempt to impress Liang Jichao, had also picked up a bottle but was known to shy away from actual confrontation. The group of affluent heirs was already struck dumb upon learning that the man on the sofa was Chou Zhixin of the Xinhao group. In the circles of wealthy youth in Shuqing, who had not heard of Chou Zhixin's reputation? A formidable figure who had risen from nothing over the course of a decade in the underworld, with countless lives attributed to his hands. In an instant, the realization dawned upon them that they had indeed landed themselves in a predicament, and a wave of fear washed over them. The individuals who had been singled out recoiled in terror, attempting to hide among the crowd, but several bodyguards in black swiftly intervened, escorting them away. As they were led out, their legs trembled, barely able to stand, for they were accustomed to wielding power over ordinary folk and had never encountered such a display, their faces pallid with fright. "Those who wielded the bottles, I demand you break that hand," Gong Qiuhua declared menacingly. "As for the rest, I shall keep the women. Tonight, they will join me for a drink. The others may leave. Let today's events conclude here, but remember to exercise caution when you step outside in the future." Chapter 6. Venom strikes, please. "No, Mr. Chiu. We acknowledge our mistakes. We were wrong, brother. Spare us. We can apologize. Whatever compensation you require is yours. Brother Chow, please save me." Upon hearing Gong Qiuhua's threat to break their hands, the individuals being dragged forward immediately descended into panic, desperately begging for mercy. Some even cast hopeful glances at Liang Jichao, yearning for his intervention. Liang Jichao regarded the frightened souls for a moment, inhaled deeply, and respectfully clasped his hands together before Mr. Chiu, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, Mr. Chiu." He was not foolish enough to defy Chou Zhixin's wishes merely for a few indulgent companions. As for Gong Qiu, while he was unfamiliar with him, it was evident that he was an ally of Chou Zhixin, someone he must not provoke. Liang Jichao then addressed Gong Qiu, stating, "Esteemed sir, my girlfriend is someone I just started dating a few days ago. I have yet to even touch her, and I offer her to you now. I hope you will not hold today's events against me." Upon hearing this, Chang Ying's expression shifted dramatically. "No, darling. How could you do this?" She had never anticipated that her boyfriend, who had just moments ago been so affectionate, would so readily betray her. To her shock, Liang Jichao seized Chang Ying by the arm and forcefully threw her to the ground. "You vile creature. Don't presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Were you not with me solely for my wealth? What pretense is this?" Chang Ying's complexion fluctuated before she clenched her teeth, obediently rising to her feet with a sultry expression. She approached Gong Qiu and sat beside him, pressing her body against his. Liang Jichao's words rang true. Her existence in this world was merely to latch onto a wealthy man. Since this man on the sofa had compelled Liang Jichao to bow, he surely possessed greater riches, and there was no need for her to feign innocence. "Ha ha ha." Gong Qiu laughed heartily, his hand resting on Chang Ying's thigh. "Your girlfriend is quite obedient. You, my friend, are amusing." Liang Jichao offered a sycophantic smile and inquired, "May we leave now? Other than these few, you men may depart. The women will stay." Gong Qiuhua's mood evidently brightened as he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for bloodshed over children." "Very well. Thank you for your leniency, esteemed sir." Liang Jichao bowed slightly, quickly turning to exit the private room. The other men expressed their gratitude in haste, eager to depart. Only the few women remained, bewildered and trembling in place. Unable to move, they could not fathom that their so-called friends and boyfriends would so easily abandon them. Amidst the crowd, Chu Ming observed Liang Jichao's impending departure and the imminent danger facing Lu Hai. He thought to himself that if he did not act now, it would be too late. Suddenly, he stepped forward confidently, approaching the coffee table, and calmly addressed Qiu Zixin. Mr. Qiu, allow me, Chu Ming, to make a request. I wish to protect Lu Hai. Others might disregard Chu Ming, even secretly wishing for his downfall. But Lu Hai, as his friend, felt compelled to save him, especially since he needed to earn points. As soon as the words left his mouth, the temperature in the private room seemed to plummet, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. Liang Jichao, who had already grasped the door handle, paused for a moment upon hearing Chu Ming's words, then erupted in outrage. TMD Chu Ming, have you lost your mind? We need to get out of here. He had gone to great lengths to appease the situation, sacrificing his girlfriend and several friends in the process, only to find Chu Ming suddenly going off the rails, sending cold sweat trickling down his back. The others regarded Chu Ming with murderous glares, caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay, utterly bewildered by his audacity to speak up, and even more so by the idea that Qiu Zixin would show him any leniency. Who did he think he was? A destitute nobody with such gall? Lu Hai, supported by bodyguards, wore a look of grave concern, exclaiming in desperation, Chu Ming, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. Even if I'm left here, it's merely a lost hand. But with you saying this, the situation has escalated. He quickly pleaded with Qiu Zixin, Mr. Qiu, please. He is not in his right mind. Don't pay him any heed. You can break both my hands if you want. Just please, get them out of here. Yet in the next instant, a bodyguard clamped a hand over his mouth. Qiu Zixin, who had been sipping wine and enjoying the spectacle, looked at Chu Ming with astonishment. He had believed the matter resolved, only for this unexpected outburst to unfold, prompting a bemused chuckle. Give you face? Is your father the wealthiest man in Shuqing? Ha ha ha. Gong Qiu also found it amusing, laughing, who is this clueless brat? And you expect me to let you off? You still want to protect someone? Who do you think you are? Inside, Chu Ming felt the venom within him stir, unable to tolerate the mockery from the two. He restrained the venom and replied thoughtfully, I may lack any connections, but if I choose to, I could take your life right now. So, do me a favor, understand? The audacity of his words left Liang Jichao dumbfounded. What on earth is he saying? Is he threatening Qiu Zixin? Chu Ming must not know the meaning of death. Qiu Zixin burst into laughter, intrigued by this bold young man. Threatening me? It's been 10 years since anyone has spoken to me like that. The last time was when I was still involved with the underworld. He gestured coldly to the bodyguards behind him, commanding, deal with him. At his words, 3 bodyguards sprang into action, flexing their arms as they approached Chu Ming menacingly, including the formidable A Guang, whose combat prowess was rated at 10. It's over. A collective gasp filled the room as they envisioned the impending violence, and Lu Hai shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. It was finally his time to act. He mentally inquired of the system. There are no cameras here, right? No, that's good. A Guang walked at the forefront, raising his hand to clench his fist, producing a series of sharp cracks, his face contorted in a fierce expression. How dare he threaten Mr. Qiu? Truly a reckless youth. As soon as the words left his mouth, a Guang swung his massive fist towards Chu Ming's face. Standing at a height of 175 meters, Chu Ming appeared diminutive before a Guang, who towered at 190 meters, resembling a helpless lamb. However, in the next moment, an eerie black claw emerged from Chu Ming's shoulder, effortlessly catching a Guang's fist. This was the claw of venom. What in the world? A Guang's pupils dilated in shock. This black claw bore no resemblance to anything in reality, its inky darkness flowing in a bizarre liquid-like manner. Yet when his punch met it, it felt as though he had struck an iron plate, and he sensed the bones in his fingers may have fractured. Seizing the moment while the claw had yet to secure its grip, a Guang swiftly retracted his arm and stepped back. The onlookers were taken aback by this uncanny spectacle, and Qiu Zixin, who had been reclining on the sofa, instantly sat upright, his eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 7. The Aberrant. What is this? An aberrant? Gong Qiu gasped as he beheld the menacing claw of venom, gripping the thigh of Chang'ing beside him with incredulity etched across his face. Guang retreated behind the other two bodyguards, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Chu Ming. At that moment, the claw resting on Chu Ming's shoulder retracted, revealing a faint smile that suggested an aura of harmlessness. Advance. Guang commanded the two bodyguards, grimacing in pain as he moved closer to Qiu Zixin. The two bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances, their line of sight previously obstructed by Guang, rendering them unaware of the unfolding scene. The astonished gazes of those around and Guang's sudden withdrawal left them exchanging uncertain looks, but after a brief hesitation, they stepped forward to confront Chu Ming. Are you still going to fight? Chu Ming shook his head, casting a look of pity towards the approaching men. Then come forth, Venom, devour their heads. Initially, he had no intention of unleashing Venom, as it was a trump card fraught with peril. Yet Venom had already grown restless, and Chu Ming found it increasingly difficult to suppress its urges. Subsequently, a surge of dark matter erupted from within Chu Ming's body, flowing across his surface and swiftly enveloping him from his legs upward. His form expanded rapidly, towering nearly 3 meters before finally halting. The black substance coalesced into muscles akin to black gold, exuding a palpable sense of explosive power. At last, a horrific head with sharp fangs enveloped Chu Ming's own, revealing the true form of Venom. Roar! Venom let out a deafening cry, stepping forward and extending its robust arms, swiftly seizing each bodyguard in its powerful grasp. Ah! What the hell? The two men screamed in utter terror, struggling frantically against their fate. Delicious brains. Venom extended its long tongue, licking the terrified face of one bodyguard, then opened its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, biting off the man's head in one swift motion. Crunch, crunch. The chilling sound of chewing echoed in the ears of all present, a spine-chilling symphony of terror and bloodshed. Venom swallowed the entire head and then opened its jaws once more, devouring the second bodyguard's head as well. The headless corpses fell heavily onto the luxurious carpet of the private room, the vibrant red blood instantly staining the fabric. After swallowing the heads, Venom swiftly turned its gaze towards the remaining individuals in the room, emitting an excited low growl. So many brains. Mr. Qiu, we must flee. Guang rushed to Qiu Zixin, seizing him and propelling him towards the exit of the private room. The others present were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide, staring in disbelief at Venom's terrifying form. Ah! 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 Several women screamed in a panic, desperately fleeing towards the exit. Do not leave. The voice of Chu Ming resonated through Venom's mouth, and in an instant, he controlled Venom's body to block the doorway. They could not be allowed to escape. Should they raise an alarm, it would be catastrophic. Venom, that's enough. I'll buy you chocolate later. Chu Ming whispered softly. As soon as the words left his lips, Venom's enormous form began to shrink, transforming into a liquid that gradually flowed back into Chu Ming's body. Soon, Chu Ming's true identity was unveiled once more. Venom? This is Venom. Several boys had already recognized the creature, their shock palpable and beyond words. How could something that belonged in movies and comics manifest in reality? Chu Ming paid no heed to their astonished gazes and turned to glance at Qiu Zixin, who was being pulled away by Guang, and with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, he said, Why are you running, big shot? Return and take a seat. Qiu Zixin's face was a canvas of bruised hues, a sight most unbecoming. Reluctantly, he returned to the sofa, but the initial calmness had evaporated, leaving him restless and agitated. So, can you do me a favor? Chu Ming inquired with a grin. Are you an ability user or a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Qiu Zixin, the foremost figure of Shuqing, quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixated on Chu Ming with intensity. What ability user? What ancient martial artist? It was now Chu Ming's turn to feel baffled. You don't know? Given your demeanor, you must be an ability user, right? You haven't awakened for long, have you? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that there are others like me in this world? Qiu Zixin did not respond. Instead, he picked up a glass of wine from the table and took a sip, a faint smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated encountering at least a B-class ability user today. It seems I am rather unfortunate. Noticing the confusion etched on Chu Ming's face, Qiu Zixin chuckled and gestured toward the group of stunned individuals, including Liang Jichao. It appears you are somewhat oblivious. Let these people leave first, and I will enlighten you on what an ability user truly is. What if they leave and call the police? I certainly do not wish to be apprehended. Though Chu Ming now possessed an impressive combat strength of 34 and the power of Venom, he was acutely aware that modern firearms were not to be trifled with. He had yet to reach a point where he could act recklessly. Even if someone were to report you, you could find that individual and eliminate them before the police arrive. Couldn't you? Qiu Zixin raised his voice, suddenly commanding the attention of the group. Listen, no one is to speak of today's events. Should anyone dare to, Qiu Zixin, will not let them off lightly. Will this suffice? Qiu Zixin's gaze met Chu Ming's. They locked eyes, both searching for a flicker of fear in the other's expression, yet found none. Qiu Zixin, indeed a formidable figure, maintained his composure even in the presence of Venom. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ming found some merit in Qiu Zixin's words and nodded in agreement. Very well, let them leave. The group, including Liang Jichao, breathed a sigh of relief at the words and promptly stood, hastening toward the exit of the private room. They had longed to flee, especially with the two headless corpses still lying there, exuding a thick stench of blood. Who could tell if Chu Ming might suddenly transform into Venom and devour their heads as well? Lu Hei also rose from the ground, regarding Chu Ming with a mix of fear and unfamiliarity, seemingly at a loss for words. Observing this, Chu Ming gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. You should leave for now, Hei. I will explain everything to you tomorrow. He understood that Lu Hei needed time to process the situation. Lu Hei nodded and hurriedly departed the private room. At this moment, the private room was occupied only by Chu Ming, Gong Qiu, and Qiu Zixin, accompanied by a dozen or so bodyguards clad in black. Gong Qiu, his corpulent frame hunched in the corner of the sofa, cast a fearful glance at Chu Ming. Chu Ming, oblivious to the tension, sauntered over to the couch, crossed his legs, poured himself a glass of wine, and addressed Qiu Zixin, saying, "Now, you can enlighten me on what constitutes a superhuman." Qiu Zixin nodded and began. Since 3 years ago, this world has seen a remarkable emergence of superhumans and ancient martial artists. Superhumans are individuals endowed with extraordinary talents, awakening a variety of superpowers. These superhumans are classified into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D, S being the highest and D the lowest. However, news of their existence has been suppressed by the authorities. Even if a video occasionally leaks, it is swiftly removed, dismissed as mere special effects. Only a select few in the upper echelons of society are privy to such knowledge, while the general populace remains in ignorance. Your transformative ability I have encountered before, categorizing you as at least a B-level superhuman. As a middle-aged man, Qiu Zixin had never seen the film Venom and was thus unaware of its significance. Chapter 8A Conclusion. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Could it be that individuals with extraordinary abilities truly exist in this world? In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, utterly unaware of such phenomena. However, the system had mentioned that this was a parallel world to Earth, known as Blue Star. Perhaps it was merely a modification of the system's world settings. But what, then, were ancient martial artists? Chu Ming inquired once more. It is said that in ancient China, martial arts flourished, giving rise to countless formidable practitioners whose legacies are strewn throughout history. Yet, a century ago, with the advent of firearms, these powerful figures retreated into obscurity, hiding away in remote mountains and forests. Some martial families concealed themselves within society, establishing companies and conglomerates, wielding considerable influence. Qiu Zixin cast a sidelong glance at Gong Qiuhe, who stood nearby, and introduced, "This is Gong Qiuhe from the Gong family of Yushan province, the second son of the family head." The Gong family is a reclusive martial arts lineage that, in earlier times, thrived in the underworld due to their formidable skills, amassing immense power. Subsequently, they washed their hands of the underworld and entered legitimate business, now ranking among the foremost families in Yushan province. 3 years ago, With the emergence of those with extraordinary abilities, many of these empowered individuals began to engage in nefarious activities. The government established special departments to regulate them, yet the individual strength of these beings proved overwhelmingly potent, allowing them to easily blend into the masses, rendering regulation largely ineffective. Ultimately, the hidden martial experts emerged to quell these rampant individuals, who are now referred to as ancient martial artists. With that, Qiu Zixin reclined on the sofa, scrutinizing Chu Ming. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, absorbing the information. However, it was not long before his expression relaxed, a smile gracing his lips. Having heard this, it became evident that this world was indeed fascinating. Possessing a system, he was confident that he would not be outmatched by any extraordinary being or ancient martial artist, and he looked forward to the days ahead with great anticipation. They would undoubtedly be thrilling. Qiu Zixin chuckled knowingly, "Little brother, you are not the only one with such capabilities in this world. I, Qiu, am considered a notable figure in Xuqing. Should you take my life here, the special department would pursue you to the ends of the earth." "What are you implying?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing a threat. "The conflict that has arisen between us today is, at its core, merely an accident, primarily instigated by Liang Jichao's thoughtlessness. You have killed 2 of my bodyguards, yet your friend has suffered no significant loss. I propose we consider this matter settled. After all, it is through conflict that acquaintances are often made. We could become friends." Qiu Zixin regarded Chu Ming with a calm yet assertive demeanor, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. This proposal took Chu Ming by surprise. It appeared that Qiu Zixin was not foolish, providing both parties with an opportunity to de-escalate. The earlier statements he made were indeed calculated, first mentioning the special department and ancient martial artists regulating extraordinary beings, then emphasizing that killing him would yield no benefit, and finally adopting a conciliatory tone, suggesting friendship. After some reflection, Chu Ming acknowledged that Qiu had not committed any egregious acts. The root of the issue lay with Liang Jichao and his associates. Moreover, should he truly take Qiu's life here, escaping would be a formidable challenge, especially in a modern society teeming with surveillance cameras. Chu Ming nodded, raising his glass to clink with Qiu Zixin's before downing its contents in one go. At that moment, Gong Qiu also stood up, approaching Chu Ming with a glass in hand, his face adorned with an unpleasant smile. "Ah, my young brother, I sincerely apologize for today's events. Allow me to toast you." As a scion of a martial arts family, Gong Qiu understood well that an individual with B-level abilities, even as a guest at the Gong residence, commanded great respect, equating him to his father, the head of the family, thereby warranting caution. Noticing that Qiu Zixin had broached the topic, Gong Qiu, recognizing the importance of mending relations after inadvertently provoking Chu Ming, swiftly sought to make amends. Chu Ming cast a glance at him, refilled his glass, and clinked it with Gong Qiu's before drinking once more. Wiping his mouth, Chu Ming rose and stated, "Let us consider today's matters settled. I shall take my leave." Qiu Zixin also stood, smiling. "Let us exchange contact information. I still do not know how to address you, young brother." "I am Chu Ming," he replied. They exchanged WeChat details and Chu Ming turned to bid farewell. Once Chu Ming departed the private room, Qiu Zixin exhaled a sigh of relief, reclining back on the sofa. Despite his earlier composure, his heart raced. After all, he had been in the presence of a formidable ability wielder who could easily take his life. "Old Qiu, we are truly fortunate." Gong Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, the terror of the poison still vivid in his mind, his legs trembling as he collapsed onto the sofa. Indeed, there are hardly 10 B-level ability wielders in the entire Xuqing. It is remarkable that we encountered one today. Qiu Zixin tilted his head to glance at him. Fortunately, he is just a teenager, easier to sway. Had he been a seasoned veteran, I doubt I could have persuaded him. "Share his WeChat with me. I wish to add him as well," Gong Qiu suddenly remarked. Of course, Qiu Zixin acknowledged, realizing Gong Qiu harbored intentions of fostering a connection with Chu Ming. A B-level ability wielder was an exceedingly rare asset, often sought after by wealthy magnates and prominent families who employed abilities for protection, though most were C or D-level. A B-level individual held a status comparable to that of the head of a provincial family in high society. Subsequently, Qiu Zixin turned his gaze toward the headless corpses of the 2 bodyguards, gesturing to a Guang behind him. Dispose of the bodies, they perish due to my actions. Compensate their families with 5 million each to ensure our brother spirits remain untroubled. Understood. A Guang nodded. Qiu Zixin had always treated them well, which was why he had rushed to assist them initially. Upon exiting the Tianhou KTV, Chu Ming inhaled a deep breath of the fresh air outside. His spirits lifted. His elation was not merely due to forging a friendship with Qiu Zixin, but rather because the system's notification had sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully playing the role of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Based on the identity and prowess of your target, you have been awarded 100 points. A full 100 points. He was now eligible for 10 draws, having previously only drawn twice, which had rewarded him with a miraculous healing elixir and a symbiotic entity. After 5 more attempts, with a stroke of luck, he might even procure a special reward. Chu Ming, I desire chocolate. The voice of the symbiote suddenly echoed. Have you not had your fill after consuming 2 heads? Chu Ming retorted, bemused. The taste of those 2 was indeed indescribable, and he still felt a twinge of nausea, yet he bore no psychological burden. The heads were consumed by the symbiote. They bore no relation to him. Not satisfied, if you do not procure chocolate, I shall feast upon you, the symbiote threatened with dissatisfaction. All right. Chu Ming was not genuinely worried about being devoured, for the symbiote's current state was altered by the system. It would perish upon separation. Nevertheless, he had previously promised to buy it 2 boxes of chocolate. However, glancing around, he felt a tinge of helplessness. It was already 2 in the morning, and most stores had closed. Where could he find a place to buy chocolate? Only a 24-hour convenience store would suffice. Chu Ming retrieved his phone, activated the navigation, and discovered that the nearest convenience store was 3 kilometers away. After deliberation, he resolved to walk there. Chapter 9. Han Yuling at 2 o'clock in the morning. Chu Ming strolled through the illuminated streets of the city, where the midnight glow persisted, yet the number of vehicles and pedestrians had significantly dwindled. The approaching winter had already ushered in a chill, but clad only in a jacket and short sleeves, Chu Ming felt no discomfort. His combat prowess had not only enhanced his fighting ability but also fortified his physique. He now believed that even in the dead of winter, stripped of his garments, he would remain unperturbed by the cold. As he ambled along, Chu Ming engaged in a casual conversation with Venom, his mind preoccupied with the desire to purchase some chocolate and return home to participate in a lottery, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as his gaze shifted forward. In the underbrush beside the sidewalk, he noticed a rustling commotion, and moments later, a pack of wild dogs burst forth, eyeing him intently. Pack of wild dogs? Chu Ming was taken aback. In recent years, Shu City had emerged as a new first-tier city, boasting commendable public safety. How could such a phenomenon occur? Where were the dog-catching squads? It is well known that encountering a solitary stray dog poses little threat to an adult, but a pack of wild dogs presents an entirely different peril. A group of wild dogs can rival a pack of wolves, having nearly reverted to their primal instincts. Among them, there could even be an alpha, organized and disciplined. Even a couple of robust adult men could be at risk of being mauled to death. Yet, Chu Ming felt no fear. He was no ordinary individual. Should this pack dare to attack him, he would merely consider it an opportunity for a feast of dog meat. Can they eat? Venom inquired with excitement. No. They carry rabies. Consuming them would be fatal, Chu Ming swiftly retorted. Although dog meat might be considered a delicacy, he had no desire to revisit the taste of bloodshed. The pack of wild dogs merely stood there, observing Chu Ming with no apparent intent to attack, as if their animal instincts sensed that the man before them was formidable. Without further concern for them, Chu Ming chose to circumvent their presence. Woof! 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 Suddenly, as Chu Ming had just passed the wild dogs, their frenzied barking erupted alongside a piercing female scream, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chu Ming spun around, only to witness the pack charging towards a passerby behind him. The individual appeared to be a professional woman, clad in business attire and teetering on high heels. Upon seeing the pack of wild dogs racing towards her, the woman turned pale with fear, instinctively attempting to flee. However, in her panic, the heel of her shoe became ensnared in the crevice of the pavement, causing her to tumble to the ground. As the wild dogs lunged towards her, she found herself unable to rise. "Damn it!" Chu Ming cursed under his breath, then bent low and sprinted towards her, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. Just as the foremost wild dog was about to pounce on her, Chu Ming delivered a swift kick to its head. The wild dog was sent sprawling several meters away, emitting a series of pained yelps, only to rise again, tail tucked between its legs, gazing at Chu Ming in terror. The other wild dogs paused, their cold eyes filled with trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, they turned and departed. Was he truly unharmed? Chu Ming was astonished. His combat prowess of 34 was no trivial matter. Even if faced with a steel plate, he was confident he could bend it. That last kick had been nearly full force, yet the dog merely yelped a few times before rising again, seemingly unscathed. Was there something amiss? Did the dog's head possess such resilience? Had it been nourished on brain tonic? Before Chu Ming could ponder further, a woman's voice drifted from behind. "Thank you, young man." He turned to see a woman, now risen from the ground, her once immaculate professional attire slightly disheveled. She brushed off the dust and expressed her gratitude. "You truly frightened me. How could there be so many stray dogs here? Thankfully, you saved me. Otherwise, It's nothing. I merely acted on impulse," Chu Ming replied, shaking his head as he scrutinized her. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, impeccably maintained with fair skin and attractive features that were not conventionally exquisite but rather appealing in a distinct manner. Her figure was splendid, curvaceous, and even in the approaching winter, she wore sheer black stockings, revealing her long, slender legs. Her name was Han Yuling, a manager at a nearby company, who typically finished work at 2 in the morning. Living nearby allowed her to walk to and from work without issue, but she never anticipated such an incident would occur today. Reflecting on it sent shivers down her spine as she gazed at Chu Ming with immense gratitude. "Thank you so much, young man. Let me have your contact information. I'd like to treat you to a meal someday." "Do I really look like a child? Please refrain from such terms," Chu Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. Did he truly appear so youthful? He was, after all, quite mature, and the woman was nearly the same age he had been before his rebirth, making her persistent reference to him as a child quite uncomfortable. Han Yuling giggled. "I find you quite youthful. I'm already 19, you know." Chu Ming retorted, "You're 32, and when I was 19 you were still in diapers." His response elicited a chuckle from her, alleviating some of the fear she had felt moments before. Chu Ming, at a loss for further retorts, sighed, "Do as you wish. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Seeing this, Han Yuling quickly caught his arm, glancing around nervously. "Wait, young man, where are you going? Why not escort me home? My residence is just ahead in the riverside community. It's not far." She feared encountering the pack of wild dogs alone again. Chu Ming promptly shook off her hand, disdainfully remarking, "Aren't we supposed to maintain boundaries between men and women, auntie?" Her expression shifted instantly, anger flashing in her eyes. "Who are you calling auntie? I'm only 32. Thank you very much. When I was in diapers, you were already 19. You're the one who should be regarded as an auntie." Now it was Chu Ming's turn to be speechless. "Fine, let us not jest any longer. Come, I'll escort you home." Chu Ming did not aspire to be a virtuous individual. Rather, it was merely fortuitous that the convenience store he intended to visit for chocolate was situated within the Jiangjing community, making it convenient for him to escort her. Moreover, it was quite pleasant to have a companion of attractive stature by his side. Han Yuling's face instantly lit up with joy as she closely followed Chu Ming. Along the way, she insisted on treating him to a meal in the future, leaving Chu Ming with no choice but to add her on WeChat. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at the Jiangjing community. "Now that we're here, you can go in," Chu Ming waved his hand in farewell. "Are you not coming in to visit my sister, young man?" Han Yuling winked at him, her expression laden with meaning. "No. Please hurry back and invite your mother." Chu Ming shook his head vehemently, wearing an expression of utmost disdain. "Humph! What a scoundrel!" Han Yuling exclaimed in indignation, turning on her heel and striding through the entrance of the community. She had merely intended to tease him, given his youthful appearance, but she was taken aback by his two displays of distaste. A wave of frustration and anger washed over her. Was it possible that she had truly aged? Had the younger generation lost interest in her entirely? Chu Ming? Chapter 10. The Blueprint of Iron Man Mark III. With a head full of questions, Chu Ming pondered how he had somehow acquired the label of a scoundrel. Was it truly because he had declined the woman's invitation to ascend to her apartment? Could it be that this lady harbored genuine feelings for him? He touched his face contemplatively. Perhaps there was some truth to it, given that the moniker the Wu Yanzu of Shuqing was not bestowed without merit. Shaking his head, he decided to put such thoughts aside, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically procuring chocolate for Venom. Arriving at a convenience store, he purchased 2 boxes of Dove chocolates, spending a total of 60 yuan. 60 a day meant 1,800 a month, equivalent to half a month's wages at the electronics factory. A grimace crossed his face at the expenditure. If Venom continued to indulge in such luxuries, he would soon find himself financially drained. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to earn some money. Upon returning to his rented room via taxi, he tore open the packaging of the 2 chocolate boxes, allowing Venom to savor them at his leisure. Meanwhile, he eagerly activated the system, navigating to the lottery page. The grand prize will reappeared before him, and Chu Ming felt a surge of excitement. 100 points meant he could spin 10 times. With a thought, he initiated the first draw.
Moments latte.
The pointer settled in the consumption category. Congratulations, host. You have received a consumption reward, 1 spirit essence pill from a certain cultivation realm. Consuming it can cure any ailment in the Blue Star realm. Not this again. How am I afflicted with so many ailments? Chu Ming frowned. But it was merely 1 draw. There were still 9 chances remaining. He pressed on for another spin. Congratulations, host. You have received a consumption reward, 1 chi enhancement pill from a certain cultivation realm. Consuming it can elevate a martial artist cultivation by a small segment, and for you it will reduce automatic training time by 5 days. This is quite beneficial. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. The prospect of shaving 5 days off his training time was enticing, especially since each breakthrough awarded him attribute points. If he were to acquire more chi enhancement pills, wouldn't his attribute soar? Yet, with only 2 days until reaching the mid-stage of martial arts, he decided to reserve the pill for the next phase. After some contemplation, he waved his hand decisively, instructing the system to exhaust the remaining 80 points in one go. The lottery will spun and paused, with the first 3 draws landing in the consumption category, yielding 1 spirit essence pill and 1 chi enhancement pill each time. On the 3rd attempt, however, the pointer surprisingly landed in the skill category. Congratulations, host! You have received a skill reward, the void-breaking fist technique, from a certain martial arts realm. Before he could even take a moment to assess this, the system initiated the 4th draw. The subsequent 2 spins also yielded consumption rewards, netting him 2 more spirit essence pills. On the 6th draw, the pointer astonishingly landed on the special category. Woohoo! Chu Ming exclaimed in excitement. Another special reward. The previous one had been Venom, but what would this be? Congratulations, host! You have received the blueprint for the Iron Man Mark III armor from the Marvel Universe. What the heck? The Mark III armor? Chu Ming was left utterly astonished. The Mark III Iron Armor, a quintessential creation of Iron Man within the Marvel Universe, is celebrated as the most iconic suit, distinguished by its first application of a gold and crimson coating, and powered by a second-generation arc reactor, exuding an unmistakable mechanical essence. However, why is there only a blueprint? How am I supposed to create it? Chu Ming, upon scrutinizing the system's notification, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Setting aside the question of whether materials to fabricate Iron Man's armor exist on Blue Star, the mere construction of the arc reactor located on the chest seems an insurmountable task. What use is this mere blueprint? It is akin to presenting a caveman with a manual on how to build a tractor. The system notified, given that the host's current world lacks the technology to manufacture the Mark III armor, the activation function for points has been initiated. By infusing 1,000 points into the Mark III armor blueprint, the host will acquire the armor. At these words, Chu Ming's eyes brightened. He could obtain the armor simply by infusing points? This system is truly benevolent. However, the requirement of 1,000 points felt rather steep. Today, He had only managed to earn 100 points after successfully playing the fool before two prominent figures, Qiu Zhixin and Gong Qiuhua. To accumulate 1,000 points would be no easy feat. Yet, the possibility of acquisition is reassuring. He can envision the day he soars through the skies clad in the armor. At that moment, the system's final lottery had concluded, yielding 2 spirit essence pills. Chu Ming checked his system inventory, which now contained 7 spirit essence pills, 2 energy enhancement pills, a manual titled Void-Breaking Fist, and the Mark III armor blueprint. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the Void-Breaking Fist manual, and the system's notification chimed. Does the host wish to learn Void-Breaking Fist? Learn, Chu Ming affirmed with a nod. In the next instant, all the techniques of the Void-Breaking Fist surged into his mind, etched with clarity. Void-Breaking Fist has been learned. Host's combat power increases by 30. Chu Ming was astonished. This low-tier technique was remarkably potent. He hastily commanded the system to display his attribute panel. Host, Chu Ming.
Combat power, 64 wisdom, 16 danger.
Cultivation realm. Early warrior, 2 days until mid-warrior, cultivation technique. 8-9 profound art martial arts. Void-breaking fist social status. Freshman at Shucheng University assets. 21,000 special items. Venom Symbiote consumable items. 7 spirit essence pills. 2 energy enhancement pills ding. Host, please take note, the wisdom attribute is low, making it susceptible to backlash from martial techniques and skills, risking falling into madness. Please improve wisdom promptly. Upon seeing the warning symbol next to the wisdom attribute, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. It seems that the attribute points gained upon his next breakthrough must be allocated to wisdom. He certainly does not wish to succumb to madness. With everything settled, Chu Ming collapsed onto his bed, reflecting on the exhilarating events of the night. He could hardly contain his excitement. It was far more thrilling than the 30-some years of his previous life. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled the pack of wild dogs he had encountered that night, particularly the one he had kicked with all his might, yet it remained unscathed. A wave of perplexity washed over him, prompting him to inquire of the system. System, do you have any insight into that pack of wild dogs? How is it that I did not manage to kill one with my kick? The system elucidated. In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, those referred to as extraordinary beings are humans who have formed a unique resonance with this energy, thus acquiring a myriad of abilities. Furthermore, both animals and plants, nurtured by this spiritual essence, experience enhancements to their physical forms, with some even evolving into more formidable species. Ah, I see. Chu Ming nodded, but then expressed a hint of resignation. The resurgence of spiritual energy. The same old trope. Your alterations to this world's framework have rendered it utterly chaotic. Alas, as long as I am not met with an untimely demise, I shall endure. Chu Ming was not overly concerned about the potential transformations of this world. Having lived a life devoid of excitement and fraught with mediocrity in his previous existence, he found the prospect of a more exhilarating life in this one quite appealing. Envisioning the days ahead, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 11. Lu Hai awakens his ice elemental ability at the crack of dawn. Chu Ming was roused from his slumber by the incessant clamoring of Venom, who was demanding food. How could it be that he was already hungry? Just hours earlier, he had devoured 2 boxes of chocolates. Still bleary-eyed, Chu Ming reluctantly rose from his bed and glanced at his phone, exasperated to discover it was only 8 in the morning. He had barely slept for 5 hours.
I am hungry.
Venom growled in discontent, extending a head from Chu Ming's shoulder and feigning a bite. With a wave of annoyance, Chu Ming swatted it away. All right, I'll buy you something. Only then did Venom settle down, retreating back into his shoulder. Unenthusiastic about venturing out so early, Chu Ming pondered briefly before picking up his phone and ordering 5 portions of chocolate along with several buns and soybean milk from a delivery app. Nearly 200 yuan had vanished in an instant, leaving him with a pained expression. He sighed in resignation, contemplating the urgent need to devise a plan for making money. But how could he earn it? As he ruminated, he was struck by the realization that, despite the presence of a system, he still found himself short of funds. What a ridiculous predicament. If his fellow transmigrators were to learn of his plight, they would surely mock him mercilessly. Shaking his head in disbelief, he decided to give it a rest and lay back down, immersing himself in short videos. As he scrolled, Chu Ming sensed something amiss. It seemed that incidents of stray dogs and cats attacking people had surged recently, albeit reported only by minor outlets through unrelated images and minimal text, devoid of any surveillance footage. The comments section was rife with skepticism, with many believing these accounts to be fabrications by unscrupulous marketing entities. Some individuals even recounted their own experiences of being assaulted by stray animals. Truth and falsehood intertwined, making it difficult to discern reality. Chu Ming, however, was convinced of the authenticity of these reports. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, animals had become increasingly agitated. The lack of video evidence, he surmised, was likely due to governmental intervention to suppress such footage. Animals that had undergone the transformation from spiritual energy could exhibit a ferocity that would alarm the public. Such revelations could incite widespread panic. Yet, this concealment could only last so long. These creatures would only grow more formidable, and the truth would eventually surface. At that moment, Chu Ming's phone chimed with a WeChat call from Lu Hai. Assuming that Lu wished to discuss the events of the previous night. After all, that incident had frightened him considerably. Chu Ming hastily answered, "Hello? Hai, are you alright?" "Xiao Ming. Something feels off with my body." Lu Hai's anxious voice crackled through the line. "What feels off?" Chu Ming furrowed his brow, concerned that the bodyguard from last night might have harmed Lu. I feel very cold. I don't know why." Lu's tone was tinged with helplessness. "Damn, if you're cold, just put on more clothes." Chu Ming retorted, bewildered. "It's not that kind of cold." Lu replied urgently. "My body is freezing. I just soaked in hot water, and it actually froze." After the frightful events of the previous night, Lu Hai had returned home, shivering uncontrollably and feeling icy all over. He had assumed he was coming down with a fever, taking some cold medicine and checking his temperature. The mercury thermometer proved utterly ineffective, prompting him to switch to an electronic one, which shockingly registered a frigid -30 degrees. Terrified, he filled a bathtub with hot water and immersed himself, only to watch as the water gradually cooled and eventually froze into ice. This supernatural occurrence left him in a state of utter bewilderment. In his desperation, Lu Hai suddenly thought of Chu Ming. After all, Chu Ming's transformation into Venom the previous night was also a supernatural event. A sudden realization struck Chu Ming. As he contemplated a possibility, perhaps the fright from last night had triggered Lu Hai's awakening of supernatural abilities. "Do you know what is happening to me, Xiao Ming? Am I going to freeze to death?" With Chu Ming remaining silent, Lu Hai grew increasingly anxious. No, you won T. Chu Ming quickly reassured him. After a moment's reflection, he added, "I understand your situation now. It's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Come to my apartment." All right. Lu Hai hastily ended the call. Moments later, a knock echoed at Chu Ming's door, and he hurriedly got out of bed to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lu Hai, bundled in a heavy down jacket, looking as if he were on the brink of freezing. Upon seeing Chu Ming, he seized his arm like a lifeline. "Xiao Ming, please help me. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death." "Come in." Chu Ming urgently pulled him inside and shut the door. Observing Lu Hai, who was trembling despite being wrapped in layers of clothing, he offered some comfort. "Don't be afraid, this is a good thing. You know what is happening, right?" Last night, Lu Hai plopped onto the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming replied, "You've awakened your supernatural abilities. We are both supernatural beings." "What do you mean by supernatural beings?" Lu Hai asked, bewildered. "Is it like the superpowers in movies?" Indeed, Chu Ming recounted the explanation given to him by Qiu Zixin the night before, relaying it to Lu Hai verbatim. Lu Hai remained stunned for a while before exclaiming, "So there really are superpowers in this world. I've awakened one myself. The ability you witnessed is Venom. Yours seems to be of the ice element. But I can't control it. I just feel so cold." Lu Hai lamented, feeling as though he would succumb to the chill. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ming was equally perplexed and decided to consult the system. System, why can't he control his abilities? On Blue Star, there is a 3-day adjustment period after awakening supernatural powers, during which the individual can begin to master their abilities. Lu Hai's power, being of the ice element, is classified as C rank according to Blue Star's hierarchy of supernatural beings. Nodding, Chu Ming relayed the system's explanation to Lu Hai. Is that so? Lu Hai exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The next moment, he burst into excitement. Ha ha ha! So in 3 days, I'll possess a superpower. This is absolutely thrilling. For an 18 or 19-year-old boy, discovering the potential for superpowers naturally elicited an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. However, my ability is merely rated C, while your venomous prowess appears quite formidable. Why can't I awaken something like the Hulk? Lu Hai gazed at Chu Ming with envy. Enough of that. If you find yourself a girlfriend, you might just transform into the Hulk. Being able to awaken an ability is already commendable. Most people yearn for such a chance but never encounter it. Chu Ming retorted with a hint of irritation. After a moment's contemplation, he added, once you awaken your ability, do not let it cloud your judgment. There are special departments monitoring these matters, and I advise you to keep this information to yourself. Additionally, refrain from discussing it over the phone or online. In this era of big data, privacy is virtually non-existent. If someone is determined to investigate you, they can unearth even your most concealed secrets. This was precisely why Chu Ming had refrained from explaining over WeChat or on a phone call, insisting instead that Lu Hai come to see him in person. All right, understood. Then I shall take my leave. Lu Hai finally set aside his worries, replaced instead by a surge of excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, he slipped away. Chapter 12. Han Yuling invites to dinner after Lu Hai departed. The takeout ordered by Chu Ming arrived promptly. The creature, Venom, emerged from his shoulder, nibbling on chocolate nearby, while Chu Ming stood by the window, biting into a bun as he pondered. With Lu Hai awakening her abilities, he couldn't help but wonder how many other superhumans existed in this world. Moreover, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, those ancient martial artists would undoubtedly grow increasingly powerful. And then there were those wild dogs. The future world would surely become ever more peculiar. A sense of anxiety began to creep into Chu Ming's heart. To survive in this parallel world altered by the system, one would first require formidable strength. The avenues for acquiring power, aside from waiting for the system to cultivate him automatically, involved playing the fool to gain points. Yet, where could one find enough opportunities to earn points? Today was Sunday, a day free from school and obligations. Initially, Chu Ming had intended to languish at home all day, but after recent events, he felt restless. He must venture out to seek opportunities, rather than squander time indoors. With this thought, he hastened his consumption of the bun. Just then, his phone buzzed once more. Upon checking, he found a message from Han Yuling, the woman he had rescued earlier that morning. Han Yuling. Hey there, little one. I have a day off today. Would you like to join me for a meal? I'll treat you. Shy emoji. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. Since he was already planning to go out, why not enjoy a complimentary meal? He replied, what are we eating? Is your treat worth its price? If it's cheap, I won't go. Having saved her life, he felt entitled to reap a little more from the situation. Han Yuling. Speechless emoji. How about I set 2 tables for you? Today's lunch is at Tianrong Western Restaurant. Come if you wish. Chu Ming. If it's extravagant, I'll definitely be there.
Han Yuling.
Curious, Chu Ming searched for Tianrong Western Restaurant on Meituan. To his astonishment, the average expenditure was nearly 1,000 yuan. Goodness, this woman was truly generous. Chu Ming licked his lips, realizing he had never dined at such an expensive establishment in his nearly 30 years of life. Resolutely, he stuffed the remaining buns and soy milk into Venom's mouth, intending to save room for steak at the Western restaurant. Then, amid Venom's hungry gaze, he leisurely set an alarm and drifted into a nap. Before noon struck, Chu Ming had already arrived at the entrance of Tianrong Western Restaurant, eager and ready. A taxi pulled up in front of him, and Han Yuling stepped out, accompanied by a short-haired woman. They approached him, and Han Yuling greeted him with a smile. You're here quite early, little one. Today she wore light makeup, her long black hair cascading down, clad in a white long sweater that reached her thighs, paired with coffee-colored boots that accentuated her tall figure. I came specifically to wait for you and have been here for over an hour, she said, though in truth, he had only arrived 10 minutes earlier. Yesterday, you barely acknowledged me, and today you are so eager to treat me to a meal? Han Yuling chuckled as she cast a glance at Chu Ming, before introducing him to the short-haired woman beside her. This young person is the one I told you about, the one who saved me last night, named Chu Ming. She then turned to Chu Ming. Young man, this is my close friend, Guo. Greetings. Thank you for rescuing our Yuling. Guo smiled warmly at Chu Ming, exuding a gentle demeanor. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, taking a moment to assess her appearance. Guo was quite ordinary in looks, seemingly a few years younger than Han Yuling, around 28, with heavy makeup and clad in a beige trench coat. As soon as my friend heard that you saved her last night, she insisted I bring her to meet you. I had no choice. Is it all right if the three of us dine together? Han Yuling inquired, shrugging as she looked at Chu Ming. I have no objections, sister. Having two beautiful women join me for dinner is something I could only wish for. Chu Ming was indifferent. He was merely here to enjoy a Western meal, and as long as someone was treating, he was content, even indifferent to being called a young man. Haha, that's great. Let us head inside then, Han Yuling laughed. Thus, the three of them entered the Tianrong Western restaurant together. This establishment was a quintessential Italian restaurant, adorned with lavish decor and an exquisite ambience, featuring a beautifully crafted piano at its center, where a foreign pianist in a tailcoat played elegantly. It was indeed a high-end restaurant with an average expenditure nearing 1,000. The place radiated sophistication. Chu Ming silently admired it, as he had never been to such a place before. However, at that moment, he was suddenly beset by the urge to relieve himself, so he addressed the two women beside him. Please take a seat. I need to use the restroom. All right. Han Yuling nodded. After Chu Ming went to the restroom, the two women found a windowside table. Guo gazed in the direction Chu Ming had departed, her earlier warmth dissipating as she frowned. Yuling, why did you choose such an expensive restaurant? How much will this cost? Someone saved me, so of course I must treat them to something nice. Han Yuling shrugged as she summoned a waiter to begin ordering. Even if he saved you, couldn't you just treat him to something modest? There is no need for such extravagance. Wasn't it just a pack of wild dogs chasing him? What's the big deal? Guo said indignantly. Han Yuling merely pouted, refraining from explaining. She understood that her friend, having been pampered since childhood, could not fathom the terror a pack of wild dogs could instill. But she, having come from a rural background, knew well the debt of gratitude she owed to Chu Ming for saving her life. Noticing Han Yuling's demeanor, Guo paused in surprise, suddenly exclaiming, You can't possibly have developed feelings for this kid, have you? Han Yuling shot her a glare. It's merely a simple gesture of gratitude for treating him to a meal. He's only 18 or 19. What are you thinking all day? TSK, aren't you just worried about being an old cow eating tender grass? Guo finally felt relieved, then shook her head and remarked, Indeed, Chu Ming possesses a certain charm. Yet observe his attire. Barely worth 200 yuan. If you were to associate with him, you would inevitably bear the financial burden. After all, you are not a wealthy heiress. Do not entertain notions of supporting a youthful heartthrob. Her primary purpose for attending today was to glimpse this young hero who had come to the rescue. Should his family background prove satisfactory, she would consider matchmaking between Han Yuling and Chu Ming. After all, Han Yuling, at 32, remained single, which weighed heavily on her heart as a close friend. However, her expectations were dashed upon seeing that he was merely an ordinary lad. By the way, is that general manager from your company still pursuing you? Perhaps you should yield to him. Although he is divorced, his annual salary exceeds 1 million. Have you given this any thought? In such a case, you could forego employment altogether and embrace the life of a homemaker. Suddenly struck by an idea, Guo began to make playful gestures towards Han Yuling. Han Yuling held the position of department manager at the Xinhao Group, while the general manager she referred to was her superior Wang Jian. When she first joined the company, Wang Jian persistently harassed her. However, he maintained a semblance of restraint while still married. Yet, since his divorce, his advances had become increasingly brazen, often leveraging his position to pressure her. Han Yuling found no interest in this sleazy middle-aged man, and his incessant attention left her feeling both vexed and distressed. Enough! No more! As her close friend began to ramble on about the matter again, Han Yuling felt a surge of irritation, raising her voice. Let us not discuss this anymore. Noticing Han Yuling's growing annoyance, Guisin could only close her mouth in reluctant silence. Chapter 13. As Chu Ming returned from the restroom, he found that the two women had already ordered their meals. Each had a portion of Australian ribeye steak, a dessert, a plate of pasta, and a bottle of red wine. Gazing at the elegantly plated ribeye, Chu Ming couldn't help but wonder how such a small portion could satisfy anyone. However, upon sneaking a glance at the menu and realizing that each person's expense exceeded 1,000, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, understanding it was a treat from someone else. He politely remarked, "You really shouldn't have gone to such expense, sister." "Not at all, it's quite all right. Let us eat." Han Yuling replied with a light laugh, and began to dig in. As a department manager at the new luxury group, her monthly salary was around 30,000, making the cost of an extravagant Western meal a trivial matter. Chu Ming awkwardly picked up the knife and fork, attempting to mimic their technique as he began to cut the steak, revealing his inexperience and appearing somewhat comical. Noticing his struggle, Han Yuling chuckled. "Don't know how to use a knife and fork? The waiter can bring you chopsticks, it's no trouble." "All right then," Chu Ming consented, not wanting to insist on using utensils he was unfamiliar with. He requested chopsticks from the waiter, internally grumbling about the absurdity of cutting such a small piece of steak. He picked up the chopsticks and, without hesitation, devoured the piece of steak in one bite, reflecting on how much more convenient traditional utensils were. Those foreign tools felt utterly unnecessary. Across from him, Guisin had returned to her usual serene demeanor upon his arrival. However, as she observed Chu Ming's clumsiness with chopsticks, her heart was filled with disdain. To her, dining on expensive Western cuisine represented a mark of sophistication, and witnessing someone use chopsticks in a fine dining setting was akin to encountering a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Regretting her decision to come and see Chu Ming, she thought that aside from his good looks, he was quite lacking in other respects. Yet she maintained her composure, offering a gentle smile. Unaware that Guisin had labeled him a bumpkin, Chu Ming continued to enjoy his meal and engage in light-hearted conversation with Han Yuling. Meanwhile, Guisin gazed out the window, feeling bored and contemplating how to discreetly encourage Han Yuling to leave early. Suddenly, she noticed an orange Range Rover parked at the entrance of the Tianrong Western restaurant. This was the latest model from 2021, priced over $1.2 million, which caught her attention immediately. Soon after, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, holding a bouquet of roses and glancing in their direction. The moment Guisin recognized him, she quickly nudged Han Yuling and exclaimed, "Yuling, look, Wang Jian is here." The rotund man was none other than Han Yuling's superior and suitor, Wang Jian. Han Yuling turned to look, and upon seeing Wang Jian's smiling face as he waved at her, her brows knitted in annoyance as she muttered, "How did he know I was here? This man truly is relentless. What's going on?" Chu Ming observed Wang Jian outside with a puzzled expression, and upon noticing the roses in the man's hand, he began to understand the situation. Han Yuling's suitor? However, observing the expressions of the others, it seemed they did not harbor a fondness for the rotund gentleman. At that moment, Wang Jian had already entered the Tianrong Western restaurant and approached Han Yuling and her companions. With a self-satisfied smile adorning his plump face, he extended a rose toward her and gently remarked, "Shaoling, upon seeing your recent post, I rushed over. If you wish to dine on Western cuisine, do let me know. I would be delighted to take you. This establishment hardly seems worthy of your presence." His tone was imbued with an unmistakable air of superiority. Not only Han Yuling, but even Chu Ming furrowed his brow upon hearing such condescension. Though Han Yuling felt a surge of disdain, she recognized that he was her superior and could only muster a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Wang, today is my day off, and I am merely here to have a meal with my friends. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing us." She was taken aback that he had managed to scent her presence merely from a social media post, leaving her utterly speechless. Unperturbed by her words, Wang Jian forcefully thrust the rose into her hands and settled himself beside Chu Ming, gazing at Han Yuling with fervent admiration. "I shall not intrude, Shaoling. Please enjoy your meal while I simply watch you." However, Chu Ming found himself in an awkward position, glancing between Han Yuling and Wang Jian, internally exclaiming in disbelief at encountering such absurdity while merely trying to share a meal. Han Yuling, witnessing Wang Jian's shameless demeanor, felt her frustration boil over. Her expression darkened, and unable to tolerate it any longer, she abruptly stood up and hurled the bouquet of roses directly at Wang Jian's face, shouting furiously, "Mr. Wang, I Han Yuling would never consider you. Have some self-respect. What are you doing?" exclaimed Gua Yisin, alarmed, as she swiftly pulled Han Yuling back. "Mr. Wang came out of goodwill to see you and even brought you roses. Why do you have to act this way?" She had long sought to play matchmaker between the two and certainly did not wish to witness such a confrontation. Wang Jian, rubbing his face where the thorns had left several scratches, watched Han Yuling with a darkening gaze. Nodding slowly, he forced a smile and retorted, "Very well, very well." Suddenly, he stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at her and shouted, "Han Yuling, you shameless woman truly do not know how to appreciate a favor. If you look down upon me, then you need not come to work tomorrow. Leave the Xian Hao Group at once." As the general manager of Xian Hao Group, his pride had been deeply wounded by being repeatedly rebuffed in his attempts to pursue a subordinate. "Mr. Wang, please calm down," Gua Yisin implored, visibly anxious, clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate to this point. She hurriedly rose and continued to tug at Han Yuling, saying, "Yuling, why are you behaving this way? Mr. Wang means well. You should apologize to him." Yet, Han Yuling stood her ground, resolute and silent, her expression shifting tumultuously without uttering another word. While she certainly valued her position as a department manager at Xian Hao Group, she had endured Wang Jian's harassment for far too long. Today, however, his behavior had crossed a line, filling her with profound disgust. Due to the loud outburst from Wang Jian moments ago, the patrons at the Western restaurant have turned their attention to the unfolding scene, engaging in hushed discussions. What transpired over there? Why is there such a commotion? Have you noticed the scattered roses? It seems that the corpulent man was professing his affection, only to be met with rejection, which incited his wrath. How disgraceful! To resort to insults upon a failed confession. Just look at the young lady's expression. She appears on the verge of tears. Should I intervene and play the gallant hero? Wait a moment, that rotund figure looks remarkably familiar. Is that not Wang Jian from the Xinhao Group? The general manager of the marketing department. Indeed, it is him. Anyone dining in a high-end establishment like Tianrong Western Restaurant is, by all accounts, part of the middle class, and thus, some have already recognized Wang Jian and decided against meddling further. After all, he is the general manager of the Xinhao Group. What is the Xinhao Group, you ask? It is the leading enterprise in Shuqing, a publicly listed company with assets in the hundreds of billions, wielding the power of life and death over thousands. Even if they are not employees of the Xinhao Group, the connections he possesses could easily jeopardize their livelihoods with a mere phone call to their employer. Chapter 14. Chu Ming takes action. Seeing that Han Yuling had fallen silent, Wang Jian let out a cold laugh. "I know you don't want to be dismissed, so I shall grant you another chance. Come to my residence within 3 days, and I will refrain from terminating your employment." With that, Wang Jian shook off the rose petals clinging to him and turned to leave, eager to witness whether Han Yuling would choose survival or dignity. "Isn't that a bit excessive, Mr. Wang?" Chu Ming's voice suddenly interrupted. He could no longer tolerate the scene. After all, Han Yuling was at least a friend of his. Today was a gathering where others had treated them to a meal, and despite the pleasant atmosphere, Wang Jian had recklessly barged in, berating Han Yuling as if she were invisible. Wang Jian turned around, a grin spreading across his face. Excessive? And what of it? This woman, whose managerial position I bestowed upon her, now dares to turn her back on me and flaunt her disdain. I, Wang Jian, the esteemed general manager of the new Hao Group, do I not deserve respect? Han Yuling remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wang Jian, simmering with anger. He was not entirely wrong. Indeed, her managerial role had been a result of his promotion. However, she had diligently labored at the new Hao Group for a decade, steadily climbing the ranks. She believed that even without his assistance, she would have swiftly reached her current position. Yet at this moment, Wang Jian had seized upon her vulnerability. Wang Jian had scarcely regarded Chu Ming, mistaking him for merely Han Yuling's or Gua Yisin's younger brother, due to his youthful appearance. He looked at Chu Ming with amusement, mocking, "And who might you be to her? Do you wish to defend her?" With a faint smile, Chu Ming replied, "Indeed, I do stand up for her today. I assure you, you will not be able to dismiss her." At this declaration, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Then Wang Jian erupted in laughter, eyeing Chu Ming as though he were a fool. "Do you truly believe that whether I dismiss her is up to you? Who do you think you are?" For a moment, Wang Jian found this young man somewhat amusing. He had anticipated an impulsive outburst, perhaps even a physical confrontation, but upon observing Chu Ming's slender physique, he dismissed such concerns. He had not expected the audacity of Chu Ming's words to evoke such laughter from him. Did he think himself the chairman of the new Hao Group? "Child, do refrain from speaking so recklessly. Just let him go. At worst, I shall leave the new Hao Group," Han Yuling interjected, though she felt a sense of gratitude for Chu Ming's defense. His naive words were evidently of no use to Wang Jian, merely serving as fodder for mockery. Guaisin remained silent, her brows furrowed as she regarded Chu Ming with an expression of disbelief, her earlier pretense of kindness evaporating. Did this boy truly believe that a few grandiose words could intimidate Wang Jian? Unfazed by their words or gazes, Chu Ming calmly inquired, "You are the general manager of the new Hao Group, correct? Are you acquainted with Qiu Zixin?" Who in Shuqing with any discernment did not know General Qiu? "Pray tell. Do not tell me you have connections with him?" Wang Jian stifled a smile as he observed the pretentious Chu Ming, unable to resist casting a few glances at him. This young man even invoked Qiu Zixin's name. Judging by his demeanor, what connection could he possibly have with Qiu Zixin? They were completely unrelated. Chu Ming paid him no mind, merely retrieving his phone, opening WeChat, and dialing Qiu Zixin's number. Truth be told, he felt uncertain. Wang Jian claimed to be the general manager of Xinhao Group, while Qiu Zixin held the title of president. On the surface, their relationship did not imply a hierarchy, leaving Chu Ming unsure if Qiu could exert any influence over Wang Jian. Wang Jian watched as Chu Ming initiated the call, remaining indifferent, a mocking expression lingering on his face. He was curious to see how long Chu Ming intended to maintain his charade. To his astonishment, Qiu Zixin answered the call almost instantly. Chu Ming pressed the speakerphone button and placed the phone on the table. Immediately, Qiu Zixin's robust voice resonated from the device. "Haha, young brother, I was just about to reach out to you when your call came through." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's expression shifted dramatically. He cast a perplexed glance at Chu Ming and then at the phone, slightly leaning forward as if to ascertain the identity of the voice. "Hello, President Qiu, do you know Wang Jian?" Chu Ming inquired directly. "Wang Jian? I have a vague recollection. He seems to be the general manager of one of our departments. What's the matter, young brother? Do you need something from him?" Qiu Zixin replied, his tone casual. "Oh, if there's anything, just come to me. I, Qiu, have the final say at Xinhao Group." "I'm not seeking him out," Chu Ming remarked, casting a glance at the increasingly unsettled Wang Jian. He realized that Qiu Zixin's standing within Xinhao Group likely surpassed that of Wang Jian, prompting a subtle smile. "Wang Jian is right next to me. He wishes to dismiss a friend of mine and has also insulted him. I wonder if President Qiu could intervene?" "What?" Qiu Zixin's voice escalated, tinged with irritation. He was eager to cultivate a rapport with Chu Ming, yet it appeared that one of his subordinates had caused trouble. Wang Jian, upon hearing this, grew anxious. He had confirmed that it was indeed Qiu Zixin's voice. He quickly leaned toward the phone, saying, "President Qiu, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea this young brother was acquainted with you." Despite Wang Jian being a department general manager in other companies, a president might not hold sway over a general manager. However, Qiu Zixin was different. He possessed over 70 of the shares in Xinhao Group, yielding absolute authority. Dismissing someone was a matter of a mere word. A misunderstanding? Brother Chu Ming is a friend of mine, and his friends are my friends. How dare you insult my friend? Qiu Zixin's tone had grown decidedly displeased. This assertion was not solely directed at Wang Jian but also served to convey his stance to Chu Ming. A friend? Wang Jian couldn't help but glance at Chu Ming again. In his mind, Qiu Zixin's friends were typically the heads of other major corporations, the youngest among them at least 30 years old. This young man appeared nothing like that. Could he possibly be the son of some distinguished figure? Upon reaching this juncture, Wang Jian was overwhelmed with panic, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He bowed deeply to Chu Ming, expressing his sincere apologies with trepidation. I beg your forgiveness. I was unaware that you, young Master Chu, are a friend of Mr. Chiu. I did not mean to offend. I hope you can overlook this transgression. My dear brother, this incident stems from the thoughtlessness of my subordinate, who inadvertently caused offense. Please, tell me how you wish to proceed, and I shall comply with your wishes, Qiu Zixin added, his tone imbued with regret. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's corpulent frame quivered slightly, taken aback by the weight of Qiu Zixin's regard for Chu Ming. The thought that Chu Ming could demand his dismissal filled him with dread. Chu Ming regarded Wang Jian with a look of surprise, not anticipating the degree of influence Qiu Zixin wielded. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, It is not a grave matter. Wang Jian, extend an apology to my sister, Han Yuling, and assure her that you shall not disturb her again. Then we can consider this matter settled. Did you hear that, Wang Jian? Qiu Zixin exclaimed. Chapter 15 Wang Jian's apology. All right. Wang Jian nodded repeatedly, feeling a sigh of relief within. The mere fact that Chu Ming did not allow Qiu Zixin to directly terminate his employment was a significant stroke of fortune. As for the matter of apologizing, for someone as seasoned in the workplace as he, it was hardly a daunting task. Thus, Wang Jian turned around and deeply bowed to Han Yuling, exerting such effort that his jowls quivered, appearing exceedingly sincere. Miss Han Yuling, I sincerely apologize. Today's mishap was entirely my fault. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me. He remained bent, awaiting her response. Han Yuling, having been utterly bewildered for quite some time, was still in shock from the moment Chu Ming truly called Qiu Zixin. She had never anticipated that the individual whom she referred to as a little friend would actually know Qiu Zixin, and more astonishingly, befriend him. The fact that a single phone call could compel her superior, who had harassed her for years, to bow in apology left her feeling as if she were in a dream, utterly unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. After gazing at the still bowing Wang Jian for an extended moment, she finally managed to utter two words. It's fine. Only then did Wang Jian straighten up and turn to Chu Ming, donning a sycophantic smile, humbly inquiring, Young Master Chu, might I take my leave now? His demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Chu Ming could not help but find the situation amusing. Indeed, Lu Hei was correct. Those who can thrive in society often possess the ability to adapt and be flexible. Wang Jian was truly deserving of his position as general manager. Since the phone call had proven effective, Chu Ming had no desire to further complicate matters. He waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Very well, Wang Jian exclaimed, visibly relieved, and hurriedly made his exit from the Western restaurant. He had longed to leave, as the eyes of everyone in the establishment were upon him, and he was burdened by the dual concerns of job security and losing face. The onlookers in the restaurant were left agape, having witnessed the once arrogant Wang Jian, now brought low by a mere phone call from Chu Ming, ultimately departing the restaurant in a state of humiliation. Whispers ensued among them. Who is that young man? He doesn't appear to be particularly wealthy or influential. How could a single phone call intimidate Wang Jian to such an extent? Who knows? Nowadays, the wealthy often conceal their true status, remaining low-key. Indeed, we must be cautious. It seems we can no longer afford to provoke university students. Han Yuling cast a complex glance at Chu Ming and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Chu Ming. I owe you another 2 favors. The sight of Chu Ming's formidable connections prompted her to address him more respectfully, no longer daring to call him in the same casual manner as before. The reason for the 2 favors was that when Chu Ming requested Wang Jian to apologize, he referred to her as my sister, a clear message intended for Qiu Zixin. Han Yuling, being astute, understood that with Qiu Zixin's support, her prospects for advancement within the company were certainly bright. It's no trouble at all, merely a small gesture. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, then added with a smile, You may continue to call me little friend. Calling me by name feels rather odd. His assistance was but a trifling act, and moreover, it presented an excellent opportunity to feign humility while outsmarting others. Just now, this turn of events surely guarantees us some points. Ah, my dear child. Han Yuling smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, yet her heart was devoid of the previous nonchalance. It was the pressure that came with status. Beside her, Guo began to reevaluate Chu Ming, her gaze entirely transformed. Is this truly the rustic fellow she once perceived? Unbelievably, he is friends with someone as prominent as Qiu Zixin. Moreover, Chu Ming had not yet ended the call when Qiu Zixin's voice resonated from his phone once more. So, young brother, are you no longer upset? It's nothing, thank you, Mr. Qiu. Chu Ming replied earnestly. By the way, you mentioned you wanted to reach out to me earlier. Is there something on your mind? Well, I've encountered a bit of trouble and could use your assistance. I wonder if you have time today? Rest assured, there will be compensation. Assistance? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. If Qiu Zixin sought his help, it must pertain to matters involving supernatural abilities or ancient martial arts, for he could hardly resolve anything else. To be truthful, after discovering that others possessed special capabilities in this world, Chu Ming had developed a keen interest in other supernatural beings and martial artists. Moreover, considering Qiu Zixin promised remuneration, it would undoubtedly be substantial. After all, he was keen on earning money. Thus, Chu Ming acquiesced. Certainly, Mr. Qiu. What time? Let us say 8 this evening. Send me your address, and I will have a guang drive you. All right, I shall hang up then. Very well, see you tonight. Chu Ming concluded the call. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully played the fool and earned 20 points. Only 20 points? Is the reward so meager this time? Chu Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, the amount of points earned is contingent upon the strength and status of the target in the charade. Last night, in the presence of Qiu Zixin, Gong Qiu, and a group of wealthy heirs, playing the fool had garnered him 100 points. Today, with these individuals of relatively modest standing, 20 points could be considered satisfactory. Without hesitation, Chu Ming infused the 20 points into the blueprints for the Iron Man Mark III armor. He desired this far more than a lottery win. The unlocking progress for the Mark III armor now stood at 21,000. The road ahead is long and arduous. Chu Ming silently shook his head, realizing he would need to engage in more ostentatious displays to continue playing the fool. Let it unfold naturally. Subsequently, he cast aside any further thoughts and beckoned the two ladies to resume enjoying the Western cuisine laid out before them. During the meal, Han Yuling ceased her jovial banter with Chu Ming, becoming increasingly cautious and deliberate in her demeanor. Chu Ming understood that this was a chasm created by social status. Yet he remained indifferent, for they were merely acquaintances. In contrast, Guo shed her earlier reticence, blossoming into a lively spirit, chattering incessantly and subtly attempting to foster a connection between the two. This left Chu Ming feeling quite awkward, uncomfortable in his own skin, and hastily finishing his meal before bidding farewell to the two and exiting the restaurant. As soon as Chu Ming departed, Guo excitedly grasped Han Yuling's arm, shaking it vigorously. Oh my goodness! This young friend of yours is truly remarkable. It is imperative that I bring you two together. What nonsense! Others are still quite young. And besides, he is a friend of Qiu Zixin, undoubtedly wealthy and influential. How could I possibly aspire to such heights? Upon seeing her friend meddling in matters of romance, Han Yuling sighed in exasperation. It is precisely because he possesses wealth and status, and has the added charm of good looks. Your disinterest in Wang Jian stems solely from his unrefined demeanor. Yet Chu Ming is quite the catch. He is humble, handsome, and holds power and influence. Guo blinked her eyes playfully, encouraging her. Moreover, you are already 32. Dear sister, now is the time to seize the moment while you still possess your figure and beauty. Perhaps the younger generation would find your maturity appealing? Listening to her friend's words, Han Yuling cast her gaze in the direction Chu Ming had departed, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 16. Gong Qiuqin. Upon exiting the Tianrong Western restaurant, Chu Ming returned to his rented accommodation and ordered takeout through a food delivery app. The Western cuisine had left him unsatisfied, and he found it rather unpalatable. He would have preferred to spend a few dozen yuan on a barbecue instead. The creature, Venom, had ceased its incessant disturbances. It invariably succumbed to slumber after indulging in chocolate, and Chu Ming had no desire to rouse it, choosing instead to ignore its presence. After finishing his takeout, Chu Ming reclined on his bed, engrossed in his phone while awaiting the arrival of a Guang later that evening. Interestingly, the woman Gua Isin had surprisingly added him on WeChat, presumably acquiring his contact through Han Yuling. However, Chu Ming refrained from accepting her request, fully aware of her intentions. He had no inclination to engage with her, as women could be quite troublesome. Before long, the clock struck 8 in the evening. A Maybach GLS 600 came to a halt beneath Chu Ming's building, and a Guang, Qiu Zhixin's bodyguard, alighted from the vehicle and leaned against the door, silently awaiting Chu Ming. The aging residential complex where Chu Ming resided was predominantly occupied by tenants, and luxury vehicles were a rare sight, let alone a Maybach valued at 5 million yuan. Residents gazed from a distance at a Guang, filled with envy, speculating whether he was a prosperous resident relocating after a property acquisition. Chu Ming soon descended from the upper floors and greeted a Guang with a smile. Upon seeing Chu Ming, a Guang instinctively bowed slightly, his face reflecting admiration as he opened the rear door of the car, saying, "Young Master Chu, please, step inside." A Guang had once been a mercenary in a small foreign nation, with a deep respect for strength. Having witnessed Chu Ming's prowess, he was completely won over, especially since Chu Ming was a friend of his employer. Noticing the bandage wrapped around a Guang's hand, evidently a remnant of a significant injury sustained the previous night, Chu Ming expressed his regret. "I apologize for being a bit too forceful." "Not at all. It was my own doing," a Guang replied, shaking his head repeatedly with a sycophantic smile. "Young Master Chu, please, get in. President Qiu is waiting." With no further words exchanged, Chu Ming entered the vehicle. Once the door was shut, a Guang took his place in the driver's seat and started the engine. "What does President Qiu require of me?" Chu Ming inquired while surveying the lavish interior of the car. Indeed, this luxury vehicle, worth several million, was a far cry from a ride in a ride-hailing service. It was impeccably stable, equipped with champagne and red wine, exuding an air of sophistication. I'm not entirely sure. Young Master Chu will find out upon arrival," a Guang admitted, genuinely uncertain about the circumstances. Thus, Chu Ming refrained from pressing further, leaning against the window in contemplative silence. The vehicle swiftly traversed the urban landscape, heading towards the outskirts. Observing the road signs, Chu Ming discerned that they were en route to Sichuan province. After nearly an hour's drive, the car gradually came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Chu Ming looked up to behold an impressively grand villa, nestled amidst a grove of trees, sprawling over several thousand square meters. "Haha, Brother Chu, I've been waiting for you." Qiu Zhixin's voice rang out. He had even come to wait outside the villa for Chu Ming. "President Qiu," Chu Ming acknowledged with a slight nod, offering a greeting. Qiu Zhixin approached with a smile, wrapping his arm around Chu Ming's shoulders as though they were longtime friends, exuding warmth. "Don't just stand there. Come, let's go in and eat." Under Qiu Zhixin's gentle tug, Chu Ming followed him into the first floor of the villa. Before them lay an extravagantly opulent hall, adorned with intricate chandeliers that radiated dazzling light. At the center stood a round table, meticulously covered with a pristine white tablecloth. Seated at the table was a youthful girl, strikingly beautiful with her flowing golden hair. She wore a sleek black trench coat, her tall figure and exquisite features lending her an air of aloofness, as if she were untouchable. Behind her stood an elderly gentleman, his hair a mix of white and gray, evidently serving in a butler's capacity. The moment Chu Ming entered, his gaze was drawn to the girl, captivated by her beauty, which surpassed that of the internet celebrities he had seen on Douyin by countless measures. The girl regarded him with a blend of curiosity and scrutiny, making Chu Ming feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to avert his eyes. "Come, Brother Chu Ming, please take a seat," Qiu Zhixin beckoned, guiding Chu Ming to sit beside the round table. He then turned to a Guang and instructed, "Have the chef serve the dishes." A Guang nodded and departed. Qiu Zhixin then pivoted, addressing the striking girl. "Brother Chu Ming, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Gong, the daughter of Gong Qiuhe, and my goddaughter Gong Qiuyin." "Hello, Chu Ming offered a slight smile to the enchanting girl and then, with a note of surprise, turned to Chiu Zhixin. Mr. Chiu, I presume you didn't summon me for no reason today? Ha ha ha, you caught me. Brother Chu Ming. Chiu Zhixin chuckled heartily, unperturbed by the revelation. Indeed, it is not I who requires your assistance, but this young lady. Then Miss Gong, please speak plainly. I prefer directness, Chu Ming stated candidly. Very well. Gong Chuin replied from across the table, her voice as frosty as her demeanor, yet melodious. I have heard from Uncle Chiu that you are a B-level ability wielder, correct? Yes, Chu Ming nodded affirmatively. Here's the matter. I own several bars in Jiangyan City, Sichuan Province, and some practitioners from Qingqing Mountain frequently cause trouble for me, often vandalizing my establishments. Their strength is formidable, and my personnel are unable to handle them. I hope you can assist me, Gong Chuin stated directly. The Gong family had been embroiled in enmity with the practitioners of Qingqing Mountain since their inception centuries ago. Even before the emergence of ability wielders, the ancient martial artists of Qingqing Mountain had concealed themselves, but now they had surfaced, eager to retaliate against the Gong family. Despite the Gong family's heritage of martial prowess and their own formidable ancient warriors, the Qingqing practitioners dared not confront the Gong family's core enterprises, choosing instead to prey upon their younger generations. Qingqing Mountain? Ancient martial artists? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Isn't your family a martial arts lineage? Surely you possess warriors stronger than those from Qingqing Mountain? Moreover, does the government not intervene in such matters? Gong Chuin shook her head and replied helplessly. The Gong family undoubtedly possesses ancient warriors more powerful than them. However, I am merely a third-generation descendant of the Gong family, and my father's influence within the family is quite limited. The ancient warriors at my disposal possess a maximum rank of C. As for the government, they have established special departments, yet the number of supernatural beings emerging nationwide has surged, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. My trivial concerns are of no consequence to them. I see, Chu Ming responded, realization dawning upon him. That is why I hastened to come when I heard my father mention that Uncle Chiu had befriended a B-rank supernatural being. Brother Chu Ming, if you can assist me in resolving this matter, I am willing to offer you a reward of 2 million. Gong Chuin extended 2 fingers nonchalantly. Very well, I accept. Chu Ming agreed without hesitation. A fool would refuse such an opportunity, especially for 2 million, an amount he had never encountered before. Chapter 17. The Extraordinary or the Ancient Martial Artist. However, Gong Chuin shifted her tone and stated, before we proceed, I must ascertain whether you possess the capabilities of a B-level extraordinary. Oh, how do you intend to test that? Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. This gentleman behind me is my butler, Uncle Dong. He is a C-level ancient martial artist. If you can withstand a single strike from him, it will confirm your B-level prowess. Gong Chuin slightly turned her head, signaling to the elder, Uncle Dong. He nodded and stepped forward, positioning himself in the center of the hall, his gaze fixed upon Chu Ming, yet he remained silent. Observing the exchange between the two, Chu Ming realized that he could no longer hold back and stood up, walking to a distance of 2 meters from Uncle Dong. Chiu Zhixin, standing nearby, did not intervene. He understood that his adopted daughter was inherently cautious and would not easily trust without witnessing Chu Ming's capabilities firsthand. Furthermore, he had already seen Chu Ming's strength and had no reason for concern. Chu Ming scrutinized Uncle Dong, who was clad in a black training outfit. Appearing to be in his 60s, his hair was graying, and his posture slightly hunched, yet he radiated vitality. His eyes were sharp and imposing. Chu Ming accessed the system to evaluate Uncle Dong's combat power. Gong Sudong combat power, 47, rating, C wisdom, 8 cultivation. Early stage martial artist cultivation method. Unremarkable martial skills. Unremarkable is a combat power of 47 truly classified as C level? Chu Ming pondered in surprise. He himself was merely at the early stage of a martial artist, yet after practicing the sky-piercing fist, he had achieved a formidable 65 points in combat power. Wouldn't that mean he could easily withstand a strike from Uncle Dong without even resorting to his venom? It is worth noting that, with the essence of his venom, his combat power would triple to a staggering 195 points, more than sufficient to overwhelm his opponent. Thus, Chu Ming decided to forego the use of venom, relying solely on his martial prowess, as he had yet to fully explore the extent of his own strength. Uncle Dong waited for Chu Ming to showcase his extraordinary abilities, but after a prolonged pause without any action from him, he could not help but urge, "Young friend, how can you withstand my strike without utilizing your extraordinary powers?" Furrowing his brow, Chu Ming contemplated briefly before replying, "In truth, I am not merely an extraordinary. I am also an ancient martial artist. I believe that I can withstand your strike based solely on my martial capabilities." Haha.
Young friend, you jest.
Uncle Dong laughed heartily, assuming Chu Ming was making a joke. The path of martial arts was fraught with challenges, and he had devoted his entire life to reach the early stage of a martial artist, barely qualifying as C-level. It is important to note that before one could truly become a martial artist, they must cultivate external energy, corresponding to the current D-level ranking. Some individuals may spend their entire lives striving to develop internal strength sufficient to reach the martial artist realm. To withstand a full-force strike from him, one would need at least B-level strength, indicating the mid-stage of a martial artist. How could someone as young as Chu Ming possibly attain such a level? Zhou Zhixin, seated at the round table, also chuckled, "Brother Chu Ming, you might as well transform now. Do not tease the old master." He, too, could not believe that Chu Ming was an ancient martial artist. Gong Qiuyin observed with a cold gaze, her elegant brows slightly furrowed, seemingly disapproving of Chu Ming's jesting demeanor towards the elder. Although Gong Sudong was merely her steward, he had raised her since childhood, fostering a deep bond, and she regarded him as a beloved uncle. Noticing the skepticism among the onlookers, Chu Ming displayed a resigned expression and summoned the inner strength of a martial artist within him. An enigmatic aura immediately emanated forth. Upon sensing this energy, while Gong Qiuyin and Zhou Zhixin remained unaffected, Gong Sudong's smile abruptly froze, and he retreated 2 steps, gazing at Chu Ming with uncertainty. The aura of an ancient martial artist. Gong Sudong's aged countenance was filled with astonishment, as he evidently perceived the energy radiating from Chu Ming. Could it be that this young man was indeed an ancient martial artist? "Now, do you believe me? Uncle Dong, please proceed," Chu Ming said with a calm demeanor. "Very well," Gong Sudong replied gravely, having already sensed that Chu Ming's strength surpassed his own, likely at least B-level. Yet, out of respect for his young mistress's earlier request, he could not defy her wishes. Thus, Gong Sudong stepped forward, channeling his inner energy as his black training garb billowed without wind, exuding a formidable presence. The frailty of age had vanished entirely. He then unleashed a punch towards Chu Ming, a speed far exceeding that of a Guang's strike from the previous night, imbued with tremendous force. This was the might of a C-level martial artist. However, to Chu Ming, the punch appeared as slow as a snail. He concentrated his inner strength in his palm and effortlessly caught Gong Sudong's fist with a gentle grip. Bang! At the point of contact between fist and palm, a powerful force erupted, sending shockwaves that visibly rattled the furniture in the hall. Gong Qiuyin and Zhou Zhixin were startled. They had just assumed Chu Ming was jesting, yet in the next moment, the two had engaged in combat, leaving them momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Gong Sudong slowly withdrew his fist, feeling a numbing pain coursing through his entire arm. He shook his hand and then looked at Chu Ming, clasping his hands in respect, exclaiming, "Young friend, your martial prowess is remarkable. May I inquire which school you hail from?" At this moment, he genuinely believed Chu Ming to be an ancient martial artist of considerable strength, as the overwhelming inner energy was unmistakable. He marveled internally at the youth's age, barely 18 or 19, yet capable of reaching such heights. It is worth noting that within the entire Gong family lineage, the earliest individual to attain mid-level martial artist status, equivalent to B-level strength, was at least over 50 years of age. Chu Ming also retracted his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing serene, though his palm was indeed tingling from the impact. However, he was keenly aware that he was in a moment of display. He could not afford to show any signs of discomfort. When posed with the inquiry, Chu Ming pondered briefly before responding. "That is not convenient to disclose. My master prefers I do not mention his esteemed name to others." Considering he had no means to explain the origins of his martial arts training, He decided to fabricate a non-existent master, thus thinking, since that is the case, I shall not inquire further. Gong Sudong nodded, contemplating that this Chu Ming must be a formidable ancient martial artist, one who prefers to remain obscure and hidden from the public eye. Subsequently, he stepped closer to Gong Chuin, bending slightly to speak. Miss, it has been confirmed that this Mr. Chu Ming possesses B-level prowess, and he is indeed an ancient martial artist. An ancient martial artist? Upon hearing this, Gong Chuin's gaze towards Chu Ming transformed entirely. It was almost unbelievable that someone so young could embody such ancient skills. Had it not been for Gong Sudong's direct assurance, she would have found it utterly implausible. Moreover, it was clear that Qiu Zixin had informed her of Chu Ming being a B-level supernatural being, and yet now he was also identified as a B-level ancient martial artist? What could be the true extent of his abilities? This was a situation she had never encountered before. Chapter 18. A price increase of 5 million. Upon hearing Gong Sudong's words, Qiu Zixin could not help but feel a surge of astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at Chu Ming, pondering whether this young man was truly as outrageous as he appeared. He had never encountered anyone who was both an ability user and a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Despite the scrutinizing gazes of the three individuals, Chu Ming maintained his composure, hands clasped behind his back as he approached them. He smiled at Gong Chulin, inquiring, "Are you now at ease, Miss Gong?" Gong Chulin inhaled deeply, rising from her seat to regard Chu Ming earnestly. "I must apologize for my earlier ignorance regarding your status as a B-rank martial artist. If I have inadvertently offended you, I ask for your forgiveness." In her heart, she regarded ability users as individuals who had been granted power without effort. Regardless of whether they were B-rank or even A-rank, she held little respect for them, which had led to her initial aloofness toward Chu Ming. However, martial artists were a different matter entirely. Each one required immense willpower and mental fortitude to attain strength. The sight of such a young B-rank martial artist like Chu Ming was nothing short of astonishing, and as someone from a family steeped in martial traditions, Gong Chulin found him deserving of her respect. Noting the shift in Gong Chulin's demeanor, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled softly. "No offense taken. No offense taken." He was secretly pleased with the effectiveness of his facade. After a brief pause, he continued, "So, is this matter settled then?" "Certainly," Gong Chulin responded eagerly, nodding. "Given your prowess, I believe dealing with the scoundrels of Qingqing Mountain will be well within your capabilities. However, I would like to increase the remuneration to 5 million. I can provide a deposit of 200,000. How does that sound?" Recognizing the potential of such a young powerhouse, Gong Chulin was keen to cultivate a relationship, especially since the strongest martial artist in her family had only reached the pinnacle of B-rank. 5 million? Chu Ming's heart raced with elation, though he maintained an impassive facade, replying nonchalantly, "Agreed. When would you like me to travel to Jiangyan City?" "Please, Mr. Chu, the sooner the better. I will cover all travel expenses," Gong Chulin said, her icy demeanor softening into a smile. Her smile, reminiscent of a snow plum blooming in winter, was both stunning and captivating. Chu Ming found himself momentarily entranced, unable to deny her exceptional beauty, which seemed to starkly contrast with her father, Gong Choha. Perhaps she had inherited her mother's charm. However, the smile quickly faded, replaced by a hint of confusion, as Chu Ming had been gazing at her for an extended period. "Mr. Chu?" Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Chu Ming quickly regained his composure. "Yes, I will make my way there promptly." "Excellent. Please take a seat, Mr. Chu," Gong Chulin urged, her smile reappearing. Once Chu Ming was seated, Gong Chulin followed suit. "Now that everything is settled, let us dine," Qiu Zixin exclaimed, grinning as he glanced towards the back. In the next moment, several private chefs emerged, presenting an array of dishes upon the round table. At first glance, the dishes appeared to be mere home-cooked meals. However, the ingredients employed were rather extravagant, culminating in a lavish feast that could easily exceed 10,000 yuan, not to mention the exquisite bottle of Maotai in Qiu Zixin's possession. Nevertheless, Chu Ming paid little heed, as long as it was not the ostentatious Western cuisine served at noon, which was more show than substance. Under Qiu Zixin's warm invitation, the three began to partake in their meal. Throughout the dining experience, it became evident that the trio subtly gravitated around Chu Ming. Even the aloof beauty Gong Qilin engaged more than usual, occasionally serving him dishes. Before long, after several rounds of drinks, they were all satiated. Chu Ming prepared to bid farewell. "Young Master Chu, take care." Gong Qilin stood up, her face tinged with a rosy hue after a few glasses of Maotai. She waved her hand in farewell. Initially, she intended to see Chu Ming off, but Qiu Zixin intervened, expressing a desire to speak with Chu Ming privately, compelling her to relent. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement and, under Qiu Zixin's guidance, exited the villa. "Brother Chu," Qiu Zixin pulled Chu Ming aside, draping an arm over his shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. "You see, Gong Qilin is like a daughter to me. Since you've aided her, it is only fitting that I show my gratitude." With that, he produced a set of keys from his pocket and placed them into Chu Ming's hand. "Last year, I developed a series of school district residences near Shuqing University, the very institution you attended. Here are 7 keys, an entire floor of Unit 3 on the 10th level, a gift from me to you." "I cannot accept this, Mr. Qiu," Chu Ming responded, gazing at the keys, his mouth agape in astonishment as he tightly gripped them. "Miss Gong has already promised me a reward of 5 million. This seems rather excessive." He had heard of the school district residences, with prices soaring to exorbitant heights, around 20,000 per square meter, with each unit costing at least 1 to 2 million. Qiu Zixin was presenting him with a staggering 7 units. "Don't call me Mr. Qiu. That feels too distant." Qiu Zixin's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in surprise. His face flushed from the alcohol, appearing quite inebriated. He bellowed, "What's our relationship? What's inappropriate about this? There's merely 7 apartments. Accept them." Having consumed half a bottle of Maotai, Chu Ming was uncertain whether Qiu Zixin was genuinely intoxicated. It was not customary for someone to give away properties without reason. "Well then, Brother Qiu, I shall gratefully accept." "Thank you," Chu Ming conceded, reluctantly accepting the keys and stowing them securely in his pocket, zipping it closed. "That's the spirit. If you need anything in the future, just reach out to me." Qiu Zixin appeared somewhat tipsy, swaying slightly, then called to his assistant, Guang, ensure young Master Chu gets home safely." "Yes," Guang replied, astonished at the sight of his boss seemingly intoxicated, pondering how the usually robust drinker was faring so poorly today. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, proceeding to open the rear door of the Maybach and gesturing for Chu Ming to enter. "Brother Qiu, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well," Chu Ming said as he departed. Chu Ming quickly broke free from the grip of the other party and hurried into the vehicle, as if fearing that Qiu Zixin might have a change of heart. "Take care, little brother," Qiu Zixin called out loudly in farewell. Subsequently, Guang slowly drove the car out of the villa. Qiu Zixin remained rooted in place, watching until the silhouette of the Maybach vanished from his sight, at which point a knowing smile crept onto his lips, reminiscent of a cunning old fox reveling in its triumph. His previously unsteady posture stabilized, resembling that of an inebriated individual. His earlier display of drunken impulsiveness was, of course, a ruse intended to forge a connection with Chu Ming. After all, Chu Ming was merely a youth, inexperienced in the ways of the world, making him quite susceptible to manipulation. With just a casual performance, Qiu Zixin transformed the prospect of 7 properties and a B-class ability user, along with a B-class cultivator, into a brotherly bond. Such a deal was undeniably advantageous. Qiu Zixin basked in his own satisfaction. Chapter 19. Enhanced Venom abilities seated in the opulent rear of the Maybach, Chu Ming weighed the keys in his pocket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Qiu Zixin presumed Chu Ming to be an innocent youth, unaware of his feigned intoxication. However, with nearly 50 years of life experience accumulated across 2 lifetimes, how could he possibly be deceived? Unbeknownst to Qiu Zixin, Chu Ming was also playing a role. Since others performed so convincingly, he felt compelled to play along. After all, acquiring 7 properties without cost was a delightful endeavor. Indeed, as the head of the Xinhao group, Qiu Zixin exhibited remarkable generosity even in the realm of friendship. Chu Ming silently marveled at his own past life, where despite relentless effort, he had never managed to purchase even a modest second-hand home. Now, however, He found himself the fortunate owner of 7 exquisite properties in prime educational districts. Was this the disparity brought about by strength? Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully playing the fool to catch the wise, earning 180 points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The targets of his ruse, besides the esteemed Qiu Zhixin and Gong Qiuying, included Gong Sudong, a C-class ancient martial artist, thus granting him a direct reward of 180 points. Without hesitation, Chu Ming allocated all his points towards the blueprints of the Iron Man Mark III armor. After all, the lottery with those points might yield nothing of value. He was far more eager to acquire the Mark III armor swiftly. With the successful injection, the unlocking progress for the Mark III armor stood at 2001000. Only 800 points remained. Excitedly, Chu Ming clenched his fist. This suit was far more formidable than money or property, worth hundreds of billions that could not purchase it. Soon after, Chu Ming returned to his rental apartment, the clock striking 11. His phone buzzed with a bank notification confirming the arrival of a 2 million yuan deposit. He had only shared his bank account number with Gong Qiuying during dinner, and within half an hour, the funds had been transferred. Truly impressive efficiency. Glancing at his phone, he set it aside and lay back on his bed, somewhat numbed by the day's bountiful gains. He began contemplating his journey to Jiangyan City. Naturally, he wished to go as soon as possible, for there would undoubtedly be opportunities for subterfuge. Yet tomorrow was Monday and he had school to attend. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Ming furrowed his brow, pausing before suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Why should he bother with school now that he possessed wealth and power? What was the purpose of his previous education? It was merely to secure a good job and earn a living. Now, with millions at his disposal, was there any necessity to continue his studies? Having come to this conclusion, Chu Ming resolutely decided to drop out of school tomorrow and head to Jiangyan City in a few days. As for the reason he wouldn't leave immediately, he intended to check on Lu Hai, his good friend who had recently awakened his abilities. It was only right to show concern for him. Moreover, Chu Ming was quite intrigued by Lu Hai's ice-type powers and was eager to discover their true potential. He then picked up his phone and opened Meituan, purchasing a business-class ticket for the high-speed train to Jiangyan City, scheduled for 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. With Gong Qiuying reimbursing him, he naturally opted for the most expensive ticket. Once everything was settled, Chu Ming rose to freshen up before retiring for the night. At that moment, he sensed the dormant venom within him slowly awakening. Chu Ming, I am hungry, the venom exclaimed, its head emerging from his shoulder and howling. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, distinctly feeling that the venom's presence had grown more formidable than before its slumber. What could be the reason for this? A sudden thought struck him. The venom had consumed 5 boxes of chocolate that morning. Could it be that this creature's strength could be augmented by chocolate? He inquired within his mind to the system. The symbiotic venom, upon ingesting phenylethylamine, experiences an enhancement in strength, and while in a host attachment state, it also amplifies the host's capabilities. Currently, the complete symbiosis allows the venom to augment the host's combat power by 3.1 times. The system responded. Is it truly possible? Chu Ming felt a surge of excitement, having initially believed that the venom's ability to triple its own combat power was already a significant advantage. He had not anticipated that this figure could be further elevated. It was noteworthy that the venom had consumed 7 boxes of chocolate and 2 human heads worth of phenylethylamine over the past 2 days, resulting in a 0.1 increase in its enhancement capacity. If this trend continued, would it not become invincible? Seeing that Chu Ming had been silent for a while, the venom grew impatient and growled. Chu Ming, I am hungry. I want chocolate. All right. Chu Ming snapped back to reality and quickly placed an order for dozens of boxes of chocolate on Meituan. He was no longer short on funds. After all, it was merely chocolate. Whatever the quantity, he could procure it. Once the venom was powerful enough to amplify his strength by hundreds of times, he could face anything without fear. The mere thought of this filled Chu Ming with delight. He then hummed a cheerful tune. His mood elevated as he proceeded with his evening routine. The following day, after the venom had consumed several boxes of chocolate and once again succumbed to slumber, it did not disturb Chu Ming, who awoke close to noon. After hastily ordering takeout, unsure whether it was breakfast or lunch. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Hai. "Hey, how have you been?" Quickly, Lu Hai replied, "I'm fine, I feel much better." After a brief pause, she sent another message, "I've taken a few days off. Didn't you go to school today?" I didn't feel like it," Chu Ming replied. "Well, Xiaoming, why don't you come over to my house? My mom insists on taking me to the hospital because she thinks I'm ill, but I'm too scared to go. I told her I was, that, but she didn't believe me and said I've been reading too many novels. Come and explain it to her." Evidently, Lu Hai remembered Chu Ming's words, as she refrained from mentioning the term ability user on WeChat. After contemplating for a moment, he responded with an affirmative emoji. It was fortuitous that he had intended to visit Lu Hai today. After finishing his meal, Chu Ming set out, hailing a Didi. Lu Hai's home was not far from him. They both resided in the new district, though on its periphery, surrounded by newly constructed factories, with Lu Hai's family operating a pharmaceutical factory in that area. Perhaps for convenience, his family chose to purchase a residence near the factory area. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, Chu Ming came to a halt at the entrance of a small community. This was also a newly developed neighborhood, named Home Garden, but most of the units remained unsold, primarily leased by the factory owners nearby for use as employee dormitories. During his high school years in his previous life, Chu Ming frequently visited Lu Hai's home, and relying on his memory, he swiftly located the exact position of his friend's residence. Standing at the doorstep of Lu Hai's house, Chu Ming knocked gently. The anti-theft door soon opened, revealing Lu Hai's mother. Clad in an apron with her hair neatly tied up, she appeared to be in her 40s, bearing a resemblance to Lu Hai, embodying the essence of a homemaker. Upon seeing Chu Ming, she paused momentarily, her expression lighting up, and eagerly grasped his arm, pulling him inside while anxiously exclaiming, "Xiao Ming, you've come at just the right time. Please, you must persuade Hai. He has been feeling cold all over for several days now and refuses to go to the hospital. It's driving me frantic." Chapter 20. The Frost Elemental Meat Shield. Dear Aunt Liang, please do not be anxious, Chu Ming exclaimed as he was pulled into the house by her, unable to extricate himself. "How can I not be anxious?" Aunt Liang replied, her face etched with urgency and concern as she brought Chu Ming to the door of Lu Hai's room. "This boy seems to be afflicted by some strange ailment. He is as cold as ice. I dare not even touch him. He refuses to go to the hospital, insisting that he has awakened some kind of superpower. Do you think he has become deluded from reading too many online novels?" "That is not," Chu Ming began to explain, but at that moment, the door to the room swung open, and Lu Hai emerged, astonishingly clad in a short-sleeved shirt, devoid of the heavy clothing one would expect in such circumstances. To everyone's surprise, a thin layer of frost had formed on the exposed skin of his body. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Lu Hai seized his arm as though he had found salvation. "Xiao Ming, you finally arrived. You must explain to my mother that I have awakened extraordinary abilities. She refuses to believe me and insists on taking me to the hospital. I cannot bear to go there." Upon hearing Lu Hai's words again, Aunt Liang grew even more frantic. "Xiao Ming, look at him. He is truly deluded. You are his good friend. Please, you must persuade him. He needs to seek treatment immediately. This condition cannot be allowed to persist." Aunt Liang's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. As a single mother, she had raised Lu Hai alone, and witnessing her son in such a state was heart-wrenching. She wiped her eyes and, choking back her emotions, lamented, "Honestly, he needs to spend less time reading those online novels. They have led my son to this predicament. I shall report those novels for sure." Seeing Aunt Liang in such distress caused Chu Ming to furrow his brow. She had always treated him kindly, even when he was a mere impoverished youth, while she managed a factory worth millions. Despite her wealth, she had never looked down upon him, always treating him with respect during his visits. Now, witnessing her anguish weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ming sighed softly and spoke, "Aunt Liang, the truth is, what Hai says is genuine. He has indeed awakened extraordinary powers. He is not ill." "Xiao Ming, how could you say such a thing?" Aunt Liang's reaction was one of utter despair. Tears streamed down her face as she sank to the ground, helplessly covering her face. "Mom!"
Liu Hai, Alam, Ugenti Nuget Chu Ming.
Xiao Ming, you must show my mother the venom. Otherwise, she will never believe it. With a resigned expression, Chu Ming acquiesced. Very well, Aunt Liang, allow me to demonstrate my abilities. Please do not be frightened. He cautioned her before awakening the venom within him, allowing it to emerge. Aunt Liang, upon hearing his words, looked up at Chu Ming, her eyes red and filled with trepidation, clearly skeptical of his claims. However, in the next moment, she witnessed a peculiar black fluid surge forth from Chu Ming's shoulder, stretching several inches, and from the apex of that fluid, a grotesque head began to materialize. Ah! Upon witnessing this scene, Aunt Liang let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. Fear not, Aunt Liang, for this is merely my extraordinary ability. Chu Ming hastily reassured her, then turned to Venom, saying, Venom, greet Aunt Liang. I'm trying to sleep. Venom growled irritably, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Behave, greet her, and I shall reward you with chocolate. Upon hearing this, Venom reluctantly turned its gaze to Aunt Liang, revealing a row of menacing teeth, and deemed it friendly enough to say, Hello! Aunt Liang, confronted by this horrific visage, felt a chill run down her spine, her lips turning slightly purple as she trembled, managing to utter, Hello? Enough, Xiao Ming, please send it back. I believe you now. By the end of her sentence, she was nearly shrieking. Observing her distress, Chu Ming promptly commanded Venom to return to his body, acknowledging that the creature was indeed a bit intimidating. Once back inside, Venom resumed its slumber. Lu Hai approached and helped lift Aunt Liang from the floor, guiding her to the sofa, then sighed, Mom, now do you believe? Aunt Liang, still shaken, patted her chest, her legs weak, and scrutinized Chu Ming from head to toe. Xiao Ming, this thing of yours is quite terrifying. Aunt Liang, if you had believed me from the start, Chu Ming replied with a wry smile, noting that he had no desire to unleash venom to frighten anyone. So there truly are superpowers in this world. Aunt Liang, amidst her fright, felt a sense of relief regarding Lu Hai's well-being and remarked, Well, at least my Hai's ability is rather benign. It may be cold, but at least there are no monsters inside him. Chu Ming could only respond with silence. After a while, Aunt Liang managed to regain her composure on the sofa and insisted on having lunch with Chu Ming. Unable to refuse her, he acquiesced. During their meal, Chu Ming repeatedly cautioned her not to disclose Lu Hai's awakened powers, as it could endanger his life. After all, there were special departments monitoring such matters, and while Chu Ming was uncertain about how they would deal with those possessing abilities, he felt that discretion was paramount. Aunt Liang nodded vigorously at Chu Ming's warning, clearly wishing to protect her son from any danger. Once they finished their meal, Lu Hai took Chu Ming to his room, closed the door, and excitedly said, Xiao Ming, I think I've discovered a bit of what my power can do. What power? Chu Ming asked, intrigued by Lu Hai's abilities. Watch this. Lu Hai removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing a layer of frost covering his body. He then retrieved a fruit knife from his bedside table and, to Chu Ming's astonishment, plunged it forcefully into his chest. Crack! The blade struck his chest, producing a sound akin to shattering ice. Lu Hai lowered the knife, revealing that his chest was completely unharmed, save for a small breach in the frost. Did you see that, Xiao Ming? This layer of ice is impervious to the knife. How incredible! Lu Hai exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Chu Ming, astonished, could not resist the urge to touch the other person, completely perplexed by how this seemingly fragile layer of frost could withstand a knife stab. Initially, he believed that Lu Hai's ice-based ability was offensive in nature. However, it now appeared that he was more of a resilient tank. Moreover, this was merely the second day since the awakening of the other party's powers, and according to the system, there is a 3-day transition period before one can fully harness their abilities. The fact that Lu Hai could already withstand blades was intriguing. One could only wonder how formidable he would become once his powers were fully awakened. Indeed, quite impressive. But, aren't you cold? Chu Ming withdrew his hand and could not help but inquire. For even with his current combat prowess of 64 points and a physical body far superior to that of an average person, he felt a chill when touching Lu Hai's frost. A mere ordinary individual would likely suffer frostbite from just a brief contact with such coldness. Chapter 21. Zhou, the first day I awakened my abilities was indeed frigid. I felt as though I might perish from the cold. However, now the chill has dissipated entirely, and I find myself rather warm. Lu Hei shook his head. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. Could this be the legendary principle of extremes reversing? Yet, seeing Lu Hai remain unperturbed eased his concern. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Well, it seems you've sorted things out with your mother. I shall take my leave now. I plan to withdraw from school. Withdraw? You're not going to continue your studies? Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Chu Ming's absence from school today was due to an excused absence, only to discover he had no intention of studying. Furrowing his brow in worry, he inquired, What will you do if you leave school? No one will hire you without a high school diploma. In the future, more and more individuals will awaken their abilities, and chaos will likely ensue. What value will a diploma hold then? Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Hai pondered this and fell into thoughtful silence, recognizing the validity of Chu Ming's argument. He then playfully patted Chu Ming on the shoulder and remarked, You're right. I might as well stick with you, kid. Your venomous abilities are clearly superior to mine. We could seek out a Hulk or Iron Man and form our own Avengers League. Upon hearing Lu Hai's words, Chu Ming paused, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. Perhaps he could indeed establish a collective of individuals with extraordinary abilities. If he could utilize the system to draw from a lottery, acquiring techniques from realms of cultivation or items that could enhance ordinary people's strength, might he not cultivate formidable allies for his own purposes? However, at present, Chu Ming needed to earn points to unlock the Iron Man Mark III armor and lacked spare points for a lottery. This notion would require further deliberation. Chu Ming waved his hand at Lu Hai. Let us discuss this later. I must take my leave. If anything arises, just message me on WeChat. All right. After exchanging brief farewells with Aunt Liang, Chu Ming departed their home. Upon exiting the neighborhood, he hailed a taxi, intent on completing his withdrawal from school. Before long, he arrived at Shuqing University. Nestled on the slope of a mountain known as Beishan, the campus boasted an exquisite environment, surrounded by lush, dense woodlands, serving as a favored haunt for couples after evening classes. This was a private university, attended by students either struggling with their college entrance exam scores or wealthy second-generation heirs seeking merely a diploma. In his previous life, Chu Ming belonged to the former category. As he entered the campus, he knew that to withdraw, he must first locate his academic advisor. Guided by the memories of his past life, he made his way to the advisor's office. In truth, Chu Ming need not have gone through the formalities. He could have simply ceased attending school without consequence, as no one would monitor him. After all, he was an orphan. His reason for initiating the withdrawal process was primarily to reclaim the 20,000 yuan tuition he had paid at the start of the semester, a sum he had painstakingly saved through part-time work over the past 3 years. Given that the semester had only recently commenced, he should still be eligible for at least an 80% refund. Even though he now possessed several million, he could not simply disregard the 2,000 yuan, particularly as it represented his hard-earned money. As Chu Ming entered the office, he knocked softly on the door. After surveying the room, he approached a female teacher adorned in a floral long dress with her hair styled in a bun. His advisor, Zhou Li. Ms. Zhou, I wish to withdraw from school. Could you please guide me through the withdrawal process? Chu Ming stated directly, getting straight to the point. Withdraw? But the school year has only just begun, Zhou Li responded, lifting her gaze to reveal a face that bore the marks of age. Her brow furrowed as she continued, You are Chu Ming, correct? Why do you wish to withdraw? Parental consent is required for this. You must bring your parents in. I believe education is futile. I want to find work instead. There's no need to involve my parents. I am an orphan, Chu Ming replied nonchalantly. An orphan? Zhou Li exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. Her tone suddenly heightened. If you are indeed an orphan, shouldn't you be focusing on your studies? You lack influence and power. Without a university diploma, what can you achieve? Will you resort to manual labor or begging? Chu Ming's brows furrowed at her words. Zhou Li's sharp and acerbic manner was unchanged from his previous life. He recalled how easily he had been expelled from school due to the machinations of this very Zhou Li, who had likely accepted a bribe from the wealthy heir that had betrayed him, orchestrating a series of demerits and credit deductions that led to his expulsion within a month. Even the tuition refund had been swallowed up by Zhou Li, leaving him with nothing. It was impossible for Chu Ming not to harbor resentment towards her, yet he had no desire to confront her now, considering they would no longer inhabit the same world. However, he was taken aback by the harshness of her words during this simple withdrawal process, igniting a sudden surge of anger within him. Noticing Chu Ming's silence, Zhou Li assumed she had intimidated him with her authority and felt a sense of satisfaction. She paused for a moment before shifting her tone. If you wish to proceed with the withdrawal, you must pay me 1/10 of the 80% of your tuition as a processing fee. Chu Ming was almost amused by her audacity. What if I refuse to pay? Surprised by his boldness, Zhou Li raised an eyebrow, then leaned back in her chair, adopting an indifferent demeanor. In that case, you will receive not a single cent of your 20,000 in tuition. Zhou Li was confident that for someone like Chu Ming, an orphan, 20,000 was a significant sum, and he would be unwilling to forego it. Are you not afraid I will report you to the principal? Chu Ming retorted coldly. Go ahead, be my guest. Zhou Li scoffed, rolling her eyes at him as if he were foolish. As a private university, she had connections with the principal. Even if Chu Ming reported her, she would face no consequences, leaving her emboldened. Chu Ming glanced at the other advisors in the office, who appeared to be oblivious to the exchange, engrossed in their own tasks as if accustomed to such scenarios. Is this the nature of private universities? A cold smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Li, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. 20,000 yuan is not a significant matter for him at this moment, though it may cause a slight pang of regret. However, this week, Chu Ming has developed a murderous intent towards her. In the previous life, the loss of his position and the swallowing of that 2,000 yuan was one thing, but now he intends to withdraw from school while still contemplating the prospect of pocketing the money. It is utterly reckless. Yet, given the crowd around, it is evidently unwise to act out. For now, he will let her be. This evening, Venom shall indeed have his feast. Just as Chu Ming was about to abandon the withdrawal process and leave, a familiar voice suddenly resonated at the office door. Teacher Zhou, I would like to request a few days off. Could you provide me with a leave request? Liang Jichao sauntered into the office, immediately addressing Zhou Li upon entry. Having been terrified by Chu Ming's venom persona the previous day, he was still quaking with fear, contemplating a brief respite to recuperate. Oh, classmate Liang, wishing to take a few days off? Allow me to prepare a leave request for you. Feel free to fill in the dates. Upon seeing Liang Jichao, Zhou Li sprang from her chair, displaying an ingratiating smile as she rummaged through her desk for the leave form. Liang Jichao was indeed a genuine scion of wealth in their class, rumored to come from a family with assets amounting to tens of millions, nearing 100 million. Zhou Li, ever eager to curry favor with money, was keen to please him. She swiftly unearthed a leave request, signed her name, and disregarding Chu Ming, approached Liang Jichao to hand it over. However, Liang Jichao remained motionless, his gaze fixated on Chu Ming's retreating figure, his body rigid, eyes wide with terror, as if he had encountered something unimaginably horrific. Chapter 22. Jiang Yicheng, classmate Liang? Observing Liang Jichao's ghostly expression, Zhou Li called out in confusion. I'll take my leave. Liang Jichao, recovering from his stupor, hastily snatched the leave request from Zhou Li's hand and turned to flee the office. Liang Jichao, wait! At that moment, Chu Ming's voice echoed from behind him. His countenance abruptly changed, and his body stiffened once more. Gradually, he turned to face Chu Ming, who was smiling benignly. A chill surged through him, and cold sweat poured forth as 1,000 curses raced through his mind. How could he encounter this monster in the office while merely seeking a leave of absence? Liang Jichao's face contorted in distress, nearly bringing him to tears. He was genuinely terrified of Chu Ming. The gruesome image of Chu Ming transforming into a monstrous creature and devouring 2 heads from the night before was still vivid in his memory. Furthermore, this individual had dared to provoke the formidable underworld figure Qiu Zixin, yet appeared at school without a care. Could it be that Qiu Zixin had been slain by him? The mere thought sent another wave of dread coursing through Liang Jichao. Chu Ming had now approached him, wearing a congenial smile as he scrutinized him. Liang Jichao, your family is quite affluent. You must know the president of Shucheng University. Yes? Please assist me in processing my withdrawal. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on Zhou Li's face. In her eyes, Chu Ming, a powerless orphan, belonged to an entirely different realm than the privileged Liang Jichao. How could he possibly expect someone like Liang to facilitate his withdrawal through back channels? Without hesitation, she retorted, "What is it, classmate Chu Ming? Surely, you don't envision Liang here escorting you through the back door for your withdrawal? What do you think you are, someone of significance? Liang is." However, before she could finish her sentence, Liang Jichao's expression shifted dramatically. In a sudden outburst, he extended his hand and struck Zhou Li across the face. Stunned, Zhou Li stumbled back, clutching her cheek in disbelief, utterly confused as to why he had unexpectedly struck her. Wasn't she merely praising him? How dare you speak to Brother Chu like that? Liang Jichao seethed, his voice trembling with rage. Apologized to Brother Chu immediately. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhou Li had the audacity to flatter him in front of Chu Ming? Yes, he came from wealth, but Chu Ming could effortlessly transform into a lethal being at any moment. What good was wealth in the face of such danger? Moreover, just last night, Chu Ming had provoked Shuqing's top underworld figure, Qiu Zhixin, and had managed to escape unscathed. If Qiu Zhixin could do nothing to him, what could he, a mere scion of wealth, hope to achieve? Zhou Li stood there, hand over her face, glancing between Chu Ming and Liang Jichao, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Chu Ming observed the scene with keen interest, remaining silent. Zhou Li, apologize this instant. Did you not hear me? Liang Jichao shouted again, his urgency palpable. Apologies, apologies. It was only then that Zhou Li realized her blunder, repeatedly expressing her contrition to Chu Ming. She sensed the palpable fear emanating from Liang Jichao, leaving her bewildered. Why was Liang Jichao intimidated by Chu Ming? Moreover, he referred to him as Brother Chu. Could it be that Chu Ming's family wielded greater influence than Liang Jichao's? But wait, hadn't Chu Ming claimed to be an orphan? Confounded, she could not reconcile these thoughts. Yet her gaze towards Chu Ming transformed, shedding any semblance of disdain or ridicule. If even Liang Jichao was fearful, a mere university counselor like herself would certainly be even less formidable. Upon witnessing Zhou Li's apology, Liang Jichao exhaled in relief, then displayed a sycophantic smile as he humbly addressed Chu Ming. Brother Chu, you mentioned earlier that you wish to withdraw from school, correct? Indeed, Chu Ming replied with a nonchalant nod. Very well, I am acquainted with the principle. I shall personally escort you to complete the withdrawal without any cumbersome procedures. All right, let us proceed. Subsequently, Chu Ming followed Liang Jichao out of the office, while Zhou Li remained frozen in place, covering her face, seemingly grappling with the abrupt turn of events, which was quite beyond her comprehension. It wasn't until she noticed the other counselors regarding her with bemusement that she returned to her seat, her face flushed with embarrassment. Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the fool to capture the tiger, earning 10 points. During their journey, the system's notification echoed in Chu Ming's mind. 10 points, though minimal, were promptly infused into the blueprints for the Mark III armor. Under Liang Jichao's guidance, Chu Ming effortlessly completed the withdrawal process. Even the principal, recognizing him as Liang Jichao's guest, refunded the tuition in full, exhibiting an exceptionally amicable demeanor. Chu Ming couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of wealth. Throughout the entire ordeal, Liang Jichao remained exceedingly anxious, subservient as a sycophant, fearful of incurring Chu Ming's displeasure. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ming inquired about certain matters. Liang Jichao, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Jiang Yicheng? I recall he is part of your circle. Jiang Yicheng, the affluent second-generation individual who had betrayed Chu Ming in his previous life. This vendetta was one he could not allow to go unavenged. Upon hearing this, Liang Jichao furrowed his brow in contemplation, then cautiously responded, Jiang Yicheng? He hasn't been associating with us lately. It seems he transferred to a school in Sichuan. Oh, and a girl named Li Yutong also transferred there. They appear to be in a relationship. Transferred? Do you know which school he specifically went to in Sichuan? Chu Ming inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. In his previous life after being expelled, he had indeed heard Lu Hai mention that both Jiang Yicheng and Li Yutong had transferred to Sichuan. However, in this iteration, it appeared that due to his lack of a relationship with Li Yutong, the timeline had shifted slightly. I'm not certain. Would you like me to ask around for you? Liang Jichao queried, casting a puzzled glance at Chu Ming. It's nothing. If you find out anything, just send me a message on WeChat. Chu Ming shook his head. After all, he was soon to head to Sichuan. It would not be too late to seek vengeance once he located the two. He had previously promised Venom that he would take it to enjoy a meal with Li Yutong. Alright, let's add each other on WeChat, brother Chu. Liang Jichao was indifferent to Chu Ming's intentions regarding Jiang Yicheng. He merely wished for this creature to distance itself from him as soon as possible. After completing the procedures for his withdrawal from school, Chu Ming departed from Shucheng University, leaving Liang Jichao with a look of palpable relief. However, instead of returning to his rental apartment, Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings before heading towards the base of North Mountain, where a newly developed educational district awaited. The 7 apartments gifted to him by Qiu Zhixin were located there. 3 units on the 10th floor. Following the directions provided by Qiu Zhixin, Chu Ming quickly located the building. He retrieved a key and unlocked the security door of one of the apartments. This particular unit boasted an impressive 180 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, with the master bedroom equipped with an ensuite bathroom, already tastefully decorated, with excellent lighting and a well-thought-out layout. Yet, Chu Ming did not take the time to explore the apartment in detail. Instead, he walked straight to the window upon entering and gazed into the distance. Although this educational district lay at the foot of North Mountain, Chu Ming occupied the 10th floor, affording him a clear view of the entrance to Shucheng University, which was situated halfway up the mountain. Due to the unique topography of the university, this entrance was the sole passage for all individuals entering or exiting the campus. A faint smile graced Chu Ming's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. According to the memories from his previous life, his counselor, Zhou Li, did not reside in the faculty dormitory and would leave the school after evening study sessions. He intended to wait for Zhou Li here. Although he had successfully completed the withdrawal process, he had not forgotten Zhou Li's acerbic and unsightly demeanor. In this new life, Chu Ming was determined to live according to his desires. Zhou Li, today he must be dealt with. Otherwise, the resentment in his heart would remain unresolved. Chapter 23. The mysterious girl soon. The clock struck 9 in the evening, and darkness enveloped the sky. Zhou Li emerged from the gates of Shucheng University, her expression marred by a hint of distress, her mind somewhat adrift. Throughout the day, she had been unable to comprehend why Liang Jichao had struck her, nor could she fathom his evident fear of Chu Ming. She had meticulously perused Chu Ming's file, only to discover that he was indeed an orphan, which only deepened her confusion. Moreover, she felt as if the other counselors in her office had been mocking her all afternoon, casting furtive glances her way, causing her to feel utterly humiliated and despondent during evening classes. The mere thought of Chu Ming ignited a seething anger within Zhou Li, prompting her to mutter to herself, "I truly cannot fathom what this insufferable brat is. With such status and privilege, why does he choose to conceal it? He has brought me nothing but embarrassment. It infuriates me to no end." She speculated that Chu Ming must belong to a family with even greater influence than Liang Jichao's, and that his proclamation of being an orphan was merely a means to obscure his true identity. With her heart brimming with indignation, she descended towards Beishan. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, Chu Ming leaned against the windowsill, engrossed in his phone while observing the entrance of Shucheng University. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure emerging from the school gates. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhou Li. Despite the distance of 1 or 2 kilometers from the school entrance, his enhanced physique, boasting a combat power of 65, allowed him to see clearly. A faint smile graced Chu Ming's lips as he summoned the venom within him, a torrent of black fluid surging forth to envelop his entire being, his stature soaring to an impressive 3 meters. The venom fully integrated with him. He had previously noted that there was only one path down from Beishan, and given the numerous surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the school, Chu Ming resolved to transform into venom to eliminate Zhou Li. Thus, even if the cameras captured him, his identity would remain a mystery. "What are you doing, Chu Ming?" The venom, just awakened, still felt a bit disoriented. Chu Ming, manipulating the body of the Venom, flexed his claws, imbued with an explosive sense of power, and chuckled softly. I'm taking you for a little treat. With that, he leaped from the balcony, plunging downwards. Boom! From a height of 10 stories, Chu Ming landed with a resounding crash, shattering the tiles beneath him, yet he felt no discomfort. Awash in an overwhelming sense of strength, every cell in his body rejoiced. Excitedly, he inquired of the system, what is my current combat power? What level am I at? Host S Venom Symbiote fully integrated. Combat power, 643. 1,198 points. Rated as peak A class.
Chu Ming nốt đét thao gu phun.
The last time he had merged with the Venom, his combat power barely exceeded 60 points, just reaching B class. Now, he had ascended directly to peak A class. However, he found himself perplexed by how this special department rated superhumans and ancient warriors, prompting him to seek clarification from the system once more. The rating system on Blue Star is not particularly rigorous. It can only provide approximate assessments. A combat power of 2,039 is classified as D class, 4059 as C class, 6099 as B class, 100,199 as A class, and 200,300 as S class. I see. Chu Ming nodded once more, then without hesitation, plunged into the woods near the school district housing, racing down the solitary path towards the northern mountain. In the dense thicket, Chu Ming transformed into a shadow, swiftly navigating through the underbrush, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a descending road emerged before him. Peering out from the forest, he observed that the road was largely devoid of pedestrians, as it was Monday, and most students and teachers resided in the school dormitories, with only a handful opting to return home. After a brief survey, he spotted Zhou ahead, engrossed in her phone as she walked. A smirk curled at the corners of Chu Ming's mouth, and without further hesitation, he propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Zhou. Zhou, absorbed in her screen, was startled when a shadow loomed in her peripheral vision, prompting her to look up abruptly. To her horror, a towering 3-meter-tall creature, entirely shrouded in darkness, stood before her, its long tongue flicking over its jagged teeth, and its eerie, pupil-less white eyes fixated on her. Ah! Zhou's pupils dilated in terror as she let out a piercing scream, her phone clattering to the ground as her legs buckled, collapsing beneath her. Help! Help! Never had she encountered such a monstrosity. Paralyzed with fear, she scrambled backward, trembling and crying out for assistance. Yet, the road remained desolate, devoid of anyone to hear her cries. Witnessing her panic, Chu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He reached out with clawed hands, seizing her effortlessly. Zhou, in a frenzied struggle, flailed helplessly, but it was futile. The grotesque head loomed mere centimeters from her. In the next moment, a voice she had loathed and despised earlier that day echoed from the creature's throat. Teacher Zhou, I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind after pocketing so much money from your students? I truly wish to sample it. Chu Ming's voice? Zhou Li's mind momentarily short-circuited as realization dawned upon her. She suddenly understood why Liang Jichao, a wealthy heir, feared a powerless orphan like Chu Ming. So that was it. Yet, her thoughts were abruptly severed as the dark creature opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and bit off her head. Chu Ming, this brain is quite unappetizing. The texture is terrible, a displeased voice remarked. All right, I'll get you some chocolate when we return, Chu Ming replied, bemused. He glanced around to ensure no witnesses had seen him, then turned and dashed back into the woods. Before departing, he even raised a middle finger at a nearby camera. Unbeknownst to Chu Ming, in a room on the 11th floor of the 3rd unit of the school district housing, directly above him, a girl in pajamas lay on the windowsill, capturing the entire scene of his murder of Zhou on her phone. If anyone were to glimpse this girl, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. The young girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, her long, lustrous black hair cascading gracefully down her back. Her facial features were nearly flawless, and her bright, clear eyes seemed capable of captivating anyone who gazed into them. Observing as Chu Ming, before departing, audaciously raised a middle finger towards the camera, a subtle smile graced the girl's exquisite face as she mused to herself, This ability user is quite intriguing. Swiftly, she retreated into her room, activating her computer to upload the video she had recorded. She then opened a unique communication software, devoid of any blank icons, and delicately tapped her slender fingers upon the keyboard. Report to the organization. An ability user of B rank or above has been discovered near Shucheng University, residing directly beneath my apartment. Should I initiate contact? After composing her message, the girl fixated her gaze upon the screen, patiently awaiting a response. Moments later, a reply arrived. The video has been viewed. The individual's strength remains undetermined. Proceed with caution and observe discreetly. Chapter 24. The new tenant upon returning to the house within the school district, Chu Ming retrieved Venom and reclined on the spacious bed in the master bedroom. It is worth noting that Qiu Zixin indeed possesses a meticulous nature, having even prepared the beds in the various bedrooms. After consuming Zhou Li's head, although a slight nausea lingered in his taste buds, Chu Ming felt considerably better in spirit. The exhilaration of revenge was truly delightful. Subsequently, he ordered takeout, indulging in chocolate and dinner. After finishing his meal with Venom, he joyfully succumbed to sleep. The following day, with nothing pressing to attend to, Chu Ming noted that his train ticket to Jiangyan City was for the next day. He decided to inspect the other 6 rooms on the same floor. All the rooms were impeccably decorated and furnished with complete appliances. However, it was impractical for Chu Ming to inhabit all 7 rooms alone. After contemplation, he resolved to select the largest room for himself and rent out the remaining 6. Given the prime location of these school district properties, the rental price would surely reach 5,000 to 6,000 per month, thus securing him a steady income of over 30,000 monthly. As for the necessary documentation for renting the properties, Qiu Zixin had dispatched someone to deliver them to Chu Ming the previous day. Consequently, Chu Ming posted the details of the available rooms along with his contact information online. He then descended to the print shop to produce several copies of rental agreements downloaded from the internet. Upon returning home, Chu Ming sprawled on the sofa, indulging in some relaxation while playing on his phone. Having had little rest since his rebirth over the past 2 days, he felt somewhat fatigued and planned to spend the day in repose, relying on takeout for his meals. Time passed swiftly in his state of leisure, and before long, afternoon arrived. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Automatic cultivation complete. Current realm, mid-level warrior. Earned attribute points, 20. Continuous automatic cultivation in progress. Estimated time to reach the next realm, 20 days. At last, a breakthrough. An invigorating wave coursed through Chu Ming's body as he excitedly sat up from the sofa, stretching lazily before promptly instructing the system to display his attribute panel. Host, Chu Ming. Combat power, 64. Grade B. Wisdom, 16. Danger. Cultivation realm, initial level warrior. 2 days remaining to reach mid-level warrior. Cultivation technique. 8-9 mystical arts martial skill. Void-piercing fist social status. None assets. 2 million special items. Venom Symbiote, Iron Man Mark III armor, unlock progress. 2101000 consumed items. Spirit essence pills. 7 chi enhancement pills. 2 After a brief contemplation, Chu Ming allocated all 20 of his earned attribute points to wisdom, elevating it to 36. After all, the system had previously warned him that low wisdom could lead to a deviation in his cultivation. However, he found himself perplexed. What connection existed between deviation and wisdom? He questioned the system, struggling to comprehend the correlation. Was it truly impossible to cultivate with a less-than-sharp mind? Yet, the C-grade ancient martial artist he had encountered, Gong Sudong, possessed only 8 points in wisdom. The attribute of wisdom encompasses not merely one's intellectual acumen but also mental strength, focus, and reaction speed. Indeed, a higher score could even pertain to the soul. The system elucidated this point, leading to Chu Ming's realization. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze once more to the attributes panel, his attention lingering on the 2 chi-boosting pills. Chi-boosting pill, originating from a certain realm of cultivation. Consumption of this pill can enhance a warrior's cultivation level by a minor segment, while allowing the host to reduce the automatic cultivation time by 5 days. Should the host choose to partake? Yes, Chu Ming affirmed. He was on the brink of breaking through to the late stage of warrior, and the requisite automatic cultivation time was a daunting 20 days, far too lengthy. Were other warriors to learn of Chu Ming's somewhat arrogant musings, they might very well be driven to despair. Some had toiled for a lifetime only to remain stuck at the outer strength level, never even brushing against the threshold of becoming a true warrior. Yet, Chu Ming had only spent 3 days reaching the mid-stage of warrior, and after another 20 days, he could very well advance to the late stage, and he remained unsatisfied. The chi-boosting pill had been consumed, and there were still 10 days remaining until he reached the late stage of warrior. This pill was indeed a remarkable item. Once he had accumulated enough points from the Mark III battle armor, he would be sure to procure more chi-boosting pills. Pleased with his thoughts, Chu Ming reclined once again on the sofa, preparing to continue playing on his phone. At that moment, however, he received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's consideration, he answered. "Hello? Who is this?" A melodious and clear female voice responded from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu? I saw your rental listing online, and I am interested in renting your house." Chu Ming scratched his head, surprised that someone had called so soon after posting the rental information that very morning. Was the demand for school district housing truly this high? After some deliberation, he replied, Would you like to come view the house now? If you have time, I can be there in about 10 minutes, the voice on the other end replied. All right then, come on over. I'm here. Chu Ming ended the call and descended the stairs to await her arrival. A little over 10 minutes later, a girl with waist-length hair, dressed casually and wearing a mask, appeared before Chu Ming. "Hello, are you Mr. Chu?" she inquired, playfully tossing her hair and extending her right hand. "Yes, that's me. May I ask your name?" Chu Ming reciprocated the handshake while discreetly assessing her. The mask obscured her face, but even her eyes, which were visible, were strikingly captivating. She appeared quite young, perhaps just having reached adulthood. To his surprise, his first potential tenant was a beautiful young woman. Chu Ming felt a surge of delight. The two ascended to view the apartment together, and to Chu Ming's astonishment, the rental process unfolded with remarkable ease. He had anticipated that this young woman, appearing to be a student, would have limited funds, but to his surprise, she did not even negotiate the price, directly agreeing to rent the entire 3-bedroom apartment and promptly paying 3 months' rent of 5,000. Not batting an eye. May I ask what you intend to do with a 3-bedroom apartment all by yourself?
Chu Ming quay rít, Yenini Curio.
I won't tell you, the girl cheekily winked. Then, clutching the signed contract, she entered the rented apartment. Before closing the door, she removed the mask from her face, turned back to Chu Ming with a charming smile, and sweetly said, "Brother landlord, I live alone. Come visit me when you have time." Astonishingly beautiful, Chu Ming found himself momentarily captivated by the girl's beauty, hidden beneath the mask. She seemed as if she had stepped out of an anime, her features exquisitely proportioned, surpassing even the beauty of Gong Qilin, whom he had encountered just 2 days prior. It was only after the girl closed the door that Chu Ming regained his senses. He licked his lips, pondering whether the post-00s generation was this open-minded, and contemplated if he should indeed visit this young lady later that evening. Suddenly, an alarm blared in Chu Ming's mind, declaring, "Warning, S-Class Esper detected. Combat power, 280, unmatched." The deafening sound jolted him, causing a sharp pain in the back of his head. What on earth is happening? Chu Ming rubbed his head, cautiously scanning his surroundings. After scrutinizing the corridor for a considerable time without spotting a soul, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Where could this S-Class Esper be? Was the system mistaken? No. Chu Ming's gaze abruptly shifted to the room the girl had just entered, his eyes widening in shock as he wondered, could this girl be an S-Class Esper? Indeed, the system replied. Then why didn't you warn me earlier?
Chu Ming sao tek in Wali.
Chapter 25. Journey to Jiangyan City. The mere thought of having just shared laughter and conversation with a top-tier S-rank powerhouse possessing a combat strength of 280 points sent a chill down Chu Ming's spine. What was even more unsettling was the fact that he had genuinely contemplated spending the evening in the company of this formidable individual. I feared that alerting the host would provoke a strong reaction, arousing suspicion, the system elucidated. Indeed, Reflecting on his own response, Chu Ming felt a sense of relief. He patted his chest and hurried back to his room. The memory of the enigmatic smile and teasing remark from before the door closed left him increasingly uneasy. He inquired of the system, "Does this woman know something? Are you aware of her identity? How did such a powerful ability user suddenly appear by her side?" The system responded, "She is Fan Xiaojun, ranked 9th on the forbidden list of the special department, Zhuzhou. Last night she was above you, capturing the entire scene of your possessing the venom and killing Zhou. She is here to monitor you." Zhuzhou? Forbidden list? What does that mean? Chu Ming's brow furrowed in concern. Had he truly attracted the attention of individuals from a special department? And the fact that she had been right above him the previous night without his awareness was alarming. The Zhuzhou Special Department is directly managed by the government, and the Forbidden List is a ranking of S-rank ability users and ancient martial artists under Zhuzhou's banner. Currently, there are 12 individuals on this list. Goodness! Is Zhuzhou truly that formidable? Chu Ming was astonished. Previously, he had heard from Qiu Zhixin and others that B-rank ability users were exceedingly rare, yet Zhuzhou boasted 12 S-rank ability users. The one known as Fan Xiaojun, with a combat strength of 280 points, was at the pinnacle of S-rank, yet only ranked 9th on the forbidden list. With this in mind, Chu Ming cast a wary glance towards the direction of Fan Xiaojun's room. He remained uncertain about how those from Zhuzhou might treat him. However, it seemed that they bore no animosity for now. After all, even if he transformed into Venom, he could not contend with Fan Xiaojun and would only be able to flee, and she had shown no inclination to attack. Moreover, he would soon be journeying to Jiangyan City, and in 10 days he would cultivate to the late martial artist stage, enhancing his attribute points. At that time, even a peak S-rank powerhouse would not stand a chance against him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the troubling thoughts and turned to his phone for distraction. After all, he believed in facing challenges as they came, undeterred by the uncertainties ahead. Early the next morning, Chu Ming arose and made his way to the east station of Shuqing to board the high-speed train. Before entering the elevator, he cast one last fierce glance at Fan Xiaojun's room door, silently vowing, "Just wait. Once I reach the late martial artist stage, I shall deal with you properly. How dare you monitor me?" With that, he stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed completely inside the room, Fan Xiaojun, clad in her pajamas and reclining on the sofa while watching television, momentarily paused, a slight smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Did you think you could escape my watchful eye by going to Jiangyan City? My presence remains." Jiangyan City lay over 300 kilometers from Shuqing, and the high-speed train would cover the distance in just over an hour. Chu Ming had purchased a business-class ticket, ensuring a most comfortable journey. Upon arriving at Jiangyan North Station, Chu Ming utilized the VIP passage provided by his business-class ticket, skillfully avoiding the throngs of people and swiftly exiting the station. He paused for a moment, scanning his surroundings, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hasn't Gong Chulin sent anyone to greet me? Where should I go now? Before boarding, he had sent a WeChat message to Gong Chulin, but she had yet to respond. Just as he found himself at a loss, a man wearing a baseball cap suddenly approached him. Chu Ming stepped aside to let him pass, but the man seemed intent on colliding with him. "Apologies," the man muttered after bumping into Chu Ming, before brushing past him. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, for the man had surreptitiously slipped a mobile phone into his hand. As he stood there bewildered, the phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed that the caller was none other than Gong Chulin. Rolling his eyes, he answered the call with an irritated tone. "What on earth is this? Are you trying to be all secretive like something out of an espionage film?" On the other end, Gong Chulin's voice was respectful. "Young Master Chu, this phone connects to our Gong family's exclusive line to prevent any interception of our communications by ill-intentioned parties. After all, you are a B-class supernatural being, and if the special department of Zhuzhou were to discover you, the consequences could be dire." "How considerate of you," Chu Ming replied with a smirk. Little did Gong Chulin know he had already attracted the attention of Zhuzhou, and they were monitoring him. "That's only proper," he remarked, scratching his head. "So where should I go now? I received some information today regarding several ancient martial artists from Qingqing Mountain. They may cause trouble at the night venue in Dongping District tonight. I hope, young Master Chu, you could address this matter. Rest assured, They should only be C-class or D-class supernatural beings, Gong Chilin said cautiously. All right, just send me the address and we can conclude this. Chu Ming nodded, preparing to end the call. Wait a moment, young Master Chu. There's one more thing. Gong Chilin's voice returned, hesitating before she continued. If you have no pressing matters, could you possibly stay a bit longer in Jiangyan City? The number of ancient martial artists from Qingqing Mountain has been increasing, and they might return once you leave, so... Are you implying that you want me to work tirelessly for an extended period? My time is quite valuable. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat displeased. I was merely supposed to come here to handle a few ancient martial artists, and now you mention all this after I've arrived? Not at all, young Master Chu. Gong Chilin's voice took on a note of anxiety, as if fearing to provoke him. She quickly clarified. This idea just came to me as a response to the rising number of ancient martial artists appearing recently. If you could stay in Jiangyan City for a month, I could offer you an additional 10 million in compensation. If you're unwilling. All right, it's a deal. Chu Ming agreed without hesitation, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Having withdrawn from school in Shuqing, I find myself with little to occupy my time. Why not venture to Jiangyan City, dispatch a few feeble ancient martial artists, accumulate some points, and perhaps earn a handsome sum of 10 million? It seems an opportunity too good to overlook. After concluding the call, Chu Ming exited the high-speed train station. The other party had sent him the location of the night venue in Dongping district, along with an address for a nearby apartment. Gong Chilin had even arranged for a rental in that vicinity, leaving the key with the security office. Chu Ming couldn't help but think that this woman must have meticulously planned this. Otherwise, how could she have secured the residence in advance? Yet, he was not inclined to dwell on such matters, as long as there was money to be made. It was still morning, and the night venue had yet to open. Thus, Chu Ming decided to return to the rented apartment for a brief respite, as he had risen rather early that day and still felt a bit fatigued. Chapter 26. Night Piano Bar. The Dongchuan district is one of the larger and more economically prosperous areas of Jiangyan City. While it may not yet rival Shuqing, it certainly possesses the ambience of a second-tier city. The residence rented by Chu Ming through Gong Chilin is situated above a bustling commercial pedestrian street, with her nightclub, aptly named Night Piano, located just below. As the clock strikes midnight, the night is still young for many. The pedestrian street remains ablaze with lights, flanked by numerous food stalls and barbecue stands, bustling with a steady stream of pedestrians and vibrant chatter. Given that Jiangyan City is a tourist destination, most visitors here are travelers indulging in an array of delectable treats from across the nation. At this moment, two strikingly handsome youths traverse the street, both appearing to be under 20, clad in trendy, high-end brand attire. Their exceptional looks and tall, slender figures draw the gaze of many as they navigate through the crowd. The girl in front, sporting twin ponytails and exuding an air of cuteness, is savoring a box of takoyaki while her eyes dart about, seemingly in search of more delightful sights and flavors. Suddenly, her gaze lands on the night piano bar in the distance, and her eyes light up. She eagerly tugs at the arm of the handsome youth beside her, her mouth full of food, and exclaims with a muffled voice, "Brother, look, a bar. Let us go have some fun." The handsome youth follows her line of sight and, upon reading the name Night Piano, furrows his brow in contemplation, hesitantly replying, "Night Piano? If my memory serves me right, I assent that the bar owned by Gong Chilin from the Gong family? Gong Chilin?" The girl pauses momentarily, then her excitement intensifies. A bar owned by the Gong family? They are a prominent family in Sichuan province. Their bar must be extraordinary. Without further ado, she dashes toward the night piano bar, leaving the handsome youth momentarily behind. He shakes his head in resignation before following her lead. Upon entering the night piano bar, they are immediately enveloped by the thunderous beats of DJ music, the air thick with the mingling scents of smoke and alcohol. It is the peak of the bar's liveliness, with countless young men and women clad in fashionable attire dancing fervently in the pulsating atmosphere of the dance floor. "Wow, this bar is enormous," the girl exclaims, her excitement palpable as she bounces along, tugging the handsome youth deeper into the establishment. He, however, seems less than enamored with the scene, his brow furrowed as he allows her to guide him. Soon, They navigate through the throng of revelers and arrive at the more serene area of the bar's dance floor. Here, the crowd is considerably sparser, prompting a sigh of relief from the handsome youth. At that moment, a woman approaches them, a marketing representative of the bar, her smile bright as she inquires, "May I ask if you two are interested in reserving a booth?" Yes, the handsome youth nods in affirmation. "Unfortunately, I must apologize. All our booths are fully booked for the evening," she responds with regret. Fully booked? The handsome young man furrowed his brow. He had no desire to sit at the bar, where the crowd was overwhelming. The girl beside him felt a twinge of disappointment and turned her gaze around the booths, only to suddenly spot a solitary figure in a corner booth, sipping his drink alone. She quickly tugged at the handsome young man and pointed, saying, "Look, there's just one person over there in that booth. Shall we ask if we can share it with him?" The young man glanced over and nodded. "Let's go inquire." They made their way toward the individual. Seated in the booth was a boy of about 18 or 19, possessing a strikingly handsome face and dressed in casual attire. He lounged against the booth's sofa, quietly sipping from his glass while his keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. This individual was Chu Ming, who had slept until the afternoon after waking up in the upstairs room. He had arrived at the Night Lyre Bar at 8 o'clock, reserving a booth to wait for any ancient martial artists who might cause trouble. This was due to Gong Chuin informing him that for this month, all his expenses in her bar would be covered by her. Thus, he had chosen a booth in the inner circle of the dance floor and ordered 2 bottles of Our My Martin Louis XIII, each costing 20 to 30,000, enjoying his drink in bliss. However, despite waiting until now, he had yet to see a single ancient martial artist. It seemed they were too wary to make a scene in such a crowded place, especially with the looming threat of the Jojo sword hanging over them. It was likely he would have to wait until the bar closed for any to appear. As Chu Ming waited idly, he suddenly noticed a man and a woman approaching him. He sat up, scrutinizing the pair with a watchful eye. Upon realizing that the system had not flagged them as ancient martial artists, he sighed in relief and reclined back into the sofa. The handsome young man stepped before Chu Ming, smiling as he greeted him. "Hello, brother. Are you here alone?" "Yes, what is it to you?" Chu Ming nodded, his expression one of curiosity. "Well, you see, we wanted to reserve a booth, but they're all full. Since you're alone, could we possibly share with you?" The young man spoke politely, exuding charm. Chu Ming assessed the two, noting their attire suggested they were no ordinary individuals. The young man's courteous demeanor elicited no resentment from him. After a moment's thought, considering he was alone, he agreed, "All right, you may sit." "Thank you." As soon as Chu Ming finished speaking, the girl beside the young man chimed in with gratitude and promptly took a seat at the booth. Addressing the young man, "Brother, hurry and transfer the money." "Hey brother, let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the booth fee to you." The handsome young man nodded, reaching for his phone. "No need. Just sit down," Chu Ming replied, shaking his head. After all, his expenses were covered by Gong Chuin, so why should he let others spend? That's not quite right. The minimum spend for this dance floor booth is 20,000. That feels a bit too much. The handsome young man paused momentarily, scrutinizing Chu Ming with a sense of peculiarity. In the Night Chin Bar, the minimum expenditure for a private booth was set at 20,000 yuan, typically attracting groups of 8 or 9 revelers. Yet, here sat this individual alone. And to add to the absurdity, he had ordered 2 bottles of Our My Martin Louis XIII and several cases of cocktails. The total expenditure must have approached a staggering 100,000 yuan. When the young man approached to share the booth, the other party astonishingly refused to accept any payment from him. Moreover, this fellow did not seem to be there for the purpose of drinking. Every bottle on the table had been uncorked, yet only 1 or 2 empty bottles lay scattered about. Little did he know that Chu Ming had merely been indulging in a bout of boredom, playfully opening the bottles. Chapter 27. The Lee siblings. The handsome young man intended to express his gratitude, but Chu Ming had already shifted his gaze away from him. Realizing this, he merely uttered a thank you before settling onto the sofa. He surmised that the individual before him was likely a wealthy second-generation heir, much like himself, and that a sum of several thousand yuan was inconsequential to them. Thus he ceased his formalities. "Feel free to drink," Chu Ming remarked, his eyes fixed on the dance floor. "Thank you. May I ask your name, brother?" the handsome young man inquired, nodding as he poured himself a drink and raised his glass toward Chu Ming. Chu Ming reciprocated with a gentle smile, raising his own glass. "I am Chu Ming," he replied. Just as he was about to take a sip, a nearby girl suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, hold on, I haven't clinked glasses yet." With that, she poured herself a drink, and the three of them clinked their glasses together once more. Chu Ming observed the girl with interest, thinking her rather charming, and asked, "Your accents suggest you are not from the Sichuan region. Are you here on vacation?" "Indeed, we are visiting from Chusheng. My name is Li Zhengyin, and this is my sister, Li Jiayue." Li Zhengyin introduced himself, pausing momentarily before curiously asking, "Brother, what brings you here alone? Surely you can't finish all this alcohol by yourself?" "I am merely amusing myself," Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Li Zhengyin was at a loss for words. Spending nearly 100,000 on drinks for mere amusement seemed excessively extravagant, even for the affluent. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he continued, "This establishment is owned by Gong Chochin, isn't it? Truly exudes grandeur, likely worth several tens of millions." "Oh, you are familiar with Gong Chochin?" Chu Ming replied, taken aback. It was surprising that an outsider would know of a prominent family from Sichuan, suggesting that Li Zhengyin's background was indeed noteworthy. "My father runs a traditional Chinese medicine company in Chusheng and has business dealings with the Gong family. I attended a banquet hosted by them with my father recently, where I had the chance to meet Gong Chochin," Li Zhengyin said, pride evident in his tone. "Brother Chu, let me tell you, I even toasted her. That young lady is truly breathtaking, like a beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers." Li Zhengyin beamed with pride, as if having toasted Gong Chochin was a significant accomplishment. "Tell me, brother, do you have feelings for Gong Chochin?" Chu Ming teased with a playful smile. "Oh, that's not the case at all. I was just making an observation," Li Zhengyin insisted, his eyes widening as he fervently shook his head in denial, then sheepishly took a sip of his drink. Li Jiayue, having overheard their conversation, became excited and leaned in, deriding her brother. "With a brother like you, how dare you even think about someone like Miss Gong? Have you looked in the mirror?" Li Zhengyin, caught off guard, flushed with embarrassment, quickly pushed Li Jiayue away and reclined on the sofa, sighing, "Alas, someone of Gong Chochin's stature is far beyond our reach. We can only discuss her from afar, right? Brother Chu, although his family is wealthy, with assets amounting to several hundred million, it pales in comparison to the Gong family's extensive fortune. He likely possesses less personal wealth than even the younger members of the Gong clan, such as Gong Choying." Chu Ming chuckled and shook his head, suspecting that Li Zhengyin might be an admirer of Gong Choying, as her beauty is indeed striking, and being a daughter of the Gong family naturally attracts admirers. After some playful banter from Chu Ming, the distance between the three of them diminished, and they found themselves enjoying drinks and engaging in lively conversation, even rolling dice together. Li Jiayue, exhilarated by the DJ's music, frequently squealed with delight and occasionally danced in the center of the dance floor. Before long, the bar's closing time arrived. The music ceased, and the staff began to clear the premises. Others in the bar gradually started to leave, yet the staff walked past Chu Ming and the others' booth as if they were invisible. Did they not see us?" Both Li Zhengyin and his companion, feeling a bit tipsy, noted Li Jiayue's rosy cheeks, which made her quite endearing. Observing the staff passing by, she excitedly exclaimed, "Does that mean we can keep drinking here?" Li Zhengyin playfully tapped her head, belched, and replied with mock annoyance, "Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. If we keep this up, you'll be drunk. Let us go back to the hotel." "Ouch!" Li Jiayue rubbed her head in feigned pain, then turned to Li Zhengyin, pouting her lips and sweetly pleading, "Brother, can we drink a little longer? Look, there are still several bottles left." She pointed at the remaining bottles on the table. Li Zhengyin, unable to resist his sister's charm, felt his resolve weaken. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Chu Ming, expressing a hint of hesitation. "Brother Chu, what do you think?" At this moment, Chu Ming was entirely sober, possessing a formidable resilience. Even if he were to consume liquor as one would soda, he would remain unaffected. Responding to Li Zhengyin's query, he reclined on the sofa and smiled. "If you wish to drink, then drink." After all, once a bottle is opened, it cannot be preserved. Not drinking would be a waste. Initially, he had intended for the two to leave, considering that the bar would soon be frequented by martial artists. However, upon reflection, he realized the two were, in fact, delightful underdogs, and he couldn't let this opportunity for points slip away. Thank you, Li Zhengyi nodded, sincerely appreciative. Let's exchange WeChat. Brother Chu, we'll be here for a few more days, and I'd love to treat you to a meal. Li Zhengyi, clearly feeling the effects of the alcohol, had even shifted to address Chu Ming as Brother Chu. All right. Chu Ming nodded, no longer declining the offer, and found the two rather engaging. They were both second-generation wealthy individuals, yet lacked the arrogance exhibited by those like Liang Jichao. After adding each other on WeChat, Chu Ming waved his hand and encouraged, "Let us continue drinking. Brother Chu is so nice." Li Jiayue called out to him, then resumed drinking. Haha! Chu Ming felt elated, and suddenly, with a glint in his eye, leaned towards Li Zhengyi and inquired tentatively, "Brother, have you heard of ancient martial artists?" Ancient martial artists? Indeed, the Gong family is a lineage of martial arts, is it not? Li Zhengyi was momentarily taken aback. His family's business dealings with the Gong family had afforded him some insight into their affairs. However, he was perplexed as to why Chu Ming had suddenly brought this up. "Let me share a secret with you," Chu Ming said, feigning a somewhat tipsy demeanor. He straightened his back and draped his arm around Li Zhengyi's shoulder, declaring, "In truth, I am an ancient martial artist and a B-class one at that." Upon hearing this, both men erupted into laughter. Li Zhengyi playfully patted Chu Ming on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Ha! If you are a B-class martial artist, then I must surely be an S-class." Li Jiayue was equally amused, nearly spitting out her drink as she quipped, "Brother Chu, you must be jesting. Do you think I have never encountered B-class martial artists? They are all elderly gentlemen in their 50s or 60s. Have you somehow discovered the secret to eternal youth?" They found Chu Ming's earnestness in jesting to be exceedingly humorous. Chapter 28. Visitors from Qingqing Mountain. The two were not particularly concerned about Chu Ming's jest, attributing it to his inebriation, and soon shifted the conversation to other topics. At that moment, the bar staff cleared out the remaining patrons, leaving the lights on. In the vast establishment, only Chu Ming and the two others remained, indulging in their drinks and laughter. Suddenly, a sharp sound of glass shattering echoed through the spacious bar, resonating with an unsettling clarity, accompanied by the excited shouts of several men. "Woohoo! Smash it! Finally closing time. Let South wreck this place." Li Zhengyi and his companion were taken aback, rising to investigate the commotion, only to be astounded by the sight of several individuals clad in long green robes who had broken the bar's windows and were now entering, ready to vandalize the establishment. What on earth? Who are these thugs? Li Zhengyi was bewildered. However, he had never encountered ruffians dressed in such ancient attire. Was it now fashionable for hooligans to engage in cosplay? Seeing the scene unfold, Li Jiayue tugged at Li Zhengyi's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother, perhaps we should leave." Li Zhengyi nodded in agreement and turned to Chu Ming, intending to suggest they depart together, only to find him seemingly oblivious, still sipping his drink. "Hey, there are still people here?" The group of intruders also noticed the trio watching them, their curiosity piqued. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s, his eyes sunken and shadowy. He approached Li Zhengyi and his companion with a sly smile as the others followed suit. As the group advanced towards them, Li Zhengyi furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding Li Jiayue behind him, and called out, "Gentlemen, we will be leaving shortly." He clearly wished to avoid any confrontation with these ruffians. Meanwhile, the shadowy young man had reached their booth, wearing a slightly sinister grin. "No need to rush off. Come and join us for some fun." They were, in fact, martial artists from Qingqing Mountain, who had recently vandalized several establishments owned by Gong Qilin, always waiting until closing time to avoid encounters. Now that they had chanced upon a few patrons, they were reluctant to let them go easily, especially fearing that if these individuals left, they might alert the authorities. They certainly did not wish to attract the attention of the special departments of Jojo. The others in the group began to egg him on. "Right, little brother. Why the hurry? Oh, and a little sister? Quite lovely. Let me share a few drinks with you." "Ha ha ha." The girls from the foot of the mountain are indeed beautiful. Upon noticing Li Jiayue, the group redirected their attention towards her, their eyes gleaming with interest. Having spent their lives training on Qingqing Mountain, they had only recently found the opportunity to descend and had never encountered such a charming and exquisite young lady. Li Jiayue had never encountered such a scene. Her face paling in fear, the intoxication dissipating as she instinctively sought refuge behind Li Zhengyin. Li Zhengyin's expression darkened considerably. Witnessing these individuals mock his sister ignited a blaze of anger within him. He spoke in a low, tense voice. "This is a bar owned by the Gong family, and my family has business dealings with them. I advise you to let us go." He hoped to invoke the Gong family's name to instill fear in the group. However, upon hearing his words, the individuals across from him exchanged glances, their teasing expressions swiftly replaced by ire. A shadowy youth narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Zhengyin, and sneered. "So, you are merely a pawn connected to the Gong family. Well, you shan't leave here unscathed today." A burly young man behind him chimed in mockingly. "You think you can threaten us with the Gong family's name? We from Qingqing Mountain are sworn enemies of the Gong family. Initially, we intended only to give you a little trouble before letting you go. But now," the others exhibited similar disdainful smirks, their gazes locked onto Li Zhengyin and his companions with malice. Qingqing Mountain? Ancient martial artists? Li Zhengyin was momentarily taken aback by these revelations. He had heard of the Gong family's historical ties to the ancient martial artists of Qingqing Mountain. A century ago, the martial artists of Qingqing Mountain belonged to a family, akin to the Gong family, both navigating the secular world, their strengths evenly matched, contending for power within the underground forces of Sichuan province. However, the circumstances that followed were shrouded in mystery, as the Gong family completely dismantled their rivals' influence, forcing the martial artists into hiding in Qingqing Mountain, thus igniting a bitter feud. In recent decades, the Gong family's power had burgeoned, gradually cleansing their image to become a dominant force in the province, while the ancient martial artists of Qingqing Mountain were increasingly forgotten. In their eyes, the power and status the Gong family now possessed should rightfully belong to them. Upon hearing the mention of Qingqing Mountain, Li Zhengyin's heart sank, panic flooding him as he realized this group might all be ancient martial artists. How could three ordinary individuals possibly resist? Observing the malicious intent in their eyes, he swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure, and whispered, "My family merely has business dealings with the Gong family. We are not members of their clan. I hope you can let us go. I can offer you 5 million as a token of gratitude." The shadowy youth erupted in laughter, his expression turning grotesque. "What? Do you think we from Qingqing Mountain are in need of money? Let me tell you, whether or not you are part of the Gong family, anyone associated with them deserves to die." After finishing his words, he gestured towards his companions. "Break the limbs of these two men and toss them onto the street. As for the woman, let my brothers decide her fate." Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened, lecherous gazes fixating on Li Jiayue, who trembled behind Li Zhengyin. The burly youth took the lead, stepping toward Li Zhengyin, with the others following suit. Brothers, let us speak civilly. I will give each of you 10 million. Please, do not resort to violence." Li Zhengyin was in a state of panic, shielding Li Jiayue as he retreated repeatedly. The others, upon hearing his pleas for mercy, did not halt their advance. Instead, their sinister smiles grew more pronounced. Meanwhile, Chu Ming, seated on the sofa, continued to sip his drink, enjoying the spectacle and awaiting the climactic escalation of their charade. The individuals from Qingqing Mountain, as revealed through a systematic inquiry, possessed combat abilities ranging between C and D levels. To his mild astonishment, the shadowy young man leading them exhibited a combat power of 62 points, just achieving the B level. Chu Ming pondered, was it not said by Gong Chuin that the youngest B-level ancient martial artist from the Gong family was in their 50s? Yet this shadowy youth appeared to be merely in his late 20s, having somehow cultivated to the mid-stage of a martial artist with B-level prowess. However, there was no time for Chu Ming to dwell on such thoughts, for Li Zhengyin and his companion were nearly upon him. Action was imperative. Chapter 29. The elder in black robes as Chu Ming was contemplating standing up to confront the group. An aged voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the bar. You juniors from Qingcheng Mountain, to be so brazen in Miss Gong's territory. It seems you are tired of living. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and the imposing youth and his companions halted, turning their gazes toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the shadows at the far end of the bar was an elder clad in black robes, his hands clasped behind his back. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and moved with a dignified grace. Chu Ming paused, a sense of intrigue washing over him. At the moment the elder appeared, the system alerted him that this individual was a peak sea-level ancient martial artist with a combat power of 58. Why would such a formidable figure be hiding in a bar? Moreover, judging by the elder's earlier remark, it was evident he was acquainted with Gong Qilin. Could he be from the Gong family? It seemed that Gong Qilin was indeed concerned about keeping her word and had prepared for contingencies. However, she could not have anticipated that among the visitors from Qingqing Mountain, there was a B-level ancient martial artist. With this realization, Chu Ming, who had intended to rise, settled back into his seat, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This scenario was becoming increasingly amusing. The shadowy youth's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the presence of another individual in the bar, and it appeared that he might also be affiliated with the Gong family. His eyes were fixed on the elder, brimming with wariness, for the elder had not concealed his martial aura upon arrival, and the youth could sense that the elder's strength was formidable. The elder in black robes leisurely approached the group, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he surveyed them. When his gaze landed on Chu Ming, he paused momentarily, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "You are Chu Ming? Oh, you know me?" Chu Ming replied, astonished, meeting the elder's gaze. The old man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Ming for a moment before disdainfully shaking his head and scoffing. "You are the young B-level ancient martial artist that Miss Gong spoke of? How utterly laughable! I cannot fathom what tricks you employed to deceive even that old fool Gong Sudong." The elder was one of Gong Qilin's martial practitioners. A few days prior, she had stationed him at the Yaqin bar to prevent any disturbances from Qingqing Mountain. Gong Qilin had also informed him that, as a precaution, she had enlisted a young B-level martial artist capable of withstanding her old steward Gong Sudong's full-force strike, indicating that he merely needed to assist this individual. She had even shown the elder a photograph of Chu Ming. Upon seeing it, he instinctively felt that Gong Qilin had been deceived. How could there possibly be such a young B-level martial artist? In the entire Gong family, those who broke through to B-level after 50 years were exceedingly rare, and even across the whole of Huagua, there were but a handful of ancient martial artists who achieved B-level before the age of 30, and they were all prominent figures. To suggest this brash young man was a B-level ancient martial artist was utterly preposterous. The elder was convinced that Chu Ming had employed some method to mislead both Gong Qilin and Gong Sudong. Yet he dared not challenge his young mistress's words, choosing instead to remain silent, contemplating the opportunity to expose Chu Ming's deceit when the moment arose. A B-level ancient warrior? The others from Qingcheng Mountain turned their gazes toward Chu Ming upon hearing the elder in the black robe speak. This individual had remained seated since their entry, uttering not a word but quietly sipping his drink, rendering himself nearly invisible. However, upon observing his youthful visage, not yet 20, the onlookers quickly withdrew their scrutiny. How could someone so young possibly be a B-level ancient warrior? Even if he had been cultivating since infancy, it would be utterly implausible. The Li siblings exchanged peculiar glances with Chu Ming, initially believing he was merely intoxicated and boasting before them, only to discover that he had audaciously extended his boasts to Gong Qilin. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, Chu Ming maintained his composure, choosing silence. Daring to deceive Miss Gong. Once I have dealt with these youngsters from Qingqing Mountain, I shall turn my attention to you, the elder in the black robe. Assuming he had intimidated Chu Ming into silence, redirected his focus to the group from Qingqing Mountain. Deal with me? You? The shadowy young man scoffed at the remark, gesturing for his companions to step back. Allow me to engage with you, old relic. A group of fledgling warriors, many of whom had yet to reach the warrior realm, dared to act so brazenly before me? The elder's anger flared at the insolence, a cold sneer escaping his lips. He was a sea-level ancient warrior at the pinnacle of the early warrior stage, easily capable of handling a mere assemblage of youths. With a roar, the elder unleashed his inner strength, his aura surging dramatically. "Ha, early warrior stage. I beg your pardon, old man, but I am at the mid-warrior stage." The shadowy young man smirked wickedly, then erupted with his own inner strength, projecting an aura even more formidable than that of the elder in black. "What?" The elder's expression shifted dramatically, utterly blindsided by this unforeseen turn of events. Hastily channeling his inner energy, he retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and the shadowy young man. How could someone under 30 from Qingqing Mountain be at the mid-warrior stage? Having retreated over 10 meters, the elder's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Only moments ago, he had been pondering how rare it was for anyone in Huagua to break through to B-level before the age of 30, and yet here he was, confronted by such a rarity. "Ha ha ha. Old man, times have changed." The shadowy young man laughed maniacally. "Our elders have proclaimed that the world is transforming, spiritual energy is awakening, and Qingqing Mountain is a nexus of spiritual tides, enabling our cultivation to advance at an unprecedented pace. And what of your Gong family? You have long been blinded by worldly power and wealth. I fear few among your generation are inclined to pursue martial arts anymore, are they?" The shadowy young man continued to sneer disdainfully at the elder in black. The people of Qingqing Mountain firmly believed that the revival of spiritual energy would restore warriors to the pinnacle of the world, while families like the Gong, nearly assimilated by the mundane, were woefully short-sighted. The elder cloaked in black furrowed his brow, for the information conveyed by his adversary was overwhelmingly vast, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "Brother, why waste time conversing with this old man? Let us swiftly bring an end to him," shouted the robust youths behind him in unison. "Indeed, let us dispatch this wretch from the Gong family at once." The shadowy youth nodded in agreement, and without further ado, he channeled his internal energy and charged at the elder cloaked in black. The elder, his expression grave, likewise summoned his internal energy and raced toward the shadowy youth. He believed himself to be at the pinnacle of C rank, while his opponent was merely at the initial stage of B rank, and thus, he held a glimmer of hope for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 30. The clash in an instant. The two figures traversed the 10-meter distance, their fists and feet colliding repeatedly. The onlookers could merely perceive two shadowy forms maneuvering and leaping ahead, each strike imbued with tremendous power, shattering sofas, chairs, and wine bottles in their wake. Li Zhangyin stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this the prowess of ancient martial artists? It's utterly terrifying. Brother, do you think that old man can prevail?"
Li Jiayua inquired anxiously.
"I suppose he should. After all, he is a martial artist from the Gong family." Li Zhangyin reassured her, though uncertainty lingered in his mind, for it was evident from the earlier exchange that the cloaked elder appeared to be at a disadvantage. "Ha, don't fret, lad. Our senior brother is a B-level martial artist, and given that Qingqing Mountain is situated at the nexus of spiritual energy, the internal power cultivated here far surpasses that of the old man." A burly youth chuckled ominously from the side. "Indeed, once our senior brother deals with that old man, it will be your turn." Another chimed in, their greedy gazes hungrily assessing Li Jiayue. Hearing this, Li Zhangyin clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding with trepidation. At that moment, he could only hope that the cloaked elder would triumph over the ominous youth. Otherwise, their fate would surely be dire. Li Zhangyin could not help but cast a glance at Chu Ming beside him, only to find him nonchalantly sipping his drink, as though he were merely a spectator at a play. "Brother, how can you remain so calm at such a critical juncture?" he wondered, perplexed by Chu Ming's composure. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the arena, and the two figures abruptly separated. One of them clutched his chest, staggering backward several steps before collapsing to the ground. The other remained standing, and upon closer inspection, it was the ominous youth who stood unscathed. The one kneeling, naturally, was the cloaked elder. The elder coughed a couple of times, trembling as he forced a bitter smile. "It appears that I have truly met my match this time." The ominous youth, seemingly unscathed, adjusted his azure robe and looked down at his opponent with disdain. "I had thought the martial artists of the Gong family were formidable. Is this all a sea-level peak can muster? Compared to our practitioners from Qingqing Mountain, your Gong family's warriors are akin to weeds in a greenhouse, likely deprived of many opportunities for combat. Unlike us, who have been trained from childhood to battle the beasts of the mountain. Our combat skills far exceed yours. The ominous youth continued to deliver scornful jabs. There is no need for further humiliation. I am indeed outclassed. If you wish to kill me, then do so swiftly. The cloaked elder's gaze dimmed, yet he did not lower his head, maintaining eye contact with his adversary. Humph, of course. I intend to kill the scum of the Gong family. Do I need your reminder? The ominous youth snorted coldly, then clenched his fist and slowly advanced towards the elder, poised to end his life. At this moment, Li Jiangyin and his sister were already seized by a chill, as though plunged into an icy abyss, whispering in despair, "It's over, it's over." They could already envision the grim fate awaiting them. Wait, suddenly, Chu Ming's voice rang out. The sound was not loud, yet everyone present heard it. The shadowy youth furrowed his brow, turning around in displeasure, only to see the young man who had been seated on the sofa rise and approach him. What do you intend to do, kid? The shadowy youth's gaze was one of astonishment. He had been observing this young man closely, as the latter had maintained an air of calmness since they entered the bar, exuding an aura of confidence. Now, even in the face of his display of strength, the young man remained composed, clearly possessing some form of assurance. The shadowy youth was no fool, having survived the brutal encounters with fierce beasts on Qingqing Mountain since childhood. He relied not solely on talent but also on prudent thinking. Thus, a hint of apprehension crept into his gaze as he regarded Chu Ming. The young man was certainly not the B-class ancient martial artist described by the old man in the black robe, but perhaps he was an ability user? I am here to protect him, Chu Ming replied, having reached the shadowy youth. He glanced at the old man in black who was kneeling on the ground, shrugged, and said helplessly, Gong Chuin hired me to deal with you and safeguard this bar. Since this old man is one of her people, I cannot allow you to kill him. Chu Ming spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words prompted laughter from the burly youth and his companions behind him, who began to mock him. Deal with us? Ha ha ha. I wonder what the Gong family is thinking, actually hiring a child to handle us? Just wait. You'll be thrown out with your limbs broken, and here you are, pretending? Surely you don't believe you are a B-class ancient martial artist, do you? You must have convinced yourself. Huh? Ha ha ha. Li Jiangyin was so taken aback by Chu Ming's actions that he could barely speak. Brother, can't you see that he is truly an ancient martial artist? There's a limit to your arrogance. If you continue like this, we will only meet a more tragic end. Li Jiayue buried her head firmly against Li Jiangyin, trembling, too afraid to look. The old man in the black robe shook his head silently, casting a glance at Chu Ming, thinking that the young man was truly immersed in his role. You wish to protect him? On what grounds? The shadowy youth sneered, feeling quite displeased with Chu Ming's nonchalant demeanor. On the grounds that I can end your lives right now. Chu Ming replied with a smile after a moment of contemplation, his voice calm yet assertive. As his words fell, a surge of formidable energy erupted from Chu Ming's body. He instantly channeled his inner strength to its peak, concentrating it in his right arm, before delivering a powerful punch. Breaking the void fist, Chu Ming unleashed his martial technique immediately, for the shadowy youth before him possessed a combat power of 62, while he himself had a mere 64, barely an advantage. Should he be unable to defeat his opponent through martial prowess, he would have no choice but to awaken the venom. However, after having been monitored as an ability user for taking lives while possessed by venom in Xuqing, he was reluctant to resort to that again. Now, having arrived in Jiangyan City, Chu Ming was wary of the possibility that the Jojo might dispatch an even stronger ability user to keep him under surveillance. The shadowy youth felt the formidable power contained within that fist, and his expression dramatically altered. He hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest in an attempt to shield himself from the impending blow. However, Chu Ming's fist moved with astonishing swiftness. Before the youth could fully raise his arms, the fist crashed into his chest. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the youth's ribs shattered upon impact. He could only watch in horror as the fist, seemingly imbued with the force to obliterate all, penetrated his chest as effortlessly as striking through tofu, emerging from his back. It was a devastating blow. This punch had completely pierced through the youth's torso. How could this be? The shadowy youth gazed down at the arm embedded within his body, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Moments later, He gradually succumbed to the loss of life and fell backward. Chu Ming, in turn, withdrew his fist with fluid grace. Chapter 31. The show-off comes to an end. Chu Ming stood motionless, his right forearm stained crimson with blood, droplets cascading from his fingertips. With a thunderous thud, the shadowy youth collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, a gaping wound the size of a fist gaping from his chest, blood gushing forth, a grotesque sight. The onlookers, still reeling from the shock, stared in astonishment at the lifeless body of the youth sprawled on the floor. In the expansive night harp bar, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Run for your lives. The burly youth and his companions, who had been mocking Chu Ming just moments before, now stood frozen in horror as they witnessed their senior brother felled by a single blow. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively turned to flee. It was imperative to note that their senior brother was an B-class ancient martial artist, with a physical prowess nearly rivaling solid wood. Even a common individual wielding a knife would struggle to pierce his flesh. Yet, Chu Ming's punch had penetrated his chest as though it were mere tofu. What kind of strength is this? He must be at least a peak B-class martial artist, if not an A-class. Oh my God! Chu Ming! Oh my God! Li Zhangyin stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with disbelief and his voice trembling. Could it be that this fellow was not merely boasting? He was a deity among men. Brother, what's wrong? Li Jiayue, sensing the unusual tone in their voices, attempted to lift her head from where it was buried against Li Zhangyin's shoulder, curious to see what had transpired. However, Li Zhangyin swiftly pressed her head back down, hurriedly insisting, Don't look. Don't look. It's not suitable for children. It's just that Brother Chu scared them away. The gruesome scene left him feeling queasy, and he certainly did not wish for his sister to witness it. Chu Ming remained still, aware that the other ancient martial artists from Qingqing Mountain had fled in terror, yet he could not be bothered to pursue them. His mind was awash with profound confusion as he gazed at his blood-soaked arm. Something felt amiss. How could he have killed with a single blow? Initially, Chu Ming had presumed that the opponent's combat power differed from his own by merely 2 points. Thus, he had approached cautiously, choosing to strike unexpectedly with his void-breaking fist. Yet, the opponent's 62 points of combat prowess seemed remarkably feeble. Esteemed elder of the martial arts, I express my gratitude for your timely intervention. I apologize for my earlier doubts. The black-robed elder, kneeling on the ground, regarded Chu Ming with a complex gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he offered his thanks. The instant Chu Ming unleashed his formidable aura, the elder realized he had severely misjudged the situation. A peak B-class martial artist under 20 years of age was nearly unbelievable. As he recalled his earlier haughty skepticism, he felt a flush of embarrassment creeping upon him. Yet, perhaps his skin was too thick for it to be apparent. In response to the elder's words, Chu Ming set aside his lingering doubts for the time being, glanced at the black-robed figure, and waved dismissively, It's no trouble. Gong Chuin will pay me. It was only right to lend you assistance. After speaking, Chu Ming scrutinized the individual before him, sensing that their injuries were indeed quite severe. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, Would you like me to summon an ambulance? No.
No.
Our Gong family has a physician, and besides, my injuries are due to internal energy. Ordinary doctors cannot treat them. The old man in the black robe waved his hands repeatedly, then staggered to his feet, a look of reverence crossing his face as he expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you immensely, esteemed senior. Although he was several generations older than Chu Ming, in the realm of martial arts, those who excel possess the right to teach, making the term senior entirely appropriate. There is no need for further thanks. I believe that after today, the people of Qingqing Mountain will refrain from causing trouble for some time. I shall return to rest for a few days. Unless there is something urgent, I shall take my leave now. Chu Ming flicked the blood from his hands and, after a few more words, turned to walk towards Li Zhangyin and his companion. Upon seeing Chu Ming approaching, Li Zhangyin wore an expression of bemusement, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable. Li Jiayue, peering at Chu Ming with delight, exclaimed, Brother Chu, you actually frightened them all away. You are simply incredible. Wasn't I just saying he is a B-grade ancient martial artist? Did you not believe it? Chu Ming smiled proudly, reveling in his success in impressing others. At that moment, however, Li Zhengyin took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Chu, today you treated us to drinks and saved our lives. I truly do not know how to repay such kindness. Oh, spare me the formalities. Just treat me to a grand meal another day, Chu Ming replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he pulled out his phone to check the time, grimacing as he said, "It's already 4 in the morning. I'm off to sleep. You two should head home as well."
Understood, Li Zhengyin nodded.
With that, Chu Ming turned and exited the nightclub. The old man in the black robe watched Chu Ming's departing figure, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is reviving, the tide of spiritual energy. A B-grade peak under 20. This world is about to change." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the role of the underestimated, earning 490 points. As Chu Ming made his way back to his rented apartment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Wow! 490 points? I've struck it rich. Chu Ming was elated upon hearing this figure. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Those present had exceptional identities and powers. The siblings, Li Zhengyin and Li Jiayue, were affluent second-generation heirs, and there were 7 or 8 ancient martial artists from Qingqing Mountain, not to mention the shadowy young man and the old man in black, one at B grade and the other at peak C grade. Without hesitation, Chu Ming directly injected all his points into the schematics for the Iron Man Mark III armor. Points injected successfully. Current unlock progress for Mark III armor, 7001000. Awesome. Just 300 more to go. Chu Ming felt a surge of joy, realizing that after only a few impressive displays, he was nearing the goal of 1,000 points. It would be splendid if the ancient warriors of Qingqing Mountain could make a few more appearances. However, such a notion is rather unrealistic. After today, the inhabitants of Qingqing Mountain should possess a clearer understanding of their own capabilities. To continue their charade of underestimating their strength will indeed prove to be quite challenging. By the way, system, why is it that despite that individual possessing a combat power of 62 points, which is 2 points higher than mine, I was able to defeat him in a single blow? Chu Ming recalled his earlier confusion and posed the question to the system. This discrepancy arises from the variance in martial arts and techniques. The martial arts of Blue Star, when compared to those in other cultivation realms, are considered rudimentary or even subpar, rendering them unable to fully express their combat potential despite their apparent strength. Chu Ming nodded in understanding. It is akin to 2 individuals each possessing a strength of 50 kilograms, one an ordinary person and the other a professional boxer. When it comes to striking power, the professional boxer would undoubtedly reign supreme. Nevertheless, the void-breaking fist is indeed a low-tier martial technique from the realm of cultivation. What then? Is this 8-9 mysterious skill I am practicing? The name itself seems rather unimpressive and lacks grandeur. Chu Ming has always felt that the name 8-9 mysterious skill sounds rather arbitrary, devoid of any sense of majesty. Chapter 32. A new identity, the 8-9 mystical art. A supreme technique originating from the Fengshen universe, is the primary practice of deities and demons such as Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, Sun Wukong, and the Bull Demon King. It serves as the foundational guardian skill of the Chan sect, cultivated through the 9 transformations to attain the primordial essence, hence its name. Is it truly that formidable? Chu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Although he could not grasp all the details, the mere fact that the great sage Sun Wukong himself practiced this art was enough to illustrate its formidable nature. It was no wonder that it surpassed the inner strength cultivated by that shadowy youth by an immeasurable degree. However, the inner strength of the youth was still superior to that of the elderly man from the Gong family. Chu Ming recalled the shadowy youth mentioning terms like spiritual energy revival and spiritual energy tides, which prompted him to ponder aloud. Has anyone on Blue Star already sensed the revival of spiritual energy? What exactly is the phenomenon of spiritual energy tides? When spiritual energy revives, it does not imply a uniform increase in the energy content across Blue Star. Instead, it surges from various regions akin to springs, with these spiritual energy springs being the most abundant areas for spiritual energy on the current Blue Star. Practitioners who cultivate in these locations experience rapid advancement, and the inner strength they develop is far superior to that of martial artists in other areas. Interestingly, Qingqing Mountain is precisely situated at one such spiritual energy spring, referred to as the spiritual energy tide by the ancient martial artists residing there. Ah, I see. Do animals and plants in the vicinity of the spiritual energy tide evolve or mutate more rapidly due to the high concentration of spiritual energy? Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully before inquiring further. He recalled a pack of wild dogs he had previously encountered, which had been blessed by the cleansing effects of spiritual energy. Indeed, and it is also more likely for rare treasures that aid martial artists in their cultivation to manifest, the system responded. Are those treasures beneficial to me? At this revelation, Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, they can significantly reduce the host's automatic cultivation time. Then I must seize the opportunity to visit Qingqing Mountain. Chu Ming stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. He was currently troubled by the lack of points to draw for vitality pills to swiftly break through his current realm. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, he simply wished to return to his slumber. Since the apartment rented from Gong Choshuan was located right above the Yaqin bar, Chu Ming arrived there in no time. The rental unit, situated on the 18th floor, consisted of a one-bedroom layout, approximately 60 square meters in size. Yet, due to its prime location on a bustling commercial pedestrian street, the rent was astonishingly around 7,000 to 8,000 per month. Upon returning to the apartment, Chu Ming found it was nearly 5 in the morning, and fatigue enveloped him, leading him to collapse into a deep sleep. Even though he had just witnessed a murder, he slept soundly, having experienced far worse scenes of bloodshed. This minor display of gore elicited no reaction from him whatsoever. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the venomous creature, having slumbered throughout the night, awoke and peered down at the peacefully sleeping Chu Ming, exclaiming, "Chu Ming,
I'm hungry."
Seriously, you couldn't wake up at any other time, but you choose to disturb me precisely when I wish to sleep in." Chu Ming, groggy and rubbing his eyes, was met with the sight of the creature's wide, unblinking gaze fixated upon him, inciting a surge of irritation within him. "I'm hungry. Hungry. Chocolate." Venom paid no heed to such matters, continuously vocalizing his demands. All right, I shall buy it." Chu Ming, exasperated by the incessant noise, reluctantly reached for his phone to order takeout. Upon witnessing this, Venom ceased his clamoring and nestled onto Chu Ming's lap. After placing the order, Chu Ming intended to close his eyes for a brief respite. However, he noticed that the specialized phone from Gong Chilin was illuminating with notifications. Upon inspection, he discovered several messages sent at 7 o'clock in the morning, expressing gratitude for his assistance rendered to her subordinate the previous night. The remaining 3 million in outstanding payment would be transferred to his bank account in the afternoon, and regarding the agreed-upon 10 million remuneration, it would be promptly dispatched after he resided in Jiangyan City for a month. To safeguard Chu Ming's identity as an extraordinary being, a new persona had been arranged for him. The new identification documents had been dispatched to the security booth downstairs, which was now manned by their personnel. After perusing the messages, Chu Ming clicked his tongue in acknowledgement. Gong Chilin, indeed, exhibited the caution befitting a member of a prominent family. It seemed that very few were privy to his identity as an extraordinary being, and Gong Chilin had likely refrained from disclosing it to others. Otherwise, the old man in the black robe would not have mistaken him for merely a martial artist. Evidently, considerable effort had been invested on her part, which could be interpreted as a gesture of goodwill towards Chu Ming. Contemplating this, he decided to descend and retrieve the forged identification documents that Gong Chilin had arranged for him. Upon arriving at the security booth, the middle-aged guard, upon spotting him, quickly opened a drawer and reverently presented a black envelope with both hands. Chu Ming nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave with the envelope. Once back in his room, he settled onto the sofa, tore open the seal of the envelope, and extracted its contents. Inside were an identification card, a driver's license, a student ID, and an array of formal documents. Glancing at the identification card, he noted that while his name and age remained unchanged, the identification number and address had been altered. The driver's license seemed superfluous, for he possessed no knowledge of operating a vehicle. He then picked up the student ID. Upon opening it, he found a transfer document enclosed within. It detailed his transfer to a vocational school located near the Commercial Street, specifically the Jiangyan Engineering Vocational and Technical College, commonly referred to as Jiangyan Technical College. The transfer document indicated that he had transitioned to this institution just the day before, now enrolled as a sophomore. Could this mean he was expected to attend classes? Chu Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Just days prior, he had withdrawn from Shuqing University, deeming further education unnecessary, and now, upon arriving in Jiangyan City, he found himself a student once more. Surely, attendance was not mandatory. After all, this was a private institution, and he could likely avoid it without issue, as Gong Qilin would surely manage any complications. He grimaced, resolutely declaring to himself that he would not return to school under any circumstances. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Liang Jichao. "Brother Chu, I inquired about Zhang Yicheng as you requested, and I discovered that both he and Li Yutong have transferred to a vocational school in the Dongping district of Jiangyan City." Upon reading this, Chu Ming sensed something amiss and tentatively replied with a message. "Is it Jiangyan Engineering Vocational and Technical College?" Liang Jichao responded almost instantly. "Wow, Brother Chu, how did you know? It turns out you found out already? What a coincidence." Unable to contain his frustration, Chu Ming muttered a curse. It seemed he truly had to attend this school. After all, vengeance must be served. However, Chu Ming pondered how Gong Qilin could coincidentally arrange for him to be in the same school as Zhang Yicheng and Li Yutong. Such a remarkable coincidence must surely be the work of the system. Yet, he had no evidence to support his suspicion. Never mind if he had to attend school. He couldn't remain cooped up indoors forever. How could he seize the opportunity to play the fool and outwit others if he stayed hidden? Reflecting on this, Chu Ming felt a sense of acceptance. University is a place ripe with opportunities for cunning and strategy. He could exact his revenge while also earning points. Why not embrace it? Chapter 33. The unconventional school atmosphere. After reviewing his identification documents, Chu Ming awaited the delivery of his meal. He indulged Venom with some chocolate before returning to his bedroom for a brief nap. Given his current physical constitution, even sleeping merely 2 hours a day would not impede his daily life. However, who doesn't relish a leisurely slumber? Awakening from his slumber at 2 in the afternoon, hunger finally roused him from his dreams. He hastily ordered some takeout, took a shower, changed his attire, and set out. His intention was to visit the university, as he had time to spare. Exiting the pedestrian street and traversing a road, he arrived at the university town. Prior to his departure, Chu Ming had researched information about the university town. It boasted around a dozen universities, with the most renowned being Jiangyan Vocational College, a prestigious institution in Jiangyan City. This reputation, however, did not stem from its faculty or academic standards, as it was merely a vocational college. Instead, the majority of its students were affluent individuals with poor academic performance. As a private institution, it was purportedly established by a prominent figure in Sichuan province for amusement. Thus, despite exorbitant tuition fees, many parents eager to curry favor with the principal enrolled their children here. Was this education? Perhaps it was more about social connections. Strolling through the university town, Chu Ming observed numerous cars passing by, including many luxurious vehicles. Some were parents dropping off their children, while others were students driving themselves to class. Following the navigation, he located the entrance to Jiangyan Vocational College. After presenting his student ID to the security guard, he entered the campus. The environment was exquisite, featuring white European-style buildings and a grand square adorned with various sculptures. The grove was filled with maple trees, their golden leaves dancing in the autumn breeze. Truly, this was an aristocratic institution. Chu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between this college and his former Shu City University. Surrounded by teenagers donned in fashionable designer attire, he noted their impressive appearances, handsome young men and charming young women, all of whom evidently hailed from affluent backgrounds. The transfer documentation indicated that he was in Class 2 of his sophomore year. Due to the relatively small student population at Jiangyan Vocational College, comprised of only 1,000 or 2,000 students, classes were not divided by major, with each class containing merely 20 to 30 individuals. Chu Ming inquired about directions from a few nearby students and made his way to the building housing Class 2. Upon reaching the classroom door, he peered inside and discovered over 30 elegantly dressed young individuals seated, some engaged in conversation while others absorbed in their mobile phones. Regardless of gender, the students appeared quite attractive, not necessarily due to inherent beauty, but rather owing to their privileged backgrounds, which afforded them excellent care and meticulous grooming. Wasn't it class time? Chu Ming pondered, perplexed by the absence of a teacher. Are you looking for someone? A girl from the front row inquired, glancing curiously at Chu Ming. Oh, I am a transfer student assigned to your class. May I inquire about my seat? Chu Ming explained. So you are the transfer student? Please take a seat at the back. There are vacancies there. A girl gestured towards the rear and then resumed her conversation with her friends, disregarding him. The rest of the class diverted their attention as well, having heard about the arrival of a transfer student the previous day. Initially curious, they soon lost interest upon noticing that aside from his somewhat handsome appearance, Chu Ming's attire was rather ordinary. Although Chu Ming was quite handsome compared to the average person, in a school like Zhangyan Vocational College, teeming with attractive individuals, he could only be considered average. In their social circle, comparisons were more about wealth and power than looks. Chu Ming shrugged off the indifference and took a seat at the back row. Hey, what does your family do? One of his classmates, a timid-looking boy with an average appearance, cautiously inquired. Chu Ming glanced at him and noticed that he, too, was dressed in similarly plain clothing, setting him apart from the rest of the class. No wonder he sat alone in the back row. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ming casually replied, My family runs a small hotel. Then we must be in the same boat. My family owns several restaurants with assets amounting to a few million. We aren't exactly popular here, so it seems we shall be fellow outcasts. The frail boy sighed in relief and introduced himself. Brother, I am Zhao Heng. I hope to get your guidance. I am Chu Ming. By the way, is your school really this snobbish? Chu Ming asked, astonished. Was it truly the case that those with less wealth were ostracized? While university may reflect a microcosm of society, it shouldn't be to such an extent, right? This so-called prestigious school merely serves to enhance the principal's reputation. Naturally, comparisons arise, Zhao Heng lamented. After a while, a middle-aged woman dressed in a black suit entered the classroom. Zhao Heng informed Chu Ming that she was their class counselor, Wei Songhui. Upon her arrival, the students merely glanced at her before turning back to their own pursuits, showing no regard for her presence. Wei Songhui stood at the door, surveying the classroom. When her gaze fell upon Chu Ming, it lingered momentarily before quickly shifting away. After a brief pause, she nodded and stated, Everyone is here. This afternoon will be self-study. With that, she turned and left, seemingly unconcerned if the class had heard her. Is this counselor truly so irresponsible? Chu Ming was taken aback. The teachers at this school merely come to collect their salaries. Besides, with a bunch of rich kids, how could she possibly manage them? Zhao Heng replied, engrossed in his phone, disdain evident in his tone. Then why not simply skip class since no one monitors it?
Chu Ming inquit.
The student council keeps an eye on us. We wouldn't dare to skip class, Zhao Heng retorted. Your counselor isn't worried, yet you are concerned about the student council? Chu Ming found himself perplexed. Brother, you are new here. Our student council is not like those in other schools. Zhao Heng explained. Zhao Heng observed his perplexed expression and elucidated. Our school's student council is comprised of the elite offspring of the wealthiest families, assisting the principal in various affairs. Ordinary individuals dare not provoke them. Once, an impulsive youth crossed paths with a member of the student council, and you can only imagine the outcome. Upon graduation, his family was driven to bankruptcy by the council's machinations, leaving him unable to secure employment in the real world. Zhao Heng shook his head in dismay. Are these student council members truly that powerful? Why would they even assist the principal in managing the school? Chu Ming arched an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar nature of their institution. It seems the teachers hold the least authority here. Even their influence pales in comparison to the principal's. Zhao Heng replied. At most, they wield some clout in Zhangyan City, but our principal, Gong Qiu of the Gong family, is a prominent figure throughout Sichuan province. The student council merely needs to manage the student body effectively to earn the principal's favor, thus securing promising futures. Zhao Heng's eyes shimmered with aspiration as he spoke. Chu Ming was rendered speechless. No wonder the school was so chaotic. It was run by none other than Gong Qiu. It made sense that Gong Qianqing had placed him in this institution. After all, it was a family enterprise. Chu Ming silently shook his head before pausing to inquire. Are you familiar with Zhang Yicheng? Zhang Yicheng? You've heard of him too? Zhao Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Who in this school hasn't heard of Zhang Yicheng? He is a veritable sensation. He just transferred here a few days ago and drove a Pagani worth over 10 million on his first day. By the second day, he was already in the student council. You wouldn't believe how stunning that car is. If I could own one in my lifetime, I'd wake up laughing from the dream. Zhao Heng grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Oh, is he really that impressive? A playful smile curled at the corners of Chu Ming's mouth. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Yicheng's success. After a moment's thought, Chu Ming asked, Do you know which class Zhang Yicheng is in? Class 7 of the freshman year. Why do you ask? Zhao Heng replied, puzzled. Just curious. Chu Ming shook his head, rising from his seat and patting Zhao Heng on the shoulder. I'm going to take a stroll. It's too dull in here. Hey, where are you going? We have members of the student council in our class. Don't do anything reckless. Zhao Heng quickly grabbed his arm, alarmed. It's fine. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Ming shrugged off the concern, dismissing the notion that he should be intimidated by the likes of Gong Qiu, let alone the sycophantic student council members. With that, he strode confidently toward the classroom door. That transfer student, halt! Just as he was about to exit, a female voice called out from behind him. Chu Ming frowned and turned to face the source of the voice. It belonged to a girl with black-rimmed glasses and a delicate visage. Her brows knitted in displeasure as she fixed him with an intense gaze. What do you want? Chu Ming replied, slightly irked, as he was keen to find Zhang Yicheng. You are Chu Ming, correct? Yesterday, I completed the transfer procedures for school, and to my dismay, not only did he fail to attend class this morning, but he also seems intent on skipping again. The girl's tone was stern, her voice resonating with authority. The other students in the classroom, upon hearing her words, turned their gazes towards Chu Ming, most of them wearing expressions of schadenfreude. This young man is audacious. How dare he skip classes in our school? Indeed, with his attire, one might surmise that his family's wealth barely exceeds 10 million. How could he possibly have the audacity to evade classes? Perhaps he has yet to face the harsh realities of society. Zhang Xinyue is a member of the student council. If this fellow truly dares to skip classes, his future will be bleak. Students of Jiangyan Vocational College may not fear their teachers, but they certainly hold a deep-seated apprehension towards the student council. Provoking its members, particularly without any significant family influence, could spell disaster for one's future. Chapter 34. Encounter with Li Yutong. Chu Ming fixed his gaze on the girl named Zhang Xinyue, sneering coldly as he exclaimed, What does my skipping class have to do with you? Scram. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the classroom, indifferent to the commotion he had caused. The classroom fell into a stunned silence, with a group of onlookers left agape. What did he just say? One murmured incredulously. He actually told Zhang Xinyue to scram? Unbelievable. This kid is something else. The whispers circulated, each student eager to witness the unfolding drama, their attention now fixed on Zhang Xinyue. In the back row, Zhao Heng sat in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyue stood frozen, staring in the direction of Chu Ming's departure, clearly taken aback by his audacity. Only when she noticed the gazes of her classmates did she snap back to reality, her face shifting between shades of anger and humiliation. She abruptly stood and slammed her hand on the desk, barking at her peers. What are you staring at? Focus on your studies. Gradually, silence enveloped the room as the students, eager to avoid provoking her wrath, returned to their work. Zhang Xinyue sat down, her teeth clenched in resentment. Beside her, a heavily made-up girl with twin ponytails, Ma Siwen, furrowed her brow and whispered, Sister Zhang, that guy clearly doesn't respect the student council. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Of course. I need to make him aware of who holds the power in this school. Zhang Xinyue retorted with a huff. Coming from a family worth over 100 million, she had been pampered since childhood. Ever since she joined the student council, no one dared to cross her, Students and even teachers treated her with utmost respect. Yet today, she had been publicly disrespected by an ordinary-looking transfer student who had the audacity to tell her to scram. Even her father had never spoken to her in such a manner. Unable to swallow her indignation, she pondered for a moment before pulling out her phone and sending a message. "Brother Gong, there's a guy who just transferred here and insulted me," completely disregarding the student council. "What should I do?" Ma Siwen leaned over to catch a glimpse of the screen, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sister Zhang, you're going straight to Gong Zihong? You're leaving that guy no way out. Anyone who dares to provoke me should not expect to escape unscathed." Zhang Xinyue replied with a cold smirk. Gong Zihong was none other than the son of their principal, Gong Qiu, a scion of the prestigious Gong family of Sichuan, and the president of the student council. Those who had previously crossed paths with the student council and caught Gong Zihong's attention had never faced a favorable outcome. With a mere word from him, many would come forward to curry favor with the Gong family, and the hard-earned enterprises of their parents could vanish overnight. Ma Siwen shook her head in resignation, thinking that this Chu Ming fellow had truly spoken recklessly. His fate was now sealed. As Chu Ming stepped out of the second-year teaching building, he ambled leisurely towards the first-year building, his face adorned with a cheerful smile and a light heart. He was acutely aware that his attitude towards Zhang Xinyue would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from those pampered offspring of affluent families. Soon enough, the retribution would arrive. Before long, he found himself at the entrance of Class 7 in the first year, peering inside. To his dismay, Jiang Yicheng was absent from the classroom. It seemed that the student council members could afford to skip classes at will. Never mind, he would return another day. Just as he resolved to leave, a familiar figure approached him.
Liu Tong.
Chu Ming squinted in surprise. Although he hadn't found Jiang Yicheng, fate had led him to encounter Li Yutong. At that moment, she spotted Chu Ming standing at the classroom door, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. As if struck by lightning, her body frozen in place. What a coincidence! A smile crept across Chu Ming's face as he strode towards her. "You! What are you doing here?"
Liu Tong stammered.
A wave of fear washing over her as she instinctively wanted to flee, yet her legs felt weak and unresponsive. She had witnessed Chu Ming transform into a monstrous figure, devouring two people's heads at Tianho KTV, a horrific scene that had haunted her with nightmares for several consecutive days. The mere thought of being in the same school as such a creature sent chills down her spine, prompting her to persuade her boyfriend, Jiang Yicheng, to transfer schools with her the very next day. Though Jiang Yicheng was skeptical about the existence of such a monster, he found it difficult to refuse her request, especially as their romance was still blossoming. Little did Li Yutong expect that even after transferring to Jiangyan City, she would encounter Chu Ming again, nearly bringing her to tears. "I've transferred as well. What a surprise to meet an old acquaintance here. I senti it." "Li Yutong?" Chu Ming remarked with a playful smile. "You know me?" Li Yutong was taken aback, puzzled. They had only met once. How could he possibly know her? "I've heard your name," Chu Ming replied with a smile before inquiring. "Do you know where Jiang Yicheng is?" "He's in the school's Sanda Club." "Why do you ask?" Li Yutong was confused. Why was Chu Ming suddenly inquiring about her boyfriend? "Oh, I almost forgot. That guy practices Sanda," Chu Ming said with a cold smirk before turning to leave. Li Yutong stood there, dumbfounded and at a loss, feeling that Chu Ming was rather enigmatic. His immediate question about Jiang Yicheng upon seeing her left her bewildered. Moreover, his tone suggested an unsettling familiarity with both her and Jiang Yicheng, coupled with a peculiar smile that sent shivers down her spine.
No.
"I must quickly speak with Yicheng. I can no longer remain at this school. I must transfer once more." Li Yutong shook her head repeatedly, then hurriedly turned and trotted away. After inquiring about Jiang Yicheng's whereabouts, Chu Ming exited the freshman teaching building. Upon asking for directions, he resolved to visit the school's Sanda Club. As he strolled along a path adorned with maple leaves, engrossed in his phone, he pondered whether to make another appearance at the Sanda Club to earn some points. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure ahead, a fragrant breeze sweeping toward him. Chu Ming furrowed his brow and looked up, only to have his expression change dramatically. He instinctively recoiled a few steps, staring in disbelief at the person before him. What a coincidence! his landlord's brother. The girl before him appeared as if she had stepped out of an anime, her features flawless, clad in an elegant white gown, her large eyes sparkling as she smiled warmly at Chu Ming. She was none other than Fan Xiaojun, the young woman who had rented him the room just a few days prior. Chapter 35. Doppelganger? How did you end up here? Chu Ming exclaimed in bewilderment, utterly flabbergasted. This individual seemed to haunt him relentlessly, following him wherever he went. I've been studying here all along, Fan Xiaojun replied innocently, her demeanor exuding an air of naive charm. Nonsense, Chu Ming retorted, his eyes wide as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Just a few days ago, you rented a room from me. How could you possibly be attending school in Jiangyan City? Are you attempting to deceive a fool? Fan Xiaojun remained silent, her captivating gaze appraising Chu Ming before she suddenly remarked, Brother landlord, your ability is venom. I senti it? What? Venom? What venom? Chu Ming was taken aback, unsure why she had abruptly brought this up, and he feigned ignorance. He mused that she must have merely recorded the entire incident of him possessing Zhou Li, without any evidence implicating him directly as the one wielding the venom. To his astonishment, Fan Xiaojun smiled subtly and produced her phone, showcasing a video to Chu Ming. The screen displayed footage of the day he had killed Zhou Li, capturing the entire episode of his possession by the venom, filmed by a drone. Goodness! Chu Ming's lips twitched in disbelief, realizing that she had indeed managed to capture the evidence. This is proof. Are you still going to play coy, brother landlord? Fan Xiaojun retrieved her phone, her expression gleaming with delight. Chu Ming's gaze flickered, and after a deep breath to compose himself, he conceded, I am indeed an ability user, and I did kill that individual. However, that person was not innocent. I assure you, I do not engage in wanton slaughter. I have investigated Zhou Li's identity and am aware she was no good. I am not seeking trouble with you. Fan Xiaojun shook her head, pausing before continuing. I am with a special department known as Juzhou, ranked 9th on the forbidden list, codenamed number 9. I have shown this video to our leader, who is quite intrigued by you and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join Juzhou. Hearing that Fan Xiaojun was not there to cause him trouble, Chu Ming felt a sense of relief, as he was acutely aware that he might not stand a chance against her. Yet, the prospect of joining Juzhou was unappealing. He was still entirely ignorant of the organization and, in truth, did not consider himself a genuine ability user. Recklessly joining Juzhou could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, after careful consideration, Chu Ming replied, I currently have no intentions of joining Juzhou, and I kindly ask that you cease monitoring me. That is not an option. Fan Xiaojun replied with a defiant tilt of her head and a playful pout. Our leader has stated that if you do not join Juzhou, I am to monitor you indefinitely. Given that Chu Ming's ability was the only one of its kind in the world, existent solely in film and comic narratives, the higher-ups at Juzhou regarded it with great interest, recognizing its significant research value. Damn it, Chu Ming thought, feeling exasperated as he realized he had inadvertently become their target. Fine, let them monitor me if they wish. He rolled his eyes, choosing to dismiss the situation, as it appeared that Juzhou did not harbor any malicious intent towards him at present. With that, he simply walked past her, and Fan Xiaojun, noticing his departure, pouted before turning to follow closely behind him. Chu Ming resumed his journey towards the martial arts club. Aren't you supposed to be studying here? Don't you have classes to attend? He inquired. Upon noticing that the other party had followed him all the way, Chu Ming exclaimed in despair, I don't need to attend class. I am the school belle. Are you not aware that beauty comes with privileges? Fan Xiaojun blinked innocently, her expression radiating naivety. I acknowledge your good looks, but you have only been at school for a mere 2 days. How could you possibly ascend to the title of school belle so swiftly? Chu Ming responded skeptically, eyeing her in disbelief. I mentioned that I have been studying here all along. I have been attending for a year now. This is merely one of my avatars, she clarified. Avatars? Chu Ming inquired, perplexed by her explanation. Oh, I forgot to mention, my extraordinary ability lies in shadows and avatars. Currently, I possess 5 or 6 avatars nationwide, each boasting peak S-class strength. Moreover, every avatar possesses its own independent consciousness. Impressive, isn't it? Fan Xiaojun elaborated, her expression tinged with pride. Is it truly possible to have such an ability as creating avatars? Chu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly turning to scrutinize Fan Xiaojun closely, narrowing his eyes. What are you doing? Fan Xiaojun felt uneasy under Chu Ming's intense gaze, her brows knitting together. Yet, Chu Ming unexpectedly raised his hand and pinched her fair, supple face, exclaiming in wonder, "Goodness! Your avatar is indistinguishable from the real you. This ability is extraordinary. Imagine if someone were to marry you. Living with 5 or 6 avatars would be an experience beyond comprehension. What are you doing? That hurts." Fan Xiaojun quickly swatted away Chu Ming's hand, rubbing her face in discomfort. "Let me take a look," Chu Ming said. Curiosity etched on his face as he reached out to pinch her arm, then took her hand to examine her fingers closely. He sought to determine if the avatar bore fingerprints. Just like the real thing. Fan Xiaojun pouted in dissatisfaction, withdrawing her hand. "Indeed, this is the prowess of an S-class ability. I have gained new insight." Chu Ming marveled, utterly captivated by the astonishing realism. "What are you two doing? It's class time." A male voice suddenly boomed from behind Chu Ming. Turning to see 6 or 7 students approaching, Chu Ming recognized the speaker as a tall young man clad in a blue hoodie and cargo pants. They were members of the student council, who had spotted Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun from afar. Initially, they assumed the two were an affectionate couple, given their earlier actions. "Are you not aware that skipping class is prohibited? What are you doing here?" The tall young man strode forward with an air of arrogance, his voice stern. However, upon catching sight of Fan Xiaojun behind Chu Ming, his expression changed dramatically, as if his throat had been suddenly constricted. The other 5 or 6 individuals, now aware of Fan Xiaojun's presence, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as though they had witnessed something truly remarkable. "Is there an issue?" Chu Ming asked, puzzled by the tall young man's demeanor. "No, nothing at all," the tall young man stammered, shaking his head vigorously while forcing a strained smile. Chu Ming cast a curious glance at him before walking past. Fan Xiaojun, seeing this, followed closely behind. After the 2 individuals had distanced themselves, the group gradually regained their composure. "Goodness, is that not Fan Xiaohua? Fan Xiaojun is in a relationship? Unbelievable. I cannot accept this. Who is that fellow? I have never seen him before, and he appears utterly unremarkable. What could possibly attract Fan Xiaojun to him? Hey, before we delve into that, let me remind you that our student union president, Gong, has been pursuing Fan Xiaojun for an entire year without success, only for this guy to swoop in and steal her away." The tall man, overhearing their discussion, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Enough of this chatter. We must inform Brother Gong at once. He is sure to be furious." With that, he turned and headed in the opposite direction towards another part of the school, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Chapter 36. The fury of Gong Zihong. Are these individuals members of the student council? Have they misunderstood something? With the keen hearing of a mid-stage martial artist, Chu Ming clearly overheard the conversation of that group, causing a peculiar expression to cross his face. "Who allowed you to touch me earlier?" Fan Xiaojun shot a glance at Chu Ming, though she appeared nonchalant. "Isn't it just curiosity?" Chu Ming noticed her indifference and decided not to elaborate further. Misunderstandings would remain as they were. He then continued towards the Sanda Association. At Jiangyan Vocational College, the Sanda Association boasted a dedicated training area adjacent to the teaching building, expansive enough to encompass 2 basketball courts. Even from a distance, Chu Ming could see a circle of students clad in red Sanda uniforms sitting on the ground, with 2 individuals engaged in a sparring match at the center. The crowd erupted in spirited cheers and shouts from time to time. As Chu Ming observed the 2 sparring, he paused, a playful smile gracing his features. Among them, the robust man was none other than Jiang Yicheng. "What's this? Do you know him?" Fan Xiaojun halted alongside Chu Ming, following his gaze. With her S-rank prowess, she discerned that Chu Ming was indeed fixated on Jiang Yicheng. "I know him and we have a grudge," Chu Ming replied with a calm nod. "A grudge? What kind of grudge? Did he betray you?" Fan Xiaojun jested. Chu Ming. Alas, she truly guessed correctly. "Regardless, I am here to exact revenge." He preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. Fan Xiaojun regarded him thoughtfully before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. I must warn you, if you seek revenge, make sure to do it in a secluded place similar to what you did with Zhou. If you unleash your abilities before so many witnesses, the Juzhou will hunt you down. Who said I intended to kill him? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, smiling. Killing him would be too merciful. I want him to endure a life worse than death. In his past life, Jiang Yicheng had made him endure a decade of servitude in an electronics factory, culminating in a demise marked by illness. Merely killing him would not suffice to quell the resentment that festered within Chu Ming. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so sinister, Fan Xiaojun remarked in surprise before inquiring. Then why are you here now? I initially planned to create some trouble for him and subsequently teach him a lesson, Chu Ming replied, pouting. But now, it seems I shall soon have someone else to contend with. Someone else? Who? Fan Xiaojun asked, bewildered, failing to grasp Chu Ming's meaning. Just as Chu Ming was about to clarify, he suddenly spotted a group approaching the Sonda Association in the distance. He chuckled, saying, Look, aren't they arriving just on cue? Fan Xiaojun turned her gaze to the distance, observing that the group surrounding the tall man had indeed reached the Sonda area, accompanied by an additional figure, a strikingly handsome man dressed in opulent attire. Gong Zihong? Upon sighting this individual, a flicker of distaste appeared in Fan Xiaojun's eyes, and she quickly understood the implication of Chu Ming's earlier remark about someone seeking trouble with him. Gong Zihong can be considered the second most powerful individual at Jiangyan Vocational College, next to the principal. He had persistently pursued her, causing her considerable annoyance. Were it not for the regulations of Zhuzhou prohibiting arbitrary killings, she would have long since dealt with him. Let's go over there. Chu Ming smiled and headed in that direction, with Fan Xiaojun closely following. Meanwhile, at the martial arts club, Jiang Yicheng was engaged in a serious sparring match with a fellow student, dominating the bout and reveling in the cheers of the onlookers. However, upon spotting Gong Zihong and her entourage approaching, his eyes lit up. With a swift kick, he sent his opponent sprawling to the ground, abruptly ending their practice. Gong, what brings you here? Jiang Yicheng asked, shaking his arm and wearing a servile smile as he hurried towards Gong Zihong. His transfer to this school was not solely due to Li Yutong's request. He had long wished to come, primarily to forge a connection with Principal Gong Qiuhe. Gong Zihong, being the son of Gong Qiuhe, was someone he aimed to align himself with now that he had just entered the student council. You're an 8th degree martial artist. Jiang Yicheng, help me take care of someone. Gong Zihong's expression darkened, her fury evident as she approached and shouted. Who has angered you, Gong? What do they do for a living? Jiang Yicheng inquired cautiously, perplexed. He recalled that, during his initiation into the student council, the seniors had advised against using force if someone provoked them. Instead, they suggested targeting the offender's family or business to exert pressure and bring them to ruin, as the transition from wealthy heir to an ordinary individual is intolerable for anyone. Jiang Yicheng had agreed with this philosophy, as he had employed similar tactics during his time at Shuqing University. However, he was baffled as to why Gong Zihong suddenly wanted him to resort to violence. I don't give a damn about his family. Gong Zihong gritted her teeth, seething. There's a guy named Chu Ming who first insulted our student council members, and then was spotted by Li Chao, acting all affectionate with Fan Xiaojun on the street, completely disregarding my position as the student council president. Not long ago, she had received a message from a student council member named Zhang Xinyue, claiming that a transfer student named Chu Ming had insulted her. Bored, Gong Zihong decided to deal with him. While she was still researching Chu Ming, Li Chao approached her, reporting that he had just seen Fan Xiaojun being very close with a male student. Gong Zihong's fury escalated. Who in Jiangyan Vocational College did not know of her pursuit of Fan Xiaojun? After a year of unrequited efforts, to discover someone had overtaken her was infuriating. She immediately demanded to know who the boy was, but Li Chao admitted he hadn't seen him before. However, he noticed Chu Ming's file and photo on Gong Zihong's desk and identified him. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Upon hearing Gong Zihong's words, the members of the Sansho Club exchanged glances, and then began to murmur amongst themselves. What? The school beauty of our institution is actually in a relationship with someone else? How was I not aware of this? Who possesses such audacity to date a woman pursued by Gong Zihong? Surely, They have not faced the consequences of their actions yet. Haha. Do you think this means Gong Zihong has been cuckolded? Come on. Refrain from such reckless talk. Words can lead to misfortune. Be cautious. Among them were those who reveled in the misfortune of others. Chu Ming? Jiang Yicheng furrowed his brow, as if the name rang a bell. Jiang Yicheng, I must ask, can you fight? At this moment, Gong Zihong was nearing the brink of losing his composure. The feeling of having his affection snatched away is unbearable for anyone, let alone a man of his stature from the Gong family. Of course. Rest assured, Brother Gong. Where is that fellow named Chu Ming? Jiang Yicheng quickly nodded, his mind now solely focused on clinging to Gong Zihong's support. Whatever Gong asked him to do, he would comply without hesitation. After all, dealing with an ordinary student was trivial for him, being an 8th-degree Sanzhou practitioner. Chapter 37. Provocation that Chu Ming is in class 2 to 3, but this rascal has skipped class. Where he is now, Gong Zihong furrowed his brows as he spoke, but before he could finish, his gaze suddenly shifted to the distance, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. The others followed his line of sight. Over there, Fan Xiaojun was linking her arm with Chu Ming's, chatting and laughing as they approached, resembling a pair of young lovers. Jiang Yicheng paused at this sight, then glanced at the darkly brooding Gong Zihong, whose expression was so grim it seemed he might burst. Cautiously, he inquired, "Is that Chu Ming?" "Yes," Gong Zihong replied slowly, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "He has the audacity to come right to me, courting death." Meanwhile, as Chu Ming walked alongside Fan Xiaojun, engaging in conversation, he stole glances at Gong Zihong's group. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hey, they've spotted us. Look at Gong Zihong's expression. He looks like he wants to kill me. You're really asking for trouble." Fan Xiaojun rolled her eyes, wrapping her arm around Chu Ming's. This was exactly what Chu Ming had requested, claiming he wanted to provoke Gong Zihong, although she didn't understand his motives. Given that he bore no grudge against Gong Zihong, she was more than willing to irritate someone she greatly despised. "Are they going to hit me? I'm so scared." Chu Ming feigned a frightened expression, yet quickened his pace. Fan Xiaojun remained silent. On Gong Zihong's side, dozens of onlookers had turned their attention to the pair, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and hushed whispers. "Damn, this kid has guts. He stole Gong Zihong's woman and dares to walk openly in school? Who is this guy? Have you seen him before?" "I haven't. He seems quite ordinary. How did the campus belle end up with him? I can't comprehend." "Enough. Just look at Gong Zihong's face. He's about to explode." At that moment, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun had reached the crowd, surveying them briefly without uttering a word, pretending to pass by.
Kid, halt.
Gong Zihong's voice thundered. "Huh? What's going on? Is there something you need?" Chu Ming turned around, perplexed, to face Gong Zihong. "Do you know who I am, kid? You're courting death." Gong Zihong's voice was low and seething with rage, his eyes blazing as if they could ignite flames. Seeing the woman he had pursued for so long linking arms with another man right before him made Gong Zihong feel as though his heart were bleeding, fury consuming him. "Who do you think you are? My girlfriend and I are simply strolling around the school. How does that concern you?" Chu Ming retorted without hesitation. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell eerily silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that this brat not only dared to steal Gong Zihong's woman but also had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. This was nothing short of provocation. Could the esteemed Gong Zihong tolerate such an affront? Indeed, upon hearing those words, Gong Zihong was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a furious laughter. Well. Not only in Jiangyan Vocational College but even in Sichuan Province, few would dare to speak to me, Gong Zihong, in such a manner. You, my boy, are finished. By the end of his tirade, his teeth were clenched in rage. Yet, Gong Zihong refrained from directly instructing Jiang Yicheng to act. Instead, he paused, turned to Fan Xiaojun, and forced a smile, saying, "Xiaojun, are you truly certain you wish to be with this fellow? What can he offer you?" "A proud scion of the Gong family, am worth 100 times more than he. Do not call me Xiaojun. Are we that familiar? Moreover, who I choose to associate with is none of your concern." Fan Xiaojun retorted coldly, her gaze fixed on him, relishing his flustered demeanor. Gong Zihong's smile instantly froze, and he erupted in a tirade. You wretched girl! How dare you be so brazen? Do you think that just because you possess a pretty face, you can act as you please? I shall ensure that you beg to share my bed. Gong Zihong was entirely consumed by fury, resolute in his determination to leverage the power of the Gong family to pressure Fan Xiaojun's family after today. He had discovered that her parents' assets barely amounted to a few $100 million. With his capabilities, it would be a trivial matter to deal with them. However, unbeknownst to him, the background information he had accessed was fabricated by Jojo on Fan Xiaojun's behalf. Upon hearing his insulting remarks, Fan Xiaojun's fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. Chu Ming sensed her agitation and gently tapped her arm, signaling her to remain calm. Simultaneously, he felt a deep discontent. Being a child of Gong Q, Gong Zihong appeared to be nothing more than a debauched scion compared to Gong Qilin. Not only did he threaten him upon their first meeting, but he also had the audacity to insult Fan Xiaojun and plot treachery from behind, lacking any semblance of the grace expected from a member of a prominent family. And you, my boy. Gong Zihong turned his icy gaze towards Chu Ming, a chilling smile gracing his lips. If you manage to leave the school on your own 2 feet today, I shall relinquish my surname Gong. After speaking, he subtly signaled Jiang Yicheng, who nodded in response, flexed his arms, and began to stride towards Chu Ming. This boy is doomed. Jiang Yicheng was a seasoned fighter, an 8th-degree Sansho practitioner. Was he not courting disaster? Does he not realize whose territory he is in? The Gong family should not be trifled with. Alas, he could only wish for his own safety. After receiving a beating from Jiang Yicheng, he would likely be rendered incapable for life. Members of the Sansho Club watched the unfolding scene with gleeful anticipation, as if they could already foresee Chu Ming's fate. Sansho consists of 9 ranks, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest, and Jiang Yicheng was an 8th-degree practitioner, a top-tier martial artist. Fighting an ordinary person would be akin to striking a child. After all, the law stipulates that any combat involving practitioners above the 3rd rank is considered armed, highlighting the threat that a martial arts expert poses to an ordinary individual. Boy, you can only blame your own lack of foresight. Jiang Yicheng shook his head, gazing at Chu Ming with a look of pity. He yearned to cling to Gong Zihong's leg, and he was determined to strike hard. He could not deliver a satisfactory report without breaking a few of Chu Ming's bones. Chu Ming regarded him with indifference. In his previous life, Chu Ming had been merely an ordinary individual with a combat power of only 4, easily felled by Jiang Yicheng's few punches and kicks, leaving him bedridden in the hospital for several weeks, utterly defenseless like a fledgling chick. Now, however, as he looked at Jiang Yicheng, the latter appeared to him as insignificant as an ant, for the system informed him that Jiang's combat power was a mere 8 points. How the tides have turned. Chu Ming could not help but exclaim. What does that mean? Jiang Yicheng was taken aback by this remark, looking at Chu Ming with a puzzled expression. What do you care about my meaning? Are you going to fight or not? Chu Ming replied impatiently, taking several steps forward to position himself protectively behind Fan Xiaojun. His intention was not to shield her, for an S-rank peak individual hardly required protection. Rather, Chu Ming had sensed Fan Xiaojun's rising anger. If he did not take action soon, she might not be able to restrain herself and would strike first, leading to chaos. If blood were shed at school, it would undoubtedly draw scrutiny. Are you seeking death? Jiang Yicheng's expression darkened suddenly at these words, and he bellowed in response. As a master of Sanda with an 8th-degree ranking, he possessed his own pride. While it was not honorable to strike an ordinary person, how could he bear the provocation? Chapter 38. The Iron Man Mark III armor is about to be unlocked as Jiang Yicheng's voice fell. He abruptly lifted his right leg and delivered a sweeping kick aimed directly at Chu Ming's head. The sound of air being sliced through resonated, illustrating the tremendous force behind it. Chu Ming furrowed his brow. If he were an ordinary individual, such a kick would likely result in a severe concussion. Meanwhile, the faces of Gong Zihong and his companions twisted into malicious grins, for they were aware that Jiang Yicheng's strike would surely leave Chu Ming either incapacitated or gravely injured. Is he truly willing to resort to such brutality just to curry favor with Gong Zihong? Chu Ming scoffed coldly. Given the circumstances, He resolved to settle both old and new grievances today. Thus, he extended his left hand and executed a swift chop aimed at Jiang Yicheng's incoming right leg. Jiang Yicheng, witnessing this, let out a derisive laugh. Did Chu Ming actually believe he could block his sweeping kick with mere hands? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. He had trained since childhood to enhance the resilience of his calf bones, capable of bending steel pipes, let alone shattering human bones with a full-force kick. Yet, to his astonishment, Chu Ming's left hand moved with remarkable speed, arriving first and landing squarely on Jiang Yicheng's shin. A sharp crack echoed as Jiang Yicheng's leg bent unnaturally, resulting in a fracture, while Chu Ming's hand remained unscathed. The smirk on Jiang Yicheng's face froze, and he was suddenly engulfed by an unbearable pain. Coupled with the overwhelming force from Chu Ming's hand, his balance was thrown off, and he staggered to one side. Seizing the moment before Jiang Yicheng fell, Chu Ming raised his leg and delivered a swift kick that sent Jiang Yicheng flying. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, Jiang Yicheng arced through the air, gliding for 5 to 6 meters before crashing heavily at Gong Zihong's feet. Upon landing, he clutched his fractured leg, howling in agony, his expression one of sheer torment. By the heavens! Gong Zihong's countenance shifted dramatically, taking 2 steps back as he cast a bewildered glance at the writhing Jiang Yicheng before shifting his gaze to Chu Ming. The other students from the Sanzhou Society, who had been seated on the ground, now stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly frail young man had effortlessly defeated Jiang Yicheng, a fighter of 8 dan, and had sent him sprawling for several meters. What immense strength must that require? In an instant, their perception of Chu Ming transformed. Initially regarded as an arrogant greenhorn, they now recognized his formidable prowess. However, the question lingered: what could mere fighting skill achieve against Gong Zihong? Indeed, after a brief moment of astonishment, Gong Zihong quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixated on Chu Ming, his voice dark and brooding. "I underestimated you. I had no idea you possessed such martial prowess. No wonder Fan Xiaojun took a liking to you. Now you know." Chu Ming replied with a composed smile, glancing at the writhing Jiang Yicheng on the ground. Having exacted some measure of revenge, his spirits soared. Yet, this was merely physical retribution. His vendetta against Jiang Yicheng was far from complete. "However, do you truly believe that your prowess can rival mine?" Gong Zihong scoffed disdainfully, his voice echoing with madness. "Do you have any idea of the Gong families standing in Sichuan province? Do you comprehend who holds the reins of this institution? Once I uncover your family background, I shall ensure your existence becomes a living hell." Gong Zihong was on the verge of insanity. For 3 to 4 years, he had dominated Jiangyan Vocational College, leveraging the influence of the Gong family and his father, never having endured such humiliation before. From this day forth, he vowed to render both Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun completely unmoored in the entirety of Sichuan province. Moreover, what many did not realize was that the Gong family belonged to a lineage of martial arts. No matter how skilled Chu Ming might be, could he truly contend with an ancient martial artist? "Suit yourself, investigate as you please," Chu Ming replied, rolling his eyes at the frenzied Gong Zihong, whom he regarded as a fool. Should the truth of his and Fan Xiaojun's identities come to light, it would likely terrify anyone who learned of it. His standing within the Gong family was that of a B-rank ability user and ancient martial artist, someone even Gong Zihong's father sought to cultivate. As for Fan Xiaojun, her mere identity as an S-rank peak ability user would compel the head of the Gong family to bow in deference, not to mention her connections to the 9 provinces. Having spoken, Chu Ming chose not to engage further, grasping Fan Xiaojun's hand and turning to depart. Before leaving, Fan Xiaojun cast one last glance at Gong Zihong and the fallen Jiang Yicheng, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she shook her head in disbelief. A crowd of onlookers watched Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun leave, exchanging glances, none daring to impede their exit. "Congratulations, host, on successfully masquerading as a fool while devouring the tiger, earning 400 points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Chu Ming's mind. There had been over 30 individuals present, all second-generation wealthy heirs, each contributing more than 10 points. Incredible! He could finally exchange them for the Mark III battle armor. Chu Ming felt an overwhelming surge of joy. After so long, he had finally amassed enough points. Once they were out of sight from the crowd, Chu Ming released Fan Xiaojun's hand. A triumphant grin spread across his face. So how does it feel? Satisfied? Am I not handsome? Fan Xiaojun, unable to suppress a smile at his demeanor, found her anger dissipating. Indeed, why should she, an ability user, be angered by a mere ordinary person? If truly provoked, she could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Pausing for a moment, Fan Xiaojun looked at Chu Ming with newfound curiosity, asking, "Why did you not use your abilities earlier, yet still exhibit such strength?" Generally, if an ability user refrains from employing their powers, their strength would be on par with that of an ordinary individual, unless they were a power-type user. Yet, Chu Ming was undeniably a transformation type. "The venom has enhanced my strength," Chu Ming casually remarked, as Fan Xiaojun remained unaware of his status as an ancient martial artist. "Ah, I see. Your ability is indeed quite unique. No wonder the leader is so intrigued by you," Fan Xiaojun replied, smirking. "By the way, is your leader male or female?"
Chu Ming suddenly inquired.
"Male, why do you ask?" "Oh, then please convey to him that he should cease his interest in me, as I prefer females," Chu Ming said with an expression of distaste. "Fan Xiaojun, is that what she meant by being interested?" After a moment of silence, Fan Xiaojun continued to inquire, "So, where are you planning to go next?" "Home," Chu Ming exclaimed without hesitation. He was eager to return and unlock the Mark III armor, having been consumed by thoughts of this Iron Man suit for quite some time. "Then let us be off." Fan Xiaojun nodded. "Off to where?" Chu Ming suddenly realized something was amiss. He glanced at her, only to find that she had no intention of leaving. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Sister? You can't possibly intend to follow me home." "Of course, my main body has assigned me the task of monitoring you," Fan Xiaojun replied matter-of-factly. "Monitor me? You intend to spy on me at my home?" Chu Ming was left utterly dumbfounded, fearing she would indeed cling to him. "Do not worry. I am merely a projection. I shall not interfere with you," Fan Xiaojun stated calmly. "Did you not say you were just like the real thing?" Chu Ming's face reflected utter despair. "I was merely jesting," she replied. "I cannot believe a word you say." Chapter 39. Unlocking the Iron Man Mark III armor. "Dear sister, could you please refrain from following me?" After exiting the school gates and walking along the path back to his rented apartment, Chu Ming glanced at Fan Xiaojun, who persistently trailed behind him, expressing his exasperation. "I cannot. I must obey the orders of my original self," Fan Xiaojun replied while engrossed in her mobile phone. "Seriously? Is there a flaw in your design? Is this how you conduct surveillance? Isn't monitoring supposed to be discreet?" Chu Ming was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently unable to contend with her, he would have relished the opportunity to give her a piece of his mind. "I don't care. I must keep an eye on you," she said, not bothering to look up. In her understanding, monitoring someone meant ensuring that individual remained within her line of sight. Otherwise, what would the point be? Chu Ming sighed, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, having such a beautiful companion shadowing him was not entirely disadvantageous. Before long, Chu Ming returned to his apartment, with Fan Xiaojun following him inside. She unceremoniously plopped down on the sofa, continuing to play with her phone. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched. It seemed she had taken this place as her own. "Let me make this clear. If you are staying here, you are not allowed in my room. You will sleep on the sofa tonight," Chu Ming asserted after a moment of contemplation. "But then I won't be able to see you," Fan Xiaojun pouted, looking up at Chu Ming with discontent. "If I can't see you, how is that monitoring? Come on. I'm not going anywhere. Why do you have to keep such a close watch on me? Don't you have other agents here in the 9 provinces? Where could I possibly run to?" Chu Ming was on the verge of losing his temper. Pointing an accusing finger at Fan Xiaojun, "Letting you stay here is my final concession. Don't push your luck. If this continues, I will lose my temper." Fan Xiaojun blinked her large eyes at him, contemplating his words. Seemingly finding some merit in his reasoning, she nodded in agreement, pouting her lips. "Fine." Finally, Chu Ming sighed in relief, swiftly retreating to his own room and locking the door securely. What a situation, he lamented, collapsing onto his bed, tears of frustration welling up. He couldn't shake the feeling that Fan Xiaojun, in her current form, was rather dim-witted. She was simply too straightforward. Enough of this. Let's take a look at my Mark III armor. Shaking his head, Chu Ming dismissed his thoughts and instructed the system to display the blueprints for the Iron Man Mark III armor. Unlocking progress. 7001000. Injecting 300 points. Chu Ming spoke with palpable excitement. Ding. Points successfully injected. Remaining points 100. Unlocking progress for the Mark III armor is now at 100. Unlock successful and has been added to the system backpack. Chu Ming quickly opened the backpack interface, revealing a humanoid mech adorned in a striking red and gold design, lying quietly in one of the compartments. Beside it was a line of small text, the system's description. Item: Iron Man Mark III armor, a technological artifact from the Marvel Universe. Effect: upon wearing, one gains 180 points of combat power. Note: the Mark III armor will experience significant damage during combat, causing a considerable decrease in combat power. However, once returned to the system's inventory, it will self-repair. Woohoo! I am now Iron Man! Chu Ming exclaimed joyfully in his heart, finally acquiring the armor he had long desired. To his surprise, the Mark III armor, while merely a basic model within the Iron Man series, boasted a remarkable 180 points of combat power, ranking as an A-level pinnacle, second only to his current A-level peak strength after merging with Venom. Another trump card. Gazing at the Mark III armor in his inventory, Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He yearned to don the armor immediately and soar through the skies. However, with Fan Xiaojun still present in the living room, any sudden movements could lead to unwanted attention, making it impossible to explain. Chu Ming was not yet prepared to reveal this hidden advantage. Damn, it's unlocked but unusable. What a predicament. Never mind. I still have 100 points left. I might as well try my luck. Chu Ming pouted in frustration and opened the lottery page of the system. He could draw 10 times now, and based on previous experiences, he felt he had a good chance of winning another special reward. After all, he had only drawn a total of 12 times before, landing 2 special rewards, Venom and the Mark III armor. He suspected that the lottery must have some form of guarantee. Here we go. Give me a win. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chu Ming initiated all 10 draws simultaneously, fixating his gaze on the lottery page. The prize will spun rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have received a consumable reward, 1 spirit essence pill, from a certain cultivation realm. Congratulations, host. You have received a consumable reward, 1 chi enhancing pill, from. As anticipated, the first 5 draws yielded consumables, 4 spirit essence pills and 1 chi enhancing pill. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill reward, Secret Art, Shadow, from the Honor of King's Realm. Secret Art, Shadow is a skill of the character Yuenga in Honor of Kings. Upon learning it, the host can summon a puppet that can mimic the appearance of any creature and can be controlled remotely. The puppet's strength is 1/3 of the host's. Note: the puppet will automatically return to the host's body after being 1 kilometer away for 1 hour. A skill type? To think I could draw a skill from Honor of Kings. How splendid. Chu Ming's eyes brightened. This was his second skill type reward, and it seemed far more prestigious than the first one he had drawn, Void Punch. The ability to summon a puppet that mimics any creature. Wasn't this a perfect tool for home use, travel, or even deceit? Wait a moment. Chu Ming glanced back towards the living room, his eyes shifting as a sudden thought struck him. This puppet can imitate any creature, but could it also mimic myself? After all, he was currently unable to test the newly acquired Mark III armor due to Fan Xiaojun's presence at home. Chu Ming contemplated the intriguing notion that if the secret technique, Shadow, could produce a puppet that flawlessly mimicked him, he could leave the puppet at home while he donned the Mark III battle armor and soared into the skies. However, he realized he must hasten to test this theory. Filled with excitement, he glanced at the lottery interface and noted that all 4 remaining draws had yielded nothing but spirit essence pills. Dismissing the triviality, he swiftly accessed the system's inventory and turned his attention to the Shadow technique. Do you wish to learn Shadow? Yes.
Chu Ming eagerly áp phim.
Ding. Learning successful. In an instant, he felt a surge of new information flood his mind. With a mere thought, several strands of black energy flickered from within him, and shortly thereafter, A beautifully crafted blue puppet materialized before his eyes. Observing the puppet, he envisioned his own likeness in his mind. The puppet swiftly twisted, enveloped in a flurry of black threads, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an exact replica of Chu Ming himself. Impressive. It was astonishingly identical. Astonished, Chu Ming scrutinized the puppet before him, noting that even the clothing was perfectly replicated, rendering it indistinguishable from his own appearance. This would simplify matters immensely. With a sly grin, he leaped from the bed and commanded the puppet to lie down in his place. After a moment of thought, he handed his phone to the puppet, instructing it to feign playing with the device. Splendid. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 40. The 9th of the 9 provinces prepared and ready, the moment has come to don the Mark III armor. System. Equip the Mark III battlesuit. Chu Ming eagerly articulated within his mind. As soon as the command was uttered, intricate and sophisticated crimson mechanical components materialized from thin air. To Chu Ming's astonishment, these pieces affixed themselves onto his form, initiating an automatic installation process that proceeded seamlessly from his feet to his leg armor, and then to the chest plate, each step executed with precision and harmony. The rhythmic whirring of gears and the resonant clang of metal filled the air, evoking an unmistakable mechanical ambience, the sound remarkably melodious. Chu Ming felt his adrenaline surge. Clang. Finally, the golden faceplate melded onto his visage, and the arc reactor at his chest erupted with a radiant blue light, dazzling in its brilliance. Instantly, a holographic interface illuminated before Chu Ming, reminiscent of the screens featured in Iron Man films. Enveloped in the armor, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. What man who has watched Iron Man has not fantasized about possessing such a suit? After all, the mech is the epitome of male romance. Chu Ming tentatively moved his arms, discovering the suit's responsiveness was astonishingly agile, allowing for effortless motion. Observing the tightly interlocking mechanical components of his arm as they shifted with his movements, excitement coursed through him, sending tingles across his scalp. "Brother, what are you doing in there?" came the voice of Fan Xiaojun, who seemed to have heard the sounds of Chu Ming donning the Mark III armor. Chu Ming hurriedly maneuvered his puppet on the bed to respond. "I'm watching a little movie." "What kind of little movie?" Fan Xiaojun asked, her tone laced with confusion. "The Iron Man movie. Don't disturb me," Chu Ming's puppet bellowed. "Oh!" Fan Xiaojun's footsteps gradually receded, and a moment later, Chu Ming caught her murmuring softly, "What a peculiar taste."
Chu Ming.
However, seeing that she appeared unaware of anything amiss, he breathed a sigh of relief. Cautiously, he approached the window, climbing out and leaping from the 18th floor. Fire! Fire! Chu Ming frantically activated the thrusters on his suit's legs and arms, torrents of flames erupting forth. Yet, he miscalibrated the thrust, causing the Mark III armor to spin uncontrollably in the air, rapidly descending towards the ground. Damn! It didn't seem this difficult to operate in the movies. Panic washed over Chu Ming as he felt his head spin. He hastily adjusted the thruster's flames, barely managing to stabilize himself mid-air. Relieved, Chu Ming glanced below. Directly beneath him lay a bustling commercial pedestrian street, teeming with people. Had he fallen, it would have surely spelled trouble. "Let's take a test flight." Thrilled, Chu Ming controlled the thrusters to propel himself forward, his form wobbling in the air. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly cranked up the thruster power, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring ahead. Phew! A powerful sensation of acceleration surged through him, and Chu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in delight. He soared aimlessly through the sky, reveling in the exhilarating thrill of flight for the very first time. A wave of profound excitement coursed through his veins. Meanwhile, in a room on the 22nd floor of a high-rise hotel, a boy of about 15 or 16 stood by the window, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the nightscape outside. With his long silver hair and youthful visage, he appeared remarkably adorable, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, his small face was etched with frustration as he murmured to himself, "I truly wonder what the boss is thinking. With Sister Nine's avatar right here, what more do they need me for?" The boy, known as Number 10, ranked 10th on the forbidden list of Jujo, had recently been dispatched on a mission to observe a B-level ability user with a power akin to Venom. He was perplexed. Why send an S-level ability user from the forbidden list to observe a mere B-level one? Just yesterday, he learned that Jujo had not only tasked him with observation but had also instructed him to monitor this B-level ability user. This left him even more bewildered. After all, it was simply a B-level ability user. Even if their power was reminiscent of something from movies or comics, was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a streak of light cutting through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the object shattered the sound barrier. Initially, he thought it was a drone, but upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. Iron Man? Incredulity washed over him as he rubbed his eyes and looked again. With his S-level prowess, he could clearly discern the figure, even at supersonic speed. This was undeniably the armor of Iron Man from the movies. Number 10 was utterly flabbergasted. How could such a thing exist in reality? Though ability users had emerged in this world, Iron Man's armor required highly advanced technological support to create, something humanity had yet to achieve. In the next moment, a connection dawned on him regarding the B-level ability user with venomous powers. They shared a commonality. Both were Marvel-related. Instinctively, he felt that the individual within the Iron Man suit must be linked to the person Jujo had instructed him to monitor. I must follow. A grave expression crossed Number 10's face as he leaped from the window of the 22nd floor. Just as he began to lose his balance, a brilliant azure light enveloped him, and a 3-meter-long sword materialized beneath his feet. He landed deftly upon the blade, and in that instant, his modern attire transformed into a flowing robe of moonlight white. His silver hair danced in the wind, and his stature grew considerably, transforming from that of a youthful boy into a young man in his 20s. Ethereal blue sword patterns emerged on his face, and he radiated an aura of unparalleled sharpness, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman. As the 10th gazed at the receding Iron Man armor, a thought flickered, transforming into a streak of azure light that surged forth in pursuit. At this moment, Chu Ming had been soaring through the skies for half an hour. Gradually, he had begun to master the art of flight, shedding the initial clumsiness he once displayed. His heart, once racing with exhilaration, now began to settle into a tranquil rhythm. Hovering above a secluded grove, Chu Ming deftly adjusted the mech's speed, descending gracefully. When he reached a height of 5 meters above the treetops, he paused in midair. Through his recent flight, Chu Ming had ascertained the maximum velocity of the Mark III armor, achieving an astonishing Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. Such velocity could likely only be rivaled by supersonic jets. Now, Chu Ming was eager to test the formidable might of the Mark III's offensive capabilities. Chapter 41. Mu Yuanyan. The Mark III armor, as the first generation of Iron Man's comprehensive suit, not only boasts significant improvements in speed and defense, but is also equipped with 3 formidable weapons: the plasma light-speed pulse weapon, miniature missiles, and dual 6-barreled mini-cannons on the shoulders. Among these, the most powerful is undoubtedly the miniature missiles, cleverly concealed within the forearms of the Mark III. In the Iron Man film, Tony Stark utilized these missiles to obliterate a terrorist tank. Following closely in power is the plasma light-speed pulse weapon, which can unleash attacks from both the palm-mounted emitter and the chest-S arc reactor, delivering considerable firepower. The 12 mini-cannons on the shoulders, while generally less potent, possess the advantageous capability of automatically locking onto multiple targets, allowing for simultaneous strikes against several foes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming deemed the miniature missiles too devastating, akin to large-scale weaponry, and thus decided against testing them, while the mini-cannon's relatively low power failed to pique his interest. What he yearned to experiment with was the plasma beam capable of being fired from the palm and chest. This is indeed Iron Man's signature attack method and a marvel of technology far surpassing current human capabilities on Blue Star. Raising his right hand, he aimed at a large tree below and focused his thoughts. Suddenly, the center of the Mark III's palm erupted with a dazzling white light, and a brilliant white beam, brimming with immense power, surged forth at a speed exceeding that of light, striking the tree's trunk directly. Boom! Following a tremendous sound, a human-sized cavity appeared in the trunk of the nearly 1-meter-wide tree, its edges flickering with flames. Incredible! Such is the prowess of high-tech weaponry. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. If it could penetrate such a large tree, what would happen if it struck a person? they would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. He was convinced that even individuals of B-rank strength could not withstand a single blast from this palm cannon, let alone the more potent chest cannon. Just as Chu Ming was about to fire off another couple of palm blasts, a sudden alarm blared within his mind. Warning! Warning! An S-rank ability user is approaching from behind. An S-rank ability user is approaching from behind. An S-rank ability user. Chu Ming's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned around, only to behold a brilliant azure streak hurtling towards him from the distant sky. Not another S-rank ability user, he thought. Could it be someone from JoJo again? Chu Ming felt a pang of frustration. Why was he always being targeted?
Mu Yuanyan.
Rank 10th on the JoJo Forbidden List, codename number 10, Combat Power 268, Ability, Sword Immortal Body. The system relayed information about his adversary. No way, it truly is someone from JoJo. First number 9, now number 10? This is never-ending. Chu Ming was utterly speechless. It seemed JoJo was relentless in their pursuit of him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He hastily maneuvered the armor into the air, locking onto his opponent with the miniature missiles and mini-cannons on his shoulders in an instant. Chu Ming is not overly concerned at the moment, as the maximum speed of the Mark III armor can reach twice the speed of sound, and that white streak of light did not even emit the sound of breaking the sound barrier. Clearly, if Chu Ming truly wanted to flee, his pursuer would not be able to keep up. Soon, the azure streak of light suddenly halted at a distance of 100 meters from Chu Ming. A young man with flowing silver hair, exuding a sharp and pure aura, appeared, standing atop a 3-meter-long great sword, his moon-white robe fluttering in the wind. Mu Yuanyan brushed his hair back, revealing a face of striking beauty. Chu Ming was taken aback. Aside from himself and the readers, how could there be such an extraordinarily handsome man in the world? At that moment, a single thought occupied his mind. A gentleman like Jade, unmatched in the world. Truly, he embodied the essence of a sword immortal. How is it that everyone from JoJo is so remarkably attractive? If it weren't for the formidable combat prowess of this individual, Chu Ming might have begun to suspect that JoJo was merely an idle company. Who are you? Mu Yuanyan inquired, his curious gaze fixated on the Mark III armor. Chu Ming, wary, regarded him cautiously and, after a moment's contemplation, responded through the armor with a synthesized electronic voice. I am Iron Man. Mu Yuanyan. I know that it's Iron Man. Is that what I asked? Is this Iron Man armor your ability? Mu Yuanyan adjusted his thoughts and asked again, genuinely intrigued by the appearance of such high-tech armor in reality, which could only be explained as an extraordinary ability. Indeed, Chu Ming replied electronically, is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave. He was not inclined to engage in further conversation and intended to make his escape. Wait, Mu Yuanyan suddenly called out anxiously. What is it? Chu Ming regarded him with suspicion. Mu Yuanyan suddenly displayed a bashful demeanor, looking conflicted, as if he were a child, seemingly hesitant to speak. Could I take a picture with you, Iron Man? Chu Ming was taken aback. Mu Yuanyan appeared to be in his 20s, yet he acted so childishly. Could he not be a bit more mature? Spit it out quickly. Chu Ming, unable to endure the awkwardness, retorted impatiently. Could I take a picture with you? Mu Yuanyan finally blurted out, a flush creeping across his handsome face. He was, after all, merely a boy of 15 or 16. Despite becoming an extraordinary being, he still held great admiration for superheroes like Iron Man from films.
No, Goodbye.
Chu Ming, feeling exasperated, took control of the armor and soared into the distance, instantly breaking the sound barrier and transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Are all the people from JoJo this peculiar? Chu Ming mused to himself, recalling how Fan Xiaojun insisted on monitoring him, and now Mu Yuanyan had traveled a great distance just to ask for a photograph? What nonsense is this? Once I can contend with them, I swear I will take on every single person from JoJo. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched as he muttered to himself. As Mu Yuanyan watched Chu Ming soar away, an instinctive urge to pursue him flickered within her, only to be swiftly extinguished by the realization of his remarkable double-sonic speed. A sense of disheartenment washed over her, and she pouted in petulance, lamenting, Even a simple photo together is impossible. How stingy. The Iron Man suit possessed extraordinary abilities, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, thinking it appeared even more dashing than her own sword Saint physique. Yet, her reverie was abruptly interrupted as she furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of such formidable powers, which seemed to surpass an A-rank classification. I must inform Sister Nine at once. Despite her admiration for the Iron Man armor, the emergence of this enigmatic superhuman left her uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. Though still young, she understood her responsibilities as a member of the Jojo, and it was imperative to report such occurrences. Hastily, Mu Yuanyan retrieved her phone and sent a message, the recipient unmistakably being Fan Xiaojun. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had swiftly arrived at the window of his rented apartment, gingerly slipping inside before instructing the system to retract the Mark III armor. He tiptoed over to the bedside, where his puppet was still engrossed in its mobile device. With a flick of his will, he recalled the puppet, then reclined on the bed. Initially, he had considered exploring further to test the power of the chest cannon. However, the puppet was now over a kilometer away, and it would automatically return after an hour had elapsed. With 50 minutes already passed since his departure, and given that Mu Yuanyan had discovered him, it was likely she would inform her Jojo associates, including Fan Xiaojun. To avert any unforeseen complications, Chu Ming deemed it prudent to return home for the time being. Chapter 42. Sleep together? Ding ding ding. Barely had Chu Ming reclined on his bed when a series of urgent knocks echoed from his door, accompanied by the voice of Fan Xiaojun. Chu Ming, are you inside? What is it? Chu Ming furrowed his brows, pondering that Fan Xiaojun had indeed received the news. Rising, he swung open the door, feigning an expression of displeasure as he gazed at her. You didn't go anywhere just now, did you? Fan Xiaojun fixed her scrutinizing gaze upon Chu Ming, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. She had just seen a message from Mu Yuanyan, stating that an ability user with a Steelman armor had been discovered in the woods on the outskirts of the city, likely possessing strength above grade A. Fan Xiaojun immediately linked this to Chu Ming, primarily due to the fact that both his venomous powers and the Steelman armor abilities belonged to the Marvel series. Secondly, because this rascal had made peculiar noises an hour prior, claiming to be watching a Steelman short film. What a coincidence. No, I haven't tea. You keep coming to check on me every little while. Where could I possibly go? Chu Ming looked at her with an expression of incredulity, secretly reveling in his amusement. During his absence of just an hour, she had knocked on his door every 10 minutes, while he remotely controlled his puppet to respond each time. He knew Fan Xiaojun was beginning to harbor doubts, yet she lacked any evidence. What could she truly do against him? Fan Xiaojun scrutinized Chu Ming's eyes for an extended period, unable to discern any incrimination. With a reluctant nod, she walked straight into his room and seated herself on his bed. What are you doing? We agreed that you wouldn't enter my room. Chu Ming's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting with irritation as he glared at Fan Xiaojun. I want to sleep. You can't expect me, a frail woman, to sleep on the sofa. Can you? What if I catch a cold? Fan Xiaojun gazed at Chu Ming with pleading eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and whimsically remarked, Right, brother landlord? Her voice was sweet and alluring, sending a shiver down Chu Ming's spine. Fine, you win. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Chu Ming cursed under his breath, grabbing a pillow and making his way toward the living room. He thought to himself, if I can't confront you, then I can at least evade you. No, you can't sleep on the sofa. I must keep an eye on you. Fan Xiaojun called out, her resolve firm after receiving Mu Yuanyan's message. She could not allow Chu Ming to slip from her sight. Then where am I supposed to sleep? Chu Ming turned back, incredulously eyeing her. Are you suggesting that I sleep with you? Chu Ming was taken aback. Did Fan Xiaojun not understand the boundaries between men and women? Moreover, could such a fortunate event truly occur? You're overthinking it. Fan Xiaojun rolled her eyes at him, rising from the bed as she gazed at the large bed in his room, contemplating for a moment. Then, before Chu Ming's astonished eyes, she extended her slender right hand, and a massive black scythe materialized instantaneously in her grasp. The black scythe was formed from shadows, enveloped in an aura of darkness so profound that it appeared to devour the very soul. Fan Xiaojun wielded a black scythe in her right hand and struck down towards Chu Ming's bed. With a thunderous crash, the bed was cleaved in two, and the blankets and quilts atop it were similarly severed, the cut edges pristine and mirror-like. "What on earth are you doing?" Chu Ming exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. Ignoring his bewilderment, Fan Xiaojun retracted the scythe and dragged one half of the solid wood bed to the opposite side of the room. She then retrieved several books from the bookshelf to level the bed space. Once she arranged the remaining half of the quilt, she clapped her hands together in satisfaction and smiled at Chu Ming, saying, "See, isn't it perfect to have half a bed each?" Chu Ming, taken aback, muttered, "This division is rather hardcore." Resigned, he thought it futile to argue with a woman and, feeling despondent, grabbed a pillow and lay down on his half of the bed. What could he do? Unable to resist, he decided to make the best of the situation, especially since he was sharing a room with a beautiful girl. Seeing Chu Ming settle onto the bed, Fan Xiaojun smiled contentedly and lay down on her half as well. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun walked together towards Zhangyan Vocational College. They had both gone to bed without showering the night before, leaving them feeling sticky and causing Chu Ming a restless night. He had initially considered skipping school, but he could no longer endure Fan Xiaojun's watchful gaze. He reasoned that since they were not in the same class, she couldn't keep an eye on him constantly, and he planned to find a way to slip away. However, as he approached the entrance of the school and headed toward the classroom for the second and third years, he was dismayed to find Fan Xiaojun unwaveringly by his side. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Tentatively, he inquired, "Sister, your classroom isn't here, is it?" Casting him a sidelong glance, Fan Xiaojun replied with a casual smile, "I spoke with your advisor yesterday. I've transferred to your class." Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can you just transfer like that?" Fan Xiaojun shrugged. Beautiful women always have their privileges. Frustrated by his thwarted plans, Chu Ming trudged toward the classroom in defeat. Meanwhile, within the classroom of the second and third years, a group of students were animatedly discussing recent events. "Hey, did you hear? The new guy in our class actually crossed paths with Gong Zihong yesterday." "What? Didn't he just clash with Zhang Xinyue?" No, it's not about that. Let me tell you, he was seen with the campus beauty, Fan Xiaojun." "Come on. You're kidding. He looks so ordinary. There's no way the campus beauty would notice him. Besides, he just started school yesterday. I swear." Because of that, Gong Zihong sent Jiang Yicheng from the sparring team to trouble Chu Ming. And guess what? Chu Ming turned out to be quite formidable. He broke Jiang Yicheng's leg. Are you serious? Jiang Yicheng is an 8th degree fighter. I cannot help but feel that you are speaking nonsense. Yesterday afternoon, the altercation between Chu Ming and Gong Zihong was relayed by members of the sparring club who were present at the scene. Chu Ming has become the first individual in the entirety of Zhangyan Vocational College to provoke Gong Zihong and emerge unscathed. In an instant, he became the focal point of discussion throughout the school. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the reason for Chu Ming's confrontation with Gong Zihong was his association with the campus belle, Fan Xiaojun. It is well known that Gong Zihong had pursued Fan Xiaojun for 3 years without success. However, most people found this rumor difficult to believe, as it sounded too fantastical, akin to a plot from an online novel. At that moment, Chu Ming entered the classroom, and a sudden silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned toward him. Chu Ming paused, feeling somewhat bewildered. He quickly stepped out of the classroom to check the doorplate, then re-entered and made his way to his seat. Puzzled, I must be in the right class. Why is everyone staring at me? Meanwhile, Fan Xiaojun followed Chu Ming into the classroom, taking a seat beside him in the back row. Upon seeing Fan Xiaojun, the entire class was left dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous glances with one another. Chapter 43. The Points Accumulation Artifact? Please do not raise the book. What on earth? Fan Xiaojun? Goodness gracious, what is happening? It truly is Fan Xiaojun. She has actually come to our class with Chu Ming. Could that rumor possibly be true? How can this be? I cannot comprehend. I cannot accept it. Ah, my campus belle, my goddess. Fan Xiaojun's arrival left everyone utterly astounded, whispering in disbelief. Zhang Xinyue, a member of the student council, cast a gaze towards Chu Ming that now bore a hint of fear and resentment. She was privy to some insider information, which made her even more shocked. A person who had stolen Gong Zihong's woman could come to school as if nothing had happened, and even more brazenly bring Fan Xiaojun along. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the fool, earning 200 points. Sitting in the back, Chu Ming, initially feeling helpless under the scrutinizing stares of his classmates, perked up upon hearing the system's notification. What? I can earn points from this? The school truly is an excellent place for playing the fool. He turned to look at Fan Xiaojun, who had taken the seat of his former deskmate, Zhao Heng, who had yet to arrive. She appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in her phone, completely indifferent to the gazes and gossip surrounding her. Perfectly fine. Earning points is perfectly fine. Chu Ming had initially contemplated that since he couldn't evade Fan Xiaojun for the time being, he might as well retreat to his rented place for a nap. However, now that he had earned points, there was no rush to leave. Perhaps there would be more opportunities to accumulate points later. Thus, Chu Ming leisurely took out his phone to play. Just as he did, he noticed a WeChat message he had received that morning. It was from Lu Hai. Xiaoming, why did you go to Jiangyan City without informing me? I must tell you, I discovered a strange person following me yesterday. It was utterly terrifying. I can sense that this person possesses a formidable aura. They are undoubtedly also a supernatural being. What should I do, Xiaoming? Upon reading this, Chu Ming furrowed his brow. Someone was following Lu Hai? Lu Hai was at least a grade C supernatural being. Who else could possibly be interested in supernatural beings? The Juzhou. With this thought, Chu Ming discreetly glanced at Fan Xiaojun. Damn it, the Juzhou people truly seem to appear wherever there are supernatural beings. If they set their sights on him, fine. He could easily escape with the Mark III. However, Lu Hai was different. She was merely a grade C. Chu Ming set his phone down, lost in contemplation. As Lu Hai was his friend, he certainly wanted to help, but he himself was currently under surveillance by Juzhou. How could he assist? What resources did he have? 64 points of combat power, Venom, Mark III armor, secret technique, shadow. Wait, secret technique. Shadow? Chu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as a plan formed in his mind. He quickly picked up his phone and replied to Lu Hai's message. Hurry to Jiangyan City. I will send someone to pick you up. At this moment, Zhao Heng arrived at the classroom. Upon reaching the last row, he was taken aback to find Fan Xiaojun occupying his seat, standing there in a daze. That's my spot. Zhao Heng scratched his head and muttered, Classmate, could you please fetch another chair? I wish to sit next to Chu Ming. Fan Xiaojun glanced up at him and offered a faint smile. Oh. Zhao Heng momentarily froze, then quickly nodded and turned to exit the classroom. Before leaving, he gave Chu Ming a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome. Zhao Heng had certainly heard the rumors, but at the time, he found them hard to believe, considering Chu Ming had only been at the school for less than a day. How could he possibly have struck up a rapport with the school beauty? However, it now appeared to be true. Before long, Zhao Heng returned with a desk and chair, placing them beside Chu Ming. Stealing a glance at Fan Xiaojun, who was engrossed in her phone, he cautiously leaned toward Chu Ming and whispered, Wow, brother, you truly are something. You managed to win over the school beauty in less than a day. How did you pull that off? Do you believe it if I say she insisted on sticking with me? Chu Ming replied with a wry smile, reclining in his chair. How could that be? Zhao Heng was incredulous. He thought it was impressive enough that Chu Ming had managed to catch Fan Xiaojun's attention. The idea of her pursuing him seemed absurd. Did he really think he was someone like Peng Yuyan? Noticing Zhao Heng's disbelief, Chu Ming smirked and, in the next moment, stood up, pointing at Fan Xiaojun and shouted, Could you move away from me? His voice was loud, drawing the attention of the entire class. All gazes turned toward them, confusion evident on their faces. What was going on with Chu Ming? Was he quarreling with Fan Xiaojun? Who is this guy? Just yesterday he was with someone else, and now he's telling others to keep their distance? Does he really think he is someone special? Does he not realize how lucky he is that Fan Xiaojun even noticed him? How can he act like this in front of so many people? I think the school beauty is going to be upset now. As the students braced themselves for an entertaining spectacle, Fan Xiaojun merely looked at Chu Ming with surprise, her brows furrowing slightly. She was puzzled by his erratic behavior and replied coolly, "No, I must stay close to you." This declaration left many in the class utterly astonished, with several boys visibly twitching in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully playing the fool and gaining 200 points. As Chu Ming heard the system's notification, he nearly burst into laughter. Fan Xiaojun was indeed a point-gaining machine. In less than half an hour, she had already helped him accumulate 400 points. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, settling back down and looking at the utterly astonished Zhao Heng. With his arms spread wide, he smirked. "See? Even if I tell her to leave, she won't budge. She insists on staying with me. Impressive." Though Zhao Heng couldn't fully grasp the situation, he was profoundly shocked. Was it true that women were drawn to such domineering men? Zhao Heng pondered silently to himself. If this approach could win over the campus belle, then surely it would be effortless to pursue other girls. Without delay, he retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to a girl he had been trying to court. "Can you please keep your distance?" After sending the message, Zhao Heng displayed a confident smile, convinced of his success. Soon, a reply came. "Are you out of your mind? Get lost." Upon reading this, Zhao Heng's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly attempted to apologize. However, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that he had been blocked. Damn it! Why is this happening? Why can't I succeed? Zhao Heng felt utterly despondent.
Chu Ming.
Noticing the situation, leaned over to glance at Zhao Heng's chat records and nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that this fellow would attempt to replicate a failed strategy. Sighing as he remarked, "Perhaps it's because of your looks." Chapter 44. Genetic agents. For the entirety of the morning, Chu Ming remained in the classroom. He had hoped to find an opportunity to further exploit Fan Xiaojun for points, yet such an occasion eluded him. Additionally, Chu Ming had anticipated that Gong Zihong might seek trouble with him today, but to his surprise, the individual was nowhere to be found. As noon approached, Chu Ming decided it was time to leave. Just as he was about to rise, he felt the vibration of the Gong family's dedicated phone that Gong Qiuqin had given him in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a message from Gong Qiuqin. "Young Master Chu, my grandfather is hosting a banquet at Jianghong Manor this evening, specifically in your honor. Would you be available to attend? A banquet?" Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Gong Qiuqin's grandfather was none other than the head of the Gong family. It was quite thoughtful of the elder to organize such an event for him. A smile crept across Chu Ming's face. Naturally, he intended to attend. After all, one could hardly pass up the opportunity for a complimentary meal. As for the underlying motives of the invitation, Chu Ming could surmise they were aware of his identity as an ability user and sought to befriend him. Yet he was unconcerned. A free meal was all that mattered. "Please send me the address," he replied. "Certainly, young Master Chu. Kindly arrive at Jianghong Manor before 8 o'clock this evening. Esteemed figures from across Sichuan province will be present, and you may find it an excellent opportunity to forge new connections. The address has already been sent to you," Gong Qiuqin responded. Chu Ming nodded, realizing it was still early enough for a brief afternoon nap. He tucked his phone away and turned to Fan Xiaojun. "Let us go, I'm off for a nap." With that, he stood and departed. "All right, I'm feeling tired too," Fan Xiaojun said, rising promptly to follow closely behind him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Heng watched the pair leave, his mind reverberating with the implications of their words. Chu Ming had mentioned returning for a nap, and Fan Xiaojun echoed his sentiments about feeling sleepy. Were they implying they would sleep together? Zhao Heng's imagination raced. Meanwhile, several boys in the class, having witnessed Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun exit, gathered around Zhao Heng, eager for gossip. "Zhao Heng, did you catch what they were up to?" one inquisitive boy asked. Still reeling from the earlier shock, Zhao Heng instinctively replied, "They said they were going to sleep together." "What?" The group was left dumbfounded. In the foreground, Zhang Xianyu fixed her resentful gaze on Chu Ming's retreating figure. Observing her discontent, Ma Siwen considered her expression and softly remarked, "Ah, Sister Zhang, don't waste your anger on that boy. I've heard he's only somewhat capable in a fight, and his family background is quite ordinary. It's astonishing that Fan Xiaojun would take an interest in him. It seems utterly blind." Indeed, I believe Fan Xiaojun is merely a pretty face without much intelligence. To be interested in a brash delinquent like Chu Ming is beyond me. I've heard her family isn't particularly affluent either. With her looks, she ought to pursue someone wealthy. It's truly foolish. Beside him, a girl echoed in disdain, expressing her contempt for Fan Xiaojun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyue's expression softened slightly. Indeed, Chu Ming was merely an ordinary individual, perhaps possessing a modicum of fighting ability. What could Fan Xiaojun possibly gain from her interest in him? Moreover, having crossed paths with Gong Zihong, it was likely that he would face a difficult future. You are right. There is no need to be upset over such people, Zhang Xinyue responded, shaking her head before turning to Ma Siwen. These past few days have left me rather disheartened. I heard that the head of the Gong family is hosting a banquet at Jianghong International tonight, supposedly to entertain a significant figure. My father managed to secure a few entry tickets for me. Would you join me for some fun tonight? The Gong family? Is that the same Gong family as our school's principal? Ma Siwen exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be? Is there another Gong family in Sichuan province? Zhang Xinyue replied, exasperated. Then I am definitely going. It's the Gong family, a prestigious clan that dominates the province. If they are inviting a notable figure to dinner, I must see who this esteemed individual is, Ma Siwen exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, I am quite curious too. I wonder what kind of person the Gong family deems worthy of such a title, Zhang Xinyue remarked dreamily, clearly longing for the true upper echelons of society. After speaking, she glanced in the direction where Chu Ming had departed, shaking her head with a faint smile, feeling disdainful. Someone like Chu Ming would likely not even gain entry to the banquet. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was now sprawled on half of the bed in his rental apartment, while Fan Xiaojun, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, had gone to take a shower. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ming opened the lottery interface of the system, having just acquired 400 points. Naturally, he was eager to draw as soon as possible. With a generous 40 chances to draw, he had never been so affluent in this endeavor, and the thought alone thrilled him. Pouring all 400 points into the lottery, the grand prize will begin to spin. Soon, the 40 draws were completed, leaving Chu Ming in utter disbelief. All 40 rewards turned out to be consumables. What the heck? 40 draws. Not a single special prize? Not even a skill-related item? System, I shall report you for foul play. Chu Ming glared at the rewards he had drawn, his anger surging. This system is fair and impartial, with no hidden agendas. The results are solely due to the host's unfortunate luck, the system replied, devoid of emotion. Chu Ming could hardly be bothered to argue with the system. However, he found some solace in the fact that, despite all the rewards being consumables, they were not solely spirit essence pills and energy enhancement pills. He had surprisingly drawn 2 bottles of gene serum. Congratulations, host! You have received consumable rewards. Gene serum, ordinary. Sourced from a high martial arts realm. Ordinary individuals can awaken as D-level supernatural beings, while supernatural beings can advance 1 level. This is indeed a valuable item. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled. Each bottle of gene serum could transform an ordinary person into a supernatural being and allow supernatural beings to elevate their abilities. If he had a sufficient quantity of gene serums, could he not produce supernatural beings in unlimited quantities? Chu Ming was instantly reminded of the playful remark Lu Haoyi had once made. In the future, we shall form a Chinese Avengers alliance. At that moment, Chu Ming contemplated the possibility of drawing items capable of enhancing the abilities of ordinary individuals. If successful, he could cultivate his very own faction. In retrospect, this notion appears to be quite feasible. Intriguingly, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chu Ming's eyes. This morning, he summoned Lu Hai to Jiangyan City with such ideas in mind, and now they seem even more attainable. However, it is prudent to deliberate further. Returning to the present, Chu Ming opened his attribute panel for a review. Host, Chu Ming Combat Power, 64, Grade B, Wisdom, 36 Cultivation Realm, Mid-Level Warrior, 7 days until Late-Stage Warrior, Cultivation Technique, 8-9 Profound Art Assets, 5.02 million Special Items, Symbiotic Venom, Iron Man Mark III Armor Skill Items, Secret Technique, Shadow, Void-Breaking Fist Consumables, 52 Spirit Essence Pills, 2 Qi enhancement pills. After some contemplation, Chu Ming consumed a Qi enhancement pill, reducing the time until his breakthrough to late-stage warrior to merely 2 days. Once he reached that level with the symbiotic venom, he would certainly be able to contend with Fan Xiaojun. A smile crept upon Chu Ming's lips as he envisioned the satisfaction of confronting her in 2 days. These past couple of days had been exceedingly stifling for him. Chapter 45. Attending the banquet, the book club killed the book soon. Fan Xiaojun emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her long hair, damp and glistening, allowed droplets to cascade down her neck, as white as snow, reminiscent of a radiant lotus blossom, beautiful and enchanting. Chu Ming stood there, mesmerized by this stunning sight, unable to suppress a swallow. This girl truly does not regard him as a stranger. Chu Ming, where's the hairdryer? Fan Xiaojun inquired, her hair towel dry as she walked into the room, completely unfazed by Chu Ming's gaze. It's in the nightstand. Chu Ming awkwardly gestured with a pillow over his lap, his tone noticeably stiff. Fan Xiaojun retrieved the hairdryer and returned to the bathroom to dry her hair. Only then did Chu Ming breathe a sigh of relief, glancing down before hastily diving beneath the covers. Perhaps it is best to take a nap first. They would be attending the banquet later that night. Chu Ming shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind, and closed his eyes. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun set out for the banquet. Clad in casual attire, they appeared far from the image of attendees at an elite social gathering. However, Chu Ming was indifferent to such matters. He merely wished to partake in the food, caring little about his outfit. As for Fan Xiaojun, she was even less concerned. Wherever Chu Ming went, she followed. They hailed a cab by the roadside. Earlier, Gong Chuin had mentioned coming to pick Chu Ming up, but he had declined. He was aware that large banquets offered a buffet before the formal proceedings commenced. If Gong Chuin were to pick him up, they would head straight to the formal event. That would eliminate his chance to indulge in the free meal. Thus, Chu Ming opted to go alone, arriving 2 hours early to ensure he could enjoy a hearty meal first. The Zhonghong International Manor was nestled at the foot of a small hill in the suburban area of Dongping District, Jiangyan City, sprawling over thousands of acres with picturesque scenery. It included a golf course, several villas, and various entertainment venues. The banquet was hosted in one of these villas. By the time Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun arrived, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Standing at the periphery, they could see a multitude of luxury cars parked outside the manor. The least expensive among them were Audis and BMWs worth millions, alongside top-tier luxury sports cars like Porsches and Ferraris, with Rolls-Royce business vehicles worth tens of millions scattered about. How I long to own a car like that. Chu Ming gazed at the array of luxury vehicles, feeling as if he were wandering through an auto show, his heart racing with excitement. Do you have money? Fan Xiaojun retorted bluntly from the side. Humph. Chu Ming scoffed dismissively, unwilling to engage with her. He currently possessed 5 million in his account, and in a month's time, Gong Chuin would grant him another 10 million. Purchasing a luxury car worth several million would be an effortless endeavor. However, to his astonishment, he spotted Qiu Zhixin's Maybach GLS 600 among the vehicles. Qiu Zhixin had come as well? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Ming was taken aback to find that this individual had traveled a great distance from Shu City to Jiangyan City to attend the banquet. Although the security at the entrance regarded Chu Ming and his companion with surprise due to their attire, they did not dare to be dismissive upon hearing Chu Ming mention Gong Chuin's name, and respectfully allowed them entry. What greeted their eyes was the opulent hall on the ground floor of the villa, adorned with brilliant lights and lavish decorations. The hall was already bustling with numerous elegantly dressed high society individuals. Among them were several affluent young heirs of Chu Ming's age, gathered in small circles, evidently familiar with one another. As soon as Chu Ming and his companion entered, they attracted many curious glances, their casual attire starkly contrasting with the formal wear of the crowd. After all, this was a banquet organized by the Gong family, and most attendees placed great importance on their attire. How could one possibly attend in ordinary clothing? However, Chu Ming was indifferent to such matters. Upon entering the hall, his gaze was firmly fixed on the long tables flanking the sides. The tables were elegantly draped with pristine white cloths, adorned with an array of exquisite desserts, snacks, and beverages, all available for the guests to indulge in at their leisure. Come on, let's eat. Chu Ming beckoned to Fan Xiaojun, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he made his way toward the long table. Fan Xiaojun blinked, quickly following suit. Chu Ming picked up a brightly colored macaron and popped it into his mouth. The crisp, sweet flavor instantly delighted him, and he nodded vigorously. Delicious. You should try this. Really? Fan Xiaojun hesitated, then took a macaron for herself. Her eyes lit up as she savored it, mumbling through a mouthful, so good. Are these all for us to take? Fan Xiaojun, evidently new to such gatherings, was uncertain about the unwritten rules. Should be fine. Who cares?
Chu Ming slut.
Grabbing another dessert and whispering, after all, I was invited to this banquet. What's wrong with me enjoying some food? That makes sense. Fan Xiaojun nodded in agreement and, no longer holding back, opened a bottle of Lafite from the table, pouring it into her glass and downing it in one go. The two indulged at the long table, utterly unbothered by the stares of onlookers, even sharing a luxurious king crab together. Witnessing this scene, others quickly distanced themselves, astonished looks on their faces as they whispered among themselves. Who are these two? Do you know them? I've never seen them before. Are they part of the wealthy circle in Sichuan? Who comes to the Gong family's banquet in casual clothes? And to eat like that right away, are they sneaking in to mooch off the food and drinks? I think it's likely. What a shame about that girl. She is so beautiful yet engaging in such unscrupulous behavior. Many individuals cast a skeptical eye on Chu Ming and his companions' incongruous actions. Not far away, several young ladies donned in exquisite evening gowns were gathered, laughing and chatting, with the leading girl being none other than Zhang Xinyue. Chu Ming, Fan Xiaojun? How did they end up here? A young woman clad in a low-cut white evening gown suddenly caught sight of Chu Ming and his companion, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. Zhang Xinyue, upon hearing her words, was momentarily taken aback and turned to look, his countenance darkening instantly. Just earlier, he had been contemplating how someone like Chu Ming could never have the privilege of attending such an exclusive gala, yet here he was, unexpectedly present at the soiree. Nu, wait. Zhang Xinyue observed the casual attire of Chu Ming and his companion, and a realization dawned upon him. Surely, Chu Ming has snuck in, he exclaimed. Do they truly appear to be here for the party? Beside him, the heavily made-up Ma Siwen suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, neither Chu Ming nor Fan Xiaojun hails from any distinguished family background. How could they possibly possess the credentials to enter the Gong family's banquet? Moreover, look at them indulging in the food and drink. They are clearly here merely to feast. Oh, what a waste! The campus belle has fallen to such depths. If only Fan Xiaojun had accepted Gong Zihong's advances, she might have been the belle of the ball now. A girl cast a sympathetic glance towards Fan Xiaojun, as if lamenting her plight. Humph! She brought this upon herself. Zhang Xinyue scoffed, and then, as if struck by inspiration, a playful smile crossed his face. Speaking of Gong Zihong, isn't he currently on the second floor? I wonder how he would react if he discovered that Chu Ming had infiltrated the banquet? Indeed, I must inform young Master Gong, Ma Siwen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned and hurriedly made her way towards the second floor of the villa. A group of girls exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unable to contain their anticipation for the unfolding drama. Chapter 46. Gong Wuchang. This banquet unfolds across two levels of a villa. The first floor is populated by affluent individuals of relatively modest status, alongside the scions of wealthy families who have come to expand their horizons under the guidance of their parents or friends. In contrast, the second floor is the gathering place for the true magnates of the entire Sichuan province. Each attendee is a leader in their respective industry, with fortunes amounting to billions, and their discussions, often conducted in hushed tones, may quietly determine the livelihoods of tens of millions. At the heart of the second level, an elderly man well past 70, clad in a traditional Chinese suit, occupies a grand armchair. His hair is entirely white, and he appears somewhat feeble, sipping tea from a cup while gazing out the window with an expression of tranquil indifference. Though he bears the frail appearance of an ordinary old man, he exudes an innate authority that commands respect without uttering a word. The prominent figures on the second floor dare not approach within 10 meters of him. Whenever their eyes meet his, They are filled with reverence and flattery. This venerable man is none other than the host of the banquet, the head of the Gong family, Gong Wuchang. Flanking Gong Wuchang are two individuals, his son Gong Qiu and grandson Gong Zihong. Father, given your grave condition, is it truly necessary for you to preside over this banquet? Could you not leave it to me? Gong Qiu queries with a concerned glance at his father, pouring him a cup of tea. Sigh, I am aware that my time is limited. It is precisely for this reason that I must personally attend this banquet. Gong Wuchang replies with a soft sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. Father, what do you mean by that? Gong Q's brow furrows in concern. There is no need to deceive this old man any longer. I am fully cognizant of my own condition. Gong Wuchang shakes his head, offering a faint smile. Grandfather, what manner of significant figure merits your personal reception? Gong Zihong inquires cautiously from the side. Just the previous afternoon, he had intended to seek trouble with Chu Ming, only to be summoned home by his father, who informed him that his grandfather would be hosting a banquet for a distinguished guest. This revelation astonished him, as he could not recall his grandfather ever personally hosting anyone. After all, Gong Wuchang is one of the most powerful figures in Sichuan province, typically the recipient of others' flattery rather than one who lowers his status to engage with others. Gong Zihong is immensely curious about the individual his grandfather regards as a person of significance. Gong Wuchang glances at his grandson, pausing for a moment before speaking with measured calm. This individual may well hold the key to the survival of our Gong family, hence my decision to personally welcome him. What? Gong Zihong exclaims, incredulous. He had not anticipated his grandfather would hold such a high regard for this person. Father, surely this is an exaggeration? Gong Qiu is equally taken aback by this statement. You both understand how our Gong family rose to prominence, founded upon a formidable martial legacy. Yet, our martial prowess has begun to wane. Gong Wuchang continues, undeterred by their astonishment. What of our decline? In contemporary society, is there still a need for martial arts? The decline of martial arts does not signify the downfall of the Gong family, pondered Gong Zihong in perplexity. Indeed, it was once the case, but times have changed. Gong Wuchang shook his head, stating, in recent years, the world has seen an influx of individuals with extraordinary abilities, as well as a resurgence of ancient martial practitioners. Our family has long-standing enmities, and the ancient martial artists from the Qingqing mountain sect have recently begun to stir. Although their actions are currently minor skirmishes, I am acutely aware that they are merely testing the martial prowess of the Gong family. With the revival of spiritual energy and Qingqing mountain being a nexus of this energy, the strength of their ancient martial practitioners will inevitably grow. There will come a day when our Gong family will find it impossible to contend with them, much like a century ago when we engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but this time we are likely to be the ones who lose. As he spoke, the worry in Gong Wuchang's eyes deepened. Upon hearing these words, both Gong Qiu and his son fell silent. Gong Zihong, still somewhat incredulous, remarked, "But grandfather, can those ancient martial artists and extraordinary individuals truly alter the order of modern society?" Gong Wuchang chuckled softly, took a sip of tea, and explained, "Indeed, they can. Extraordinary individuals have become rare commodities, and the government's establishment of special departments, such as Jojo, serves not only to manage these individuals but also to harness their abilities for their own purposes. Thus, in the future, the status of a powerful, extraordinary individual and an ancient martial practitioner will only rise. Currently, our Gong family possesses merely a handful of ancient martial practitioners, with those above B-level being only a few elderly members. Among the younger generation, very few are willing to pursue the path of martial arts. If this continues, our family will inevitably be supplanted by those from Qingqing Mountain." Gong Qiu nodded slightly, as if beginning to comprehend, and suddenly exclaimed, "Therefore, someone like young Master Chu, who is both a B-level extraordinary individual and a peak B-level ancient martial practitioner, and so remarkably young, is someone we must befriend." Precisely. Gong Wuchang glanced at Gong Qiu, nodding in satisfaction. He had 3 sons, 2 of whom were currently absent from Sichuan province. This banquet was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the only direct descendant present from the family was Gong Qiu, so he needed to ensure everything was conveyed properly. Gong Wuchang glanced at his vintage wristwatch before raising his head to inquire, Has Xiao Qin not yet fetched young Master Chu? Gong Qiu contemplated for a moment before responding. Xiao Qin previously called me to say that young Master Chu declined to be picked up, opting to come on his own, stating he did not wish to expose his identity. In that case, we shall wait here. Gong Wuchang closed his eyes, reclining in his armchair, feigning slumber. Gong Zihong stood beside them, momentarily taken aback, yet he began to grasp the significance of the individual referred to as young Master Chu in his grandfather's esteem. Just then, Gong Zihong noticed a young lady in a low-cut white evening gown waving at him from a distance. With a look of curiosity, he approached her and asked, "What brings you to the second floor?" The second floor is typically reserved for discussions among the most prominent figures of Sichuan province, and it was evident that someone of her youth should not be present here. The young maiden was Ma Siwen. Upon seeing Gong Zihong approach, she hastily exclaimed, "Young Master Gong, I just spotted Chu Ming on the first floor."
Chu Ming?
Gong Zihong was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. How could that fellow possibly come to such a place? Surely you must have seen incorrectly. The conditions for the invitations to the Gong family's banquet were exceedingly stringent. Without assets amounting to tens of millions or a guarantor of equivalent standing, one would not even be granted entry. Indeed, Ma Siwen, sensing his skepticism, grew anxious. Not only has Chu Ming arrived, but he has also brought Fan Xiaojun with him. Moreover, I suspect they sneaked in to indulge themselves. Upon hearing Fan Xiaojun's name, Gong Zihong's expression darkened instantly, a cold smile gracing his lips. With that kid's skills, slipping in is indeed conceivable. I had no intention of seeking you out, yet you dare to present yourself before me? With that, Gong Zihong strode purposefully towards the first floor. Ma Siwen followed closely behind, amused by the prospect of the unfolding drama. Chapter 47. The outburst of Gong Zihong at this moment, on the first floor of the villa. Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun remained at the long table, oblivious to their surroundings as they indulged in food. "Look, SNT that our school's belle, Fan Xiaojun?" As the gathering comprised predominantly of affluent youths, many, including some from the same school as Chu Ming, had already recognized her. Indeed, that boy beside her must be the notorious Chu Ming, someone remarked with a hint of disbelief. The majority of students had heard the rumors surrounding Chu Ming, a transfer student who, within a day of arriving at the school, had managed to win the heart of the school flower, Fan Xiaojun, and had even dared to slap Gong Zihong in the face. "I just heard they sneaked in here to feast under the radar. They certainly do appear to fit that description," one person lamented, shaking their head. "What a shame. Such a distinguished school flower, reduced to such antics with this boy. She must have poor judgment. Putting that aside, I must admit I admire Chu Ming's audacity." Another interjected, "Oh, why do you say that? Consider this. It's Gong's family's banquet. Gong Zihong must be here, right? This guy has stolen Gong Zihong's woman and brazenly entered the venue. His courage is commendable. If it were me, I wouldn't dare." True enough. But if Gong Zihong catches wind of this, that boy will be in serious trouble. This place is certainly Gong's territory. Just as Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun were engaged in their conversation, a figure approached them. It was none other than Gong Zihong, who, after casting a brief glance at Chu Ming, turned his gaze to Fan Xiaojun and mockingly exclaimed, "Fan Xiaojun, what were you thinking? If you were with me, all the prominent figures from Chuan province at this banquet would treat you with utmost respect. Yet here you are with this Chu Ming, lacking even the qualification to attend openly, sneaking in like a commoner. How pathetic." Both Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun were taken aback by his words, exchanging bewildered glances that mirrored their confusion. "What's this? Feeling guilty?" Gong Zihong, observing their expressions, let out a cold laugh, reveling in his triumph. "Let me tell you, sneaking into the banquet is easy, but leaving it unscathed will not be so simple." Gong Zihong had made up his mind to ensure that the two would find themselves in an embarrassing predicament, and he was determined to teach Chu Ming a lesson today. He was resolved to leave Chu Ming battered, as nothing short of that would quell his resentment. This banquet was organized by the Gong family, and several ancient martial artists from the Gong clan were present. No matter how skilled Chu Ming was, could he possibly contend with ancient martial artists? Meanwhile, Ma Siwen, who had summoned Gong Zihong earlier, had returned to her circle around Zhang Xinyue, watching the unfolding drama with great excitement. Let the show begin, sisters. Gong Zihong truly lives up to his family's reputation. He is exceptionally imposing. Just look at how Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun are rendered speechless by his words. One girl, captivated by Gong Zihong's dapper appearance, gazed at him with admiration. I am eager to see how this unfolds for Chu Ming. Zhang Xinyue elegantly held her glass of red wine, coldly observing the scene before her. Meanwhile, the others in the hall had long been watching Chu Ming and his companion, and with the arrival of Gong Zihong, everyone's attention was instantly captivated, drawing them closer to witness the unfolding drama. It seemed that these two idlers had finally been caught by Gong Zihong. They were surely in for a rough time. Given Gong Zihong's temperament, it was likely that their fate was sealed. Most onlookers reveled in their misfortune. Having heard of Gong Zihong's notorious reputation as a complete wastrel who wielded the power of the Gong family and his father's name to bully others in Jiangyan City. Now, it was unthinkable that someone had audaciously infiltrated their family's banquet, especially someone like Chu Ming, who had taken Gong Zihong's woman. How could the Gong family heir possibly tolerate such an affront? Chu Ming gazed at Gong Zihong, who stood with an air of superiority, and inquired with surprise, who said we crashed the party. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaojun quietly picked up a piece of cake and retreated behind Chu Ming, indulging in her treat as if the entire situation were of no concern to her. Still trying to be defiant? Gong Zihong regarded Chu Ming with disdain, declaring, at a Gong family banquet, only those with assets exceeding 30 million are entitled to an invitation. Do you truly believe that our family would extend an invitation to someone whose family possesses merely a few million? He had investigated Chu Ming's background the previous day, which bolstered his confidence. Chu Ming cast a glance at Gong Zihong and surveyed the crowd before calmly stating, Indeed, I do not have an invitation. The room erupted in astonishment. This young man had admitted it so readily? Zhang Xinyue was taken aback. She had expected him to at least attempt to defend himself, perhaps even become flustered, yet he simply acknowledged the truth. How dull. Ma Siwen shook his head, clearly disappointed. Upon hearing Chu Ming's admission, a haughty expression spread across Gong Zihong's face as he turned to Fan Xiaojun, mockingly stating, See that, Fan Xiaojun? This is the person you chose. Someone who lacks the courage even to stand up to me. Fan Xiaojun continued to eat her food, seemingly indifferent to his taunts. I am not finished yet. Chu Ming interjected, his voice ringing out once more. While I may not possess an invitation, I was invited by your sister, Gong Chijin. And is this banquet not arranged specifically for me? In truth, Chu Ming found it rather perplexing. Logically, Gong Zihong, being Gong Chijin's brother, should have known his true identity. Yet, the fact that he was oblivious to the invitation being extended to him was quite revealing. Chu Ming surmised that Gong Zihong's standing within the Gong family was likely quite insignificant. Has this fellow lost his mind? Zhang Xinyue frowned at his words, silently shaking her head. Just when I thought he had redeemed himself by admitting the truth, he goes on to utter such absurd claims. I suspect he is merely floundering, fabricating a ridiculous lie that even a fool would not believe. Ma Siwen, however, felt a renewed interest, eager to see how Gong Zihong would react. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as they appeared to find Chu Ming's statement utterly ludicrous. They were undoubtedly aware that the head of the Gong family hosted this banquet to entertain a distinguished guest. Yet it was evident that the ordinary appearance of Chu Ming, a mere youth, could hardly belong to the sort of eminent individual whom even the head of the Gong family would seek to curry favor with. As for being invited by Gong Qilin, that seemed even more implausible. Although Gong Qilin was the sister of Gong Zihong, she was distinctly different from the latter, who merely relied on the Gong family's influence to project an air of superiority as a spoiled scion. Gong Qilin was among the most exceptional of the third generation of the Gong family. At not yet 25, she had already established no less than 10 large-scale night venues throughout Jiangyan City, amassing a fortune of nearly 10 billion, thus standing as a paragon among her peers. How could such a person possibly be acquainted with someone like Chu Ming? They all believed that Chu Ming was merely grasping at straws, uttering such absurd claims. However, when Gong Zihong heard those words, his expression suddenly shifted, filled with doubt. He recalled clearly that his grandfather had just mentioned that the distinguished guest they were to entertain had the surname Chu and was indeed a young man. Chapter 48. Gong Qiuqin saves the day. Could it be that Chu Ming is indeed that young Master Chu? Gong Zihong pondered with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. He was not a fool, and the numerous coincidences could not help but raise some doubts. However, it was evident that one could not render a judgment based solely on Chu Ming's word. Moreover, in Gong Zihong's subconscious, Chu Ming's persona was entirely at odds with that of the esteemed young Master Chu. People tend to believe in what they wish to believe, a common flaw of human nature. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to trust his instincts, narrowing his eyes at Chu Ming and whispering, "Do not think that knowing my sister's name grants you the liberty to fabricate tales." Chu Ming sighed, unwilling to engage in further banter, and was about to retrieve his phone to call Gong Qiuqin when a clear, cold female voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. "Gong Zihong, what are you doing?" The onlookers gasped in surprise and turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Approaching them was a striking young woman clad in a black evening gown, exuding an air of elegance. As she walked, the crowd parted like the sea. With cascading golden locks and an exquisite visage, she stood tall, measuring over 175 centimeters even with her high heels, her formidable presence evoking a sense of inferiority among many of the girls present. Who is she? Even Gong Zihong dares not challenge her? A newcomer to the scene, oblivious to the circumstances, mocked aloud. "Are you out of your mind? This is Gong Zihong's sister, Gong Qiuqin." His companions hastily pulled him away, fearing their words might reach her ears. Upon hearing this, the mocker turned pale and quickly scurried away. The person who had arrived was none other than Gong Qiuqin. Her expression bore signs of indignation, her delicate brows furrowed as she strode swiftly to stand before Gong Zihong. "Sister, what is it?" Gong Zihong momentarily froze upon seeing Gong Qiuqin, his previous arrogance dissipating, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Without uttering a word, Gong Qiuqin, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, unceremoniously raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Gong Zihong's face, admonishing him sternly, "You scoundrel! Apologize to young Master Chu at once." "Young Master Chu? He is the young Master Chu?" Gong Zihong was momentarily stunned by the slap, and Gong Qiuqin's words left him utterly astounded. Disbelief etched across his features. The seemingly ordinary youth, whom he had always looked down upon, was indeed the distinguished guest invited by their grandfather? "Grandfather has organized this banquet specifically for young Master Chu, and yet you dare to trouble him here? Do you think the current Gong family's standing is no longer dictated by grandfather's words?" Gong Qiuqin huffed coldly, her gaze piercing as it bore down on Gong Zihong. "I dare not." Gong Zihong had seldom witnessed his sister in such a state, and a cold sweat broke out on him. Regardless of his inner reluctance, he could only turn to Chu Ming and bow deeply. "Young Master Chu, I apologize. I was unaware that you were a distinguished guest invited by grandfather, and I inadvertently offended you." Gong Qiuqin's expression softened somewhat, and she turned to Chu Ming, a hint of an apologetic smile gracing her lips. "I am truly sorry, young Master Chu. My brother is still quite young and lacks understanding. I hope you can overlook this." Chu Ming cast a humorous glance at Gong Zihong and remarked with a smirk, "Still young, are we? I am 19 this year while he must be 21. Gong Qiuqin's expression soured. She had unconsciously assumed her brother was genuinely younger when she made that comment, but it suddenly dawned on her that this Mr. Chu appeared to be even younger than her brother. "Oh well, never mind. I'm too weary to argue with him." Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, opting not to press the matter further. Gong Qiuqin then exhaled in relief and smiled. "Mr. Chu, the formal banquet awaits you on the second floor, where my grandfather is also waiting. Allow me to escort you there." Her initial attitude towards her brother was entirely motivated by a desire to protect him. Who was Chu Ming? A Class B ability user and a peak Class B martial artist. Should Gong Zihong provoke him, not even her grandfather could save him from the repercussions. "Very well," Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, as he had only eaten a light meal and was ready to indulge in more food. "Excuse me, is this your girlfriend?" Gong Qiuqin suddenly noticed Fan Xiaojun, who was standing behind Chu Ming, engrossed in her food. She was immediately taken aback by the girl's striking beauty. Though Fan Xiaojun wore no extravagant attire nor makeup, her features were exquisitely perfect. Gong Qiuyin, who considered herself quite attractive, felt a twinge of inferiority in comparison. Well? Chu Ming hesitated, unsure how to respond. To say she wasn't his girlfriend would contradict what most people at school believed. Indeed, I am his girlfriend. Fan Xiaojun suddenly stepped forward, linking her arm with Chu Ming's and beaming with a smile. In that case, I kindly invite Mr. Chu and this young lady to accompany me to the second floor for the banquet, Gong Qiuyin said with a nod and a smile. Absolutely. Before Chu Ming could voice his agreement, Fan Xiaojun answered on his behalf. Chu Ming cast a surprised glance at Fan Xiaojun, wondering why she was so immersed in this charade. However, upon noticing the cake she still held, he realized that as an S-class powerhouse, her appetite must be considerable. It seemed that her actions were merely motivated by a desire to secure more food at the formal banquet. Thus, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun followed Gong Qiuyin through the crowd towards the second floor. Meanwhile, Gong Zihong, standing rooted in place, noticed the onlookers suppressing their laughter and recognized that his dignity had suffered a tremendous blow. His face turned ashen. After a moment's hesitation, he followed the group upstairs. What is happening? Zhang Xinyue and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by the sudden turn of events. Could it be that Chu Ming was the prominent figure invited by the head of the Gong family? It seemed implausible. What was his true identity? Ma Siwen, who had long anticipated a spectacle from Chu Ming, now stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Regardless of his identity, since Gong Qiuyin had made such a statement, it was undoubtedly confirmed that he was indeed the person invited by the head of the Gong family. Zhang Xinyue wore a bitter expression, shaking her head with a wry smile. She had originally thought he was merely a brawler, but unexpectedly, it seems that Fan Xiaojun was not mistaken. Rather, it was we who misjudged. Although her family possessed several hundred million in assets and held a certain status in high society, they paled in comparison to the Gong family, and she could not even measure up to Gong Qiuyin as an individual. Even her father had to address Gong Qiuyin with utmost respect, calling her Miss Gong. In that moment, any thoughts of revenge against Chu Ming evaporated. That level of existence had become something she could only look up to. Chapter 49. The disheveled Gong Zihong on the second floor of the villa, Qiu Zhixin, dressed impeccably in a suit, held a glass of red wine while engaging in light-hearted banter with several prominent figures from Sichuan province. Who exactly are the distinguished guests that Elder Gong personally invited? One inquired with curiosity. I have no idea. There hasn't been a whisper about it. Another replied, shaking his head. I have heard some rumors, interjected a portly middle-aged man. It is said that Elder Gong has invited a B-rank ancient martial artist, which accounts for such grandeur. A B-rank ancient martial artist. Another gasped.
No wonder.
A B-rank ancient martial artist could indeed be on par with the head of the Gong family. All present, being influential figures, understood the significance of an ancient martial artist in today's world. Ah, if only I could be acquainted with a B-rank ancient martial artist. I wouldn't be confined to this area around Dun. Someone sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, his gaze turned to Qiu Zhixin. Curiosity piqued. Brother Qiu, you are familiar with Gong Qiuha, aren't you? Do you know any insider information? Do you recognize that ancient martial artist? Although Qiu Zhixin's enterprises were based in Shuqing, he shared a close relationship with the Gong family and was a figure of prominence in the entire municipality of Shuqing. Thus he was quite at ease at the Gong family banquet. Of course I do. Qiu Zhixin took a sip of his red wine, a proud smile gracing his features. That individual is actually my little brother. We have a great rapport. Otherwise, why would I have traveled so far to Jiangyan City upon receiving the news? Come now. Brother Qiu. That's hard to believe. The man responded, clearly skeptical. A little-known B-rank ancient martial artist? I could believe you know him, but claiming he's your little brother? That's quite the boast. Haha, just wait and see. Qiu Zhixin chuckled, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked toward the staircase. At that moment, Chu Ming had just ascended to the second floor, with Fan Xiaojun embracing his arm, while Gong Qiuqin stood beside them, respectfully guiding the way. Gong Zihong obediently followed behind, his head bowed, not daring to meet Chu Ming's gaze. The influential figures on the second floor turned their attention to this surprising scene, their hearts racing. Who are these two? Someone beside Qiu Zixin exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Gong's granddaughter is personally escorting them? Two juniors managed to ascend to the second floor? And even Gong Qiuqin shows such deference to them. Could they be scions from a distinguished family in the capital or the metropolis? The portly middle-aged man clicked his tongue in wonder, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, contemplating whether to approach and offer a toast. However, it was evident that no one connected Chu Ming with the ancient martial artist invited by Gong Wuchang, for he appeared strikingly youthful. Ah, my little brother has finally arrived. Qiu Zixin's eyes brightened as he picked up 2 glasses of red wine and strode toward Chu Ming. Chu Ming walked calmly, exuding composure under the gaze of the numerous Sichuan dignitaries. Ah, Chu, my little brother? A familiar voice called out, and Chu Ming turned to see its source, unable to suppress a smile. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Qiu Zixin approached with 2 glasses of red wine in hand, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Brother Qiu, what brings you to Jiangyan City? Chu Ming inquired, accepting one of the glasses and clinking it with Qiu Zixin's before taking a hearty sip. Having spotted Qiu Zixin's car outside the estate earlier, he was not particularly surprised to encounter him now. Qiu Zixin drained his glass with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing that Old Man Gong had organized a banquet in your honor, I wasted no time in coming over. As your elder brother, it is only fitting that I bask in the glow of your achievements. Chu Ming chuckled, genuinely finding Qiu Zixin to be quite an interesting character. It was clear that he was intent on cultivating a close relationship, and his exuberance made it difficult for Chu Ming to decline his friendliness. Is this your sister-in-law? Qiu Zixin's eyes brightened as he noticed Fan Xiaojun. He clapped Chu Ming on the shoulder. Chu, my brother, your taste is commendable. You've only been in Jiangyan City for a short while, and already found such a lovely girlfriend. Hello, brother Qiu. Fan Xiaojun greeted with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Qiu Zixin laughed heartily. After the banquet, I must prepare a red envelope for my sister-in-law. A meeting gift cannot be overlooked. Chu Ming smiled awkwardly, rubbing his nose as the misunderstanding deepened. Godfather. What is going on here? Gong Qiuxin interjected, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could her godfather be so chummy with Chu Ming? Wasn't he that a bit chaotic in terms of relationships? However, the most bewildered was Gong Zihong, for Qiu Zixin was also his godfather. How could his godfather be so familiar with Chu Ming? What did that make Fan Xiaojun to him? Gong Zihong felt utterly disoriented. Xiaoqin, Zihong, Qiu Zixin finally acknowledged the two, his gaze settling on Gong Zihong. Zihong, you don't look well. What's the matter? I'm fine, godfather. Gong Zihong managed a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Ah, Zihong. Qiu Zixin suddenly recalled something and pulled Gong Zihong in front of Chu Ming, patting his shoulder. I believe this is your first meeting? Come, Zihong, greet Uncle Chu. This. Gong Zihong's expression shifted dramatically. He looked up at Chu Ming, only to find him and Fan Xiaojun both stifling laughter, and he felt utterly unhinged. His feelings could only be described as a complete disaster. Why aren't you greeting him? Qiu Zixin frowned, turning to Chu Ming with an apologetic look. This child has a tendency not to address others. Please don't take offense, Brother Chu. It's quite all right. Let us first pay our respects to Old Man Gong and ensure he isn't kept waiting. Chu Ming quickly suggested, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might burst into laughter. After today, Gong Zihong would likely lack the courage to face him again, a situation akin to social annihilation. Indeed, Qiu Zixin nodded, nudging Gong Zihong. What are you dawdling for? Lead your Uncle Chu the way. Gong Zihong, with a sorrowful expression, turned and walked forward. What on earth is Brother Qiu up to? The individuals who had previously shared drinks with Qiu Zixin were utterly bewildered. Did he just refer to that young man as brother? Surely what he said earlier cannot be true. Is that individual really the B-level ancient martial artist invited by the Gong family? It seems implausible. He appears far too youthful. One cannot judge a book by its cover. The portly, middle-aged man shook his head. Let us observe the situation for now. If this young man is indeed the one invited by the Gong family, We must also make an appearance. Not only them, but all the prominent figures on the second floor were equally astonished by Qiu Zixin's actions, and they unconsciously began to gravitate towards Chu Ming. Chapter 50. The intentions of Gong Wuchang under the guidance of Gong Zihong. Chu Ming and his companions navigated through the throng and approached Gong Wuchang. "Grandfather, young Master Chu has arrived," Gong Zihong whispered, stepping aside. At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety. Ever since he learned that Chu Ming was the person his grandfather had invited, he had been apprehensive about his grandfather discovering the trouble he had stirred with Chu Ming. Upon hearing this, Gong Wuchang turned to look and, upon seeing Chu Ming, was momentarily taken aback. With the assistance of Gong Qiuhe, he rose from his armchair and clasped his fists in greeting. "So, this is young Master Chu? Even younger than I had imagined. Truly a hero in his youth." Although he had heard of Chu Ming's youth, seeing him in person left Gong Wuchang genuinely astonished. This only served to reinforce his conviction that a B-grade ancient martial artist under 20, clearly gifted, had an immeasurable future, and the Gong family must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. "Gong Lao," Chu Ming returned the gesture, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Now that young Master Chu has arrived, let us take our seats." Gong Qiuhe nodded respectfully at Chu Ming and proceeded to the long table at the center of the hall, drawing out a chair for him. "I shall not be courteous then." Chu Ming nodded and made his way to the bench, taking a seat. Fan Xiaojun followed suit, sitting beside Chu Ming, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, seemingly unable to wait to begin dining. Seeing the close rapport between Qiu Zhi and Chu Ming, Gong Wuchang also invited him to take a seat at the long table. Qiu Zhi was internally exhilarated. Those seated at the central table were all direct descendants of the Gong family, the core figures of power in the entire Sichuan province. In previous banquets at the Gong family, he had never had the privilege to sit here, and today he was truly basking in the glory of Chu Ming's presence. Naturally, this was also part of his effort to cultivate a close relationship with Chu Ming. Soon enough, all had taken their seats at the central long table. Chu Ming occupied the host position, with Fan Xiaojun to his right and Gong Wuchang to his left, followed by Gong Qiuhe and others. The dignitaries present were now utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the Gong family would hold a banquet specifically for such a young lad. Even more surprising was the significant esteem Chu Ming held in Gong Wuchang's eyes, granting him the host's seat. It was a rarity for an outsider to sit at the host's position during a Gong family banquet. In an instant, everyone began speculating about Chu Ming's identity. A few informed individuals mentioned that he was a B-grade ancient martial artist, yet such claims were met with skepticism. In their minds, it was inconceivable for someone so young to possess such a status. "Ladies and gentlemen," Gong Qiuhe stood up and addressed the astonished crowd. "The banquet has officially commenced. Please take your seats." Only then did the group cease their discussions about Chu Ming and move to sit at the long tables along the sides of the hall. Shortly thereafter, a group of attendants ascended from below, beginning to serve the dishes. "May I inquire if young Master Chu is satisfied with the hospitality provided?" Gong Wuchang respectfully turned to Chu Ming. "Gong Lao is most considerate. However, such grandiosity was unnecessary." Chu Ming smiled politely, surveying his companion before stating directly, "I wonder if Elder Gong has invited me for dinner to discuss something?" He could hardly believe that the head of the Gong family, a cunning old fox, was merely seeking his company for a meal. Indeed, the elder had some ulterior motives. Although Chu Ming had discerned his intentions, Gong Wuchang's expression remained unperturbed. He merely smiled and replied, "But there's no rush. Let us dine first." "Indeed, indeed," exclaimed Fan Xiaojun, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of dining, her eyes sparkling as she nodded vigorously. "This must be Mr. Chu's girlfriend, right? The young lady is quite lovely," Gong Wuchang remarked with a benevolent gaze directed at Fan Xiaojun. In truth, Gong Wuchang had initially hoped to orchestrate a match between his granddaughter, Gong Qiuxin, and Chu Ming. Should that come to fruition, Chu Ming would become part of their family, alleviating the need for any cumbersome attempts at fostering goodwill. However, upon seeing Fan Xiaojun, he realized his aspirations had been dashed. The girl's beauty far surpassed that of his granddaughter. Despite his disappointment, Gong Wuchang displayed no signs of it. "Well, let us proceed with our meal," Chu Ming said, offering an awkward smile, discreetly shooting a glare at Fan Xiaojun before picking up his chopsticks. Unfazed, she continued to enjoy her meal. Throughout the dining experience, Gong Qiuheng and others persistently raised their glasses in toasts to Chu Ming, who graciously accepted each one. Mr. Chu, allow me to toast you as well, Gong Zihong interjected, rising to offer a toast, his expression decidedly awkward as he sought to mend his relationship with Chu Ming. Although surprised, Chu Ming clinked glasses with him, choosing not to make things uncomfortable. Elder Gong, do you not partake in wine? Chu Ming suddenly inquired, glancing at Gong Wuchang with curiosity. Despite having been invited to drink several times, the elder had always opted for tea instead. My father is gravely ill and cannot drink. I hope you can understand. Gong Qiuheng quickly apologized upon noticing the situation. Gravely ill? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gong Wuchang. He had sensed the elder's frail condition upon their first encounter, and the system had informed him that Gong Wuchang was a B-grade ancient martial artist, which seemed inconsistent with his current state. It was unexpected that he was unwell. I smoked too much in my youth and developed lung cancer, Gong Wuchang said with a bitter shake of his head. After a pause, he suddenly remarked, Mr. Chu, I presume you hail from a hidden martial arts family as well? Indeed, Chu Ming nodded, recalling how he had previously stated this to Gong Qiuxin and realizing that he must continue this charade. At this moment, Fan Xiaojun, who had been peeling shrimp, halted her actions, looking up at Chu Ming with surprise. Mr. Chu is also from a martial arts family? A practitioner of ancient martial arts? How did I not know this? Then you are aware of the resurgence of spiritual energy and the tides of spiritual power, correct? Gong Wuchang continued to inquire. I am. Chu Ming replied, somewhat puzzled as to why the elder had suddenly posed this question. The ancient martial practitioners of Qingqing Mountain have long posed a significant threat to our Gong family. Now, as Qingqing Mountain is situated at the confluence of spiritual energy, these practitioners seem to be experiencing a resurgence, with even B-level martial artists under 30 emerging. Young Master Chu, you have crossed swords with them and can attest to the truth of my words. Gong Wuchang spoke deliberately. Currently, the few B-level martial artists we possess in the Gong family are merely frail relics of the past. Our health is failing, and I fear that once we depart, the Qingqing lineage will swiftly supplant our Gong family. Oh, what are you suggesting? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing that the cunning old fox, Gong Wuchang, was about to reveal his true intentions. The purpose of this gathering was to solicit young Master Chu's assistance in a matter of great importance for our Gong family. A pleading glimmer shone in Gong Wuchang's aged eyes. I hope that young Master Chu can, in the name of our Gong family, intimidate the ancient martial practitioners of Qingqing Mountain. Upon successful completion of this task, I shall reward you with a sum of 100 million. Chapter 51. The Elixir of Spirit Essence. Upon hearing those words, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, realizing that Gong Wuchang sought him for this very purpose. In truth, Chu Ming had contemplated a journey to Qingqing Mountain, as the system had informed him of rare treasures that could significantly enhance his cultivation speed. However, venturing there would inevitably lead to conflicts with the ancient martial artists residing on that hallowed ground, as it was someone else's territory. Given that Gong Wuchang was willing to offer a staggering sum of 100 million to intimidate the martial artists of Qingqing Mountain under the auspices of the Gong family, Chu Ming found this arrangement most agreeable. Moreover, this would absolve him of any repercussions for any disturbances he might cause on Qingqing Mountain, placing the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the Gong family. With this in mind, Chu Ming nodded decisively, declaring, very well, I accept. Then I must express my gratitude. Young Master Chu, Gong Wuchang replied, visibly relieved. He lifted a teacup from the table in a toast to Chu Ming, who was met with surprised glances from Gong Qiuhai and the others, who had not anticipated such a strategic move from their leader. In the estimation of the Gong family's martial artists, Chu Ming's overall strength was believed to exceed the A-grade threshold, while the most formidable martial artists on Qingqing Mountain were reported to be at the B-grade pinnacle. Tasking Chu Ming with intimidating the martial artists of Qingqing Mountain appeared to be a simple endeavor. Thus, the Gong family needed to invest only 100 million to deter any reckless actions from Qingqing Mountain. A mere trifle for them. Old Gong, did you just mention that you have lung cancer? Chu Ming paused before inquiring suddenly. Indeed, what of it, young Master Chu? Gong Wuchang responded, his expression one of surprise. Well, Chu Ming began, stroking his chin as he organized his thoughts. As you are aware, I hail from a secluded martial arts family, and within our lineage lies a particular elixir that may have the potential to cure your lung cancer. The elixir Chu Ming referred to was, of course, the spirit essence elixir, obtained through a lottery system that claimed it could remedy any ailment on Blue Star. Presently, he had over 50 of these elixirs in his system's inventory. Until now, Chu Ming had regarded them as somewhat superfluous, given the lack of ailments he faced. However, the thought of their monetary value suddenly struck him. A person of Gong Wuchang's stature, wielding significant power, would surely not wish to succumb to illness without a fight. If a remedy existed, he would likely spare no expense. A medicinal elixir capable of curing lung cancer? Gong Wuchang furrowed his brow and shook his head, responding, Young Master Chu, it is not that I doubt you, but such a claim seems rather far-fetched, does it not? Not only Gong Wuchang, but the others at the long table also regarded Chu Ming's assertion with skepticism, even Fan Xiaojun casting him a dubious glance. Cancer was a formidable adversary that the world's leading medical experts had grappled with for decades without triumph. Thus, any mention of an elixir seemed to them an implausible remedy. Observing the doubt in their eyes, Chu Ming merely smiled serenely, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a spirit essence elixir from his system, which he then presented to Gong Wuchang. Gong Wuchang promptly accepted it. He glanced at the pill in his hand, a dull green and lackluster object, and with a wry smile he remarked, Young Master Chu, do not jest with an old man like me. Is this truly the elixir you claim can cure lung cancer? Chu Ming, clearly anticipating such skepticism, remained remarkably composed. I shall take it for now. Once I return to the Gong family, I will consume it. If it proves effective, I will reward you handsomely, young Master Chu. Gong Wuchang said no more, simply tucking the Lingyuan pill into his pocket. As the head of the Gong family, he would not easily ingest something of dubious origin. His subsequent remarks were merely formalities. He certainly did not expect Chu Ming's remedy to hold any efficacy. Chu Ming was unconcerned, for he held great confidence in the items provided by the system. Once Gong Wuchang ingests it, the truth of its effectiveness would be revealed. Should Gong Wuchang's lung cancer be cured, with the endorsement of the Gong family's patriarch, the Lingyuan pill would undoubtedly become a coveted treasure in the upper echelons of Sichuan province. At that point, Chu Ming would find himself unburdened by financial concerns. The formal banquet concluded swiftly, and Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun departed from the Jianghong International Manor, surrounded by a throng of influential figures from Sichuan province. Gong Wuchang and others personally escorted them to the entrance, bidding farewell as they boarded the luxurious Rolls-Royce, valued at millions, which was to take them home. Gong Wuchang stood at the manor's entrance, squinting his eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, he retrieved the Lingyuan pill from his pocket and handed it to Gong Qiuhai, stating solemnly, Take this pill and have its composition tested. Gong Qiuhai was momentarily taken aback, accepting the Lingyuan pill with astonishment. Father, you cannot be serious about trying this folk remedy? While young Master Chu possesses considerable strength, that does not guarantee the efficacy of this pill. Am I to believe that without this pill, my lung cancer will simply vanish? Gong Wuchang shook his head and sighed. I have managed to endure thus far solely on the foundation of my mid-level martial arts cultivation, but my resilience is waning. Therefore, regardless of whether this pill is effective or not, I must give it a try. It is a desperate measure, indeed. Gong Qiuhai fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully playing the fool to catch the tiger, earning 1,000 points. In the Rolls-Royce, the notification echoed in Chu Ming's mind, a reward from the earlier display of prowess at the villa. Given the presence of affluent young heirs, the point gain was substantial. However, Chu Ming paid it little mind, gazing out the window, seemingly deep in thought. Half an hour later, Chu Ming and his companion finally returned to the bustling commercial pedestrian street, alighting from the Rolls-Royce. Are you truly a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Fan Xiaojun fixed her beautiful eyes on Chu Ming. She had wanted to address this matter while in the car, but the driver was one of Gong Qiuhai's men, making it inappropriate. Now, She finally comprehended why, during his confrontation with Jiang Yicheng, Chu Ming had effortlessly shattered the opponent's leg without the use of any supernatural abilities. What concern is it of yours? Chu Ming rolled her eyes and gazed into the distance, unwilling to engage. Such matters could not remain concealed for long. If Fan Xiaojun were to find out, so be it. It seemed I must report to the Jiuzhou and reassess your rank. Fan Xiaojun furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Chu Ming closely, unaware of the multitude of secrets that lay within her. Humph, it doesn't matter. No matter what, I cannot defeat you at this moment. Why the fuss? Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, though a cold smile flickered within her heart. In a few days, she would reach the late stage of a martial artist, and then she would give Fan Xiaojun a proper lesson. After a pause, Chu Ming suddenly glanced at Fan Xiaojun and inquired, I will be going to Qingcheng Mountain tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Of course, my task is to keep an eye on you. Wherever you go, I shall follow.
Fan Xiaojun replied without hesitation.
Very well, as you wish. A barely perceptible smile graced the corner of Chu Ming's lips. Thus, the plan she harbored in her heart could officially commence. Chapter 52. The Hulk and the Gatling gun. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Chu Ming immediately retreated to the bathroom under the pretense of taking a shower. Fan Xiaojun did not stop him, instead settling onto the sofa to watch television. However, Chu Ming's true intention was to participate in a lottery. Having earned 1,000 points today, he could draw 100 times. Surely he must win a special prize. Yet, recalling his previous experience of drawing 40 times without securing anything but consumable rewards, he contemplated for a moment before hastily washing his face twice. With a fair complexion this time, I must surely secure something worthwhile. Chu Ming promptly accessed the lottery interface of the system, injecting all 1,000 points. The lottery will spun rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have won a consumable reward, Gene Serum, Ordinary, from a high martial arts dimension. Congratulations, host. You have won a consumable reward, Spiritual Essence Pill, from a cultivation dimension. As anticipated, the first dozen draws yielded nothing but consumables, resulting in 3 vials of Gene Serum and 15 Spiritual Essence Pills. No way, I've washed my face, yet still no good rewards. Chu Ming felt a wave of frustration. Had his luck been entirely expended in previous attempts? However, on the 21st draw, the pointer of the wheel surprisingly landed in the special category. Congratulations, host. You have won a special reward, Hulk Serum, from the Marvel Universe. Upon injection into a human body, one will gain the ability to transform into the Hulk. Note: following system modifications, humans transformed by the Hulk Serum will not lose their rationality upon becoming the Hulk. Upon transformation, combat power would increase by 2 levels. Ordinary individuals would possess B-grade combat power as the Hulk, while those with C-grade strength would attain A-grade combat power, and so forth, with a maximum combat power cap of 220 points. Hulk Serum? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. If his memory served him correctly, the Hulk in the Marvel Universe did not originate from a serum. In both films and comics, the origin of the Hulk lay with a physicist named Robert Bruce Banner, who, after being exposed to the radiation of a gamma bomb he had created, underwent a mutation. Whenever his emotions flared and his heart raced, he would transform into a green monster known as the Hulk. However, it seemed that the system had simplified the process for convenience. Otherwise, it would be improbable to provide a gamma bomb directly and experiment with mutation. Yet, the system had also omitted one of the Hulk's defining traits: the loss of rationality due to rage upon transformation. Chu Ming was uncertain whether this omission was beneficial or detrimental. As the Hulk possessed a unique ability, his combat power increased with the intensity of his anger. Nevertheless, overall, the outcome was rather favorable. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had gained another trump card. He then redirected his focus back to the lottery interface. As the drawing was not yet complete, he continued to draw a plethora of consumable items, once again acquiring the same old trio: Spiritual Essence Pills, Vitality Pills, and Gene Serum. At this moment, the 100 rounds of the lottery were nearing completion. Just as Chu Ming thought that no more remarkable prizes would be drawn and was about to close the lottery page, the pointer of the wheel landed on a special category once again. Astonishing. Indeed, a fresh start brings about extraordinary fortune. Chu Ming was overwhelmed with joy, as this marked the first time he had consecutively drawn special category rewards. However, considering that there were a total of 100 draws and an average of one special item appearing every 50 attempts, it seemed rather reasonable. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special category reward. The Gatling gun, originating from the Blue Star dimension, a weapon of immense destructive power. Upon possession, the combat power assessment stands at 300. Note: after system modification, this Gatling gun can achieve a theoretical maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, with infinite ammunition and no risk of barrel overheating. Incredible! Chu Ming was astonished. Previously, the special category rewards he had obtained were items from science fiction or fantasy realms, but this time, although it was a local item from Blue Star, it was equally impressive. The Gatling gun is a familiar name to any firearm enthusiast or anyone who has played shooting games. Typically, the Gatling ranks among the most formidable machine guns, renowned for its unparalleled lethality. One could say that beneath the shadow of the Gatling, all beings are equal, not to mention this modified version, with a staggering firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, infinite ammunition, and immunity to barrel overheating that could cause jams. Truly invincible. Chu Ming believed that even an S-class peak powerhouse would struggle to withstand mere seconds against this Gatling gun. After all, the system rated its combat power at an impressive 300 points, reaching the pinnacle of S-class strength. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Chu Ming wore a foolish grin, already envisioning scenarios where he would confront other powerhouses, brandishing the Gatling gun for a sweeping barrage at the slightest provocation. Wouldn't that leave his opponents utterly bewildered? However, in Hua country, this weapon could not be used lightly. Soon, reality hit him. Firearms were prohibited in Hua country, and carelessly wielding such a weapon could lead to being apprehended by authorities. It would have to remain a trump card, hidden away for emergencies. Today's haul was indeed splendid. With a beaming face, Chu Ming completed the lottery and exited the drawing interface, opening his attribute panel. Host, Chu Ming. Combat power, 64, B-class. Wisdom, 36 cultivation realm. Mid-stage warrior, 2 days away from late-stage warrior, cultivation technique. 8-9 profound art assets. 15.02 million special items. Symbiotic venom, Iron Man Mark III armor, Hulk serum, Gatling gun. Skill items, secret technique, shadow, breakthrough fist consumable items, 142 spirit essence pills, 4 chi enhancing pills, 8 ordinary gene serums. I have amassed 15 million in assets? Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Chu Ming realized that the promised payment of 10 million from Gong Chilin had been deposited into his account at some point. Reflecting on his commitment to intimidate the ancient warriors of Qingqing Mountain, he surmised that if he succeeded, those individuals would no longer trouble Gong Chilin. Thus, the advance payment of 10 million was quite reasonable. By the way, system, is the green giant serum exclusively for my use? Chu Ming inquired suddenly, recalling the system's previous remark about it being injected into human bodies, rather than the host's own. It can be utilized by any human from Blue Star, the system responded. I have an idea, Chu Ming said with a smirk. His current combat power stood at a mere 64 points, classified as B grade. Even with the serum, he could only reach the upper limit of 220 points, which was merely the standard for an S grade. However, 2 days hence, upon advancing to the peak of martial arts, coupled with enhancements to his combat power, the infusion of venom would propel his strength far beyond 220 points. Using the serum on himself seemed of little benefit. However, administering it to another could yield significant results. At this moment, he thought of Lu Hai, who was currently a C-grade ability user. If she were to utilize the genetic serum, she would ascend to B-grade, and subsequently, if she were to take the green giant Hulk serum, her combat power could soar directly to S-grade. In that scenario, he would gain an S-grade ally. After all, Chu Ming was intent on forming his own organization. It would be unwise for him to be the sole powerhouse while the others merely hindered progress. Chapter 53. The Venom of Fear. After a cursory glance at the attribute panel, Chu Ming contentedly closed it. He pondered for a moment and activated the secret technique. Shadow, releasing a puppet. In his mind, he envisioned a distinct persona. The puppet before him swiftly transformed amidst swirling black lines into the image of a rugged man clad in a black trench coat, his features as chiseled as if carved from stone. Indeed, this visage exuded the aura befitting an A-class ability user. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and commanded the system to retrieve the Mark III armor. Simultaneously, he turned on the shower in the bathroom to muffle the mechanical sounds emitted by the Mark III. Chu Ming meticulously controlled the puppet in his mind, carefully donning the armor upon it. Subsequently, the puppet, clad in the armor, leaped out of the bathroom window, plummeting for a brief moment before activating its thrusters, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow, the puppet shall fetch Lu Hai, Chu Ming mused, a smile playing on his lips. Previously, Chu Ming had harbored thoughts of evading the surveillance of Zhuzhou. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Zhuzhou was an official organization of Huagua, boasting numerous ability users and ancient martial artists. Not to mention, the Forbidden List alone contained 12 S-class powerhouses, making it evident that with his current capabilities, he could not escape their watchful gaze. Thus, Chu Ming concluded that the only viable course of action was to establish a powerful organization of his own, one that could rival Zhuzhou, thereby instilling a sense of trepidation within them that would deter their reckless surveillance. Lu Hai was to be the first S-class powerhouse within his envisioned organization. Yet, with only Lu Hai and himself, the organization comprised merely 2 ability users, which was evidently insufficient. Although Chu Ming had already acquired the means to produce ability users en masse through genetic serums, he had yet to find suitable candidates. Consequently, he contemplated that having the puppet don the Mark III armor could serve as a stand-in for an A-class ability user. While this might reveal the connection between the Mark III and himself, which had been discovered by Mu Yuanyan that fateful night, he deemed it inconsequential. Zhuzhou currently lacked concrete evidence, but the abilities of Iron Man and Venom, both from the Marvel Universe, had long since aroused their suspicions. Moreover, upon learning that Lu Hai was being tracked by Zhuzhou operatives, Chu Ming harbored grave doubts. It was conceivable that Zhuzhou had already developed the capability to discern ability users and their levels. Lu Hai had previously been merely a C-class ability user, and given his timid nature, it was apparent that with a special department overseeing ability users, he would be reluctant to employ his powers recklessly. Yet, despite this caution, he had still been discovered by Zhuzhou. What was more, once Lu Hai acquired the ability to transform into the Hulk, it was only a matter of time before Zhuzhou would uncover this as well. Such matters were evidently beyond the realm of concealment from an official organization like Zhuzhou. Consequently, Chu Ming resolved not to conceal the truth any longer. Tomorrow, he would present Zhuzhou with a surprise. The Hulk, Venom, Iron Man, indeed this was reminiscent of the Avengers. With this combination, even Zhuzhou would likely think twice before taking rash action, Chu Ming contemplated. Once everything was set, he finally began his shower. "Why did you take such a long shower?" Fan Xiaojun asked suspiciously as Chu Ming emerged from the bathroom clad in nothing but oversized shorts. This fellow had been in there for a full half-hour. Was it really necessary for a boy to take so long to wash himself? After not bathing for 2 days, what was the harm in indulging a little longer? Humming a cheerful tune, Chu Ming nonchalantly strolled into the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and proclaimed, "I'm going to sleep now. Let's head to Qingqing Mountain early tomorrow." "Oh, all right." Fan Xiaojun dashed into the bathroom, glanced around but found nothing out of the ordinary. She returned to the sofa and resumed watching television. Early the next morning, Chu Ming was roused from his slumber by the frantic cries of Venom. Initially, he assumed it was merely pestering him for chocolate again, so he intended to ignore it. However, through his haze of sleep, he discerned a note of alarm and fear in Venom's voice. Abruptly opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Fan Xiaojun stood by his bedside, cradling Venom in her arms, gently stroking it while softly cooing. "Be good, Venom. Don't make a fuss. I'll get you some chocolate, all right?" No. Chu Ming, help me." Venom struggled and howled in her embrace, desperately attempting to free itself but unable to move. It seemed to sense the overwhelming aura of an S-grade top-tier ability user emanating from Fan Xiaojun, filling it with dread. "How could you do this? Am I not better than that stinky boy, Chu Ming?" Fan Xiaojun pouted, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "What the hell are you doing? Put Venom down."
Chu Ming snapped.
finally snapping out of his stupor. What was this woman trying to do to Venom so early in the morning? Startled, Fan Xiaojun loosened her grip, allowing Venom to seize the opportunity to break free, swiftly retreating back into Chu Ming's body while urgently shouting, "Chu Ming, get out of here. We can't handle this crazy woman. Don't be afraid. She won't harm you. I'll get you chocolate in a bit." Chu Ming hastily reassured Venom, who then calmed down. He turned to Fan Xiaojun, his displeasure evident. "What are you doing?" "I didn't do anything," Fan Xiaojun replied, somewhat dejected now that Venom had returned to its host. "I was just awakened by Venom's racket. I thought it looked quite adorable, so I wanted to hold it." Adorable? Chu Ming thought, perplexed. The grotesque visage of Venom, and she found it cute? His faith in her aesthetic judgment began to waver. "Indeed, don't you think Venom's big eyes are quite charming?" Fan Xiaojun nodded in affirmation. "Fine, think whatever you wish. Venom is frightened of you now and doesn't want to play," Chu Ming said, realizing that Fan Xiaojun meant no harm. He pulled out his phone and ordered some chocolate online. "All right then," Fan Xiaojun said, pouting slightly, then added with curiosity, "Your ability is quite fascinating. Venom actually has its own thoughts?" In the realm of transformation abilities, there exist numerous practitioners across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. However, none possess the unique trait of a metamorphic entity endowed with its own consciousness, as does Chu Ming. "Humph, there is much you remain oblivious to." With a roll of her eyes, Chu Ming turned her back on Fan Xiaojun, choosing to disregard her presence. Before long, the takeout arrived. In addition to the chocolate meant for Venom, Chu Ming ordered 2 servings of breakfast. Seated at the table, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun dined together, while Venom extended its head from afar, perched on the coffee table beside the sofa, consuming chocolate with a watchful gaze directed at Fan Xiaojun. The moment she made even the slightest movement, Venom would promptly retreat into Chu Ming's body, creating a rather comical spectacle. Chapter 54. Departure to Qingqing Mountain. After finishing breakfast, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun set out for Qingqing Mountain. The symbiote, having consumed several boxes of chocolate, returned to Chu Ming's body and fell into a slumber. To Chu Ming's surprise, upon awakening, the symbiote's powers had intensified, augmenting his combat prowess by 2 times. With his current combat strength at 64 points, this would elevate him to approximately 205 points post-symbiosis, successfully entering the ranks of S-level powerhouses. "At this rate, my combat strength will soon surpass S-level. But what comes after S-level? SS level?" Chu Ming mused, delighting in his thoughts. The 2 soon arrived downstairs, where the morning pedestrian street was nearly deserted, with shops shuttered, creating a scene of desolation. Exiting the pedestrian area and reaching the roadside, Chu Ming hailed a taxi and joined Fan Xiaojun inside. "Driver, to Qingqing Mountain."
Chu Ming Institute.
"Qingqing Mountain? That's not possible. The scenic area has been closed for 2 weeks, and the road is blocked. Vehicles can't ascend," replied the middle-aged driver, shaking his head vigorously. "Closed?" Chu Ming frowned, taken aback. Qingqing Mountain is a premier destination, renowned as a 5A tourist attraction in Jiangyan City, typically open year-round and not easily closed. Given that Jiangyan is a tourist city, its scenic areas significantly contribute to the GDP. Chu Ming suspected that some unforeseen circumstances must have led to the closure of Qingqing Mountain. He inquired of the driver, "Do you know why the Qingqing Mountain scenic area is closed?" The authorities said that many large wild beasts have appeared in the scenic area. To ensure visitor safety, they had no choice but to close it. The driver pondered before continuing, "Did you not hear, young man? This has been on the news. I heard that some tourists were even taken away by a pack of wolves. It was terrifying." "So that's the case." Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeper, for he understood that the large beasts the driver mentioned were likely those mutated creatures that had undergone a transformation due to spiritual energy. He felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the government would not resort to such drastic measures, which could incite public panic and suspicion, unless absolutely necessary. It seemed that the beasts on Qingqing Mountain had evolved to a formidable level, or perhaps their numbers were so great that even the B-level ancient martial artists stationed there couldn't manage them, prompting government intervention. Qingqing Mountain lies within a spiritual energy flux, so the evolution rate of the beasts there would undoubtedly be significantly faster than elsewhere. to confront beasts exceeding B level. The government's response would involve not only the military but also the special department known as Jojo. This indicated that a multitude of Jojo's elite must currently inhabit Qingqing Mountain. Reflecting on this, Chu Ming glanced at Fan Xiaojun, realizing that she had never mentioned this situation to him. Was he about to walk straight into the den of Jojo? Chu Ming remained unaware of Fan Xiaojun's intentions. Nonetheless, he was indifferent, as he still had contingencies in place. What are you looking at? I just learned about this too. Fan Xiaojun turned her head to gaze out the window, displaying an air of indifference. Damn it! I can't believe a word you say. Women's words are deceitful. Chu Ming was skeptical that such operations by Jojo would fail to inform an S-rank powerhouse like Fan Xiaojun. It was more likely that they had deliberately kept her in the dark. Are we leaving or not? The driver's impatient voice broke in. Yes, of course we are. Just take us to the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Chu Ming replied hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the driver finally started the vehicle, heading towards Qingqing Mountain. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, a puppet piloted the Iron Man Mark III armor, flying steadily while maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer from Chu Ming. Half an hour later, the taxi finally exited the city, traveling along the main road to Qingqing Mountain. Due to the closure of the scenic area, there were very few vehicles on the road, and those that did pass by were mostly military transports. As they approached Qingqing Mountain, the presence of military vehicles increased significantly. Why has the army shown up? Aren't there just some wild beasts? The driver appeared anxious, staring blankly as military vehicles drove past. Perhaps there are too many beasts, Chu Ming remarked casually, yet he was increasingly astonished. The ferocity of the creatures in Qingqing Mountain must be considerable for the authorities to mobilize so many troops. If you're afraid, then don't go, Fan Xiaojun suddenly remarked with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Chu Ming ignored her. Regardless of the army or Jojo, he was determined to reach Qingqing Mountain. With a reward of 100 million, he had no intention of backing down. Moreover, with contingencies in place, he felt no fear of Jojo's interference. That 100 million felt like a gift that he could not refuse. I must ask, what business do you have at Qingqing Mountain when the scenic area is closed? The driver inquired, puzzled. Collecting money, Chu Ming responded without hesitation. The driver was taken aback. The taxi came to a stop at a small restaurant at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. They were still some distance from the actual roadblock, but the driver, seeing so many military vehicles, dared not proceed further, and Chu Ming had no choice but to get out. After disembarking, Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the small restaurant by the roadside, all he could see were lush trees that densely obscured the sky. The air here was noticeably fresher than in the city. Is there anyone else here besides the military and Jojo? Chu Ming suddenly noticed a non-military off-road vehicle parked at the entrance of the small restaurant, which piqued his curiosity. He did not suspect it belonged to Jojo, as it was a luxury Cullinan SUV worth nearly 10 million. Clearly, Jojo, being a governmental entity, would not drive such a vehicle. Yet, how could there be others here when Qingqing Mountain was closed? The vehicle's presence suggested that its occupants were of no ordinary status. Intrigued, Chu Ming took Fan Xiaojun's hand and headed into the small restaurant. Inside, 4 individuals were seated around a round table, enjoying their meal and engaged in conversation. Among them were 3 young men in their 20s, all impeccably dressed, unmistakably the offspring of affluent families. The 4th individual was an unassuming middle-aged man. Gu Xiao, do you think the Longmen sect on Qingqing Mountain will accept us? One of them inquired while eating, addressing the proud and imposing young man beside him. Among the 4, this young man, referred to as Gu Xiao, appeared to be the leader. What a joke! Who is Gu Xiao? At merely 24, he has already become a B-rank ancient warrior. What reason would the Longmen sect have to reject him as a disciple? Another person exclaimed in flattery. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao chuckled arrogantly. If it weren't for the spiritual energy tied at Qingqing Mountain, how could I possibly find myself in such a humble place, given my talents? Indeed, with Gu Xiao's abilities, major sects like Huashan or Yueshan would be vying for him. This time, it seems Qingqing Mountain has struck gold, the flatterer continued. However, I have heard that A-rank ferocious beasts have recently appeared on Qingqing Mountain, which seems quite perilous. Even the authorities have sealed off the roads and mobilized the military and personnel from Jojo. another expressed concern. Ha! With Uncle Wu here, what is there to fear from A-rank beasts? Uncle Wu is a top-tier A-rank ability user, Gu Xiao scoffed, shaking his head, then turned his gaze toward the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Right, Uncle Wu? You will protect me, won't you? As long as Gu Xiao ensures the safety of my wife and children, I will do everything in my power to protect him, Uncle Wu replied, his countenance resolute, his respectful gaze on Gu Xiao masking a flicker of resentment deep within. At that moment, Chu Ming and another individual entered the small restaurant, instantly capturing the attention of the four. More precisely, it was Fan Xiaojun who drew their gaze. The three young men momentarily froze upon seeing her. A girl of such exquisite beauty was a rarity, even among those born into prestigious families. Particularly for Gu Xiao. His eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity as he regarded Fan Xiaojun. Chapter 55. The Valley of Magic City. As Gu Xiandong caught sight of the four individuals in the small restaurant, a sense of unease washed over Chu Ming. He had been informed through the system that these four were far from ordinary. The leader among them was a B-rank ancient martial artist with a combat power of 72 points. The other two youths were C-rank ancient martial artists, each possessing combat power around 50. The most astonishing revelation, however, was the middle-aged man seated quietly to the side, whose combat power reached an impressive 185 points, categorizing him as an A-rank top-tier ability user. Such an assembly of formidable individuals was unmatched in Sichuan province, save for the powers of Zhozhou and the government. What brings these individuals to Qingqing Mountain? They appear to be from another province. Chu Ming pondered with a trace of suspicion. Be cautious. There are experts among them. Fan Xiaojun whispered beside him, her brows slightly furrowed. With her own S-rank prowess, she felt no fear, yet the aggressive gazes of the three youths made her uneasy. Just as Chu Ming hesitated on whether to approach them, the young man, Gu Xiao, spoke first. Are you two here to visit Qingqing Mountain? The scenic area is currently closed.
No.
We heard reports of wild beasts in the area and came specifically for an adventure, Chu Ming replied, concocting a casual excuse. Adventure, you say? Gu Xiao exchanged glances with another youth, both unable to suppress a mocking smile. These youngsters truly have no fear. Coming to Qingqing Mountain for adventure at such a time? It is worth noting that A-rank ferocious beasts have been sighted on the mountain. Even someone of my B-rank caliber would not dare to venture alone without the protection of an A-rank powerhouse. The two before him appeared to be mere ordinary individuals, and their attire suggested they were ill-equipped for wilderness survival, likely lacking any experience in such matters. If they were to ascend the mountain, they would surely meet a grim fate. Gu Xiao discreetly shook his head, his gaze lingering on Fan Xiaojun. The thought of such a beautiful girl perishing alongside this young man was a waste beyond measure. No, this cannot be squandered. After a moment of contemplation, he licked his lips and said, however, the authorities have sealed off the main routes to the mountain. How do you plan to ascend? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He had contemplated the same issue. The main access routes were under military control, rendering ascent impossible. While he could potentially extricate himself from an ordinary army, this was the military of Huagua. As a citizen of Huagua, he held a deep respect for the army and had no desire to engage in conflict with them. The Huagua military was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, with individuals from Zhozhou present, he was even less inclined to make a reckless attempt. Observing Chu Ming's expression, Gu Xiao's eyes glimmered with cunning, and a triumphant smile crept onto his face. Little brother, how about this? We happen to have business at Qingqing Mountain ourselves, and we know of a small path that leads up the mountain. Why not accompany us? Oh, was momentarily taken aback. Were these individuals truly intending to ascend Qingqing Mountain? A few ancient martial artists and supernatural beings, at such a time what purpose could they possibly have in going there? Moreover, they proactively offered to escort them up the mountain. Could hardly believe that these strangers would extend such kindness without ulterior motives. He recalled the intense gaze that Gu Xiao had cast upon Fan Xiaojun upon their entry, and in that instant, he grasped their intentions. A smile tugged at his lips. After all, Fan Xiaojun was an S-tier top-tier powerhouse, capable of dispatching these four with a mere swipe of her hand. How bold of them to harbor such thoughts about her. Nonetheless, maintained a facade of calm. Regardless of the circumstances, following these individuals along the narrow path to the mountain was his only viable option. Thus, he feigned immense gratitude and exclaimed, "Well then, I appreciate your kindness in guiding us up the mountain. Please have a seat. We will dine before ascending. Would you care for something to eat?" Gu Shao inquired, his demeanor warm as he beckoned and his companion to sit. "Thank you, but we've just had breakfast," replied, shaking his head and casting a grateful glance at Gu Shao. "Very well. May I ask how you are addressed?" Gu Shao inquired amiably, his expression one of refined politeness, yet inwardly he couldn't suppress a chuckle. The youth today seemed far too gullible, easily swayed by a few words and a show of courtesy. Clearly, they were children of ordinary families, unacquainted with the subtle intrigues and fierce rivalries of their grander kin, their minds so untainted. "I am, and this is Fan Xiaojun," he said with a simple smile. "And this Miss Fan, she is your." Gu Shao glanced at Fan Xiaojun, donning a self-satisfied smile as he asked. Had intended to say that Fan Xiaojun was his sister, but before he could speak, she leaned against him, unperturbed, and declared, "I am's girlfriend." With her brow slightly furrowed, Fan Xiaojun did not even spare Gu Shao a glance, clearly displeased and unwilling to engage. Upon hearing her words, inwardly rolled his eyes. She was unequivocally using him as a shield. Nevertheless, with a few insignificant individuals, he thought, why not play along? Yet, it must be said, having Fan Xiaojun resting against him was rather pleasant. "Oh, a girlfriend." Gu Shao raised an eyebrow in surprise, exchanging glances with the other two youths, yet he did not appear disheartened. Instead, an expression of intrigue emerged. Gu Shao had initially presumed that and Fan Xiaojun were either siblings or merely friends, never considering the possibility of them being romantically involved. After all, in comparison to Fan Xiaojun's striking beauty, appeared rather ordinary. However, upon learning of their relationship, Gu Shao felt a surge of excitement, for his greatest pastime was indeed stealing others' girlfriends. Typically, his considerable influence left those whose partners he pursued in despair. He relished the thrill of such encounters, taking what was cherished, leaving the other powerless to resist, an exhilarating experience in his eyes. In that moment, Gu Shao regarded Fan Xiaojun as already within his grasp. Afterward, Chu Ming engaged in conversation with several individuals, acquiring some intriguing information. These individuals were indeed not from Sichuan province. Rather, they hailed from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. The leader among them, a young man named Gu Xiandong, belonged to a prominent family in Shanghai, the Gu clan, while the other two youths appeared to be his subordinates, also related to the Gu family. As for the middle-aged man, Gu Xiandong introduced him as his bodyguard, named Wu Kuei. However, Chu Ming sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Even if they were part of a prestigious family from Shanghai, whose influence far surpassed that of the Gong family in Sichuan, it seemed improbable that they would recruit a top-tier A-class ability user as a bodyguard. Such powerful ability users were likely under the aegis of the Jojo. Furthermore, with his 36 points of intelligence bestowing him with heightened mental acuity, Chu Ming could discern a subtle yet unmistakable animosity in Wu Kuei's gaze towards Gu Xiandong, suggesting that there was a deeper narrative at play. The purpose of their visit to Qingqing Mountain was purportedly to seek apprenticeship at a sect known as the Longmen sect. That Longmen sect must be an establishment founded by ancient martial artists of the Qingqing lineage, right? Gu Xiandong, a B-class martial artist yet to reach 30, is indeed exceptionally gifted on a national scale. It is quite remarkable that he seeks to learn from such a modest sect. Perhaps he is drawn to Qingqing Mountain's location amidst the ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Chu Ming felt confident that he had surmised their intentions accurately. Moreover, this information proved invaluable, for he had previously been somewhat adrift, pondering where to locate ancient martial artists amidst the vastness of Qingqing Mountain. Now, however, those questions had been resolved. All he needed to do was follow these individuals up the mountain. Chapter 56. The path up the mountain. In the ensuing conversation, Gu Xiandong maintained a demeanor of utmost friendliness. Yet he inadvertently broached the subject of the immense wealth and elevated status of the Gu family from Magic City. For instance, he mentioned that his father, the eldest son of the Gu clan's patriarch, possessed personal assets exceeding a staggering 100 billion, securing a place on the Forbes billionaire list. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. Indeed, such is the grandeur of a prestigious family in Magic City. It is noteworthy that even the Gong family, which reigns supreme in Sichuan province, boasts a total fortune of only around 100 billion. Nonetheless, Jiangyan City has produced a notable tycoon, Wang Linjian of Chenda Group, who once held the title of the richest man in the nation. However, Wang Linjian seems to have no ties to the Gong family and is currently absent from Jiangyan City. Before long, Gu Xiandong and his companions had finished their meal. "All right, we've finished dining. Let us depart," Gu Xiandong declared, rising to his feet with a smile directed at Chu Ming. His gaze, however, incessantly scrutinized Fan Xiaojun, as he had been keen to showcase his affluent background and influence during their meal, hoping to capture her attention. Gu Xiandong was initially confident that this naive young woman, upon learning of his illustrious lineage, would inevitably regard him with newfound esteem, perhaps even forsaking her boyfriend to pursue him. Yet, Fan Xiaojun appeared oblivious, leaning against Chu Ming while engrossed in her phone, not sparing him a glance. This indifference incited a simmering anger within Gu Xiandong. His usual tactics, which had proven effective in the circles of Magic City, seemed to falter here. Nonetheless, he refrained from immediate confrontation, understanding that their primary purpose for this journey was to ascend Qingqing Mountain to join a sect, unwilling to squander time in trivial disputes. Once we reach the mountain, in the desolate wilderness, how could I, a Class B ancient martial artist, not have the upper hand over these two ordinary individuals? Gu Xiandong thought coldly, while maintaining an outwardly pleasant and genteel facade. Then let us hasten our departure, brother. Chu Ming chimed in, promptly assisting Fan Xiaojun to stand, his expression one of earnest simplicity. Fan Xiaojun quietly retreated behind him. The group then boarded Gu Xiandong's SUV, which had ample space to comfortably accommodate 6 individuals. As the vehicle traversed the main road towards Qingqing Mountain, the surrounding forest grew increasingly lush. In certain areas, one could behold towering trees that several individuals could not encircle, their canopies reaching heights beyond sight. These trees must be nourished by spiritual energy to grow to such magnificent proportions, Chu Ming mused internally. This was merely the periphery of Qingqing Mountain, far from the main peak, where one would not typically expect to encounter such robust flora. It seemed that the rate of biological evolution on Qingqing Mountain surpassed his previous estimations. After traveling a short distance, the vehicle suddenly veered off the main road into a dense thicket, obscuring their view with overgrown vegetation and dampening the windows with dew. Just as Chu Ming pondered this unexpected turn, the vehicle surged forth from the thicket, revealing a vast, flat expanse of grass. "Alight, we have arrived," Gu Xiandong called out, opening the door and stepping out. The others, including Chu Ming, swiftly followed suit, exiting the vehicle. Standing on the verdant grass, Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings, which were shrouded by lush thickets and towering trees, rendering the view from the outside road nearly impossible. At the end of the lawn lay a muddy path. "Is this the road leading up the mountain?"
Chu Ming inquired.
"Indeed. This path is the route that the disciples of the Longmen sect from Qingqing Mountain typically take when descending," Gu Xiandong replied, a hint of pride in his tone. The way was obscured by an abundance of weeds and trees, making it exceedingly clandestine. Even the military had failed to uncover it. Gu Xiandong had invested considerable resources and connections to ascertain its existence. Could it be that the Longmen sect truly possesses celestial beings? That sounds rather intriguing. Why don't you take us along to have a look? Chu Ming feigned a keen interest, excitement evident in his voice. They may not be celestial beings, but they are certainly not ordinary folk. If you're interested, younger brother, you may accompany us, Gu Xiandong replied, a smirk gracing his lips. This was precisely what he desired. Once Chu Ming accompanied him to the Longmen sect, he could claim Fan Xiaojun for himself after completing his own agenda. I am immensely grateful, elder brother, Chu Ming expressed, feigning overwhelming gratitude. Fan Xiaojun rolled her eyes nearby, unable to contain her disdain for his theatricality. Gu Xiandong's 2 subordinates exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with meaning. They were well aware of their elder brother's ulterior motives. In the past, when Gu Xiandong had taken a fancy to another's wife or girlfriend, he would first seduce them with his power and wealth, and if that failed, he would resort to outright abduction, employing any brutal means necessary to fulfill his perverse desires. Standing silently beside Gu Xiandong, Wu Kuei gazed at Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun with an air of pity. He knew their fate would be grim, likely perishing in some desolate wilderness, their bodies left unclaimed. Had he encountered such a situation in the past, Wu Kuei would have certainly drawn his sword in their defense. But now, with his wife and child held captive by Gu Xiandong, he could only watch coldly. Not even an A-rank top-tier ability user like myself can contend with the young master of the Gu family. Ah, how unjust the world is, Wu Kuei lamented inwardly. Subsequently, Gu Xiandong instructed his two subordinates to retrieve provisions from the trunk of the SUV, which they slung over their shoulders, while he directed Wu Kuei to lead the way. Chu Ming followed closely behind, officially embarking on the path up the mountain. The trail was treacherous, muddy, and overrun with weeds, posing a significant challenge for ordinary individuals. Fortunately, the group comprised individuals of C-rank strength or higher, and with Wu Kuei clearing the underbrush ahead, their journey was relatively effortless. Younger brothers, should you find yourselves unable to climb any further, do not hesitate to call on us for assistance, Gu Xiandong called back, his gaze filled with surprise. He had initially assumed that Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun were mere commoners, and that traversing this path, carved by martial artists, would prove exceedingly difficult for them. He had anticipated that they would soon tire, providing him an opportunity to assist Fan Xiaojun, thereby closing the physical distance between them. However, two individuals were seen ascending the mountain path with an air of ease, leisurely following behind without any sign of lagging. No worries, brother, we can keep up. Chu Ming smiled as he looked up. All right then. Gu Xiandong turned his head away, a deep furrow etched on his brow, feeling quite displeased as his plans had fallen through. Fan Xiaojun's exquisite beauty stirred a restless yearning within him, igniting a desire to possess her immediately, yet he knew that his priorities lay elsewhere and he must attend to the matter at hand first. Chapter 57. The A-class giant wolf. The elevation of Qingqing Mountain is not particularly high, standing at merely 260 meters. For an average person, it would take over 3 hours to reach the summit via the scenic route. According to Gu Xiandong, the location of the Longmen sect is situated close to the mountain's peak. Although Chu Ming and his companions took a rugged path, they were no ordinary individuals. Thus, they ascended rapidly, reaching the mountainside in less than an hour. However, even at this elevation, the dense foliage obscured the sky, leaving only the sprawling branches interwoven above, with mere shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. The size of these plants is truly astonishing, Chu Ming murmured, reflecting on the revival of spiritual energy that began 3 years ago. Given that Qingqing Mountain has only been subject to spiritual tides for that duration, the mutations in the flora were already strikingly evident. In just a few more years, it would be difficult for the authorities to conceal the phenomena. This realization stirred excitement in Chu Ming. He envisioned seizing the opportunity upon reaching the Longmen sect to acquire some rare treasures of heaven and earth. With such resources, he could make significant strides in his cultivation without relying on qi-enhancing pills. Hey, can you help me take care of someone later?
Fan Xiaojun glanced at Chu Ming.
Her delicate brows furrowed as she spoke in a hushed tone. Who are we targeting? Gu Xiandong? Chu Ming turned to her, intrigued. Of course. Are you unaware of that fool's intentions? He keeps glancing back at me. It's infuriating, Fan Xiaojun replied, her face contorted in distaste. I thought you were indifferent. Is he merely a B-class nobody? Chu Ming smirked, then suddenly inquired, why don't you handle it yourself? I don't wish to attract the attention of the Zhuzhou authorities. She replied calmly. Ah, leave it to me, Chu Ming declared, thumping his chest. He had long held a dislike for Gu Xiandong. Had it not been for the necessity of having him as a guide and to maintain a faade of weakness, he would have dealt with him already. At that moment, the group led by Gu Xiandong slowed their pace. As Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun approached, Wu Kuei, at the forefront, turned and said in a grave tone, we have now reached the heart of Qingqing Mountain. This area is reputed to be where fierce beasts begin to appear. Everyone, tread carefully and observe your surroundings. Understood, Gu Xiandong acknowledged, then turned to Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun with a smile. Stay close and do not fall behind. If you tire, we can take a break up ahead. No need, big brother. We are fine, Chu Ming insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Very well. Gu Xiandong scrutinized the pair, bemused by how two seemingly ordinary individuals could keep pace with them so effortlessly. He attributed it to their apparent physical fitness. Meanwhile, Chu Ming began to survey his surroundings intently, pondering and then inquiring within his mind, what level are the fierce beasts on Qingcheng Mountain? Due to the originally sparse fauna on Qingcheng Mountain, the most populous species is the Tibetan macaque, while the only formidable predator is a small pack of wolves, which have evolved at a limited pace, currently possessing an average strength at C rank, with the highest reaching ordinary A rank, as the system reported. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming immediately felt a wave of relief. With the venomous enhancement, his combat power had already ascended to S rank, rendering him fearless against ordinary A rank adversaries. As the group cautiously traversed the terrain, they scaled several steep slopes. Yet, throughout their journey, they encountered not a single ferocious beast, not even a squirrel. How strange. Could the predators all be on the front mountain? Gu Xiandong pondered aloud. Perhaps, after all, this area is not blocked off, and it is the descent of the Longmen sect. The beasts likely do not dare to venture here, replied a companion. Gu Xiandong nodded in agreement, feeling considerably more at ease. At that moment Wu Kuei suddenly hissed, "Silence. Look at the mountain." His gaze sharpened, body slightly hunched, fixated intently on a specific spot atop the mountain. The group was startled into silence, following Wu Kuei's line of sight. They had now approached the summit, where the temperature was lower and the wind stronger, resulting in sparser vegetation that no longer obscured their view. To their astonishment, they beheld a massive, pitch-black wolf standing a mere few dozen meters away, its gaze locked onto them. This wolf was of imposing stature, towering at 2 meters, its dark fur billowing in the wind, its tail drooping, and its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Gu Xiandong and the others stared in terror at the beast, daring not to breathe. Although it showed no immediate sign of aggression, they could feel the powerful aura it exuded. Is this what a ferocious beast looks like? A 2-meter-tall wolf is indeed rather intimidating, Chu Ming thought, astonished. Just the sight of such a creature, if reported, would undoubtedly cause an uproar. No wonder the authorities sought to seal off this area. Moreover, the system informed him that this wolf possessed an impressive combat strength of 125 points, categorizing it as a rank. Such prowess would likely render ordinary firearms ineffective against it, explaining the mobilization of military forces. After a brief moment of observation, the wolf turned and swiftly vanished into the woods. Thank goodness it left, Gu Xiandong exhaled in relief. We must hurry to the Longmen sect, Wu Kuei urged. Still on high alert, his tone laced with urgency and concern. This is likely an A-rank wolf. While it may not be my match, wolves are social creatures. Its departure likely signals a return to summon its pack. If the wolf pack arrives, I would be powerless to act. Goodness, then we must move quickly, Gu Xiandong exclaimed, his countenance paling as he hastily urged the others to ascend the mountain. Once we reach the Longmen sect, with so many ancient martial artists there, the wolf pack should not dare to approach. Though Gu Xiandong possessed B-rank strength, he hailed from a prestigious lineage and had little real combat experience, having seldom encountered wild beasts, let alone a 2-meter-tall colossal predator. Fear had begun to grip him. Thus, they hastened their ascent up the mountain, their hearts racing with trepidation as they made their way to the Longmen sect. Fortunately, the wolf did not pursue them. Before long, they beheld a flat expanse near the mountainous summit, where a colossal edifice stood. This imposing structure, seemingly constructed during the Republic era, featured a grand entrance that was firmly shut, adorned with a plaque inscribed with 5 bold red characters, Chuanjin Longmen sect. Flanking the entrance were 2 young men clad in azure Taoist robes. They had arrived at the Longmen sect. Upon spotting the building, Gu Xiandong felt a surge of joy and quickened his pace. The group soon reached the threshold of the Longmen sect. The 2 young men at the entrance regarded the newcomers with vigilance, drawing their swords. One of them called out, "Who are you?" "I am Gu Xiandong from the Gu family of Magic City. I have come to seek apprenticeship at the Longmen sect, having previously been in contact with Elder Guan." Gu Xiandong furrowed his brow, proclaiming his identity with an air of haughtiness. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards exchanged glances. They were outer disciples of the Longmen sect, tasked with guarding the entrance that day. Elder Guan had informed them in the morning that 4 distinguished guests from Magic City would visit, advising them to treat them with courtesy. Thus, they sheathed their swords and respectfully clasped their fists, saying, "Ah, it is young Master Gu. My apologies. Elder Guan is inside. Allow us to escort you in." Gu Xiandong nodded, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The title of young master of the Gu family still wielded influence even in this remote place. Simultaneously, he cast a glance back at Fan Xiaojun, hoping to catch a glimpse of admiration on her face. However, her expression remained remarkably composed. A surge of indignation flared within Gu Xiandong. He had never encountered a woman like her. Other women, upon witnessing his display of power and status, would at least exhibit some semblance of envy or astonishment. Yet she remained aloof, refusing to even meet his gaze. This is rather amusing. I shall see if you maintain this composure later. Gu Xiandong thought with a twisted smirk. Having journeyed to the heights of Longmen sect, he knew that once he concluded his business, it would be time to turn his attention to Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun. Chapter 58. Gu Xiandong's challenge. 2 disciples of the Longmen sect opened the grand entrance, ushering a group inside. Before their eyes lay an expansive martial arts arena, where dozens of disciples clad in Taoist robes were diligently practicing their skills, their powerful shouts resonating in the air. At the forefront stood an elderly man in a flowing white robe, his white hair and beard giving him the visage of a celestial being, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of dignity. "Young Master Gu, that is our esteemed Elder Guan," one of the guiding disciples reverently introduced. The other disciple had already dashed towards Elder Guan. "He certainly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I wonder what level of cultivation Elder Guan has attained?" Gu Xiandong inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Elder Guan is currently the most accomplished practitioner in our Longmen sect and was the first to discover the resurgence of spiritual energy and the tidal waves of spiritual power. Just a few days ago, he broke through to the late stage of the martial artist realm, which is what one might refer to as grade A in the secular world. The disciple replied with a hint of pride. "Has he reached grade A so swiftly?" Gu Xiandong's gaze sharpened at the response. According to his prior intelligence, Elder Guan had only barely attained grade B a year ago. It was astonishing that he had ascended to grade A in such a short span. Truly, being situated in the midst of a spiritual energy tide facilitates remarkable progress. "It seems I have indeed found the right place," Gu Xiandong mused, nodding in satisfaction. If even someone of Elder Guan's advanced years can cultivate at such an accelerated pace, Gu Xiandong was confident that with his own talent, dedicating 6 months to focused training within the Longmen sect would suffice for him to reach grade A prowess. His arduous journey from Modu to Jiangyan City would not be in vain. Behind them, Fan Xiaojun overheard this exchange and glanced at Chu Ming, raising an eyebrow as she whispered, "Hey, did you catch that? The Longmen sect already has grade A experts, and you still intend to stir trouble here?" Based on Chu Ming's displayed strength, Fan Xiaojun estimated him to be at grade A, perhaps at its peak. She believed that while he might stand a chance against Elder Guan in a one-on-one confrontation, the Longmen sect boasted many disciples, and there were likely several at grade B or higher. Moreover, among Gu Xiandong's group was the formidable Wu Kuei, who was at the pinnacle of grade A. Chu Ming remained silent, merely shrugging nonchalantly while curiously observing the architecture of the Longmen sect. Fan Xiaojun regarded him with surprise, wondering if he possessed some hidden trump card. Meanwhile, the disciple had approached Elder Guan and exchanged a few words. Elder Guan then turned his gaze towards Gu Xiandong's group and ambled over. "Elder Guan." Gu Xiandong clasped his hands in greeting, though his expression bore no signs of reverence, as if merely adhering to social formality. Elder Guan greeted him with a warm smile, nodding amicably. "Young Master Gu, I regret not having welcomed you in person to our Longmen sect." Though Gu Xiandong was technically a junior by lineage, Elder Guan's status far surpassed that of a mere elder from a remote sect, and thus Gu Xiandong dared not adopt an air of superiority. "Not at all, Elder Guan. I believe my father has already informed you of my intention to seek apprenticeship at the Longmen sect," Gu Xiandong replied, his demeanor composed. "Indeed." Elder Guan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In that case, allow me to speak candidly. I am aware that with young Master Gu's exceptional talent, having achieved the mid-stage of a warrior before the age of 30, Your presence at our humble Longmen sect is likely due to our advantageous position within the spiritual energy tide. Moreover, the Gu family is a renowned martial arts lineage, possessing superior techniques compared to our own. I find myself lacking in what I can impart to you. Therefore, why not consider becoming a registered disciple of the Longmen sect? I shall arrange for you a private residence to facilitate your focus cultivation. What say you, young Master Gu? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiandong's lips curled into a smile as he nodded in agreement. For him, the opportunity to cultivate amidst the spiritual energy tide was paramount. The title of registered disciple was of little consequence. Regardless of the designation, his status as a scion of the Gu family would command respect from all within the Longmen sect. Elder Guan, pleased with the arrangement, recognized the benefits of welcoming a direct descendant of the Gu family into their fold. The Gu family of Modu was indeed a prominent clan, far surpassing their long-standing adversary, the Gong family of Chuanqing, in terms of influence. This alliance would bolster the Longmen sect's resolve in their plans against the Gong family. Having secured Gu Xiandong's agreement, Elder Guan turned his attention to the group behind him, his gaze lingering on Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun, curiosity evident in his expression. Young Master Gu, who might these individuals be? Earlier, Gu Xiandong's father had mentioned that 4 individuals were visiting the Longmen sect, including Gu Xiandong, 2 collateral members of the Gu family, and an A-grade ability user, a middle-aged man. Observing their attire, Elder Guan discerned that Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun were evidently not members of the Gu family, which piqued his suspicion. Oh, these 2. Gu Xiandong glanced back at them, his expression shifting abruptly. The facade of gentility he had previously donned vanished, replaced by a cold smirk and an icy glare. With the formalities concluded, it was time to turn his attention to Fan Xiaojun. This fellow, I do not recognize him, yet he insists on following me. Elder Guan, you may handle this as you see fit, Gu Xiandong said, exuding an air of superiority as he gestured toward Chu Ming, his tone laden with implication. Elder, were you not the one who brought us here? Chu Ming interjected, momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with urgency. Gu Xiandong offered no response, only deepening his disdainful smile, his gaze regarding Chu Ming as one would a mere ant, easily crushed at will. He envisioned the despair that would wash over Chu Ming's face when he publicly humiliated Fan Xiaojun. Merely contemplating it sent a rush of exhilaration through him. Unfamiliar? This raises a concern, Elder Guan mused, furrowing his brow. Gu Xiandong's group consisted of individuals with at least C-grade capabilities. It was implausible for 2 unknown ordinary individuals to accompany them. And what of that young woman? Elder Guan inquired, directing his attention to Fan Xiaojun once more. She is my girlfriend, Gu Xiandong replied, a twisted smile gracing his lips. The Elder Guan cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xiandong, savoring the tone of his words, and suddenly came to a realization. He had previously heard rumors that this scion of the Gu family harbored peculiar inclinations, namely, an affinity for the girlfriends and wives of others. Whenever he encountered a striking beauty, he would resort to all manner of schemes to claim her for himself. The 2 young individuals before him were likely a couple lured into the mountains by Gu Xiandong, now revealing their true intentions. Elder Guan, this young man has trespassed into the Longmen sect. Will you not take action as an elder of the sect? Urged one of Gu Xiandong's lackeys, stoking the flames of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Elder Guan pondered for a moment. The words were clearly a provocation, designed to elicit a response from him. He could not disregard Gu Xiandong's reputation. With a slight sigh, he turned to his 2 disciples, gesturing towards Chu Ming, and bellowed, "This individual has trespassed into the Longmen sect. Seize him at once." Understood. The 2 disciples exchanged puzzled glances, still unclear about the situation. After all, the man had entered alongside Gu Xiandong. How could he now be claimed as an unfamiliar presence? Yet, they dared not defy the elder's command and promptly advanced towards Chu Ming. Chapter 59. The headshot. As 2 disciples of the Longmen sect approached him, Chu Ming's anxious expression abruptly transformed into a serene smile. At last, Gu Xiandong revealed his true colors, leaving Chu Ming no need to maintain his faute. Gu Xiandong and his 2 underlings regarded Chu Ming with mocking gazes. However, Gu Xiandong soon sensed something amiss. He could not fathom why Chu Ming's demeanor had suddenly turned placid, nor could he comprehend why Fan Xiaojun displayed no hint of panic. Why was this? Had they been rendered speechless with fear? Gu Xiandong's displeasure mounted, for the absence of terror in his opponents was a bitter disappointment, failing to satiate his morbid desires. He erupted in a frenzied shout. Damn it! Capture that woman as well and bind her. Understood. The two disciples exchanged glances but nodded in acquiescence. Even their elder had yielded to the other party, so they dared not protest. A cold laugh escaped Chu Ming's lips. Gu Xiandong truly was relentless in his pursuit of self-destruction. As the two men drew nearer, Chu Ming summoned his inner strength, preparing to strike. These two were merely at the sea level. He could easily subdue them with his martial prowess. Just then, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. Chu Ming looked up in astonishment to find it was Wu Kuei. What was he doing? Protecting me? Wasn't Wu Kuei Gu Xiandong's bodyguard? A sense of confusion washed over Chu Ming. Wu Kuei. What are you doing? Gu Xiandong's expression darkened at the sight, his gaze fixed intensely on Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei's resolute features displayed a moment of struggle, but after a brief pause, he steadied himself, meeting Gu Xiandong's gaze with unwavering resolve. In a low tone, he spoke, Young Master Gu, you stated that my mission was to protect you while you came to the Longmen sect, after which you would release my wife and child. Now that you have safely arrived, my task is complete, and I hope you will not go back on your word. Of course, I would never break my promise. Gu Xiandong replied with a cold sneer, scrutinizing Wu Kuei with disdain. So what do you mean now? Young Master Gu, since my mission is accomplished, I am no longer your bodyguard. I wish to protect these two individuals. Would you grant me this favor?
Wu Kui spoke solemnly.
His wife had been taken by Gu Xiandong, along with their child, leading Wu Kuei to awaken his A-level abilities in a state of despair. He understood the agony of losing a loved one and wished to spare Chu Ming from such suffering. Gu Xiandong and his two underlings exchanged glances, their laughter laced with mockery. After a moment, Gu Xiandong taunted. Do you really believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? You wish to protect them? Your wife and child are in my grasp. Are you certain you want to oppose me, Uncle Wu? At these words, Wu Kuei fell silent, his brow furrowed in anguish. After a while, he deflated, his gaze dimming as he turned to Chu Ming, apologizing. I am truly sorry, young brother. I did my utmost. But I am powerless. After speaking, he retreated to Gu Xiandong's side, a look of desolation on his face. In the presence of such power as the Gu family, it was already commendable for him to safeguard his own interests, let alone protect others. A truly fanciful thought. Gu Xiandong, witnessing this scene, was filled with a wild mirth. What did it matter if one was at the peak of a grade? Before him, that individual was merely a dog to be commanded at will. As the two disciples saw Wu Kuei depart, they continued toward Chu Ming, their internal energy already beginning to circulate, preparing to strike. Yet, Chu Ming appeared oblivious, his gaze intently fixed on Wu Kuei as he offered a slight nod and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, I will remember you. From their earlier exchange, he had gleaned Wu Kuei's position, and even so, the fact that this person was willing to step forward and assist him spoke volumes. Chu Ming felt a genuine admiration for him. Wu Kuei was momentarily taken aback. At such a time, how could this young man still have the presence of mind to express thanks? After Chu Ming had given his thanks, his attention shifted to the two disciples, a smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, a surging internal force erupted explosively, pouring into his arms, and he swiftly launched a powerful strike toward them. The sky-splitting fist. The two had initially assumed Chu Ming to be an ordinary person. Thus they were entirely unprepared. Before they could react, they watched in horror as two fists rapidly magnified in their line of sight. And then, there was nothing further. Chu Ming's fists collided directly with the crowns of their heads, and in an instant, their skulls shattered like watermelons. Blood, brain matter, and fragments of bone erupted in a gruesome display, splattering everywhere. The scene was a horrific tableau of blood and violence. For a moment, the entire square seemed to fall into silence. What the hell? Gu Xiandong was momentarily stunned, then shouted in disbelief, his cold smirk instantly replaced by sheer terror. Brain matter had splattered onto his face, sticky and grotesque. As a pampered young master, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene, and before he could process it, his stomach churned, and he immediately retched. His two companions reacted similarly. This internal energy, this strength, B-grade? A B-grade under 20? Wu Kuei was equally startled, retreating several meters to avoid the splatter of brain matter. He stared in shock at the smiling Chu Ming from a distance, his gaze somewhat vacant. Just a moment before, he had thought these two young men were doomed to be tormented by Gu Xiandong, only for such a scene to unfold. Yet soon Wu Kuei's anxiety returned. Even if Chu Ming was a B-grade ancient martial artist, it would be of little consequence. With so many ancient martial artists in the Longmen sect, and the elders being A-grade, would Elder Guan simply let this murder of two disciples go unpunished? Ancient martial artists? Elder Guan's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this scene. He had assumed his two disciples were merely C-grade, easily capable of subduing an ordinary person, never anticipating such an outcome. To eliminate two C-grade ancient martial artists with a single strike, was this young man not at least B-grade? A B-grade ancient martial artist under 20? Elder Guan suddenly found himself in a state of shock, as a memory flooded back to him. Not long ago, one of his most esteemed disciples, accompanied by a group of outer disciples, had descended the mountain to cause a disturbance at the estate of the Gong family's younger generation. In the aftermath, those outer disciples had hurried back to the Longmen sect, bearing the grim news that his cherished disciple had been slain by a B-rank ancient martial artist from the Gong family, a youth not yet 20 years of age. Elder Guan had initially dismissed this claim, incredulous that the Gong family could possibly harbor a B-rank martial artist so young. Indeed, such a phenomenon was unimaginable, even on a global scale. Even within the Longmen sect, amidst a 3-year surge of spiritual energy, the youngest B-rank martial artist was already 26. Thus, he had concluded that his disciple must have betrayed the sect for power, orchestrating a scheme with the others to deceive him, and in a fit of rage, executed the outer disciples on the spot. However, the realization struck him with alarming clarity. The tales spun by those outer disciples were likely rooted in truth. The young man before him was indeed the B-rank martial artist who had killed his beloved disciple, and he was, without a doubt, a member of the Gong family. Furthermore, the individual had feigned a guise of an ordinary person, accompanying Gu Xiandong and his group up the mountain, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. The mere thought ignited a fierce blaze of fury within Elder Guan's heart. His gaze toward Chu Ming was now infused with murderous intent as he bellowed, "You wretched creature of the Gong family! What is your true purpose in coming to the Longmen sect?" Chapter 60. Chu Ming's fury after crushing the heads of the two men. Chu Ming swiftly retreated 10 meters alongside Fan Xiaojun, ensuring that the splattered blood would not stain their garments. Hearing the furious roar of Elder Guan, Chu Ming raised his gaze to him and remarked with a faint smile, "Oh, you noticed? Indeed, I am of the Gong family." Having pledged to assist the Gong family in intimidating the Longmen sect, Chu Ming naturally invoked their name. Recovering from his earlier retching, Gu Xiandong, his face ashen, cast a glance at Chu Ming, his eyes twitching in disbelief. "Damn it! So you are a martial artist of the Gong family?" He was well aware that the Gong family in Sichuan was a lineage of martial arts. Yet he never expected that the seemingly simple-minded Chu Ming turned out to be a martial artist from such a prestigious family, and a B-level one at that, not yet 20 years old. He recalled the pride he felt at his own accomplishments of breaking into B-level martial arts before the age of 30. In comparison to Chu Ming, he felt utterly insignificant. Reflecting on the way Chu Ming had regarded him earlier, as if he were a fool, it dawned upon him that the real fool was, in fact, himself. A wave of humiliation surged within him. As the esteemed heir of the Gu family, he had never endured such indignity. "Damn it! Damn it!" Gu Xiandong, seemingly driven to madness, pointed at Chu Ming and shouted vehemently, "Do not think that just because you are a B-level martial artist you can do as you please. I will make it my mission to end you today." He then directed his ire towards Fan Xiaojun, declaring with venom, "You too, you vile BTCH. If I do not break you, I will not believe in the Gu family." Upon hearing these words, Fan Xiaojun's eyes narrowed. Her fists clenched tightly, and a tremendous fury surged within her, ready to erupt. Chu Ming's expression darkened, a nameless rage boiling within him as he regarded Gu Xiandong with a frigid stare, as if looking at a corpse. Ha! What's this? Are you angry? Gu Xiandong mocked, observing the grim visages of the two. He then shouted to Wu Kuei beside him, Wu Kuei, eliminate them. No. Kill the man and cripple the woman. His expression was chilling, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Wu Kuei furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. He genuinely did not wish to harm Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun. Just as he hesitated, Elder Guan suddenly stepped forward. His voice low, young Master Gu, you need not intervene. This scoundrel has previously slain my direct disciple and is our sworn enemy from the Gong family. I shall take care of this matter. Very well. Gu Xiandong was indifferent. He solely desired to witness Chu Ming's demise and to torment Fan Xiaojun to the point of despair. At that moment, the other disciples of the Longmen sect, having witnessed the brutal deaths of their two comrades, had gathered around, filled with righteous indignation. They had overheard their elders' words, realizing that these two were indeed the Gong family foes who had slain their fellow brothers. In a fervor, they all directed their wrath at Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun, shouting, Elder Guan, kill these Gong family scoundrels. Eliminate the Gong family scoundrels. Avenge our brother. It is unclear who initiated the outcry, but moments later, all disciples of the Longmen sect began to shout in unison. Damn it! Chu Ming could no longer contain his fury. He had never felt such rage since his rebirth. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gu Xiandong's insults directed at Fan Xiaojun pierced his heart like daggers, causing him immense distress. Venom! Chu Ming bellowed in anger. I am here. Venom seemed to sense Chu Ming's wrath and instantly awakened. In the next moment, Chu Ming's form rapidly ascended, enveloped by venom, his aura surging dramatically. Complete possession. A towering black monstrosity, reaching 3 meters in height, materialized before the onlookers. A ferocious roar erupted from Venom, echoing like a beast, resonating with overwhelming fury. What on earth is that? Venom? Gu Xiandong's previously manic expression froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Venom from 10 meters away. Is this a supernatural ability? Chu Ming is actually a supernatural being? How can such a power as Venom even exist in this world? Supernatural being? Elder Guan's gaze sharpened, and he instantly grasped the magnitude of the situation, a tempest of emotions surging within him. This Chu Ming was not merely a practitioner of ancient martial arts. He was also a supernatural being. No wonder he had the audacity to confront the Longmen sect. Meanwhile, the disciples who had been clamoring for Chu Ming's demise were now retreating in panic, their expressions filled with terror. Humph! Even if you are a supernatural being, what of it? Transformation-type supernatural beings are merely ranked B, and combined with the strength of a B-ranked ancient martial artist, you would barely reach a rank. Elder Guan scoffed. Undeterred, transformation-type abilities typically only enhance physical prowess without any sophisticated techniques. In the realm of ancient martial arts, they often proved inferior. Moreover, he was an A-ranked ancient martial artist. Elder Guan stepped forward decisively, unleashing a torrent of inner strength as he swiftly drew the long sword at his back. His eyes gleamed with intensity, and his inner power manifested like a tangible force, swirling around him as wisps of azure smoke. Clad in his Taoist robe, he appeared ethereal, imbued with an otherworldly grace. Wind and fire sword, Elder Guan intoned, channeling his swirling inner power into the sword.
A fierce, pure sword intent surge de forte.
With a swift leap, he soared into the air, the long sword arcing toward Venom's chest with astonishing momentum. The disciples of the Longmen sect were momentarily dazzled by the spectacle. This technique, Wind and Fire Sword, was a move from the male and female Dragon Tiger Sword technique, said to have been created by the Grand Master Zhang Daoling a millennium ago, representing a true pinnacle of swordsmanship. Furthermore, the Wind and Fire Sword was renowned for its emphasis on offense and lethality, boasting remarkable destructive power. They had not anticipated that Elder Guan's initial strike would be a lethal one. They believed that even if their opponent were a transformation-type supernatural being with formidable physical strength, he would be utterly unable to withstand it. Elder Guan, too, was resolute in his belief, pouring all his inner strength into the attack without a hint of hesitation. He believed that even the most formidable A-grade powerhouse could not withstand the devastating force of his sword, let alone this mere B-grade ability user before him. Chu Ming, controlling the venom, coldly gazed at Elder Guan as the sword thrust towards his chest. As the blade approached, he let out a disdainful snort and extended his claw directly towards the sword's tip. A foolhardy endeavor. Elder Guan, witnessing this, let out a chilling sneer. Did this fool truly think he could block his strike with mere flesh? In the next moment, the sword fiercely collided with the venomous claw. Yet, contrary to Elder Guan's expectations of piercing through the opponent's arm, he felt as though his sword had struck a block of tempered steel, sparks flying from the tip. To his horror, the sword in his hand began to shatter inch by inch, while the opponent's claw remained utterly unscathed. S-grade. Elder Guan's expression changed dramatically as he instantly realized that this creature before him was neither B-grade nor A-grade. He was confronted with an S-grade ability user. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to retreat. However, the venomous claw moved faster than his own body, seizing him firmly. Chapter 61. Tortured to death, is this all there is? The voice of Poison echoed with a chilling disdain as its ghastly white eyes fixated on the captured Elder Guan. Elder Guan, filled with terror, desperately channeled his inner strength in a futile attempt to free himself from Poison's grasp. Let us talk this through, young brother, Elder Guan hastily implored. However, what awaited him was a grotesque maw. In the next moment, Poison's grip loosened, and a headless corpse tumbled to the ground. The training ground fell into a profound silence as Gu Xiandong and several disciples of the Long Men sect stared in horror at the tragic demise of Elder Guan before their eyes. The sound of Poison gnawing on the severed head resonated clearly in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines. He is dead. Elder Guan is dead. Run. As realization settled in, the disciples of the Long Men sect instinctively fled towards the surrounding walls, seeking to escape over them. If even the strongest member of their sect was no match for this monstrous being, they had no desire to remain and meet a similar fate. S-class. He is S-class? Gu Xiandong let out a trembling scream, his entire being quaking in fear, as if standing at the edge of a precipice. His gaze was consumed by terror. He could never have fathomed that Chu Ming would be an S-class powerhouse. As the heir of a prestigious martial arts family, he knew all too well the dreadfulness of an S-class warrior. Such beings were nearly transcendent, capable of withstanding missiles and tearing through armor with ease, able to confront armies head-on. To his knowledge, in the vast expanse of Huagua, there were fewer than 20 known individuals who had attained S-class strength. Each S-class warrior was under close scrutiny by the higher echelons of Huagua, with most being incorporated into the Zhuzhou. Gu Xiandong could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary Chu Ming, barely 20 years of age, was indeed an S-class. How could this be? He stood frozen, trembling, his pride unable to accept such a revelation. He had merely sought to take a commoner's girlfriend. How had it escalated to this? As for his two underlings, they had long since joined the other disciples of the Long Men sect in their flight over the wall. All that remained beside him was Wu Kuei, equally dumbfounded. Gulp. Poison swallowed Elder Guan's head and glanced toward Gu Xiandong, as Chu Ming's icy voice pierced the air. It is your turn. Controlling Poison, Chu Ming advanced slowly toward Gu Xiandong, a tempest of fury igniting within him, compelling him to torment Gu Xiandong to death to quench his wrath. As he watched Poison approach, Gu Xiandong finally snapped out of his terror and unleashed his inner strength in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, Chu Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. With a sudden surge of power, he transformed into a shadow, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, ensnaring Gu Xiandong in his claws. Let go of me, Gu Xiandong cried out, horrified at the monstrous head looming before him, his spirit momentarily shattered. The words you utter are truly foul. As the adversary faced imminent demise, he continued to hurl insults. Chu Ming, with a cold smile, paused momentarily before ominously inquiring, what was it you said about dealing with Fan Xiaojun? Breaking her limbs? How outrageous! You little brat. Do not presume that your S-grade status makes you formidable. My family also boasts an S-grade powerhouse, stronger than you. I am the heir of the Gu clan. If you dare to kill me, you shall not survive either. Gu Xiandong, seemingly oblivious to the threat, shouted with a ferocious expression, resembling a rabid dog. Chu Ming's gaze turned icy, and he swiftly extended his other hand to grip one of Gu Xiandong's arms, giving it a gentle tug. Ah! Gu Xiandong emitted a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His entire right arm was brutally torn from its socket, along with half of his shoulder, blood and flesh mingling chaotically as blood gushed forth. Chu Ming casually discarded the severed limb, reveling in the agony etched on his opponent's face. He then seized Gu Xiandong's right leg, uprooting it once more. Gu Xiandong screamed again, blood sprang forth like a fountain. After losing a significant amount of blood, he soon became lethargic, unable to utter a sound. Why the silence now? Did you not have a foul mouth? Chu Ming mockingly observed Gu Xiandong, now resembling a lifeless dog, with delight. I was wrong, big brother. Spare me. Gu Xiandong finally ceased his arrogance, pleading for mercy, the intense pain rendering speech a challenge. Very well, I shall spare you, but you still have one hand and one leg remaining. It is quite unsettling to behold.
Chu Ming ominously remarked.
He intended to remove all of the opponent's limbs and lay them upon the ground, watching him suffer and bleed to death. Beside them, Wu Kuei, horrified, witnessed the gruesome scene and instinctively stepped back, feeling a wave of nausea. How could this young man be so brutal? He could hardly fathom that this seemingly simple-minded youth possessed such a monstrous side. In that moment, a flicker of fear appeared in Wu Kuei's gaze as he looked at Chu Ming. After dismembering Gu Xiandong, Chu Ming casually tossed the limbs aside and retracted his venom. He stood there, smiling, quietly observing Gu Xiandong, now reduced to a mere human stick. Despite being a B-grade ancient martial artist with tenacious vitality, even he would endure prolonged suffering before succumbing to death. At this moment, Fan Xiaojun approached Chu Ming, gazing at him in astonishment before glancing at the dismembered Gu Xiandong. After a brief silence, she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She understood that Chu Ming could have easily ended Gu Xiandong's life but chose to torment him for her sake. It was only right. Those who seek to bully my girlfriend deserve this fate. Chu Ming replied with a calm smile. Are we not merely playing a role? Fan Xiaojun furrowed her delicate brow,
Scrutinizing Chu Ming.
Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Chu Ming scratched his head, offering a sheepish chuckle. At that moment, venom emerged from Chu Ming's shoulder, exuberantly exclaiming towards the bewildered Fan Xiaojun, Woman, Chu Ming has taken a fancy to you. Chu Ming was taken aback, swiftly delivering a slap to Venom, forcibly retracting it back into his body. Damn it! Go back to sleep and stop babbling, he exclaimed. Coughing awkwardly, Chu Ming glanced at Fan Xiaojun, only to find her regarding him with a rather peculiar expression, which intensified his embarrassment. He scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Fan Xiaojun blinked, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to change the subject. I never expected you to be an S-level ability user. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming's face lit up with pride. So what do you think? Am I impressive or what? An S-level in transformation abilities, you're the first of your kind. By the numbers, you should be recognized as the 15th S-level in the known realm of Huagua. Fan Xiaojun nodded, smiling. Indeed, you have surprised me. However, this means that Jojo will certainly want you to join their ranks. Chapter 62. Noticed by Jojo? What does that mean? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Could it be that, upon reaching S rank, Jojo is compelled to enforce a mandatory registration? The prowess of an S-rank powerhouse is exceedingly formidable. A single individual can rival an entire armed battalion. Fan Xiaojun shrugged and explained. Therefore, an uncontrolled S-rank powerhouse poses a ticking time bomb within the city, representing a significant threat to both the populace and the authorities. Jojo must take measures to manage such individuals. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Chu Ming nodded in agreement, suddenly breaking into a smile. But I am a good person. I wouldn't misuse my abilities for nefarious purposes. A good person? Fan Xiaojun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gu Xiandong, who was still writhing in pain on the ground, and remarked with a smirk, I didn't perceive that. Wasn't I just helping you vent your frustrations? I don't usually act this way. Chu Ming chuckled awkwardly, then suddenly raised an eyebrow at her, jesting, What's the matter? Are you planning to forcibly drag me to Jojo if I refuse to join? Despite his current strength being insufficient to match Fan Xiaojun, Chu Ming was confident she would not resort to such measures. After all, he had revealed his abilities merely to assist her. As anticipated, Fan Xiaojun fell silent for a moment, then turned to gaze at the distant sky, speaking calmly, I won't take action against you, but that does not imply others will refrain. Others? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he suddenly grasped her implication. You mean the others from Jojo? But they are unaware of my presence here. They have already been informed, Fan Xiaojun stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on the horizon as she gently shook her head. The energy you emitted, characteristic of an S-rank powerhouse, has undoubtedly been detected by Jojo's personnel stationed on Qingqing Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. He had long suspected that Jojo possessed the capability to detect both abilities and the ranks of ability users, but he hadn't anticipated it to be true. However, it mattered little. What difference did it make if Jojo's personnel were aware? If he wished to leave, they would be unable to stop him. At this moment, his puppet was still piloting the Mark III armor, hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Should he choose to escape, donning the armor and achieving double the speed of sound would render him uncatchable by any ability user. Yet, Chu Ming had no intention of doing so. He had other plans for the Mark III armor. Jojo has dispatched numerous ability users to Qingqing Mountain to exterminate the fierce beasts. There are at least 3 S-rank powerhouses listed on the ban list, and someone should be on their way to find you now, Fan Xiaojun remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Ming, only to find him seemingly unfazed. She frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, Why are you still standing there? Aren't you planning to run away? I could help delay them for a bit. Why should I run? I want to see the other S-rank powerhouses from Jojo. Chu Ming calmly shook his head, looking at her with a smile. You actually want to help me delay them for a while? You are one of Jojo's people. Your task is to monitor me. This time, helping you vent is a personal favor I owe you. I merely wish to repay you, Fan Xiaojun replied. Oh, are you certain it's not because you found me quite dashing earlier and are now somewhat inclined to assist me? With a teasing smile, Chu Ming casually rested his hand on the shoulder of his companion. If anyone is handsome, it's Venom, not you, Fan Xiaojun retorted disdainfully, not bothering to glance at Chu Ming, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, making no effort to remove his arm. The two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing at the sky, as a palpable sense of youthful exuberance filled the air, accompanied by an almost ethereal beauty. A soft cough from behind broke the spell, prompting Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun to turn abruptly. There stood Wu Kuei, his expression one of awkwardness as he observed the pair. Internally, he felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Here he was, a living person standing right beside them, yet they seemed oblivious, lost in their own conversation, leaving him in the lurch. Oh, Uncle Wu, I almost forgot about you, Chu Ming said, scratching his head sheepishly before adding with a smile, Thank you for stepping in to help us earlier. Chu Ming held a favorable impression of Wu Kuei, particularly since he had spoken up for them despite his own family being at the mercy of Gu Xiandong. He was indeed a good man. It's nothing, really, Wu Kuei replied, shaking his head and smiling, though internally he was grumbling. He dared not show any signs of dissent. After all, the young man before him was an S-class ability user. Moreover, Wu Kuei had just overheard their conversation, which left him astounded. This quiet, beautiful girl was actually a member of the special department, Jojo, sent to monitor Chu Ming. Thus, she too must be an S-class. At that moment, Wu Kuei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful he hadn't acted against Chu Ming when Gu Xiandong had ordered him to, for he feared he would have met the same fate as Gu Xiandong himself. However, Uncle Wu, Chu Ming said, glancing at the lifeless body of Gu Xiandong on the ground, suddenly recalling something. His brow furrowed as he continued, I remember you mentioned your task was to protect Gu Xiandong, but he is now deceased. What will happen to your wife and child? By now, Gu Xiandong's 2 underlings had already fled over the wall with the disciples of the Longmen sect. It was evident that the news of the young Master Gu's demise would soon reach the Gu family, and when that happened, How could they possibly allow Wu Kuei's family to live? Sighing deeply, Wu Kuei's gaze dimmed, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. What can be done? Young brother? Even if I had safely delivered Gu Xiandong to the Longmen sect, he likely would not have released my wife and child. I was merely harboring a glimmer of hope. Wu Kuei understood well that as a top-tier A-class ability user, he was an invaluable asset. People like Gu Xiandong would never let him go. They would continue to use his family as leverage, exploiting him to the fullest extent. Uncle Wu, I can help you rescue your wife and child, Chu Ming suddenly declared after a moment of contemplation. What? Wu Kuei was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. After a brief pause, he responded incredulously, Rescue my wife and child? Young brother, are you serious? Wu Kuei found it hard to believe that he and the other party were merely acquaintances, having exchanged only a few words, yet here he was, offering to assist him with such a monumental favor. I am quite serious, Chu Mingzheng affirmed, pausing briefly before adding, however, I do have one condition. A condition? Upon hearing those words, Wu Kuei's heart raced with excitement. He understood that if Chu Ming were to help him solely out of gratitude for a few exchanged words, it would be hard to accept. Yet, the existence of a condition signified that the other truly harbored the intention to assist. It simply required him to undertake some task in return. In truth, Wu Kuei already planned to return to the Demon City immediately, resolved to do everything in his power to rescue his wife and children. However, the Gu family was a genuine lineage of martial arts, harboring S-rank ancient warriors, making the likelihood of his success exceedingly slim. Yet, with the assistance of an S-rank powerhouse like Chu Ming, the odds could significantly improve. Thus, Wu Kuei promptly clasped his fists towards Chu Ming, earnestly declaring, As long as you, young Master Chu, assist me in rescuing my wife and children, I, Wu, shall do everything in my power to fulfill any condition you impose, and I shall never go back on my word. Chapter 63. Dawn. It is not a significant matter. Chu Ming chuckled softly, expressing his desire for Uncle Wu to join his organization. The moment the other party stood up to speak on his behalf, Chu Ming conceived this notion. As a top-tier A-class ability user with just a gene serum, he could ascend to the ranks of an S-class powerhouse. Furthermore, Wu Kuei's character was commendable. Having such a person in his organization would grant Chu Ming a sense of reassurance. Organization. Wu Kuei was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a far more arduous request from Chu Ming, yet it was merely a matter of joining an organization. Moreover, becoming part of a group led by an S-class powerhouse posed no detriment to him whatsoever. Thus, he readily acquiesced, stating, This is no problem. I, Wu, am willing to serve young Master Chu. Organization. What organization? Beside them, Fan Xiaojun was bewildered by this revelation. She was unaware that Chu Ming had any organization at all. Heh, did not expect this. Did you? Chu Ming looked at Fan Xiaojun with a sense of pride, relishing her bewildered expression, which he found utterly endearing. When did you establish an organization? Aside from Juzhou, are there truly other ability user organizations in Hua country? Fan Xiaojun furrowed her brow, regarding Chu Ming with skepticism. I may not have had one before, but now I do. Chu Ming replied with a grin, exuding confidence. I, Chu Ming, am the founder of this organization. One day, I shall expand it to rival Juzhou. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuei nearly lost his footing, staring blankly at Chu Ming. He had expected a formidable organization, only to discover it was newly established. He wondered how Chu Ming could even think of rivaling Juzhou. Never mind, as long as it helps me rescue my wife and daughter, I shall not concern myself with the insignificance of this organization. Wu Kuei silently shook his head. Fan Xiaojun could not suppress her laughter, bemusedly observing Chu Ming. Turned out he was merely daydreaming. Did he truly believe he could establish an organization that could rival Juzhou, all as a mere S-class ability user? What was he thinking? Juzhou stood at the pinnacle of both the ability user and martial arts worlds, backed by sheer strength. Apart from the numerous peak S-class powerhouses on the forbidden list, there were also hundreds of A-class experts with B-class users in abundance. Moreover, it was little known that Juzhou was home to an S-class ability user even beyond the standard. This was the foundation that allowed Juzhou to maintain its supremacy in the realms of ability users and martial artists. In the past, There had been others who aspired to establish organizations akin to Jojo, but they merely turned out to be a rabble quickly assimilated by Jojo. How could someone like Chu Ming, who had just reached S-class, possibly forge a powerful organization? Fan Xiaojun found Chu Ming's aspirations laughable. Humph, believe what you will. Just wait and see. Chu Ming was aware that Fan Xiaojun was skeptical, yet he remained unfazed. Although his organization had only just begun, comprising merely a handful of ability users, he was a man with a system. He was confident that before long, he would elevate this organization to rival Jojo, or even surpass it. After all, it has been less than 2 weeks since he was reborn, transforming from an ordinary individual with a combat power of merely 4 into an S-class powerhouse. This is merely the beginning. All right, I believe you. Fan Xiaojun stifled her laughter and teased. I wonder what your organization is called. Young Master Chu? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had yet to decide on a name for his organization. What should it be? Surely it couldn't be something as mundane as the Avengers, could it? The name of the organization should possess a certain elegance, akin to the grandeur of Jojo. It couldn't be inferior to that of others. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him, and he declared proudly, my organization shall be named Dawn. Dawn? That name is rather splendid. Fan Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with interest as she regarded Chu Ming. Just as she was about to tease him further, her brows suddenly knitted together, and she turned sharply to gaze towards the horizon. Chu Ming and Wu Kuei followed her gaze. In the sky, 2 streaks of light were hurtling towards the trio at an astonishing speed. One azure, the other golden. Even in daylight, these luminous trails were exceptionally dazzling. Are your people coming? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fan Xiaojun. If all went as expected, those streaks of light were indeed the individuals from Jojo seeking him. However, the azure streak appeared somewhat familiar to him. Fan Xiaojun nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly. That S number 8 and number 10. I didn't expect both of them to come. They certainly hold you in high regard.
Número 8. Número 10.
Chu Ming was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that no. 10 was none other than Mu Yuanyan, whom he had encountered the night he stealthily slipped out in the Mark III armor. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Fan Xiaojun scrutinized him. Are you certain you can escape? They are both peak S-class ability users, and I cannot afford to appear too lenient in their presence. What do I have to fear? Chu Ming shrugged, exuding confidence. Simultaneously, he controlled the puppet in the sky, maneuvering the Mark III armor to unleash its maximum speed, soaring towards the urban area of Jiangyan City at twice the speed of sound. Given that the puppet would automatically return to him after a kilometer, he had kept it airborne until now. It was not too late to send it back to the city. What does twice the speed of sound entail? At 680 meters per second, the distance from Qingqing Mountain to Jiangyan City is approximately 15 kilometers. This means that in just 22 seconds, the Mark III armor could reach the city. The puppet had ample time to assist Chu Ming. I wonder what gives you such confidence. Fan Xiaojun observed him with surprise. In truth, she harbored little concern, as even if Jojo were to take Chu Ming back, they would not pose any threat to him. They merely sought to have him join their organization. Moments later, the 2 streaks of light arrived above the Long Men sect, revealing the figures of 2 young men. A figure clad in a flowing robe of moonlit white, with silvery hair billowing in the breeze, stood gracefully upon a 3-meter-long ancient sword. A faint smile graced his strikingly beautiful features, exuding an ethereal aura of pure and sharp swordsmanship. Beside him stood another individual, with golden hair and azure eyes, his chiseled visage reminiscent of a sculpted warrior. Adorned in gleaming crimson and gold armor, he wielded a golden longsword shaped like a cross, while enormous wings of shimmering light fluttered behind him, allowing him to hover effortlessly in the air, radiating a divine brilliance. Ding! Warning! Warning! 2 S-rank powerhouses detected. Unmatched! Unmatched! The alarm echoed thunderously in Chu Ming's mind as he squinted to assess the 2 figures hovering above. He recognized the enchanting youth, ranked 10th on the Jojo Forbidden list, known by the codename number 10, possessing the extraordinary ability of the Sword Immortal Body, with a combat power of 268 points. However, Chu Ming's gaze was primarily drawn to the golden-winged youth, whose appearance strikingly resembled that of a seraph from Western legends. System, provide details on the individual.
Chu Ming mentally command.
Jiang Xiao, ranked 8th on the JoJo Forbidden list, codename number 8, with a combat power of 298 points, an S-rank peak, and the extraordinary ability of seraphic power. Chapter 64. Indeed, he is a seraph. This gentleman is quite handsome. Are all the people from JoJo so strikingly attractive? Chu Ming marveled inwardly, suspecting that perhaps all the extraordinary beings in JoJo were readers of Tomato, for how else could they possess such remarkable looks? What astonished Chu Ming even more was that this individual's combat power had reached an impressive 298 points. He was merely a step away from breaking through the S-level threshold of 300 points, ascending to an even higher echelon. Most alarming was the fact that this 298 points already represented the pinnacle of S-level power, and yet this person was only ranked 8th on the forbidden list. What could be said of the 7 individuals ahead? Had they surpassed the S-level entirely? Was it not stated that the 12 on the forbidden list were all S-level? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Mu Yuanyan, hovering in the air, cast a glance at Fan Xiaojun, suddenly waving his arm and exclaiming with excitement, "Sister 9, Xiaoyuan." Fan Xiaojun responded with a gentle smile. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned. Mu Yuanyan actually called Fan Xiaojun's sister? Fan Xiaojun was only 18, perhaps 19, while Mu Yuanyan appeared to be at least in his 20s. Why would he refer to her in such a manner? Sister? Could it be some form of endearment? It seemed rather intimate. Hey, what is your relationship? Chu Ming furrowed his brow and nudged Fan Xiaojun with his shoulder, a sense of inexplicable discomfort swelling within him. Huh? He is my little brother, Fan Xiaojun replied, momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Chu Ming's awkward expression, she quickly realized he had misunderstood and could not help but chuckle. Don't be misled by his appearance. He looks over 20 because of his extraordinary ability. Xiaoyuan is actually just a 15-year-old boy. Oh, I see. Then it's nothing, Chu Ming said, his eyes twitching slightly, somewhat speechless. This ability of the Sword Immortal's physique could even make one appear more mature? Oh, what is this? Are you feeling jealous? Fan Xiaojun inquired with a teasing smile. What are you joking about? Jealous of you? You must be imagining things.
I am merely curious.
Chu Ming exclaimed, vehemently denying it. You are Chu Ming? Zhang Xiao suddenly spoke from above, looking down at Chu Ming with an impassive expression, a natural air of authority emanating from him. Hearing this, Chu Ming looked up, raising an eyebrow and lightly laughing. Yes, that is me. What is the matter? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanyan's eyes brightened, and he excitedly exclaimed, So you are the brother of Venom. Where is your venom? Can you show it to me? Xiaoyuan, we are at work. Zhang Xiao frowned and admonished. Oh, Mu Yuanyan pouted, a look of feigned innocence on his face, daring not to speak further. In truth, Zhuzhou had initially dispatched only Zhang Xiao upon detecting the S-level energy emanating from Chu Ming. However, upon learning that this S-level extraordinary being was likely the one possessing the venom ability, Mu Yuanyan had insisted on tagging along with Zhang Xiao. Mu Yuanyan is an avid Marvel enthusiast, and being quite young, his fascination grew immensely after his previous encounter with that Iron Man superpower user. Consequently, when he learned of an opportunity to meet the Venom superpower user, who also belongs to the Marvel Universe, he was eager to attend. Moreover, the elusive Sister Number 9, whom he had been searching for, was present as well. Zhang Xiao, unable to refuse his insistence, reluctantly brought him along. Chu Ming observed Mu Yuanyan with keen interest. Recognizing his youth, he understood the boy's desire to take a photograph with his Mark III armor that night. After Zhang Xiao had scolded Mu Yuanyan, he paused before turning his attention back to Chu Ming, speaking in a cold tone. S-class superpower user, Chu Ming, we request your presence. Number 1 wishes to see you. Although Zhang Xiao's words seemed polite, they carried an undeniable air of authority. Number 1,
Chu Ming inquired, purple.
Number 1 is the top of the forbidden list and the leader of our Zhuzhou, Fan Xiaojun explained softly from the side.
Oh hat, Chu Ming nodded.
A sly smile suddenly appearing on his lips as he jested. What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's expression remained unchanged, his gaze towards Chu Ming impassive. A radiant golden light enveloped him, emanating a commanding and sacred aura that pressed down upon Chu Ming. I will compel you to go, Jiang Shao stated indifferently. Chapter 65. Beyond the S-class combat power, are you forcing me to go? Chu Ming squinted his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Jiang Shao, you truly are domineering. Isn't your approach rather unorthodox? Fan Xiaojun also cast an irked glance at Jiang Shao. Mu Yuanyan, slightly surprised, shot a glance at Jiang Shao as well. Generally speaking, although the Zhuzhou did not wish for an S-class powerhouse to remain beyond their control, they typically refrained from coercing individuals into joining, opting instead to persuade them with Zhuzhou's generous benefits. After all, there were previously 14 known S-class powerhouses in Huagua, yet Zhuzhou had only accepted 12, leaving 2 under mere observation. Their superior had indeed issued a stern order to retrieve Chu Ming, but it was stressed that the approach must be amicable, and force should be a last resort. Why, then, was Jiang Shao so quick to resort to coercion without so much as a few words? Mu Yuanyan found herself perplexed. Upon hearing Fan Xiaojun's words, Jiang Shao turned his gaze towards her, and a hint of softness appeared on his previously indifferent face. Xiaojun, the first has given a strict order to bring Chu Ming back. I am merely acting in accordance with protocol. Acting in accordance with protocol? Is this truly how your superior instructed you to handle this matter? Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. Fan Xiaojun's expression turned cold as she regarded Jiang Shao with a frosty gaze. In truth, Jiang Shao had long harbored affections for her, though his demeanor was often distant and serious, rarely revealing his feelings during their time in Zhuzhou. Nonetheless, Fan Xiaojun was fully aware of his sentiments, yet she felt no inclination toward him and had no desire to address it directly. This time, however, Jiang Zhao's immediate intent to use coercion against Chu Ming clearly indicated that he had perceived the unusual connection between her and Chu Ming, seeking to vent his frustrations. This was an evident case of personal vendetta. Are you aware that your actions may provoke an S-class ability user? Fan Xiaojun's gaze was icy.
Xiu Yun.
Are you defending him? Remember, you are a member of Zhuzhou, and you are merely a clone. Your task is solely to monitor him. Jiang Zhao's expression turned cold once more as he spoke icily. Moreover, Chu Ming's energy fluctuations barely reach the S-class level. I personally believe he lacks the qualifications to join Zhuzhou or be placed on the forbidden list. I am aware that I am merely a clone, but I possess my own thoughts. No need for your reminders. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaojun reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her tone suddenly turning furious. Furthermore, whether Chu Ming's strength qualifies him for the forbidden list is not your prerogative. It is determined by the superior. Jiang Shao paused, seemingly taken aback by Fan Xiaojun's response, but he merely nodded and turned to Chu Ming. I understand. Yet I also believe that even the first would not acknowledge his strength. After all, he is merely a shapeshifter. Jiang Shao held a profound disdain for Chu Ming's abilities, as the 12 S-class powerhouses on Zhuzhou's forbidden list were all considered top-tier S-class. Chu Ming had merely crossed the threshold into S-class, and moreover, his ability was of the shape-shifting variety, a type acknowledged by Zhuzhou as the weakest, typically not exceeding A-class in strength. Primarily, the shape-shifting abilities of the metamorphic practitioners are characterized by their formidable physical strength and brute force. They possess no magical prowess or ranged attacks. What significance does attaining an S-class status hold? Regardless of the might of their physique, they remain vulnerable. As carbon-based life forms, they are easily obliterated by powerful thermal weaponry. The arsenal of contemporary humanity is far from simplistic. While Chu Ming might withstand bullets from handguns and rifles, he would undoubtedly falter against an RPG rocket launcher. Conversely, Jiang Shao has conducted experiments, and through the mere radiance of his seraphic aura, he has emerged unscathed from the barrage of multiple RPGs. Thus, he is justified in looking down upon Chu Ming. At that moment, however, Chu Ming paid little heed to Jiang Zhao's words. He found himself staring blankly at the furious Fan Xiaojun, feeling somewhat bewildered. Fan Xiaojun had always appeared somewhat dull-witted and absent-minded. He had never witnessed her in a fit of anger before. How could Jiang Zhao's mere utterance provoke such a reaction? Hey, what is wrong? Chu Ming cautiously tapped her shoulder. Don't touch me, Fan Xiaojun snapped, turning away in a huff. Chu Ming was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. What was happening? I didn't provoke you, so why are you yelling at me? He gently nudged Fan Xiaojun once more. Yet, she ignored him, sulking in silence. To Jiang Zhao's eyes, their interactions bore an unmistakable hint of flirtation, causing his expression to darken as he bellowed. Chu Ming, I'm giving you one last chance. Either come with us, or I shall take action. Chu Ming looked up, his brow furrowed, cold light flashing in his eyes. Though he was unaware of the reason behind Fan Xiaojun's anger, he understood that it was Jiang Zhao's words that had incited it. A surge of fury ignited within him. What? Being at the pinnacle of S-Class is impressive? I will not let you off today. He roared within his mind system. Use the Qi enhancement pill. Ding. Qi enhancement pill has been used. The host is currently at the later stage of the martial artist realm, with 30 days remaining until the next realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the later stage of the martial artist realm, earning 40 attribute points. Chu Ming had been merely 2 days away from achieving the later stage of the martial artist realm, which had led him to forego the use of the Qi enhancement pill, as a breakthrough would refresh his automatic training time without diminishing subsequent training durations. The Qi enhancement pill could reduce 5 days of automatic training time, but using it now would only cut 2 days, resulting in a loss of 3 days. After all, the Qi enhancement pill was relatively rare. He had drawn only 2 from 100 tries previously, and he was reluctant to squander them. However, at that moment, Chu Ming could no longer concern himself with such matters. His sole focus was on Jiang Zhao. After a brief internal calculation, he allocated 35 attribute points to combat power and the remaining 5 to wisdom. Consequently, his combat power soared to 99 points, and with the venomous enhancement tripling it to approximately 316 points, he had directly surpassed the S-Class threshold. Moreover, with the cultivation of the supreme technique of the divine punishment universe, the 8-9 mysterious art, Chu Ming's power far surpasses what is displayed on the surface. Dealing with a foe possessing merely 298 points of combat power, such as Jiang Zhao, would be effortlessly within his grasp. Furthermore, he still has hidden trump cards. In the air, Jiang Zhao observed Chu Ming, who remained fixated upon him in silence for an extended period. Humph! Does he truly believe I am too timid to strike? Jiang Zhao's gaze turned utterly frigid as he raised the golden longsword in his hand, resembling a cross. A resplendent radiance of gold and crimson erupted from the sword, exuding an aura of sanctity and purity that enveloped the surroundings. Behind Jiang Zhao, for enormous wings unfurled, reflecting a metallic sheen. Chu Ming, you shall face judgment. In that moment, he appeared as a celestial being, lofty and divine, casting a piercing gaze down upon Chu Ming. His voice, deep and melodic, resonated in the ears of all present. Noble, sacred, and utterly unyielding. Chapter 66. The Sword of Michael Approval. Nonsense. Is this some kind of delusion?
Chu Ming Edgar Lim.
His temper flaring. Fan Xiaojun's gaze sharpened. She had not anticipated that Jiang Zhao truly intended to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, she moved to shield Chu Ming, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zhao. In the next instant, her irises transformed into a deep obsidian hue, and tendrils of shadow surged from her being, coalescing into a 5-meter-long black scythe. Fan Xiaojun's demeanor shifted dramatically. She now resembled an enchanting specter emerging from the abyss, exuding an eerie allure. Chu Ming stood transfixed, witnessing Fan Xiaojun fully unleash her powers for the first time, and he was undeniably captivated by her formidable presence. Are you certain you wish to protect him? Jiang Zhao's expression darkened ominously. Despite his solemn disposition, instilled by the sanctity of divine light, he felt a surge of anger at the sight of the woman he admired standing before another man. You are violating the rules of the 9 provinces, Fan Xiaojun replied, her tone icy, devoid of any discernible emotion in her darkened gaze. 2 powerful yet contrasting forces stood in opposition, the temperature in the air seeming to plummet. Among the onlookers, Wu Kuei and Mu Yuanyan were the most bewildered. Wu Kuei had retreated several dozen meters, horrified as he observed the scene. Damn it, for S-rank powerhouses. If this escalates, I could be obliterated with the slightest collateral damage. As for Mu Yuanyan, he remained frozen atop the colossal sword, glancing between Jiang Zhao and Fan Xiaojun in utter confusion. He could not comprehend why the typically obedient Jiang Shao would suddenly aim to attack Chu Ming, nor why Fan Xiaojun would choose to defend him. If a fight breaks out, whom should I support? He pondered, distressed. They were all siblings of the 9 provinces, placing him in an untenable position. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to assist Fan Xiaojun, recognizing their closer bond. Standing behind Fan Xiaojun, Chu Ming watched her silently, a smile creeping onto his lips. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for her willingness to stand by him. Yet, he thought, how could he allow a woman to bear the burden of protection? He placed a reassuring hand on Fan Xiaojun's shoulder and said calmly, "It's all right, I shall handle this." At his words, Fan Xiaojun turned to him, her brows furrowing slightly. "You? What do you intend to do? Don't be reckless. I will summon Xiao Yuan to help hold Jiang Shao back. And you should make your escape. With your barely S-rank strength, do you truly wish to confront Jiang Shao?" As a fellow member of the 9 provinces forbidden list, Fan Xiaojun fully understood Jiang Zhao's capabilities. His radiant angelic power was among the most formidable in the 9 provinces. Moreover, he was one of the few who had acquired a gifted weapon upon awakening his powers. The golden-red crucifix sword in Jiang Zhao's grasp was his endowed weapon, known as the Sword of Michael, remarkably potent. Fan Xiaojun had once witnessed the full force of a strike from that sword. Its terrifying might was akin to that of a missile. Furthermore, the Sword of Michael possessed the power of approval, which severely countered her shadow manipulation abilities. Fan Xiaojun could hardly restrain him for long. Even if she joined forces with Mu Yuanyan, they were no match for him. She was perplexed by the audacity with which Chu Ming made such a statement. "Oh, you look down on me?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, turning on his heel to approach Fan Xiaojun, casually waving his hand. "Isn't it just a big moth? A slap will suffice." "What did you say?" Jiang Zhao's luminous eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent surging forth as he glared at Chu Ming. In the next moment, he gripped the hilt of his cross-shaped sword tightly, raising it high above his head, the blade radiating a brilliant golden light. Jiang Shao enunciated each word deliberately. "Desecration of the seraph's wings shall be severed." "Damn it! What are you doing? Run!" Fan Xiaojun's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in alarm as she reached out to grasp Chu Ming. She understood that his words had thoroughly provoked Jiang Shao, that strike would likely be merciless, and Chu Ming could hardly withstand it. "What are you doing? Sister 9 is still down there." Mu Yuanyan, witnessing the scene from above, panicked and shouted. She was merely a projection. Xiaojun couldn't possibly be harmed by her. Ignoring her pleas, Jiang Shao continued to channel his power for the impending strike. Gritting her teeth, Mu Yuanyan formed a spell with her hands, summoning ethereal blue sword projections that materialized around her. With a swift gesture, she directed the spectral swords to surge towards the golden blade in Jiang Zhao's grasp. However, before the stream of swords could reach him, Jiang Shao had already unleashed the Sword of Michael, sending a 3-meter-long blade of light hurtling toward Chu Ming. The blade, composed of dazzling golden radiance, harbored an overwhelming and pure force. "Accept the judgment of Michael," Jiang Shao whispered, his gaze fixed on Chu Ming with an air of indifference. At that moment, Mu Yuanyan's stream of swords struck Jiang Shao, yet they were repelled by the golden aura surrounding him, failing to even cause him to stagger. The brilliance of the seraph. Such a protective ability could withstand even RPG missiles. Mu Yuanyan's attack was utterly ineffectual. Chu Ming regarded the colossal blade of light descending upon him with unruffled composure, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he uttered, "Venom." In an instant, the venom surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Fully encased, Chu Ming pivoted, shielding Fan Xiaojun beneath him, bracing to absorb the blow with his back. At that moment, the darkness had receded from Fan Xiaojun's eyes. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhao's descending strike, despair washed over her. She was completely countered by his power. Under this strike, Chu Ming might survive, but she was undoubtedly doomed. The power of judgment was a lethal poison to her. Whether to utilize her abilities had become irrelevant. Employing them would only hasten her demise. Fan Xiaojun stared blankly at the venom, a sorrowful smile appearing on her lips. The life of a projection truly holds no value. She could not believe that Chu Ming could withstand this strike. "What nonsense are you spouting? You won't die." Chu Ming's exasperated voice emerged from within the venom, as he held her tightly in his embrace. In the next moment, a wave of pain surged forth as the sword's brilliance struck squarely at the back of the venomous creature. Mu Yuanyan stared blankly at the spot below, where the sword's light had made contact, raising a cloud of dust that obscured his vision entirely. "How could you do this? I must inform the leader," he cried out, pointing at Jiang Xiao with a face etched in sorrow, his body trembling, eyes reddened, unable to hold back the tears. Jiang Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly observed the rising dust below, having witnessed the golden radiance strike the venomous being. He had only exerted 70% of his strength with that strike, believing it unlikely to slay Chu Ming, but rather to inflict severe injuries. After all, the first had issued a death order to bring Chu Ming before him, and Jiang Xiao dared not kill him, as it would contradict the command. However, Fan Xiaojun's clone was undoubtedly doomed. Jiang Xiao was unperturbed by the potential ire of Fan Xiaojun's true self, for the clone's ability required minimal energy to create. The loss of a mere clone was insignificant to Fan Xiaojun, merely a matter of Jiang Xiao receiving a few reprimands at most. "Xiao Yuan, you are still young. You do not understand." Jiang Xiao finally glanced at Mu Yuanyan and shook his head. One must impart a lesson to rivals, after all. How could a low-tier shapeshifter ever be worthy of Fan Xiaojun's regard? Not even a clone is permissible. Chapter 67. The surge of malice. Mu Yuanyan, indignant, pointed at Jiang Xiao with reddened eyes and exclaimed, "Just wait. I will make sure the boss deals with you." Despite his youth, he was not foolish. He understood that Jiang Xiao's actions were unequivocally wrong and in stark violation of the regulations of Jojo. Having uttered his protest, Mu Yuanyan turned to manipulate the colossal sword and prepare for departure. Jiang Xiao, however, remained unfazed by the boy's words, gazing impassively at the martial arts arena below, awaiting the dissipating dust to retrieve Chu Ming. He was fully aware that his actions would incur penalties from Jojo, yet he was indifferent to the consequences. As a pillar of Jojo, what did it matter if he erred? Even if reprimanded, the punishment would not be severe. Meanwhile, at a distance, Wu Kuei was nearly paralyzed with fear, watching the swirling dust with terror. He trembled as he murmured, "Could young Master Chu truly have perished?" Standing below, he felt the impact of the sword's brilliance acutely. The terrifying force made him believe that if he were to encounter even a fraction of it, he would be vaporized on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. Can young Master Chu withstand this? If he dies, how will I save my wife and children? Wu Kuei's heart ached. The flicker of hope he had barely kindled seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, akin to that of a wild beast, erupted from within the dust. Jiang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. His previous indifference vanished, replaced by disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can he still roar?" In his estimation, his strike would have left Chu Ming gravely injured. Even if he were not unconscious, he should be on the brink of death, incapable of producing such a vigorous cry. Mu Yuanyan also turned abruptly, his gaze fixated on the dust in astonishment. As the dust began to settle, a massive black figure emerged before them. It was Venom. Venom remained turned away from Jiang Xiao, a discernible sword mark visible on his back, rapidly healing before their eyes. Beneath Venom, Fan Xiaojun knelt, her once vibrant face now pallid, blood trickling from her lips, her beautiful eyes fixed on Venom, filled with confusion, suspicion, and shock. Seeing Fan Xiaojun in such a pitiful state stirred a pang of sympathy in Chu Ming's heart. When the sword's brilliance struck him, he felt not only pain but also a holy and solemn aura enveloping him. Under this aura, Fan Xiaojun appeared to suffer immensely, as if engulfed in searing flames. Fortunately, Venom's large form shielded her from the full brunt of the sword's energy. Had even a hint of it touched her, she would likely have perished on the spot. "Chu Ming, are you all right?" Fan Xiaojun asked after a prolonged silence, her voice exceedingly weak. Chu Ming shook his head, contemplating before retrieving a spirit essence pill from his system and offering it to her gently, saying, "Do not speak. Consume this, all right?" Fan Xiaojun nodded, dazedly taking the greenish pill from Venom's claw and, without hesitation, placing it in her mouth. She did not inquire about what this thing was, for having just returned from the brink of death, she found it difficult to think. Fan Xiaojun only knew that Chu Ming would not harm her at this moment. Upon seeing her consume the spirit essence pill, Chu Ming slowly turned around, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Jiang Xiao in the sky, a murderous intent boiling within him. You are number 8, right? It would have sufficed for you to attack me. But how dare you strike with lethal force against Fan Xiaojun, who is also one of our Zhuzhou people? The cold voice of Chu Ming emerged from the venom, laced with a fury ready to erupt. Chu Ming had realized that Jiang Xiao had clearly disregarded Fan Xiaojun's life. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao snapped out of his astonishment, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the venom below. Frowning, you are not an ordinary S-class. An ordinary S-class could not possibly withstand a strike wielded with 70% of his strength, especially not with such ease while simultaneously protecting Fan Xiaojun. This Chu Ming must be at the pinnacle of S-class. Jiang Zhao's mind raced. He had not anticipated that Chu Ming had concealed the energy of his powers so effectively that even their Zhuzhou detection devices had been deceived. What does my level matter to you? I demand to know why you attacked Fan Xiaojun. Chu Ming shouted once more. She is merely a fragment of Xiaojun. If she perishes, it matters not, for Xiaojun would not care. Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. How dare you? You will perish. Chu Ming's composure shattered in an instant, his blood boiling with rage. In the next moment, he propelled himself into the air, leaping several meters and charged towards Jiang Xiao, his right claw lunging fiercely. Radiance of the Seraph. Jiang Xiao, unflinching in the face of Chu Ming's sudden assault, simply whispered a chant. The golden aura he emitted intensified under his incantation, illuminating him like a sunbeam. Jiang Xiao gazed coldly at the venomous figure soaring towards him, his heart filled with disdain. Even if Chu Ming were at the pinnacle of S-class, what of it? His protective ability, radiant like the Seraph, could easily withstand the bombardment of an RPG. What could a mere brute force ability user do against him? The very force contained within that radiance could likely inflict further injury upon his opponent. Chu Ming sensed the energy embedded within the radiance, yet he disregarded it entirely and struck with all his might. As his claw collided with the light, a sharp pain coursed through him, and the venom let out a cry of agony. He could distinctly feel several of his claws fracture. Fortunately, the venom possessed self-healing capabilities, and in an instant, the pain dissipated entirely. The radiance, too, shattered under the impact of Chu Ming's strike, fracturing like a mirror and scattering into countless points of light. Yet the momentum of his claw remained unyielding, aiming directly for Jiang Xiao. This is impossible. Jiang Zhao's indifferent expression transformed in an instant, his pupils contracting as he realized he had been overly confident in the protection offered by the Seraph's radiance. Caught unprepared, he could only watch helplessly as the venomous claw reached him. A piercing sound echoed through the air. The claws of the venomous creature fiercely raked against Jiang Zhao's golden-red armor, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. In a state of panic, Jiang Xiao hastily attempted to raise the sword of Michael in retaliation. However, Chu Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly extended his claws to seize Jiang Zhao's weapon firmly in his grasp, then abruptly plunged downward. With a thunderous crash, Chu Ming landed gracefully, immediately pressing the struggling Jiang Xiao forcefully against the training ground surface. The ground, composed of sand and stone, was instantly marred by the tremendous force, yielding a gaping hole. At that moment, Jiang Xiao lay like a defeated dog, pinned to the ground by Chu Ming, his face bruised and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. As an Esper, his singular vulnerability lay in his fragile physical form. Once his defenses were breached, he became utterly at the mercy of adversaries of equal caliber. The events unfolded with such rapidity that Jiang Xiao found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "Why, you are SS rank?" he stammered, gazing at the venomous entity with wide eyes, his previously indifferent expression replaced by sheer terror. Chapter 68. SS class strength. I told you, it's merely a moth. A single slap could extinguish it. Are you still unconvinced? Chu Ming paid no heed to Jiang Zhao's astonishment. His simmering fury had yet to find full expression. With a cold smirk, he seized the 4 golden wings on Jiang Zhao's back, exerting force to tear them away with brutal determination. Instantly, for gaping wounds marred Jiang Zhao's back, blood gushing forth with reckless abandon, and astonishingly, the blood was of a golden hue. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Zhang Xiao. Without his wings, the moth appeared significantly less imposing. Chu Ming grinned malevolently, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and carelessly discarded both Zhang Xiao and his severed wings onto the ground. My wings! Crumpled on the floor, Zhang Xiao disregarded his injuries and crawled desperately towards his wings, his face a portrait of utter despair. Such brutality! In the air, Mu Yuanyan stared in disbelief at the scene, his face drained of color, trembling as he hovered above. He had never anticipated Chu Ming's strength to be so formidable that even Zhang Xiao, a pinnacle S-class, was rendered utterly defenseless by a mere slap, stripped of his wings. Such power could only belong to the utmost elite of SS class. SS class. How could he possibly be SS class? Mu Yuanyan murmured in shock, unable to grasp the reality before him. According to the intelligence network in Juzhou, the entirety of Huagua had but a single SS-class powerhouse, the leader of Juzhou, ranked first on the forbidden list, the number 1. Thus, Chu Ming would now be the second SS-class powerhouse in Huagua. Even a shapeshifter, even one as toxic as Venom, should not possess such strength. Mu Yuanyan was profoundly astonished, his comprehension faltering. On the ground, Fan Xiaojun slowly approached Chu Ming. After consuming the spirit essence pill, her complexion regained its rosy hue, and her condition improved significantly. She felt a mix of surprise and bewilderment. Moments ago, she had been on the brink of death, yet after taking the pill Chu Ming had provided, her injuries had fully healed in less than a minute. She recalled that Chu Ming had showcased this pill at the Gong family banquet, claiming it could cure Elder Gong's lung cancer, a statement she had initially dismissed. However, now, Fan Xiaojun found herself leaning toward belief. If such a serious injury could be effortlessly mended, perhaps lung cancer truly could be treated. What manner of person is Chu Ming, and why is he surrounded by such marvels? Curiosity welled within her as she approached him, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao, who was sobbing inconsolably over his wings, and she couldn't help but shake her head in pity. It seems he is truly finished. Chu Ming retracted the venom, reverting to his human form. Hearing Fan Xiaojun's words, he inquired with intrigue, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" All of Zhang Zhao's power stems from his seraphim wings. Now that you've stripped him of them, he is practically rendered powerless, Fan Xiaojun explained, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, to descend from the pinnacle of S rank to the status of an ordinary person is quite tragic. Chu Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Xiao and lamented, "Shall we not simply put him out of his misery?" However, after a moment's reflection, Fan Xiaojun shook her head and calmly replied, "No, let him endure a bit more suffering before we end it." This reasoning resonated with Chu Ming, who nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiao, in tears, was taken aback by their conversation, his expression morphing into one of sheer horror. "Is this even humane? Could you grant me a swift end?"
Chu Ming,
satisfied with Zhang Zhao's reaction, nodded approvingly. Suddenly, he turned to Fan Xiaojun, scrutinizing her for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Why are you not astonished by my strength?" Fan Xiaojun, exasperated, rolled her eyes. "I have long since become numb to it." Indeed, Chu Ming's prowess was nearly unfathomable. Initially, she had presumed him to be merely an ordinary B-rank shapeshifter, only to later discover he held the identity of a peak B-rank ancient martial artist, and subsequently ascended to the status of an S-rank superhuman. Just when she thought he could not surpass this, he unveiled his SS-rank capabilities. Who wouldn't he feel overwhelmed? If you were in my position, you would feel the same. Wu Kuei approached from a distance, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young Master Chu, so you possess SS-rank strength." He had been taken aback when he witnessed Chu Ming effortlessly subdue Zhang Xiao, but soon his astonishment transformed into exhilaration. With such formidable power, rescuing his wife and child would surely be an uncomplicated task. Fan Xiaojun, momentarily silent, suddenly furrowed her brow as a thought struck her. "Chu Ming, the SS rank energy fluctuations you just exhibited have undoubtedly been detected by the Juzhou. You must leave immediately." "Oh, why should I flee? I harbor no fear of them." Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by her warning. "I acknowledge that your SS rank strength is formidable, and that only the leader of Juzhou could rival you. However, Qingqing Mountain is not solely populated by Zhuzhou personnel. There are also military forces involved. Against them, even you would struggle, Fan Xiaojun said, her gaze filled with concern for Chu Ming. You have already incapacitated Jiang Shao and are contemplating his demise. He is a pillar of Zhuzhou, and the leader will not let this go unpunished. He will undoubtedly pursue you at any cost. Though Jiang Shao initiated the conflict, and his intent was clearly lethal, if I were merely an ordinary S-rank, I would likely be gravely injured or worse. You would also face certain death, Chu Ming scoffed. Is your leader truly so incapable of discerning right from wrong? While Jiang Shao may be at fault, he is nonetheless a member of Zhuzhou. If an outsider like you were to kill a superhuman from Zhuzhou, it would inevitably tarnish their reputation, and the leader would not hesitate to exact retribution. Fan Xiaojun shook her head. Wu Kuei, hearing this, was taken aback and grew anxious. Indeed, young Master Chu, we should hurry and leave. If the military arrives, we may find ourselves trapped. Wu Kuei was deeply troubled. If he were to perish, it would be one thing, but if Chu Ming were to meet his end here, who would come to rescue his wife and children? Chu Ming merely offered a serene smile, shaking his head as he calmly replied, "Rest assured, he dares not take my life." "Oh, what hidden cards do you possess?" Fan Xiaojun raised an eyebrow, instinctively exhaling a sigh of relief. Hearing Chu Ming's words, her apprehension inexplicably dissipated. The extraordinary qualities of Chu Ming were numerous. Whether it was his unreasonable strength, the peculiar powers of his venom, or the remarkably effective pill, all inspired awe and admiration. The extent of his hidden capabilities was entirely inscrutable to Fan Xiaojun. "Just wait. Soon your leader will undoubtedly allow my departure," Chu Ming asserted with an air of confidence, exuding tranquility as he strategized. Chapter 69. The Armor of the Emperor of Light. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Wu Kuei furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before ultimately succumbing to despair, standing helplessly behind Chu Ming. At this juncture, his only hope rested upon Chu Ming. If the latter did not depart, he too dared not leave. Wu Kuei could only wish for leniency from the leader of the Zhuzhou. At that moment, Mu Yuanyan finally regained her composure from the shock, slowly descending from the air to stand beside Fan Xiaojun. "Sister 9, she greeted softly. Fan Xiaojun nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yuanyan retreated behind Fan Xiaojun, casting a fearful glance at Chu Ming, rendered mute by trepidation. The pitiful sight of Jiang Shao was still vivid in her mind, instilling fear of the ruthless brother of poison. Chu Ming, indifferent to her, was engrossed in the notifications reverberating in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Successfully played the role of a pig to eat a tiger, earning 500 points. Congratulations, host. Successfully played the role of a pig to eat a tiger, earning 1,000 points." The points from both instances of cunning had been credited, the first for deceiving the disciples of Longmen sect and Gu Xiandong, and the second before Jiang Shao and Mu Yuanyan. In total, he had amassed 1,500 points. Seizing the moment before the Zhuzhou's number 1 arrived, Chu Ming resolved to draw a lottery, hoping for fortunate rewards to bolster his confidence. "System, open the lottery page and use all 1,500 points, he commanded in his mind. Understood. A holographic screen, visible only to Chu Ming, materialized before him, and the familiar lottery wheel began to spin once more. Due to the number of draws exceeding 100, the process may take longer. Would the host like to skip the lottery process? The system inquired. "Can I skip? Then let us do it quickly." Chu Ming's eyes lit up. The prospect of bypassing the tedious wait for results was enticing. Previously, he had spent nearly 20 minutes drawing in secret while in the restroom, nearly arousing Fan Xiaojun's suspicions. Now, with the option to skip, he could instantly know the results. Ding! 150 draws have been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received 147 consumable rewards, 1 skill reward, and 2 special rewards. Would you like to view them? Wow! Chu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, his luck seemingly exploding. 2 special rewards? 1 skill reward? What's wrong, young Master Chu? Has the Zhuzhou leader arrived? Wu Kuei trembled at Chu Ming's exclamation, anxiously scanning the sky, but after searching for a while, saw nothing, and looked at Chu Ming with confusion. Only then did Chu Ming remember the presence of several others nearby. Turning to glance, He noticed Fan Xiaojun and Mu Yuanyan staring at him in surprise. Fan Xiaojun furrowed her delicate brows. What's with the shouting? You startled me. If you're afraid, just leave quickly. The boss will be here soon. Chu Ming scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Apologies, I just let out a little noise. Fan Xiaojun?
Mu Yuanyan?
Cough cough. Chu Ming lightly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, then turned his gaze back to the system panel, mentally commanding, please unlock a special class reward for me. He felt a surge of excitement. Every special class reward had proven to be a treasure, each capable of significantly enhancing either his own strength or that of his organization. Ding! The special class reward has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Armor Warrior Universe, the Emperor Armor Summoner, which can merge into the Radiant Emperor Armor. The Emperor Armor is a divine gift birthed from the primordial chaos of nature, possessing self-awareness and having existed for countless eons. It is the first armor warrior in history, the inaugural ultimate armor, and home to the first armored beast, the Radiant Emperor Battle Dragon. Special ability, Invincible Mind. The combat power of the Emperor Armor is boundless, with its actual strength contingent upon the summoner's faith and will, encapsulated within their wisdom attribute. Thus, the higher the wisdom points, the greater the combat power. Currently, the host possesses 41 wisdom points, which triples the combat power of the Emperor Armor to 123 points, classified as a level. Incredible! The Emperor Armor? Chu Ming was elated, as it evoked cherished childhood memories. The special class reward had indeed exceeded his expectations. Moreover, like Venom, this Emperor Armor also exhibited growth potential, albeit based on the wisdom attribute. While Chu Ming was uncertain whether Venom's growth had any limits, the system had clearly stated that the Emperor Armor's combat power was infinite. How astonishing! Regrettably, with only 41 wisdom points, he lamented inwardly. Had he known, he would have allocated more attribute points to wisdom in the past. It seemed imperative that he devote all future attribute points gained from breakthroughs to wisdom. In doing so, he could swiftly elevate the Emperor Armor to SS level. After this contemplation, Chu Ming shifted his focus away from the Emperor Armor. Although its potential was limitless, it held little relevance for him at this moment. He continued to peruse the system page, instructing it to unlock another special class reward and a skill class reward. Ding! The rewards have been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a skill class reward from a certain cultivation realm, the Void Break Finger, a martial arts technique that will enhance combat power by 30 points upon learning. Furthermore, congratulations, host. You have received a special class reward from a fantastical realm, a true dragon egg. Once hatched, it will yield a true dragon mount with an initial combat power of 500, classified as SS level. Note: hatching the dragon egg requires the infusion of 5,000 points. What a bountiful harvest! Chu Ming was exceedingly pleased. These two special class rewards were indeed formidable. However, neither could be utilized at present. The Emperor Armor was currently ineffective due to his low strength, while the dragon egg required 5,000 points to hatch. The only immediate benefit lay in the skill class reward, the Void Break Finger. If memory served him correctly, this martial art originated from a web novel whose author had seemingly passed away. The plight of web novel authors is truly disheartening, struggling to make ends meet while exhausting their health for the sake of writing. Chu Ming sighed wistfully. With that thought, he resolved to proceed without further hesitation and commanded the system to learn the Void Break Finger. Ding! Void Break Finger has been successfully learned. With a combat power of 30, the host currently possesses a formidable strength of 129 points. Indeed, having achieved 129 points is remarkable. The symbiotic entity Venom would yield approximately 413 points of combat prowess. Chu Ming quietly acknowledged that he had seemingly ascended to the ranks of the strongest humans on this planet. However, he inquired of the system about the classification of combat powers, wondering how the S and SS grades were determined, and whether there existed any higher tiers beyond that. The system elucidated that the SS grade encompasses a combat power range of 300 to 600 points, which currently represents the pinnacle of human capability on Blue Star. As no individuals surpassing the SS grade have yet been identified by official Blue Star personnel, no higher classifications are recognized. In other words, there are indeed individuals of SS grade and beyond on Blue Star, yet they remain undiscovered. Chu Ming frowned slightly, keenly perceiving the critical information embedded in the system's response. Indeed, host, the system confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ming reflected on his initial belief that possessing SS-grade strength was already astonishing. As a modern human capable of withstanding conventional weaponry, he deemed himself nearly superhuman. Yet, he was astonished to learn that the true powerhouses of Blue Star had yet to reveal themselves. Were those beyond SS-grade ancient martial artists from reclusive lineages, or perhaps other extraordinary beings? Chu Ming mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Regardless of how the dynamics of this planet might shift or the number of powerful beings it harbors, none could ever rival the pace of his own advancement. No one could deter him from continuing to assert his prowess. Chapter 70. Number 1 and Number 5. As Chu Ming and his companions awaited the arrival of the Kyushu-1, a camp was established within the heart of the scenic area at the summit of Qingcheng Mountain. Several military tents were erected, and over 100 fully armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter with utmost vigilance. Occasionally, formidable beasts such as large monkeys and wolves attempted to breach the camp, only to be swiftly neutralized by gunfire from the soldiers. Even A-grade beasts, undeterred by conventional firearms, quickly fell to the precision of snipers concealed in the shadows, who dispatched them with armor-piercing rounds. The soldiers maintained serious expressions, their eyes sharp and hawk-like as they scanned their surroundings, determined to prevent any beast from encroaching upon the camp, lest it disturb the individuals within the central tent. In the innermost tent, a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit sat in a chair, his demeanor cool and composed, intently watching the images projected before him. The projection depicted the moment when Chu Ming transformed into a venomous entity, enduring a strike from Jiang Shao, and subsequently, as the dust settled, the venomous form vanquished Jiang Shao with a claw. The angle of the footage suggested that a miniature camera had been hidden on Jiang Shao. The scene abruptly ended as the venomous entity pinned Jiang Shao to the ground, indicating that the camera had malfunctioned. The young man gazed at the darkened projection screen, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Behind him stood a striking woman in combat attire, approximately 23 or 24 years of age. After watching the projection, her alluring face was etched with concern as she cautiously regarded the composed young man. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly, "Boss, is this venomous ability an SS level?" This cool-headed youth was none other than the leader of Kyushu, designated as Number 1. Although he appeared youthful, his actual age surpassed 50 years, a result of the transformation bestowed by his abilities. Number 1 possessed the power of wood manipulation, capable of controlling plants and absorbing their life force, which accounted for his altered appearance. Upon hearing the woman's inquiry, he slowly replied, "Indeed, this individual is an SS-level ability user, the second of such caliber in all of Huagua, aside from myself. It is remarkable that a shapeshifter could attain such strength. It appears our research on ability users is still lacking." This was understandable, given that ability users had only emerged in the world 3 years prior. The woman, visibly anxious, responded, seemingly intimidated by Number 1. She held the rank of Number 5 on the Kyushu Forbidden List, with the ability of mirror space. Number 1 acknowledged her words with a nod, yet a chilling glint suddenly flashed in his gaze as he solemnly declared, "Originally, an SS-level powerhouse could have a promising future with us in Kyushu. However, Chu Ming has assaulted our own, incapacitating Number 8. This individual cannot be allowed to remain." Upon hearing those words, Number 5 trembled and hastily replied, but it was Number 8 who first acted outside the rules, provoking Chu Ming. Thus, it was he who initiated the conflict with Number 8. Surely, we need not retaliate against him. Her mind was engulfed with dread, for she had previously witnessed the horrifying scene of Number 1 taking a life, brutally extracting the life force of an A-class ability user, rendering him a mere corpse. The terror was overwhelming. If it were not absolutely necessary, she truly wished to avoid witnessing Number 1 commit murder again. She was merely an ordinary individual, having joined the 9 provinces only 6 months prior, and had yet to acclimate to the ways of ability users, finding the concept of murder utterly abhorrent. However, Number 5 was also acutely aware that Number 1 was the founder and leader of the 9 provinces, holding the organization's honor in the highest regard. Now that one of their own had been incapacitated by an outsider, It was clear that number 1 would not let this transgression go unpunished. Indeed, upon hearing her words, number 1 let out a cold sneer. Number 8's disregard for protocol warrants punishment from the 9 provinces, not allowing an outsider like Chu Ming to enact his own justice. Since he has incapacitated number 8, I shall render him powerless. Number 1's gaze turned menacing. Yet, number 5 desperately sought to dissuade him from committing murder, exclaiming, "But our rules in the 9 provinces stipulate that we cannot arbitrarily kill ability users. If you were to kill Chu Ming, and he has any allies within the city, we could find ourselves in a perilous situation." Number 1 had previously warned against pushing an ability user to their limits, as one could never predict the madness they might unleash. Many seasoned ability users often form friendships with others of their kind, and should the 9 provinces enact forceful measures against one of them, their allies, especially those with close ties, could easily spiral out of control, leading to unforeseen repercussions. As an organization tasked with managing ability users, the 9 provinces would be held accountable for any chaos that ensued. Thus, they typically favored management over enforcement, which is why they had previously instructed Fan Xiaojun to monitor Chu Ming without taking action. I had already considered this. Number 1 remained unmoved. I have thoroughly investigated Chu Ming. His awakening was recent, less than 2 weeks ago. The only ability user with whom he shares a close bond is a certain Lu Hai, a C-class user of ice abilities. Moreover, I have dispatched an A-class ability user to discreetly monitor Lu Hai. Once I deal with Chu Ming, I will also neutralize Lu Hai. He poses no significant threat. Number 1's eyes were icy, as though everything had been meticulously anticipated. This revelation left number 5 momentarily speechless, pondering for a while before ultimately shaking her head in resignation. Since number 1 had accounted for every scenario, her protests were futile. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate Chu Ming. In silence, number 5 mourned for Chu Ming, lamenting his lack of cunning, as he had left no escape route before incapacitating a member of the 9 provinces. If Chu Ming had a friend of A grade or higher in the city, the adversaries would undoubtedly refrain from making a move against him. After all, the reckless destructive power of an A-grade master is akin to that of a bomb, and the devastation it could wreak upon the city is a liability that they in Zhuzhou could never afford. Alas, if only this Chu Ming had awakened a little longer and forged friendships with some formidable ability users, sighed number 5 inwardly. After a brief silence in the tent, number 1 issued a direct command. Number 5, deploy a combat unit equipped with heavy weaponry to encircle the area around Longmen's sect. Then, utilize your mirroring spatial ability to confine him, preventing any escape. Understood. Number 5 nodded and promptly exited the tent. At that moment, number 1 also rose from his chair, adjusted his Zhongshan suit, and a flicker of sinister green light ignited in his eyes, transforming his presence into that of a towering and majestic tree. At that instant, the surrounding flora, sensing the presence of their spirit, bent in reverence, and waves of vibrant green vitality wafted from them like mist, converging towards number 1. Those who dare to challenge Zhuzhou shall face utter destruction. Chapter 71. Acquiring D-class lightning abilities. By the way, what is the combat power of the number 1 of Zhuzhou? What are their abilities? In the training arena of the Longmen sect, after drawing his rewards, Chu Ming inquired within his mind about the system. He knew that he would eventually confront the opponent, and it was imperative to comprehend their strength beforehand. The number 1 of Zhuzhou, whose name remains unknown, possesses a combat power of 420 points, classified as SS grade, with the ability of wood manipulation, known as the King of the 100 Forests. This ability grants control over plants, alongside offensive and defensive wood-based spells, allowing the user to absorb the life force from plants and even animals for personal enhancement. If engaged in battle within a forest or jungle, their combat power increases by an astonishing 50 points, the system responded. The King of the 100 Forests. The names these Zhuzhou abilities have are increasingly extravagant. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, suppressing a chuckle. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the opponent's formidable strength, 420 points, slightly surpassing his own. Coupled with the dense vegetation of Qingqing Mountain, their combat power could reach an impressive 470 points. Such prowess is no wonder they have achieved the status of number 1 in Zhuzhou, a leader. It is essential to note that the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of abilities on Blue Star has only been a phenomenon for 3 years. Achieving such combat power within this brief span denotes extraordinary talent. However, individuals of such caliber inevitably harbor a sense of pride, and it is understandable they might become conceited, given the rapid transformation from an ordinary person to a top-tier powerhouse in just 3 years. Thus, Chu Ming realized that the opponent would not easily overlook him. Yet, it mattered little. Lu Hai had already been injected with the Hulk serum and genetic enhancement, attaining S-grade strength. With him in the city, even the number 1 would likely hesitate to make a move against me. Chu Ming smiled faintly, confident that everything lay within his grasp, for his exceptional intelligence of 41 points was not without merit. Prior to arriving at Qingcheng Mountain, he had prepared contingencies to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, sending Lu Hai to Jiangyan City while ensuring a puppet clad in Mark III armor accompanied him at all times. Furthermore, he had entrusted the puppet with a vial of genetic serum and the Hulk serum. When Jiang Shao and Mu Yuanyan sought him out, Chu Ming remotely controlled the puppet piloting the Mark III armor, swiftly returning to the urban area of Jiangyan City, where he found Lu Hai. Chu Ming directed the puppet to administer a vial of genetic serum and the Hulk serum to Lu Hai, elevating him from C-grade to S-grade strength. As for the Juzhou ability user who had been tailing Lu Hai, he had already been subdued by Lu Hai, a formidable A-grade expert, who now stood little chance against Lu Hai and the Mark III, as long as Chu Ming issued commands through the puppet, instructing the Juzhou ability user to report to the number 1 of Juzhou. The moment the number 1 became aware of Chu Ming's A-grade and S-grade companions within the city, the likelihood of them daring to act against him would diminish significantly. Chu Ming understood that someone so concerned with Juzhou's reputation would certainly hesitate to take such a risk. The responsibilities of Juzhou encompass managing the abilities across the nation. Even a B-grade ability user, when freed from the control of the Juzhou, can wreak havoc in a city, severely tarnishing the reputation and prestige of Juzhou. How much more so for an S-grade or A-grade individual? However, although Chu Ming has kept a backup plan, he is not yet inclined to reveal it, as he wishes to engage with the number 1 of Juzhou. As the leader of Dawn, I have publicly declared that Dawn shall one day rival, if not surpass, Juzhou. To cower before the leader of Juzhou would be utterly unacceptable. Although Chu Ming currently lacks the confidence to confront the true heavy weaponry of the military, he still feels assured in his ability to contend with the number 1 of Juzhou. This individual can exert 470 points of power on Qingqing Mountain, while I currently possess a maximum of merely 413 points. Let me calculate. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Ming's mind, and he smiled. This is sufficient. He promptly addressed the system in his mind. System, I wish to use a vial of genetic serum. The genetic serum can elevate an ordinary person to a D-grade ability user, and for those already endowed with abilities, it enhances their rank by 1. Ding! Genetic serum, ordinary, has been used. Congratulations. Host, you have been promoted to D-grade ability user and acquired the power of lightning. You have gained a combat power boost of 20 points. If the host desires further elevation in ability rank, please use a higher grade genetic serum. Chu Ming nodded. System, display my attributes panel. Host, Chu Ming. Comprehensive combat power, 149 points. A-grade. Wisdom, 41 points ability. Lightning, D-grade combat power, 20 points. Initial power of lightning. Attacks inflict paralysis effect. Cultivation realm. Late stage martial artist, 30 days until peak martial artist, cultivation technique. 8-9 profound art assets. 15, 0-20, 000 special items. Symbiote of Venom, Iron Man Mark III armor, Gatling gun, Emperor's armor summoner, True Dragon egg, Hatching progress 5000 skill items. Secret art, Shadow void breaking fist, Phantom finger consumable items. Spirit essence pill 262, Chi enhancement pill 4, genetic serum, ordinary, 19. With 149 points of combat power, coupled with the symbiote of Venom, my effective power reaches approximately 477 points. This should suffice to confront number 1. It is a pity about the genetic serum, as utilizing it on myself feels like a loss. I have merely acquired a D-grade lightning ability, and I am uncertain of its utility. Chu Ming inwardly lamented, for had it not been for the need to deal with number 1, he would never have resorted to using the genetic serum. Although Chu Ming's peak combat power has now reached SS grade, all of his strength is derived from cultivation, martial arts, and the symbiote of Venom, meaning he is not truly an ability user. The use of the genetic serum, ordinary, merely elevates him to a D-grade ability user, adding a scant 20 points to his combat power. This was also the reason Chu Ming had refrained from using the genetic serum previously. It is inherently challenging to obtain, and applying it to himself for a mere 20-point boost feels rather unwise. Moreover, each grade of genetic serum can only be utilized once. To continue advancing in ability rank, one must acquire serums of a higher grade. However, Chu Ming had already consumed several hundred doses of the ordinary genetic serum, while the more advanced variants remained elusive. Thus, he previously believed that such serums should ideally be administered to A-class or higher-level aberrants like Wu Kuei, as it would yield substantial enhancements in their combat prowess. After the emergence of Dawn, the benefits for Chu Ming were evidently magnified. Nevertheless, the situation now demanded immediate action. Otherwise, defeating the foremost leader of Jojo would prove impossible. As the head of Dawn, if he could not overcome Jojo's leader, what prospects lay in surpassing Jojo itself? Even if Chu Ming managed to retreat unscathed, thanks to Lu Hai's contingency, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a cowardly act. In future discussions, who would be inclined to join Dawn under such circumstances? Chu Ming envisioned Dawn as the preeminent aberrant organization across all of Huaxia, and he simply could not afford to shy away from this confrontation. Chapter 72. No, Brother Jie. Humorous, all preparations are complete. Now we merely await the arrival of number 1. At this moment, Chu Ming suddenly sensed something amiss. Furrowing his brow, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the sky, feeling a sense of bewilderment. How peculiar. What is happening? Fan Xiaojun inquired, her brow knitted in concern. I don't know. It's just that something feels off, Chu Ming replied, his expression tense. He perceived a distinct eeriness in the sky that deviated from its usual appearance. Wu Kuei and Mu Yuanyan exchanged doubtful glances, scanning their surroundings, yet they found nothing unusual. At that moment, Jiang Xiao, sitting despondently on the ground and clutching his wings, suddenly brightened up, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. This is number 5's mirrored space. You've been trapped by number 5. Number 1 must also be here. Chu Ming, you're doomed. Ha ha ha. Enough. Chu Ming's gaze turned icy as he seized the fallen sword, originally belonging to Jiang Xiao, and plunged it into his lung. Jiang Xiao coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, collapsing to the ground. His eyes filled with venomous hatred, yet he could utter no words. Number 5? Mirrored abilities. What on earth? Chu Ming silenced Jiang Xiao before turning to inquire further. Indeed, it is number 5's mirrored space. Fan Xiaojun had discerned the situation and slowly bent down to pick up a small stone, channeling her abilities as shadows swirled around it. She forcefully hurled the stone forward, and it shot forth like a black bullet, swiftly covering a considerable distance. Upon impact, the stone detonated as if striking an invisible wall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Miss Fan, what is happening? Wu Kuei whispered, a hint of fear in his voice. This is the 5th on the 9 provinces forbidden list. Number 5's ability. She is a spatial ability user who can mirror a section of space, trapping everyone within it. We are currently ensnared in her mirrored realm. Fan Xiaojun explained with a grave countenance. My goodness, if Sister Number 5 is here, then surely the boss has arrived as well, Mu Yuanyan exclaimed, glancing worriedly at Chu Ming. Brother Venom, if Sister Number 5's mirrored space cannot be breached even by the boss, how will you escape? Despite being from the 9 provinces, Mu Yuanyan was acutely aware that Jiang Xiao had erred, and Chu Ming was merely retaliating. She certainly did not wish to see him come to harm. Upon hearing this, Wu Kuei's face turned ashen. An ability that even the boss of the 9 provinces cannot escape from? Are we doomed? If I'm not mistaken, there are likely troops surrounding the vicinity of Longmen. Someone like the boss, once intent on eliminating you, would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly. Fan Xiaojun expressed her concerns with a troubled expression. At this moment, Chu Ming was listening to the system as it introduced information about number 5. Her name is Yun Bing, a woman with combat prowess rated at 299, the pinnacle of S-class. The system informed him that the mirror space created by Yun Bing's spatial abilities could not be forcefully breached without a combat power exceeding 500 points. The only way out was to eliminate the opponent outside. Chu Ming was certainly unable to break through, nor did he intend to. In response to Fan Xiaojun and the others' concerns, he merely smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Do not worry. Even though I cannot exit, if number 1 wishes to kill me, he must enter, and at that moment, I shall deal with him accordingly." You, sigh. Fan Xiaojun hesitated upon hearing this, ultimately letting out a silent sigh. Even if Chu Ming possessed a hidden card strong enough to contend with number 1, he could not possibly withstand an entire army. The odds of surviving were exceedingly slim. Forget it. Given the circumstances, I will be destroyed by my main body upon returning to Jojo, so I might as well assist him wholeheartedly this time. Fan Xiaojun silently resolved in her heart. Previously, she had defended Chu Ming in front of Jiang Xiao, an act that had already contravened the instructions her main body had given her. Such disobedience would undoubtedly incur her main body's wrath. Moreover, since Chu Ming had just saved her life, and with her fate already sealed, she decided to repay him with her own life. Brother Venom, how could you possibly contend with the boss? Our boss wields wood-based abilities. A place like Qingqing Mountain is his domain, significantly enhancing his power. You were injured by Jiang Zhao's sword just now, so your strength cannot possibly surpass that of the boss. Mu Yuanyan exclaimed anxiously. His reasoning was straightforward. He believed Chu Ming's previously displayed strength was absolutely insufficient to overcome number 1. Mu Yuanyan, is it? Your ability allows you to enlarge? Chu Ming inquired. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Mu Yuanyan intently. Not enlarge, but rather to become more handsome. Mu Yuanyan felt intimidated under Chu Ming's gaze, retracting his neck timidly. Quite similar. I have yet to see what you look like before you enlarged. Why not show me? Chu Ming expressed genuine interest, eager to discover Mu Yuanyan's original appearance. Hurry! Show me. No. Brother Venom. Mu Yuanyan, frightened, quickly hid behind Fan Xiaojun. Fan Xiaojun and Wu Kuei were both rendered speechless by Chu Ming's nonchalance amidst the dire situation. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly resonated through the heavens, akin to the shattering of a mirror. Chu Ming and the others were taken aback, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. In the distant sky, the space was continuously twisting and transforming, before shattering like a mirror under an inexplicable force, the fragments swiftly dispersing into scattered points of light. Within the void, a one-person-sized, pristine white void emerged. What is this? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, watching the white void in the air with vigilance, quietly inquiring. Fan Xiaojun's beautiful eyes held a complex expression as she softly sighed. The boss has arrived. As her voice faded, tendrils of verdant plant stems began to ascend from the void toward the mirrored expanse, intertwining in a dense and intricate tapestry. In no time, they formed a suspended botanical island in midair. A man and a woman emerged along the vines, stepping forth from the hollow and standing atop the island, gazing down upon Chu Ming and his companions. These two were none other than number 1 of Jojo and number 5 Yun Bing. Boss!
Mu Yuanyan.
Upon seeing number 1, felt a pang of trepidation and called out softly. Number 1's handsome face bore an expression of chilling calm as he merely nodded, his gaze scrutinizing the individuals below. When his eyes fell upon Jiang Xiao, lying in a pool of golden blood with the sword of Michael still embedded in his chest, his countenance darkened, and a piercing glare was directed at Chu Ming. Chu Ming observed the duo in the air, particularly focusing on number 5 Yun Bing, his mind awash with bewilderment. Yun Bing? What about her figure appears icy? She seems anything but cold. Seeing the change in number 1's demeanor, Fan Xiaojun sensed the gravity of the situation. Her small face took on a pleading expression as she hurriedly addressed him. Boss, it was Jiang Xiao who broke the rules first. Chu Ming acted solely in self-defense. I hope you will not hold it against him. Number 1 remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fan Xiaojun. Moreover, Chu Ming is an SS-level ability user. If he were to join us in Jojo, it would enhance our strength. Fan Xiaojun continued to plead cautiously. SS level? What use is an SS-level shapeshifter? In Jojo and even in Huagua, My presence as an SS level is sufficient. Number 1 finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain. And you, Fan Xiaojun, are merely a projection. What right do you have to intercede on his behalf? Given your prior defense of Chu Ming, you ought to be obliterated. Chapter 73. The Thorny Net, Vital Essence Extraction. Upon hearing the words of Number 1, a tempest of emotions swept across Fan Xiaojun's delicate face, anger surging within her heart. Yet, cognizant of Number 1's formidable strength, she ultimately refrained from voicing any retort. Her sole wish was for the other party to spare Chu Ming's life. Chu Ming, who had been fixated on Yun Bing, suddenly shifted his gaze to Number 1, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. Noticing Fan Xiaojun's silence, Number 1 revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. After a brief pause, he turned his attention to Mu Yuanyan and stated, Mu Yuanyan, come here. I am about to deal with Chu Ming, so be cautious not to injure yourself. Mu Yuanyan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing between Fan Xiaojun and the unconscious Zhang Xiao, he hesitantly murmured, what about Zhang Xiao and sister Number 9? Zhang Xiao is already incapacitated. There is no need for him to remain in the 9 provinces. Number 1 replied with an emotionless gaze, his tone indifferent. As for Fan Xiaojun's avatar, it has defied the commands of its original. Such an avatar, even with Fan Xiaojun present, would be annihilated. Thus, I shall assist in its demise today. Stunned, Mu Yuanyan found himself at a loss, unable to fathom how Number 1 could utter such words. Xiaoyuan, go ahead.
Fan Xiaojun urged Mu Yuanyan, forcing a smile.
Number 1 is correct. Even if my original were here, I would still be destroyed. I am but a disobedient avatar. Moreover, she cast a glance at Chu Ming, silently reflecting, I still owe this young man a life. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Mu Yuanyan's handsome face contorted with conflict. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth in agreement, summoning a massive sword and soaring towards Number 1. For him, the avatar of Fan Xiaojun was evidently of lesser importance than her original. Furthermore, being merely a 15-year-old boy, he felt too intimidated by Number 1's authority to resist. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, witnessing how easily Number 1 was willing to abandon him, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He attempted to speak, but with the sword of Michael embedded in his lung, he could only emit a series of indistinct sounds. Chu Ming glanced back at him, a flicker of pity in his eyes as he mockingly remarked, Is this the leader you take pride in? Zhang Xiao was taken aback, his gaze flickering before suddenly dimming, a self-deprecating expression crossing his face. He then coughed up blood and fainted. Chu Ming shook his head and turned to face Number 1 in the air, his gaze icy, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, You think you can deal with me? Do you believe you are worthy? Number 1's eye twitched violently, a surge of violent rage swelling within him. His voice turned cold and heavy as he replied, Yet, it has been 3 years since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. I had initially intended to cripple you today, but now you must die. 3 years prior, Number 1 had been an ordinary repairman, having reached 50 without finding a spouse. He had thought that he would spend his life in such a wretched state. The ethereal energies of the world have awakened, and he has become one of the first to realize his extraordinary abilities, achieving the formidable rank of A-class upon awakening. From that moment forth, his status transformed, establishing him as the preeminent force in the hearts of all supernatural beings, ultimately leading to the founding of the 9 provinces. In time, he attracted the attention of the authorities, who entrusted him with the management of all supernatural entities nationwide. Over the past 3 years, whether ascending to S-class or SS class, his prowess has remained unrivaled among all practitioners, earning him the reverence of countless admirers. Never before has anyone dared to converse with him in such a manner. In this moment, the individual known as Number 1 had already condemned Chu Ming to death in his mind. He would not permit a being potentially more powerful than himself, and one who exhibited no respect, to continue existing in this realm. With a surge of malevolence in his gaze, Number 1 raised his right hand, summoning a ghastly green radiance that coalesced into a fully azure talisman. Life extraction, he intoned sharply, casting the talisman towards Chu Ming with great force. As it soared through the air, the palm-sized azure talisman unleashed a flurry of thorns, weaving into an intricate net brimming with deadly spikes, gradually enveloping Chu Ming. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Bing, standing behind number 1, trembled in fear, instinctively covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was over. Why did the boss resort to such a tactic immediately? Beside her, Mu Yuanyan wore a face of terror, having witnessed number 1 employ this very technique before. Though the thorns appeared fragile, the net they formed could withstand even bullets. Furthermore, this thorny net was not merely intended to ensnare. The razor-sharp spikes would swiftly drain the life force of anyone they pierced. Once, an A-class peak supernatural being had succumbed to number 1's life extraction in merely 3 seconds, transforming into a desiccated corpse. Could Brother Venom withstand such an onslaught? Mu Yuanyan's heart raced with anxiety. As Chu Ming beheld the encroaching thorny net, its slow advance was deceptive. Its sheer size engulfed the entire mirrored space, leaving him no room for evasion.
Chu Ming, evade.
I shall attempt to cleave through these thorns with the scythe of shadows, exclaimed Fan Xiaojun, her countenance grave. Her eyes darkened, her form enveloped in swirling shadows, which swiftly coalesced into a 5-meter-long dark scythe. With the scythe in hand, she leapt into the air, her body bending gracefully as she swung the scythe down towards the thorny net. Overestimating oneself, number 1 scoffed coldly at the sight. The thorny net he summoned, fortified by his SS-class strength, was not something a mere S-class like Fan Xiaojun could hope to breach. Even Chu Ming, with his SS-class transformation abilities, would have to exert considerable effort to escape. Number 1 had already calculated that Chu Ming, a metamorphic supernatural being of SS-class might, would undoubtedly tear through the thorns. However, whenever Chu Ming encounters thorns, he inevitably suffers a drain of his vitality. Although it does not completely deplete him, his strength diminishes significantly, making him much easier to handle. At that moment, Fan Xiaojun's scythe struck the thorns, and in an instant, she felt an immense force impacting her palm, causing the scythe to be violently dislodged and instantly dissipate into shadows. Ah! Fan Xiaojun cried out in pain, as the force of the impact sent her body tumbling uncontrollably towards the ground. Just as she felt she was about to crash down, a sturdy arm caught her securely. She looked up to meet Chu Ming's exasperated gaze. Are you foolish? Knowing your leader is of SS rank, you still dare to engage? Chu Ming rolled his eyes, exasperated. Let me handle this, you should step back. You cannot touch those thorns. Fan Xiaojun, anxious, replied, any living creature that comes into contact with the sharp spikes of the thorns will have their life essence drained. Even if you use venom, you won't endure it. I have my methods, Chu Ming assured her. He steadied Fan Xiaojun before slowly advancing forward. As he walked, his body swiftly became enveloped in venom, and within seconds, he was completely coated. Chu Ming gazed at the vast network of thorns before him, paused for half a second, then retrieved a Gatling gun from his system backpack. Chapter 74. The hand of the tree god, the figure known as One, manipulated the thorny web with a hand, cold emerald eyes gazing down at Chu Ming, who was advancing while cloaked in venom. What did it matter if a metamorphic ability user was rated SS? When faced with my thorns, their power would plummet to S rank, rendering them utterly at my mercy. A sense of mockery stirred within one. To him, Chu Ming was merely a fish on the verge of capture. Though this fish possessed a ferocity that allowed it to wriggle free of the fishing net, it would ultimately be left battered and bruised. Mu Yuanyan's handsome visage turned pale, teeth clenched as he gripped his massive sword, contemplating whether to intervene and assist Chu Ming in shattering the thorny web. Fan Xiaojun, meanwhile, had succumbed to despair, her beautiful eyes devoid of brightness. The others also fixated on the enormous black silhouette ensnared beneath the thorny web, particularly the individuals from Juzhou, who seemed to envision the agony of the venom as it drained the essence of life. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence as a long, pitch-black metallic object, over 1 meter in length, materialized in the hands of the venom. The front section of this object was composed of numerous metallic tubes, glinting ominously in the sunlight. It was, astonishingly, a Gatling gun. The times have changed. The mocking voice of Chu Ming reverberated from the venom's mouth. Mu Yuanyan? Fan Xiaojun? The group was momentarily dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Where on earth did this Gatling come from? After a brief moment of disbelief, One could not help but curse aloud. Just seconds ago, he had been deriding Chu Ming for lacking ranged attack capabilities, only to witness him conjure a Gatling gun as if by magic. His thoughts became disjointed from the shock. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. As the Gatling in Chu Ming's grasp roared to life, its barrel erupting in a brilliant blaze of fire, a barrage of bullets akin to fiery serpents surged toward the thorny web. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. With an astonishing rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, that translated to 100 bullets per second, forming an intricate web of firepower. The thorny web, under such relentless bombardment, was instantly punctured, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. However, Chu Ming did not cease his onslaught. He continued to pull the trigger, the dense hail of bullets streaming through the breach and targeting one high above in the sky. By the heavens! One's expression changed dramatically. Though he was rated SS, his physical form was not particularly robust. If struck by this Gatling, he would likely perish on the spot. In a flash, he extended both hands, a surge of intense, grim green light blossoming in his palms, swiftly intertwining before him. Thousands of green beams coalesced like tendrils of plant life, weaving into a semi-transparent shield several meters in size, etched with countless azure symbols. In the next moment, countless bullets rained upon the luminous shield, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to striking an impenetrable sheet of tempered glass. All the projectiles were deflected, failing to penetrate even slightly. Truly, it was an SS-class entity. Even a formidable Gatling gun, boasting a combat power rating of 300, was powerless against it. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ming could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Yet, he felt no disappointment. He had never intended to use the Gatling gun to eliminate his opponent, for that was simply unrealistic. Without further ado, Chu Ming ceased his barrage on the shield, redirecting his gun to continue firing at the thorny net. In less than half a minute, under the overwhelming firepower, all the thorns were shattered, falling as fragments from the sky. Once the thorns were dealt with, Chu Ming promptly retracted the Gatling gun, standing firm with an intense gaze fixed upon number one, who was concealed behind the shield. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend from whence Chu Ming had produced such a weapon. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Fan Xiaojun's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Chu Ming, marveling at yet another surprise he had bestowed upon her. This Gatling gun, materializing from thin air only to vanish just as mysteriously, could this also be a manifestation of Chu Ming's extraordinary abilities? Number one's pupils constricted, disbelief etched upon his face as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. What manner of creature was Chu Ming? Having already demonstrated a toxic ability, he now revealed the existence of such a formidable heavy weapon as well. Moreover, the destructive potential displayed by this Gatling gun had already reached the pinnacle of S-class. The most alarming aspect was that Chu Ming had awakened his abilities a mere 2 weeks ago. 2 abilities, one SS-class and the other at the S-class peak. All within the span of less than 2 weeks. If he were to continue to grow at this rate, would he not soon surpass me with ease? No, absolutely not. I am the most elite ability user in Huagua. Number one narrowed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. His status and power were rooted in his position as the strongest ability user, and the mere thought of someone potentially exceeding him was utterly intolerable. His hands swiftly twisted, a vibrant green glow emanating from his body. The luminous shield in the sky began to contort, and moments later, it transformed into a colossal green hand. The hand measured a staggering 10 meters in size, adorned with intricate patterns, even the fingerprints distinctly visible. An aura of ancient majesty radiated from it, as if it were the severed hand of a deity from an ancient battlefield. In the next instant, number one extended a hand, effortlessly pressing downwards. The massive green hand mirrored his motion, rising to strike with terrifying force towards Chu Ming.
Chu Ming.
Be careful, Fan Xiaojun cried out, her previous joy at witnessing Chu Ming dismantling the thorny net vanishing in an instant, replaced by sheer horror. The ominous aura emanating from the green hand filled her with trepidation. She recognized this as number one's ultimate technique, the hand of the tree god, which she had only seen him employ once since joining the Jojo. During a military assessment of the prowess of Unit 1, an adversary unleashed a formidable technique. effortlessly crushing a tank beneath an enormous hand, thus solidifying Unit 1's status as the leader of the 9 provinces. Now, Unit 1 has audaciously employed this very move against Chu Ming, evidently harboring lethal intent. Perish. The murderous intent radiated from Unit 1's eyes as it launched its assault, hands clasped behind its back. Even though Chu Ming's venomous abilities have reached an SS level and his physique is extraordinarily robust, can he truly rival a tank? Under the full force of this divine hand, survival seems nearly impossible. As Chu Ming gazed upon the colossal palm descending towards him, his expression remained remarkably serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. He deftly maneuvered the venomous claws, resembling human fingers, and raised one finger, his inner energy surging with fervor. Subsequently, he directed a sharp jab of venom towards the descending hand. This technique, hailing from the realm of cultivation, is known as the void-breaking finger. Chapter 75. Defeating Number 1 with a mere gesture from Venom, the entire mirrored space surged with turbulent air, a tempestuous wind erupting as an astonishing force manifested, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, before Venom, the space fractured and collapsed, and a colossal, jet-black finger emerged slowly from the shattered void, pointing directly towards the hand of the tree god in the sky. What is this? A supernatural ability? A martial art? Number 1's countenance shifted dramatically, a profound terror enveloping him. Upon witnessing the obsidian finger, he instinctively believed it to be yet another of Chu Ming's extraordinary powers. However, in an instant, he discerned that the aura emanating from this finger was unmistakably the internal energy of an ancient martial artist. How could this be? Was he not merely a B-class ancient martial artist? Number 1 was horrified to realize that he felt a twinge of threat emanating from that finger. No, this cannot be. How could a junior possibly pose a threat to me? In a fit of rage and humiliation, Number 1's face contorted with madness as his blood surged. Unable to accept the reality that Chu Ming's hidden talents seemed to be inexhaustible, each more formidable than the last. In a moment of fury, a fierce glint ignited in his gaze, and he extended his hands, frantically forming seals with such swiftness that they appeared as phantoms. A sickly green light erupted around him, surging entirely into the tree god's hand. Upon receiving the infusion of this green radiance, the vast azure palm solidified momentarily, its power suddenly escalating as it hastened towards Chu Ming. I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike. Once he executed the technique, Number 1 fixed his gaze intently on Venom, his aura waning, his form aging dramatically in an instant, his visage transforming into that of a man in his 50s. Witnessing this spectacle, figures such as Fan Xiaojun and Mu Yuanyan were left aghast. Number 1 had actually channeled the essence of life that sustained his youthful appearance into the hand of the tree god. Just how powerful was this strike? Could Chu Ming's martial arts withstand it? Yet below, Chu Ming remained remarkably composed, gazing placidly at the tree god's hand as Venom's finger slowly pointed upwards. That dark finger also moved towards the palm, seemingly calm, yet wherever it passed, the void erupted in violent explosions, an awe-inspiring force. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the onlookers, the black finger and the azure finger collided violently in midair. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, causing the entire mirrored space to tremble. In the instant of their contact, the azure palm radiated with an incomparably brilliant green light, only to be pierced directly through by the black finger, which carried an unstoppable momentum. The light of the tree god's hand flickered like a shooting star, quickly dimming and slowly dissipating from the spectator's view. Meanwhile, the black finger, after enduring the strike, merely became slightly ethereal, yet its momentum remained undiminished as it continued to advance towards Number 1's vine-covered floating island. Quick! Evade! Upon seeing the black finger hurtling towards them, Mu Yuanyan felt a chill run down her spine and urgently shouted, hastily pulling the trembling Yun Bing beside her as they leapt off the floating island. Number 1 was taken aback, utterly astonished by Chu Ming's formidable technique, which effortlessly shattered the tree god's hand that he had exerted with all his might, leaving him with surplus energy. However, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly leaped from the floating island alongside Mu Yuanyan. He had poured all his extraordinary abilities and vital energy into the tree goddess hand, and now he was powerless to withstand the relentless advance of the dark fingers. At that moment, the dark fingers made contact with the floating island, and in an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, plummeting from the sky. The dark fingers pressed forward, soon reaching the edge of the mirrored space, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, as that realm, resembling a mirror, was crushed under the force. Yet, ultimately, the dark fingers could not breach the mirrored space, dissipating into a multitude of light points. At this juncture, Chu Ming had retracted the venom, returning to human form, overwhelmed by a sensation of being utterly drained. He did not underestimate the situation. The void-piercing finger was executed with full force, depleting all the inner energy of his A-grade ancient martial artist self and even some primal energy of the venom, plunging it into a state of slumber. A truly terrifying feat, however. Its power was astonishing, effortlessly dismantling the tree goddess hand. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, Yi Chen's martial arts were exceedingly domineering, having drained even the venom. He pondered how many chocolates it would take to replenish his strength. Chu Ming stared blankly at his fingers, murmuring to himself. Behind him, Fan Xiaojun wore a bewildered expression, her gaze towards Chu Ming filled with complexity. She could hardly believe that he had truly bested their leader. For 3 years, Number 1 had been the strongest extraordinary being in Huagua, an esteemed figure in the 9 provinces, unchallenged by anyone. Now, it appeared that Chu Ming had vanquished him with such apparent ease. Fan Xiaojun felt as though the scene was surreal, almost dreamlike. Was this truly the B-grade extraordinary being she had known at the outset? As for Wu Kuei, he stood there in a stupor, his eyes glazed over, utterly bewildered as if he had lost the ability to think. After a brief moment of daze, Chu Ming raised his head, gazing at Number 1, who was half kneeling on the ground, his aura waning and expression fluctuating. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Ming's mouth as he slowly approached. Number 1 of the 9 provinces? Is this it? Chu Ming stood before him, looking down with a mocking tone. Good. Good. At these words, Number 1's complexion darkened further. His gaze fixed on Chu Ming, now brimming with unmasked murderous intent. He spoke in a low, ominous voice. I never anticipated that Huagua truly harbored a stronger extraordinary being than myself. It seems our understanding of extraordinary beings in the 9 provinces is woefully inadequate. But do you think that just because you are stronger, you can escape? Suddenly, Number 1's demeanor turned fierce, his aging face contorted with rage. No matter how strong you are, can you surpass the military? I tell you, you are surrounded by a combat unit. You will surely die today. Once you are dead, I remain the strongest extraordinary being in Huagua. I will still be the leader of the 9 provinces, a being above all others. And you? What will you become? You shall merely become a lifeless corpse fallen to the onslaught of gunfire. No one shall remember you. As he spoke, the first one could not help but let out a cold laugh, revealing his madness. What of an SS rank? Under the might of a modern army, it remains utterly vulnerable. He understood well that although his divine hand could once shatter a tank with a single strike, that was merely a test. Should the army truly set its sights on him, he would be unable to withstand even the powerful rockets, let alone a tank. Furthermore, within the encircling combat units surrounding the Dragon Gate sect, there existed weaponry capable of easily slaying an SS-level warrior. Chu Ming, he could not possibly escape. At this moment, Fan Xiaojun approached, and upon hearing the first one's words, her brows furrowed momentarily, only to quickly relax as she silently regarded Chu Ming. After all they had endured, she had come to believe there was still a trump card in his possession. This seemingly young boy appeared to have every variable accounted for in his calculations. Chapter 76. Iron Man and the Hulk. Upon hearing the words of Number 1, Chu Ming remained unfazed. He raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, and then chuckled lightly. Indeed, you are the leader of the 9 provinces, a figure above the masses. Surely, you must care deeply for the dignity of the 9 provinces, for all your authority is derived from it. What is it that you wish to convey? At this, Number 1 was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion, unable to comprehend why Chu Ming had suddenly uttered such words. Fan Xiaojun and the others also cast puzzled glances at Chu Ming. Gazing at Number 1, Chu Ming continued, What was the purpose of the government granting you the rights over the 9 provinces? It was to ensure that you managed the superhumans throughout the nation, preventing them from wreaking havoc in the cities. Now, if there exists an S-class and an A-class superhuman, not under your jurisdiction, currently present in the city, and they are my subordinates, what do you suppose would transpire should I perish?
Impossible.
Number 1 bellowed, a cold smirk on his lips. Do not presume that fabricating 2 powerful superhumans from thin air will intimidate me. I have already conducted my investigations. The only superhuman you are acquainted with is a C-class named Lu Hai, who I have long since placed under surveillance. Oh, is that so? Chu Ming replied with a calm smile. It seems your investigations are rather incomplete. I actually lead an organization called Dawn, which conveniently houses both an S-class and an A-class superhuman, right here in the urban area of Jiangyan City. It has been suggested that the name Destroying Heaven Gang is too lowly. Hence, the alteration to Dawn does not affect the reading. One of them is indeed your Lu Hai, though he is no longer a C-class but has ascended to S-class. Humph. Spare me your fabrications. Do you think the intelligence personnel of the 9 provinces are merely idle? 2 weeks ago, you were an ordinary person. What organization could you possibly have? Let me tell you, do not think of delaying. The task force will soon surround you. Surrender now, and I may only cripple you, sparing your life. Number 1 sneered repeatedly, clearly unconvinced. His confidence in the intelligence capabilities of the 9 provinces unwavering, believing that all superhumans across the nation were under their watchful eye. Fan Xiaojun looked at Chu Ming in astonishment. It was true that there was an organization called Dawn, but had it not just been established? Aside from Wu Kuei, an A-class superhuman, what other formidable individuals could there be? Chu Ming chuckled softly, disregarding number 1, instead casting a glance at the other members of the 9 provinces. His gaze suddenly fixed upon number 5, Yun Bing, silently observing her. Yun Bing's alluring figure trembled slightly, unable to meet Chu Ming's gaze, as if filled with trepidation. Noticing this, Fan Xiaojun furrowed her brows. Hey, what are you looking at her for? The others were equally baffled, wondering why Chu Ming had shifted his attention to a beauty amidst their conversation. However, at that moment, Yun Bing's expression shifted, and she suddenly retrieved a military-grade phone from the pocket of her combat suit, which displayed an incoming call.
Liao.
Upon seeing the caller's name, Yun Bing was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Chu Ming and then at number 1. After a brief pause, she cautiously remarked to number 1, Boss, this is a call from Li Hao, the A-level ability user responsible for monitoring Lu Hai. Li Hao? Why would he choose to call at this moment? Number 1 was also taken aback. When he noticed Chu Ming's enigmatic smile, a sense of foreboding washed over him. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and commanded, Answer the call. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing promptly connected the call and activated the speakerphone. In the next instant, a panicked male voice erupted from the phone. Number 5, there's been an incident. You must inform the boss immediately. It's utterly terrifying. I was monitoring Lu Hai today when suddenly, an Iron Man appeared. Yes, the one from Marvel. Then that Iron Man injected Lu Hai with 2 syringes of some unknown substance, and Lu Hai transformed into the Hulk. They discovered me and I had to fight them, but I was no match for them. The Hulk is incredibly terrifying, at least S-level strength, and that Iron Man is at least A-level. They captured me, and I thought I wouldn't survive, but just now, that Iron Man actually said to let me go. I hurriedly escaped to call you won't believe. As Li Hao continued his frantic narration, the others present were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Did you hear that? An S-level and an A-level right in the city, and you still plan to kill me? Chu Ming scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. If these 2 ability users wreak havoc in the city, can Jojo bear the consequences? Iron Man, Hulk, what absurdities are these? How could such abilities possibly exist? Has Li Hao lost his mind? Number 1 shouted, though his tone lacked conviction, for Chu Ming's own ability was none other than Venom. These 2 abilities did not seem so extraordinary after all. Meanwhile, Mu Yuanyan stood in shock, suddenly exclaiming, an A-level ability user, Iron Man? S&T that the one I encountered that night? I sensed a connection to Venom, but I never imagined it to be true. Upon hearing Mu Yuanyan's words, everyone present from Jojo, including number 1, recalled that Mu Yuanyan had previously reported encountering an Iron Man ability user. However, without any recording or evidence. Jojo's personnel had scoured Jiangyan City but found no trace of this ability user, ultimately dismissing it as the fanciful tale of a 15-year-old child. But now, it seemed that what he said was indeed true. With this realization, number 1 stood in a daze for a full half-minute, his expression shifting between various emotions. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair, looking at Chu Ming with a self-deprecating smile. I never expected. I thought you were merely a young person who had recently acquired formidable abilities and become arrogant, but it turns out you have such profound foresight, even contemplating your escape routes. In that moment, number 1 truly understood that he could no longer act against Chu Ming. Should 2 extraordinary beings of a grade or above unleash their vengeful wrath upon the city, it would transcend mere concerns of the 9 provinces' prestige. Should the authorities lay blame, he would be utterly incapable of bearing the consequences. Am I the one who has become arrogant? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming laughed, casting a scornful glance at number 1. It is you who has succumbed to arrogance, is it not? The authorities bestowed upon you the power to diligently manage the nation's extraordinary beings, not to wallow in authority, gratifying your personal desires and enacting revenge with your formidable strength and influence. Chu Ming's words struck like a heavy hammer, forcefully impacting number 1's heart. He shuddered, his gaze flickering as he fixed his stare upon Chu Ming, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly defeated. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I never anticipated that today I would receive a lesson from you. Indeed, the power of the 9 provinces, the title of the strongest extraordinary being in Huagua, these glories have caused me to lose sight of myself. I seem to have nearly forgotten the original intent with which I established the 9 provinces. With a look of dejection, after uttering these words, he fell silent for a moment before gesturing to Yun Bing behind him. Number 5. Instruct the combat unit to withdraw and dismantle the mirror space. Allow them to depart. Chapter 77. Fan Xiaojun administers gene serum. Yun Bing nodded, relieved to avoid further casualties. After sending a message to the combat unit via her phone, she waved her hand, and a cascade of shimmering light, akin to shattered mirror fragments, emanated from her being. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the space surrounding the Long Men sect emitted a series of shattering sounds, as if mirror-like shards were falling away, ultimately dissolving into light. This ability is truly astonishing. Chu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. The spatial manipulation exhibited by Yun Bing was indeed remarkable. The seemingly fragile mirror-like space could withstand the impact of his void-piercing strike. Although its lethality was limited as a control skill, it was undoubtedly among the finest. Not too bad, Yun Bing replied timidly. Chu Ming smiled at her, finding her rather intriguing. Despite her alluring figure, her personality seemed markedly different. She appeared somewhat reserved. Ahem. Since the issue is resolved, Chu Ming, it seems you should take your leave. Fan Xiaojun suddenly coughed lightly, her expression somewhat peculiar. Ah, indeed, it's time to depart, Chu Ming acknowledged, retracting his gaze. He then turned to number 1, imparting meaningfully, I hope you, as the leader of the Zhuzhou, will contribute more to Huaxia in the future. We shall take our leave now. Number 1 remained silent, merely observing him quietly. Chu Ming chose not to elaborate further, turning to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss. Frowning, he turned back to gaze at Fan Xiaojun, who stood still, her head lowered, complexity shimmering in her beautiful eyes.
Xiuyun,
Are you not coming with me? Will you not be obliterated by your true self if you remain in Zhuzhou? Chu Ming inquired hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaojun raised her gaze, revealing a sorrowful smile as she slowly shook her head. This is the fate of my avatar. If my true self discovers my actions, she can obliterate me from afar, no matter where I might flee. Thus, Chu Ming. Farewell. I have genuinely enjoyed the days spent with you. A wave of intense discomfort surged within Chu Ming, his brow furrowing tightly. After a moment of silence, he erupted in anger. You must be joking. I saved you, and now you tell me you're destined to perish? I won't allow it. Stunned by his outburst, Fan Xiaojun felt warmth wash over her. She managed a bittersweet smile, but that is the truth. What can an avatar do? The others exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, yet they remained silent, cognizant of the futility in voicing their thoughts. Indeed, Chu Ming's expression darkened as he wrestled with the reality of the situation. This Fan Xiaojun was merely an avatar, and her true self could easily eliminate her. Was she truly destined to be destroyed in such a manner? No, there had to be a solution. Yes, if I cannot resolve this, I still possess the system. Chu Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, and he immediately inquired of the system in his mind. System, is there a way to prevent Fan Xiaojun from being destroyed by the main body? Indeed, the system's voice resonated like celestial music. Wow, I knew you were invincible, Chu Ming exclaimed with uncontainable joy, quickly asking, what is the solution? Quite simple, really. Fan Xiaojun's ability to create avatars is akin to the principle of cloning. The genetic chains of the avatar and the main body are identical, which is why the main body can manipulate the avatar through its genetic link. To liberate the avatar from the main body's control, one merely needs to alter the genetic chain of the avatar. Gene serums, when injected into a living organism, will reorganize its genetic chain, enhancing compatibility with spiritual energy. This is also why the injection of gene serums can elevate the levels of ability users. So, all I need to do is inject her with a gene serum? A radiant smile blossomed on Chu Ming's face as he marveled at the simplicity of the solution. Initially, he had planned to bring Fan Xiaojun into the dawn and leave a vial of gene serum for her to elevate her to SS rank. Now, it seemed that he could achieve both objectives simultaneously. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether Chu Ming had lost his sanity, as they observed his fluctuating emotions. However, in the next moment, they watched in disbelief as Chu Ming produced a silver syringe from his pocket, filled with a vibrant blue liquid. Before they could react, Chu Ming swiftly approached Fan Xiaojun and injected the entire vial of gene serum into her porcelain-like neck. What are you doing?
Mu Yuanyan exclaimed, alarmed,
as he brandished his great sword, ready to rush forward. Yet he was restrained by Yun Bing, who shook her head. Wait, Chu Ming would not harm Xiaojun. Her woman's intuition told her that Chu Ming had a particular interest in Fan Xiaojun's avatar and would not bring her harm. Mu Yuanyan hesitated and then lowered his sword, staring in astonishment at the scene. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaojun clutched her neck, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she struggled to comprehend Chu Ming's actions. However, mere seconds after the gene serum was injected, she felt her own abilities surging upwards, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy washing over every cell within her. This is impossible. Fan Xiaojun was bewildered. How could her strength possibly increase? It was known that the avatars created by her main body's ability could only match the main body's strength. For an avatar to enhance its power, the main body must first increase its own strength and then modify the avatar. Yet, she had not undergone any alterations from the main body. As she grappled with her confusion, she suddenly sensed the invisible thread connecting her to the main body gradually fading away. Soon, that thread completely vanished, and she could no longer perceive the presence of the main body. The genetic chain had been entirely reorganized. She has transformed from a mere avatar into a true being. Chu Ming, what is this? Fan Xiaojun was utterly astonished, her expression one of bewilderment. What on earth is that injection? It is simply miraculous. How do you feel now? Yet, Chu Ming did not respond. Instead, with a mix of excitement and apprehension, he inquired, I can no longer sense the existence of my original self. Fan Xiaojun exclaimed in disbelief. Moreover, it seems that my power has surpassed this level. Ha ha ha, that's precisely it. Chu Ming laughed heartily and couldn't help but embrace Fan Xiaojun, brimming with exhilaration as he declared, from this moment forth, you are no longer an avatar. You are now a living, breathing individual. No one shall look down upon you, nor can anyone obliterate your existence. Chapter 78. The advanced lottery will what? Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, the expressions of number one and the others shifted dramatically as they gazed at Fan Xiaojun in disbelief. What had Chu Ming administered to Fan Xiaojun? It had evidently severed her connection with her original self and even elevated her to the SS rank. This completely shattered their understanding. For among the known SS ranks in the entirety of Huagua, only number one and Chu Ming were recognized. Yet now, Chu Ming had effortlessly enabled Fan Xiaojun to transcend to SS rank? Who on earth was Chu Ming? Number 1 squinted, scrutinizing Chu Ming, feeling utterly perplexed by him. The myriad of hidden cards, the peculiar abilities, the members of his organization, and this mysterious serum. Was this truly an ability user who had only awakened 2 weeks prior? Number 1 found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaojun was still somewhat dazed, momentarily stunned before she finally reacted, joy radiating from her countenance as she murmured, "So, does this mean I am truly free now?" Though she struggled to accept it, after repeatedly confirming that the link to her original self had indeed vanished and that she had genuinely broken through to SS rank, she could not help but believe. As a sentient avatar, had she not yearned for a life of her own? Yet, each time she entertained such thoughts, her original self would discover them, leading to punishment. Now, however, she had actually attained freedom, and a whirlwind of exhilaration and excitement surged within her, a complex array of emotions. "Absolutely," Chu Ming replied with a smile, gently patting her shoulder. "Join the dawn with me." Fan Xiaojun was taken aback, gazing deeply at Chu Ming before glancing back at Mu Yuanyen, Number 1, and Yun Bing. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded earnestly. "All right." With a grin, Chu Ming grasped Fan Xiaojun's wrist and called over the still-dazed Wu Kuei. The three of them made their way down Qingqing Mountain. Before departing, Chu Ming approached the headless corpse of Elder Guan from the Longmen sect, severing a finger to keep as a token. This was to fulfill an obligation to the Gong family and secure a reward of 100 million. On the training grounds, only Number 1 and the others remained, staring at one another in shock, their minds struggling to regain composure. It was not until Chu Ming's figures faded from view that Yun Bing slowly addressed Number 1. "Boss, did Chu Ming really so effortlessly elevate Xiaojun to SS rank? Wouldn't that mean the Dawn now possesses 2 SS ranks?" At that moment, Number 1 gradually rose from the ground, his breath returning to normal. He brushed off the dust from his traditional suit, his gaze fixed on the direction Chu Ming had departed, deep in thought. If someone had told him in the past that there existed a person capable of casually facilitating an S-rank ability user's breakthrough to SS rank, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet now, having witnessed Chu Ming's extraordinary and unheard-of methods, he found himself wavering in belief. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Fifth, return to the camp immediately. Bring the equipment, and while they have yet to descend the mountain, discreetly assess the ability level of Fan Xiaojun's avatar." "Understood." Yun Bing nodded slightly, then turned away. With the delicate touch of her toes, the sound of shattering glass resonated beneath her feet as she effortlessly leaped over the walls of the Longmen sect, hastening towards the camp. "Well then, boss, I shall return to the camp as well," murmured Mu Yuanyen cautiously upon witnessing the scene. After receiving a nod from Number 1, Mu Yuanyen sprang onto the massive sword, transforming into a streak of azure light that soared into the sky. At that moment, the vast training ground was left with only Number 1 and several lifeless bodies. Xuguang, Chu Ming, Iron Man, Hulk, Venom. Number 1 muttered to himself, his gaze reflecting a tangle of emotions. "It seems this world ultimately belongs to the youth. We are but fleeting blossoms in the grand tapestry of time." He pondered how many more would awaken their extraordinary abilities in the future and what the world would become. After contemplating for a prolonged period, a subtle smile graced his lips as he shook his head gently. "Enough of this. I must expedite the enhancement of my own strength. Today has certainly been an awakening, thanks to that young lad." After a final glance at Zhang Xiao, who lay in a golden pool of blood, devoid of life, Number 1 turned and departed. Shortly after his figure vanished, Zhang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, struggling to rise from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the sword of Michael embedded in his chest. A sharp gasp escaped him as he felt excruciating pain. His expression contorted, yet the injured lungs prevented him from uttering a sound. To his astonishment, the 4 large wounds left by the severed wings had remarkably healed, and the gash on his chest was visibly mending. Once all his injuries had fully recovered, he unsteadily rose to his feet, breathing heavily and casting a sinister glance in the direction from which Number 1 had departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Zhao's seraphim powers endowed him with formidable self-healing abilities. He had merely been feigning death, Is this truly the leader I take pride in? How ironic, he chuckled bitterly to himself, the last words spoken by Chu Ming echoing in his mind, leaving his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, on the path leading down from the Longmen sect, Chu Ming walked alongside Fan Xiaojun, with Wu Kuei trailing behind them. Congratulations, host, on successfully playing the part of the fool and devouring the tiger, earning 2,000 points. A voice resonated in his mind. Beep. The host's rate of earning points has reached the standard. The advanced lottery wheel is now unlocked. Surprised, Chu Ming inquired of the system, the advanced lottery wheel. What is that? The advanced lottery wheel allows you to draw rewards for 100 points each time. It is similarly categorized into consumables, skills, and special types, but offers higher-tier rewards. For instance, in the consumable category you could obtain a gene serum advanced, among other things. Furthermore, the chances of drawing special and skill categories in the advanced lottery wheel are significantly increased, the system articulated. Understanding dawned upon Chu Ming as he nodded. No wonder he had only drawn ordinary gene serums after spending a couple hundred points. He had been oblivious to the existence of different tiers within the lottery wheel. System, I suspect you are hastening the consumption of my points due to my rapid accumulation, hence the introduction of this advanced lottery. Chu Ming remarked with a hint of annoyance in his mind. If the host prefers not to initiate the advanced lottery, I can disable it. The system responded in a dispassionate tone. Wait, I was merely jesting, Chu Ming quickly replied with a smile. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to forego the lottery and instead infused the 2,000 points into the true dragon egg. He yearned to hatch this intriguing entity. A pet with 500 battle prowess would undoubtedly be quite the spectacle to ride. Ding, points infusion successful. True dragon egg hatching progress. 2,000 5,000. Chu Ming nodded and was about to glance at the advanced lottery wheel when Fan Xiaojun's voice interjected. Chu Ming, thank you. Fan Xiaojun, having hesitated for quite some time, finally whispered her gratitude. Today, Chu Ming had effectively saved her life thrice. First, from Zhang Zhao's sword and the spiritual essence pill. Second, from the thorny net of number 1. And third, from the medicinal injection he had administered. These acts had profoundly altered her destiny. Overwhelmed by such kindness, Fan Xiaojun felt utterly incapable of repaying him. Thus, when Chu Ming invited her to join Dawn, she readily accepted without much deliberation. Is a mere thank you sufficient? Chu Ming paused, then teasingly glanced her way. For all I have done, surely you must offer yourself in return? Chu Ming expected this statement would provoke a flustered reaction from Fan Xiaojun. To his surprise, she fell silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if contemplating her response. Hey, if you remain silent, I shall take it as acquiescence, he quipped, raising an eyebrow. I did not agree. Fan Xiaojun turned her head away, murmuring softly, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yet you have not declined either. Chu Ming scratched his head in confusion. Now I do refuse. Wait, what? That is not fair play. Do you dare to challenge me? The two began to banter playfully. Meanwhile, Wu Kuei trailed behind them, his mind still in a state of turmoil, gazing blankly at the retreating figures of Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun. He had never anticipated that his simple errand of escorting Gu Xiandong to Qingcheng Mountain for apprenticeship would lead to such extraordinary events.
Chu Ming,
who initially appeared unremarkable and somewhat naive, had not only slain Gu Xiandong but also eliminated number 8 of the 9 provinces, and ultimately displayed SS-level prowess, effortlessly defeating number 1 of the 9 provinces. This series of events left Wu Kuei feeling as if he were in a dream. After much hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to call out, Master Chu. What is it, Uncle Wu? Chu Ming responded, retracting his hand that had been poised to tap Fan Xiaojun on the head, turning back with a look of curiosity. Master Chu, does this mean I am now part of your Dawn organization? Wu Kuei inquired nervously, initially believing that Dawn was merely a haphazard assembly formed by Chu Ming. However, he now realized that Chu Ming was unexpectedly of SS-level strength, and even Fan Xiaojun might also possess SS-level capabilities, having joined the Dawn organization. For a moment, disbelief washed over him. Could such a formidable organization truly permit him to join so easily? Of course, it had been previously agreed upon. Should he join Dawn, assistance would be rendered to rescue his wife and child. Chu Ming detected the other's thoughts but chose not to reveal his awareness, merely offering a serene smile. Dawn could not rely solely on the two top-tier powerhouses, himself and Fan Xiaojun. An organization must have a solid backbone. As long as Wu Kuei was administered a vial of gene serum, he would ascend to the pinnacle of S-level, becoming the second S-level powerhouse in Dawn, aside from Lu He. Moreover, Wu Kuei possessed commendable character. After aiding him in rescuing his family, the likelihood of securing Wu Kuei's loyalty would be significantly enhanced. Such an arrangement appeared quite advantageous to Chu Ming. That is reassuring. Wu Kuei exhaled with relief, then suddenly urged, Mr. Chu, please let us hasten to Modu to rescue my wife and child. The two disciples from the Gu family have likely reported Gu Xiandong's demise. If we do not act swiftly, my family may be in grave danger. Chu Ming shook his head calmly, chuckling softly, do not fret. Those two disciples of Gu Xiandong have already met their end. For the time being, the Gu family will remain unaware of this matter. He had anticipated such developments long before dispatching the Mark III armor to locate Lu He, taking the opportunity to eliminate those two individuals. Dead? Wu Kuei was momentarily taken aback. I had someone take care of that, so you need not worry excessively. As for rescuing your wife and child. Chu Ming waved his hand dismissively, contemplating briefly before stating, rescue will certainly be undertaken, but I have some matters to attend to in Jiangyan City, and with Dawn just established, I require some time to address these issues. Let us plan for 2 days hence. I will accompany you to Modu then. That will suffice. I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Chu. Wu Kuei furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement, clasping his fists in thanks. Since the Gu family would not be privy to Gu Xiandong's demise for the time being, delaying their departure by 2 days posed no significant concern. Indeed, Chu Ming nodded, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. The three then followed a narrow path and swiftly descended the mountain. Wu Kuei drove Gu Xiandong's off-road vehicle, transporting Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun toward the city. Upon returning to the urban district of Jiangyan City, Chu Ming did not seek out Lu He but instead returned to the rented apartment on the commercial pedestrian street with Fan Xiaojun. Wu Kuei, on the other hand, opted to find a hotel for his accommodation. In the bedroom of the rented apartment, Fan Xiaojun sat on half the bed, cheerfully feeding the creature venom chocolate. Meanwhile, Chu Ming reclined on the other half, deep in thought. He had officially established his own organization, and for Dawn to truly flourish, financial resources were indispensable. Not to mention, the expenses for the residences and bases of Dawn's members constituted a significant outlay. Chu Ming, inspired by Iron Man Tony Stark from the Avengers, yearned to purchase an entire building to serve as the base for Dawn. However, he found himself lacking sufficient funds. Even with the 100 million provided by Gong Wuchang, his total capital amounted to only 150 million, which was still far from the price of a substantial building. Thus, Chu Ming awaited a call, specifically from Gong Wuchang. Chu Ming, this is insufficient. I require more chocolate. Suddenly, Venom exclaimed, fixating his gaze on Chu Ming, appearing somewhat feeble. Fan Xiaojun also looked at Chu Ming, her eyes pleading as she said, the chocolate is all gone. You too. Chu Ming turned his gaze towards them, instantly feeling exasperated. Fan Xiaojun, you inconsiderate soul. I bought the chocolate to help Venom regain his strength, yet you devoured the majority of it. How can you justify this? But I was hungry. Fan Xiaojun replied, her expression one of innocent grievance. I'm hungry too. Venom continued to protest. Are you serious? The two of you.
Chu Ming sighed,
Rolling his eyes in resignation. Fine, I'll buy more, all right? With a heavy heart, he picked up his phone and ordered 100 boxes of chocolate, then lay down on his bed, feigning sleep. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Chu Ming's phone finally rang. He quickly grabbed it, discovering it was a call from Gong Wuchang. A smile crept onto his lips as he answered the call. Hello, is this young Master Chu? Gong Wuchang's voice came through cautiously. It is I. Young Master Chu. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Gong Wuchang's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. The pill you gave me. I took it today and astonishingly, my lung cancer has truly been cured. Chapter 79 Gong Zhongshu exclaimed, Young Master Chu, this pill of yours is truly miraculous. I had various detection instruments examine its composition, yet none could identify any medicinal components. However, after consuming it, Not only has my lung cancer vanished, but a myriad of other ailments that have plagued me for years have also disappeared. His voice was imbued with astonishment, joy, and gratitude. As long as it is effective, Chu Ming nodded in agreement. Since you have cured my terminal illness, the compensation from the Gong family cannot be meager. I shall provide you with an additional 100 million for this pill, Gong Wuchang stated earnestly. After you have dealt with the ancient martial artists of that lineage in Qingqing Mountain, I will pay you a total of 200 million. I have already visited Qingqing Mountain today. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Chu Ming replied with a smile. That was swift. Gong Wuchang's tone was tinged with disbelief. He inquired, isn't Qingqing Mountain currently sealed off by the authorities? The military and the Juzhou forces are stationed there. I presumed it would take several more days for the area to be reopened. Young Master Chu, how did you manage to access Qingqing Mountain today? Do not concern yourself with the details. Is that lineage of ancient martial artists associated with the Longmen sect? Their strongest member is an elder surnamed Guan, correct? I have already slain Elder Guan. I possess a fragment of his finger, which you may use for fingerprint or DNA verification. Upon hearing this, Gong Wuchang on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he respectfully replied, if that is the case, I kindly invite you to visit the Gong family tomorrow, as I have important matters to discuss with you. Very well. I shall send someone to escort you in the morning. The call ended. Chu Ming lay contentedly on his bed, a smile gracing his lips. He surmised that the important matter Gong Wuchang referred to was undoubtedly related to his Lingyuan Dan. Are you going to the Gong family again?
Fan Xiu Yun blinked at Chu Ming.
Yes, what of it?
Chu Ming quay rít, Pepe.
Could you take me along? The food at the Gong family is delectable. Fan Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, I am going for serious business, not for a feast. Chu Ming retorted, somewhat exasperated. But I want to eat. Fan Xiaojun lowered her head, murmuring softly with a look of deep disappointment. How about I take you out for hot pot now? Chu Ming tentatively suggested. Sure. The Gong family estate in Sichuan province was situated in the suburbs near the capital city, Dunanshi. Like the Longmen sect, it boasted architecture reminiscent of the Republican era, but it occupied a larger area and exuded a more splendid grandeur. At that moment, in a small courtyard of the Gong family estate, Gong Wuchang sat, staring blankly at his phone. He no longer bore the frail and aged demeanor of before. He appeared revitalized, his eyes sparkling with vigor, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade. Before him stood three individuals. One of the individuals present was Gong Qiu, while the other two included a man who bore a slight resemblance to Gong Qiu but appeared several years older. Dressed in an exquisite suit, he stood tall and upright, exuding the demeanor of a successful individual. The third person, positioned in the background, was a tall and handsome young man clad in casual attire, who gazed calmly at Gong Wuchang and the others, his eyes betraying a hint of arrogance. Gong Qiu, observing the taciturn Gong Wuchang who had just concluded a call with Chu Ming, could not restrain himself from inquiring, Father, what did young Master Chu say? Young Master Chu has agreed to visit the Gong family tomorrow, Gong Wuchang replied, lifting his head. That is excellent news. Gong Qiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his excitement palpable as he continued. If it weren't for the fact that this pill has genuinely cured your ailment, I would hardly dare to believe such a miraculous medicine exists in this world. Indeed, Father, the man in the suit interjected. If we can successfully negotiate a partnership with young Master Chu, or perhaps directly obtain the formula for this extraordinary medicine capable of curing all ailments, should we monopolize its distribution under the Gong family name, our family could swiftly ascend to greatness in the southern region and potentially throughout the entirety of Huagua. This man in the suit was none other than Gong Wuchang's eldest son, Gong Zhongshu. Unlike Gong Qiu, who remained entangled in the shadows of illicit forces and the entertainment industry, Gong Zhongshu was the chairman of a publicly traded pharmaceutical company, Zhongshu Pharmaceutical, in Sichuan province. He held complete control over the company, commanding at least 40% of the healthcare and pharmaceutical market in the province. The profits and capital of Zhongshu Pharmaceutical were substantial, constituting nearly one-third of the entire Gong family's assets, making Gong Zhongshu the true pillar of the family. Having been on a business trip in another province, Gong Zhongshu hurried back upon hearing the news that someone had cured his father's lung cancer. Initially skeptical, he was compelled to believe after conducting multiple health examinations on Gong Wuchang that day. His initial shock swiftly transformed into unbridled joy. As the chairman of a pharmaceutical company, he understood precisely what a genuine medicine capable of curing myriad diseases represented. With proper channel management, marketed under the Gong family banner, it could easily attract the attention of wealthy elites nationwide, commanding exorbitant prices without question. The value of this pill was incalculable. Consequently, Gong Zhongshu immediately urged his father to contact Chu Ming, inviting him to the Gong family to discuss potential collaboration. However, Gong Wuchang then abruptly shifted the topic. Young Master Chu also mentioned that he has already visited Qingqing Mountain today, where he not only intimidated the ancient martial artists of that lineage but also killed their elder, Guan. How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongshu's brow furrowed in disbelief. Qingqing Mountain is currently under government lockdown. From what I understand, it will remain sealed for at least 2 more days. How could young Master Chu have ascended the mountain? The young man could not help but chuckle at this. Old Gong, if you claim that young Master Chu managed to sneak onto Qingqing Mountain with his peak B-class martial prowess, I might find that somewhat credible. However, to assert that he killed Elder Guan from Qingqing Mountain is nothing short of ludicrous. Oh, Xiao Bing, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals turned their gaze towards the young man. Gong Wuchang furrowed his brow and inquired. This young man, named Li Bing, was an A-grade ability user brought back by Gong Zhongshu, purportedly hired at a considerable expense to serve as a bodyguard. However, Gong Wuchang held a disdainful attitude towards him. Despite Li Bing's A-grade prowess, he was an ability user, and the Gong family was steeped in martial tradition. To Gong Wuchang, individuals who gained their power through abilities rather than hard work elicited no respect. The protagonist is not without effort. He is merely an outlier. Nevertheless, recognizing the rarity of an A-grade powerhouse, Gong Wuchang could not afford to display his contempt openly. Given the current decline of martial prowess within the Gong family, forging connections with another strong individual was undoubtedly advantageous. Upon hearing Gong Wuchang's address, Li Bing subtly frowned, feeling an intense displeasure within. Why should that B-grade ancient martial artist, Gong Wuchang, refer to him as young Master Chu, while he, Li Bing, a distinguished A-grade ability user, was merely called Little Bing? Yet, considering that his purpose in coming to the Gong family was to earn money, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke with a hint of disdain. Long before the blockade of Qingqing Mountain, I visited that place. Elder Guan of the Longmen sect had already ascended to an A-grade ancient martial artist at that time. That young Master Chu is merely at the peak of B-grade. How could he possibly defeat him? Moreover, the Longmen sect is not solely reliant on Elder Guan. There are numerous B-grade disciples as well. To think that young Master Chu could eliminate Elder Guan alone is rather fantastical, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 80. Li Bing's defiance is that Elder Guan already at grade A? A late-stage martial artist? Upon hearing this, the others were visibly taken aback, and Gong Wuchang furrowed his brow. If Xiao Guang's words held any truth, then with young Master Chu's prowess as a peak grade B ancient martial artist, it would indeed be quite challenging to eliminate the elder. Gong Wuchang had never truly believed that Chu Ming could intimidate the Longmen faction solely through his own strength, let alone kill one of their elders. His hope lay in the influence of Chu Ming's obscure lineage from a hidden martial arts family, which would instill fear in the members of Longmen. However, after Li Bing's remarks, this notion seemed even more far-fetched. Indeed, even if young Master Chu were a grade B ability user, as Xiao Guang pointed out, the Longmen faction had numerous grade B ancient martial artists, making the situation rather unrealistic. Gong Choha nodded in agreement. So, is young Master Chu deceiving us? Attempting to swindle that 100 million reward? Gong Zhongshu narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint appearing, though it quickly softened as he chuckled. It seems this young Master Chu is indeed fond of wealth. If we are willing to spend, acquiring the recipe for that pill from him should be quite effortless. Gong Wuchang shook his head, pondering for a moment before responding. Let us not rush to conclusions. Young Master Chu stated that he severed one of Elder Guan's fingers. A simple DNA test will reveal if he is lying. I see. Gong Zhongshu slowly nodded. Father, regardless of whether he truly killed Elder Guan, that is no longer significant. Our primary focus now is to devise a means to obtain the recipe for the pill. I share the same sentiment, Gong Wuchang concurred. Now that you have secured an A-grade ability user like Li Bing as a bodyguard, the Qingqing Mountain individuals will surely think twice before acting recklessly. Therefore, whether young Master Chu has fulfilled my commission is no longer pertinent. If we assume he has indeed killed Elder Guan, what does it matter if we grant him an extra 100 million? As long as we acquire the recipe, our Gong family can easily recoup any additional expenditure. A glint of cunning sparkled in Gong Wuchang's eyes as he continued. Father's foresight is truly remarkable. Gong Zhongshu's eyes gleamed with excitement. I will first prepare several 100 million in funds and draft a contract to ensure our acquisition of the recipe is foolproof. Good. Aim to have everything ready by tomorrow morning. Gong Wuchang nodded. Even though their family was affluent, gathering several 100 million in cash flow would still require some time. Gong Zhongshu slightly inclined his head before turning to leave, and Li Guang bid farewell to Gong Wuchang and Gong Qiuhe with a smile, following suit. Gong Qiuhe remained in place, watching the two depart with a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. He was the only one present who had witnessed Chu Ming's appearance after he had been possessed by the venom, which instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Subconsciously, Gong Qiuhe believed that Chu Ming was far from the simplicity he portrayed. His father and elder brother's plan to purchase the recipe with money would not be as straightforward as they anticipated. Nevertheless, Gong Qiuhe ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. His status within the Gong family paled in comparison to that of his elder brother. Since the decision had been made, it was not something he could alter with mere words. At this moment, Li Bing, who trailed behind Gong Zhongshu, was deep in thought. Although he appeared impassive on the surface, he was quite displeased internally. He believed that if Gong Wuchang had known him first instead of Chu Ming, the task of intimidating the Longmen faction would have undoubtedly been entrusted to him. Consequently, he would have been the one to receive the lucrative reward of 100 million. Li Bing had agreed to be Gong Zhongshu's bodyguard primarily for monetary gain, not for fame. Had he sought fame, he would have long since joined Zhizhou. Although Gong Zhongshu's compensation was substantial, 2 million a month, it paled in comparison to the effortless 100 million that Chu Ming could secure. Moreover, it was evident that Chu Ming had not even attempted to intimidate the Longmen faction. He had merely fabricated a lie, merely based on the extraordinary pill he possessed. Gong Wuchang had still resolved to grant Chu Ming 100 million, if not more. This imbalance stirred feelings of discontent within Li Bing. No, I must ensure that Gong Lao values me more. Only then can I obtain greater wealth.
Li Bing pundarat silanli.
Realizing he needed to undermine Chu Ming's standing in Gong Wuchang's eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Ming and Fan Xiaojun indulged in a hot pot at the commercial pedestrian street below, later purchasing a plethora of snacks, contentedly making their way back to the rental apartment. Fan Xiaojun, clutching a large handful of fried skewers, blushed as she ate. Suddenly, she glanced at Chu Ming and asked, "By the way, since I joined Dawn, is there no salary? Zhizhou offers salaries, you know. Didn't you have a salary when you had a clone?" Chu Ming, with his hands in his pockets, cast her a sidelong glance. "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Fan Xiaojun's eyes widened. "Previously, I earned 500,000 a month, while my main body earns 1 million. Every S-level powerhouse in Zhizhou earns 1 million a month." Chu Ming's expression shifted as he suddenly grasped something. "What?" Fan Xiaojun was taken aback. "No wonder your main body is busy creating so many clones. It turns out you're trying to reap the benefits from Zhizhou. Each clone earns 500,000. 10 of them would amount to 5 million. Chu Ming smacked his lips. "You truly are a genius at financial management." Seeing the other's speechless and somewhat dejected expression, Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, there will certainly be a salary. After all, Dawn must be at least on par with Zhizhou, right? Now that you're SS level, I'll offer you 2 million a month. How does that sound?" "Absolutely." Fan Xiaojun nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a smile as she resumed enjoying her fried skewers. Chu Ming silently shook his head, acknowledging that a salary was essential. It was one of the most vital means of retaining loyalty. However, the prospect of paying 2 million a month for SS level and 1 million for S level, coupled with the still undetermined organizational base, seemed overwhelmingly extravagant. Only an organization like Zhizhou, supported by the government, could sustain such expenses without pressure. Chu Ming felt a significant weight upon his shoulders. Fortunately, the 200 million from the Gong family would sustain him for a considerable time, and he needed to expedite establishing a sales channel for Lingyuan Dan through the Gong family. Subsequently, the two returned to their rented accommodation, where they took a shower. Afterward, Chu Ming lay on his bed and opened the system interface. There are 4 energy boost pills remaining. I shall use them all, he instructed the system. Although energy boost pills and genetic serums belong to the same category, capable of enhancing the cultivation of other ancient martial artists, Chu Ming had no current intention of incorporating such warriors into his organization. Do not inquire why. The simple truth is that ancient martial artists lack the charisma of superhumans. Unless an exceptionally powerful ancient martial artist presented himself, he might consider their inclusion. Ding! The energy boost pills have been successfully used, reducing the host's automatic cultivation time by 20 days. Currently, there are 10 days remaining until he reaches the pinnacle of martial prowess. 10 days? Too long. Chu Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. It's all my fault for being in such a rush today. I forgot to search for rare treasures on Qingqing Mountain. Otherwise, I might have already broken through to the pinnacle of martial arts. He had reveled in his show of prowess at the Longmen sect, and with Fan Xiaojuan's addition to Dawn, he had become overly exhilarated, causing him to overlook his initial quest for rare treasures. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Qingqing Mountain had been sealed off by the Zhuzhou and the military for such an extended period that, even if rare treasures existed, they would have long been claimed, leaving no opportunity for him. Alas, it seems I shall have to wait for another chance to accrue points and acquire additional energy boost pills, he mused, feeling somewhat resigned. With that, he cast aside his thoughts and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 81. Journey to the Gong family. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Chu Ming received a call from Gong Qiuyin, informing him that she had arrived downstairs. He leisurely completed his morning routine, enjoyed breakfast, and then set out alone. Upon descending, he was greeted by the sight of a multi-million-dollar Porsche parked on the pedestrian street, where Gong Qiuyin stood elegantly against the car door, clad in a fitted black trench coat. The striking combination of a stunning beauty and a supercar captured the attention of many passers-by. However, he thought to himself, wait, this is a pedestrian street. How did you manage to drive a car here? As he approached, he remarked in astonishment, Miss Gong. Gong Qiuyin's cold, beautiful face immediately brightened with a smile upon seeing him, showing no signs of displeasure despite having waited for a while. She greeted him and explained, this commercial pedestrian street belongs to my father. Chu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, wealth afforded one a certain level of freedom. Young Master Chu, my grandfather has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please do get in, she urged, opening the passenger door of the sports car. Without hesitation, Chu Ming took his seat, immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma, which he deduced must be from Gong Qiuyin's personal vehicle. She respectfully closed the door for him, then turned to the driver's seat and started the car. They swiftly left the pedestrian street, cruising along the main road leading to Dunnan City. Throughout the journey, Gong Qiuyin did not initiate conversation. Although Chu Ming wished to engage her, she maintained a professional demeanor, exchanging only polite remarks. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Why did Gong Qiuyin seem less welcoming today? Yet, he dismissed the thought and leaned against the window, engrossed in his phone. Gong Qiuyin stole a glance at Chu Ming, a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Since learning from her uncle that he was a fraud attempting to swindle 100 million in compensation, her regard for him had diminished. If you can't do it, just admit it. Why pretend as if you can? Perhaps that 100 million is too much for him, prompting him to resort to deceit. She mused silently, shaking her head. The drive from Jiangyan City to Dunnan City took just over an hour, and soon they arrived at the expansive grounds of the Gong family estate. Chu Ming observed as Gong Wuchang and Gong Qiuhe, among others, stood at the entrance awaiting his arrival. Young Master Chu, they greeted as he stepped out of the car, with Gong Wuchang smiling warmly. Master Gong, you seem to be in much better health, Chu Ming remarked, surprised to see that not only did Gong Wuchang appear fully recovered, but the system also informed him that Gong Wuchang's martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of B-level. Chu Ming estimated that the old man could potentially enjoy several more decades of life. The elixirs from the realm of cultivation were indeed miraculous. Thanks to your pill. Young Master Chu, I am truly grateful, Gong Wuchang said with palpable excitement, clasping his fists in gratitude. Please, Master Gong, you are too kind, Chu Ming replied. Chu Ming nodded, his mind solely focused on the hope that the other party would hasten to pay him. He began to scrutinize the individuals standing behind Gong Wuchang. An A-level superpower? Chu Ming's gaze abruptly rested upon a casually dressed young man, astonished at the unexpected presence of an A-level powerhouse within the Gong family. However, before he could ponder further, Gong Wuchang spoke. Let us not linger in the doorway. Please, come into the courtyard for a discussion. Chu Ming acquiesced and entered the Gong family's courtyard alongside the others. During the journey, Gong Wuchang introduced him to Gong Zhongshu and Li Bing, exchanging pleasantries on various trivial matters. Chu Ming had initially intended to present the severed finger of Elder Guan for examination, but Gong Wuchang, with a jovial demeanor, suggested they take their time. Soon, they arrived at the conference hall and took their seats. Despite its designation as a conference hall, the room exuded an antique charm, embodying the grandeur of a prominent family from the Republic of China era. In the center of the hall were 4 wooden chairs crafted from Wangwali, occupied by Chu Ming, Gong Wuchang, Gong Qiuhai, and Gong Zhongshu, while Li Bing and Gong Qilin stood to the side. At this juncture, Gong Wuchang and Gong Zhongshu finally articulated the true purpose of their meeting with Chu Ming. You wish to purchase my formula for the Lingyuan Dan? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, casting an irritable glance at the group. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Gong family, especially Gong Zhongshu, their eldest son, who sought to monopolize the market for Lingyuan Dan. Indeed, Mr. Chu, Gong Zhongshu replied, his face radiating enthusiasm. Your Lingyuan Dan possesses the remarkable capability to cure cancer, transcending known scientific boundaries and holding immense value. If you were to sell us the exclusive rights to the formula, we could offer you 5 billion. In addition to the previously agreed 2 billion, totaling 7 billion. With that, Gong Zhongshu produced a bank card from his suit and respectfully extended it towards Chu Ming. 7 billion is contained within this card. We can finalize the contract immediately. He exuded confidence, believing that a man like Chu Ming, driven by greed, could not resist such a substantial sum. 7 billion? Upon hearing this, Li Bing's eyes widened, a deep jealousy surfacing within him. 7 billion. He would never amass such wealth even after a lifetime serving as Gong Zhongshu's bodyguard. Meanwhile, this Chu Ming could effortlessly acquire such riches by merely selling the formula for Lingyuan Dan. Were he in Chu Ming's position, he would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. However, Chu Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as he regarded Gong Zhongshu. Do you think the Gong family can dupe me? The wealth that can be generated from Lingyuan Dan is incalculable, surely no less than 100 billion. You think 7 billion is sufficient to dismiss me? Let it be known that not only did Chu Ming lack the formula for Lingyuan Dan, which he had obtained solely through a system lottery, but even if he possessed it, he would never consider selling it. Such a creation was truly revolutionary, existing solely in his possession. With the right maneuvers, he could easily ascend to the status of the world's richest individual. Upon hearing these words, several individuals visibly altered their expressions, and Gong Zhongshu, who had initially appeared resolute in his intentions, found his demeanor frozen. After a moment of stunned silence, he anxiously remarked, Young Master Chu, I understand your desire to sell the Lingyuan Dan independently, but how can you possibly rival the connections of the Gong family alone? If you attempt to sell it by yourself, you may hardly earn any profit. He continued, I was originally contemplating a collaboration with the Gong family to market some Lingyuan Dan, but it seems their intentions have strayed somewhat. Chu Ming let out a cold snort before replying, In that case, do not harbor any further thoughts of acquiring the Lingyuan Dan. Today, you shall simply remit the 200 million in compensation that I am owed. Now that Gong Wuchang has confirmed the efficacy of the Lingyuan Dan, news will soon circulate among the upper echelons of society in Sichuan province. Such matters cannot possibly remain concealed. Henceforth, there will be no shortage of individuals seeking Chu Ming to procure the Lingyuan Dan. Why, then, would he need to solicit the Gong family for assistance in selling it? Previously, he had merely considered their generous demeanor, coupled with his own reluctance to handle sales personally, which led him to approach the Gong family. However, now that they appear intent on monopolizing the Lingyuan Dan, he sees no reason to continue enriching the Gong family. Chapter 82. The suspicion of the Gong family upon hearing this, both Gong Zhongshu and Gong Wuchang's expressions darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Gong Zhongshu ventured cautiously, "Young Master Chu, if you are unwilling to sell the formula for the spirit essence pill, we will not impose upon you. However, I still hope you will consider collaborating with our Gong family for sales. After all, our connections in Sichuan province. That will suffice. Just settle the 200 million with me." Chu Ming interrupted coldly. Gong Zhongshu's countenance fell sharply, his expression shifting from uncertainty to a stormy mix of emotions as he regarded Chu Ming, his brow furrowed tightly. Initially, he had planned for a scenario where, if acquiring the formula proved unsuccessful, a partnership with Chu Ming for sales could still be viable. However, he had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the other party, effectively closing off any retreat. Beside him, Gong Wuchang wore a similarly grim expression, his aged eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Gong Choha, however, shook his head slightly, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips, as if he had foreseen this confrontation. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, "Father, elder brother, since young Master Chu is not inclined to collaborate with us at this time, perhaps we should let this matter rest for now and allow him some time to consider." He harbored no desire for this incident to sour the relationship between the Gong family and Chu Ming, as it would serve neither party's interests. "Do you have a say in this matter?" Gong Zhongshu retorted sharply, casting an irritable glance at Gong Choha. Startled by the reprimand, Gong Choha felt a surge of anger rise within him, but it ultimately transformed into a resigned acceptance as he refrained from further comment. The truth was that his standing in the Gong family paled in comparison to that of his elder brother. Compared to Gong Zhongshu, he was merely a minor player in the underbelly of industry, possessing less than a tenth of the Gong family's total assets. Thus, his position had always been precarious, and this opportunity to negotiate with Chu Ming was merely granted out of consideration for their prior acquaintance. Moreover, even if the Gong family successfully acquired the formula for the spirit essence pill, it would bear no relevance to him, leaving him to watch as Gong Zhongshu's pharmaceutical company profited. In the background, Gong Choin observed her uncle's demeanor towards her father with furrowed brows, yet chose to remain silent, accustomed to such dynamics. Meanwhile, Chu Ming watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, eager to see if Gong Zhongshu and Gong Wuchang would react with indignation and take action against him. Should that occur, he could play the role of the unsuspecting lamb and seize the opportunity to gain some points. However, Chu Ming underestimated the depth of character possessed by the scions of the Gong family. After a moment of brooding, Gong Zhongshu swiftly regained his affable demeanor, addressing Chu Ming with renewed warmth. "What my younger brother says holds merit. Since young Master Chu is currently disinclined to collaborate, let us put this discussion aside for now." Gong Zhongshu was well aware that offending a peak B-grade ancient martial artist would not bode well for the Gong family, and thus he preferred to maintain a facade of civility. He paused momentarily before continuing, however, "I have one more request. I would like to ask young Master Chu to sell me another spirit essence pill at the price of 100 million. "Oh?" Chu Ming expressed a hint of surprise, but, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Certainly, that is no problem." With that, Chu Ming reached into his pocket and, with a swift motion, retrieved a spirit essence pill from the system, presenting it to the other party. Gong Zhongshu's eye twitched as he hurriedly accepted the pill with great care, unable to suppress his internal lamentation. How could Chu Ming casually keep a pill worth over 100 million in his pocket? What if it compromised its efficacy? In a flurry, Gong Zhongshu instructed Li Guang to fetch a delicate box, into which he cautiously placed the spirit essence pill, fearful of even the slightest jostle. Once he had secured it, he exhaled a sigh of relief, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Seeing his demeanor, Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware of Gong Zhongshu's intentions. It was clear that, having failed to obtain the formula for the spirit essence pill, Gong Zhongshu sought to purchase one in hopes of analyzing its composition through scientific means to derive the recipe. However, Chu Ming felt no concern. After all, this was a pill from a realm of cultivation. Even if it were a relatively low-grade variety, it was beyond the capabilities of modern technology to replicate. Gong Zhongshu's aspirations were truly fanciful. I have sold you the spirit essence pill, so can we settle the payment now? A total of 300 million. Chu Ming remarked with a hint of impatience, observing the exuberance on Gong Zhongshu's face. Of course, Gong Zhongshu replied with a smile, but then abruptly shifted the conversation. However, there is one more thing. I must request that young Master Chu provide proof of having killed Elder Guan of the Longmen sect, or else I can only offer you 200 million. Gong Zhongshu harbored a cold smirk inwardly. Since Chu Ming was unwilling to part with the formula for the spirit essence pill, he certainly would not part with the additional 100 million. What do you mean? Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and directly produced the severed finger of Elder Guan from his pocket, tossing it onto the table. I have stated, this finger belongs to Elder Guan. You, the Gong family, can verify the fingerprints or DNA, can't you? Indeed, our Gong family possesses the DNA data of Elder Guan, but testing will take at least 2 days to yield results. Surely, young Master Chu wouldn't wish to waste such time? Gong Zhongshu raised an eyebrow. Gazing at the severed finger on the table, he subconsciously doubted its authenticity, suspecting that Chu Ming had merely procured it to deceive them. What are you implying? Chu Ming discerned that the members of the Gong family did not believe he could have made the journey to Qingqing Mountain to kill Elder Guan in such a short span of time. Even with the finger in hand, they seemed unwilling to dispatch anyone for verification. People tend to believe what they wish to believe. This is a fundamental flaw of human nature that even those from esteemed families cannot escape. I only recently learned that Elder Guan of the Longmen sect has attained the level of an A-class ancient martial artist. Gong Zhongshu spoke leisurely. Master Chu possesses only peak B-level strength. Even with the means of an extraordinary individual, he can barely reach A-level prowess, correct? In the Dragon Gate sect, there are numerous B-level ancient martial artists, not to mention Elder Guan, who is of A-level. Do you truly believe, Master Chu, that you can slay your opponent, retain a finger, and escape unscathed? Gong Zhongshu displayed remarkable confidence as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Gong Chuin, standing nearby, silently shook her head, realizing that Chu Ming's deception had been laid bare, leaving her curious about how he would navigate this predicament. Meanwhile, Li Bing was thoroughly exhilarated, casting a mocking glance at Chu Ming, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. What had once stirred feelings of discontent within him now felt considerably lighter. Witnessing the other party suffer a loss of 100 million was far more pleasurable than earning several hundred million himself. Chapter 83. Sparring? Observing the varied yet skeptical expressions of the crowd, Chu Ming could not help but chuckle. Are you also certain that I am merely a B-level ability user? Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongshu remained silent with a smile. According to his understanding, transformation-type ability users rarely exceeded A-level strength, a feat already deemed extraordinary. Even if Chu Ming were indeed A-level, how could he possibly kill Elder Guan amidst the protection of numerous disciples from the Longmen sect? If I were to say that I effortlessly dispatched Elder Guan with a single strike, Chu Ming remarked lightly when he received no response, that is not all. I also eliminated the 8th-ranked individual on the Zhuzhou forbidden list at Qingqing Mountain, and even defeated the 1st-ranked one from Zhuzhou. Do you believe that? At this declaration, Gong Zhongshu's expression grew peculiar. The others exchanged glances, astonished at Chu Ming, pondering whether he had lost his sanity, as his claims grew increasingly absurd. Killing Elder Guan might have had a sliver of possibility, but eliminating the 8th-ranked individual from Zhuzhou was quite far-fetched. In the martial arts and ability circles, who had not heard of the Zhuzhou forbidden list? The users and ancient martial artists on that list were all peak S-level powers, each capable of dominating their respective realms. Not to mention the 1st-ranked individual from Zhuzhou, the leader of Zhuzhou and the only SS-level powerhouse in the entirety of Huagua, an existence unrivaled in the world. Could a mere transformation-type ability user hope to defeat such an opponent? This notion was not just fanciful, it was downright ludicrous. Gong Chulin openly displayed her disappointment. Coming from a martial arts family and being a young woman in her early 20s, she had once held some admiration, even affection, for Chu Ming, a young prodigy who had achieved B-level ancient martial arts before the age of 20. However, now witnessing him as nothing more than a liar, her disillusionment was profound. Gong Zhongshu and the others fell silent, seemingly unsure of how to respond to Chu Ming's declarations. It would be quite inappropriate to bluntly accuse him of boasting, as that would be too embarrassing for him. At this moment, Li Bing, standing nearby, suddenly brightened and seized the opportunity to speak. Actually, it would be quite simple for young Master Chu to prove his capability to have killed Elder Guan. The others turned to him, and Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Li Bing. This fellow, as the system informed him, was an ability user with a combat power of 112 points, among the weaker A-level users. Chu Ming had a fair idea of what Li Bing was aiming for. "Xiao Bing, what do you propose?" Gong Zhongshu, relieved that Li Bing had broken the stalemate, promptly inquired. "To effortlessly kill Elder Guan, one would need at least moderate A-level strength," Li Bing continued. "I have only recently reached A-level and my strength is not formidable. I would like to spar with young Master Chu. If young Master Chu can defeat me, it would indeed suggest he has the potential to kill Elder Guan." After finishing his words, Li Bing gazed intently at Chu Ming, having long awaited an opportunity to defeat him in front of Elder Gong and Gong Zhongshu. A well-placed strike against his rival would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the Gong family. This was indeed a strategy. Upon hearing this, Gong Zhongshu nodded in agreement and then turned to his father, Gong Wuchang, asking, "Father, what do you think?" "I believe it is a viable option," Gong Wuchang replied, slightly nodding in approval. He cast a satisfied glance at Li Bing, acknowledging that the proposal was indeed incisive. If Chu Ming could not even best Li Bing, how could he possibly contend with Elder Guan? Thus, Gong Wuchang addressed Chu Ming, "Young Master Chu, since you assert that you possess the strength to defeat the number 1 in Zhuzhou, surely you can engage in a friendly spar with Li Bing without issue?" Li Bing, feeling a tinge of anxiety, scrutinized Chu Ming, fearing he might shy away from the challenge. "Very well," Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, unconcerned, as his primary focus was to swiftly secure the promised 300 million. At this, Li Bing immediately perked up, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Then I implore you, young Master Chu, to show mercy." He envisioned the moment he would effortlessly vanquish Chu Ming, basking in the approving gazes of the Gong family. "Wait a moment." At that instant, Gong Chuin interjected, her brows furrowed as she regarded Chu Ming with concern. "Young Master Chu, you must consider carefully. Li Bing is a fire-type ability user. If your toxic ability resembles that of the movies, then fire is particularly effective against you, potentially leading to severe injury. Young Master Chu, being caught in a lie is indeed embarrassing, but if you persist in this deception, the truth will eventually come to light, which would be far more humiliating. Would it not?" Gong Chuin sought to dissuade Chu Ming. Although she felt disappointed in him, she did not wish for him to be harmed in the pursuit of a falsehood. Gong Zhongshu and the others also turned their attention to Chu Ming, eager to see how he would respond. Chu Ming merely smiled serenely and replied, "My toxic ability does indeed have a fear of fire." At this statement, the others could hardly suppress their laughter. Now, with Li Bing's abilities perfectly countering Chu Ming's, it seemed even less likely that he could triumph over Li Bing. However, Chu Ming suddenly shifted his tone, declaring, "In this spar with Li Bing, I will not even need to employ my abilities. My martial prowess alone will suffice." Li Bing's expression immediately soured, and he retorted indignantly, "Young Master Chu, you must be underestimating me." He was quite displeased. How strong could a martial artist under 20 truly be? Achieving B rank was already remarkable, but anything beyond that seemed implausible. Did he truly believe he could surpass him? Gong Zhongshu and the others exchanged silent glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. It appeared that Chu Ming was genuinely lacking in judgment. Not only that, but he was quite arrogant as well. "Chu Ming," Gong Chuin called out sharply, her heart a mixture of anger and urgency. Ultimately, she could only stamp her foot in frustration and fall silent, standing to the side in a huff. "Forget it, I won't concern myself with him. How could he be so obstinate? Preserving one's dignity was surely better than risking injury." Chu Ming, unfazed by their attitudes, slowly rose from his chair and ambled towards the council chamber's exit, saying, "Let us hurry and engage in our spar. I am pressed for time." "All right." Li Bing sensed the disdainful tone in Chu Ming's voice, and in an instant, fury surged within him as he fixed a steely gaze upon his opponent. He then followed suit and stepped outside. "Let us go and see," Gong Wuchang declared, rising to his feet and making his way toward the exit. Gong Zhongshu nodded, standing up with a sense of delight swelling in his heart. It was quite gratifying to witness Li Bing tempering Chu Ming's arrogance. Did they truly believe that the Gong family could be looked down upon simply because of their courteous demeanor? Even if one were a B-grade ancient martial artist, that would only place them on par with the Gong family at best. Only Gong Qiuhan silently shook his head, his expression a mix of complexity. After a moment of contemplation, he too rose to follow. Chapter 84. The flame marked several individuals trailed behind Chu Ming as they made their way into the courtyard. At that moment, Gong Zhongshu's eyes suddenly brightened as if a thought had struck him. He hurriedly approached Li Bing and whispered, "Xiao Bing, this is an excellent opportunity. You should utilize your flame mark." Li Bing was momentarily taken aback. Then a sly smile crept across his face as he nodded in agreement. "All right." Chu Ming had already entered the courtyard and turned to see Gong Zhongshu whispering to Li Bing. The two quickly separated upon noticing his gaze. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes, their reaction piquing his curiosity. He promptly inquired in his mind, "System, what did they just say?" The system echoed their words back to him. "Flame mark? What is that?" Chu Ming pondered, perplexed. The flame mark was a unique innate ability of Li Bing's fire-based powers. Anyone struck by Li Bing's flame mark would be able to experience the sensation of searing flames at any moment, inducing unbearable agony and allowing Li Bing to exert control over them. So, it implies that Gong Zhongshu intends to directly manipulate me through Li Bing? Or perhaps force me to surrender the so-called spirit essence pill formula. Chu Ming's brow furrowed deeply, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems Gong Zhongshu is still fixated on my spirit essence pill formula. Truly a businessman, willing to resort to any means for profit. Chu Ming scoffed inwardly. Was this what it meant to be a capitalist? Forever in pursuit of maximum gain. If he were indeed a B-level ancient martial artist today, he would have unwittingly become a puppet of the Gong family. However, alas, he was not. At this juncture, Li Bing had crossed over to face Chu Ming, clasping his hands in greeting, appearing exceedingly exuberant. He had not anticipated Gong Zhongshu's audacity in instructing him to implant the flame mark within Chu Ming. Yet, for Li Bing, this was fortuitous. Once he successfully controlled Chu Ming and extracted the spirit essence pill formula, he could rightfully demand a raise from Gong Zhongshu, likely a few million without issue. The thought alone sent waves of excitement coursing through him. The other individuals stood nearby, each with their own thoughts. Gong Zhongshu, unable to suppress a smirk, recalled the terror of Li Bing's flame mark. He had once witnessed someone offend Li Bing, only for Li Bing to mark them. The sight of that individual in abject despair, pleading for mercy, was still vivid in Gong Zhongshu's memory. It was truly a torment that scorched the soul. He was convinced that Chu Ming would not withstand such suffering and would ultimately divulge the spirit essence pill formula. This invaluable elixir could undoubtedly elevate his pharmaceutical company to a leading enterprise in Bagua, if not the world, with assets soaring into the hundreds of billions. Meanwhile, Gong Qiuyan was already feeling anxious, clutching her phone, contemplating a call to the hospital should Chu Ming indeed sustain injuries. Though each person harbored their own intentions, none believed that Chu Ming stood a chance against Li Bing. Let the sparring commence. Chu Ming slowly opened his mouth, his gaze frigid. "Young Master Chu, I concede," Li Bing responded, once again cupping his hands in respect, yet a trace of malice lingered deep within his eyes. Upon finishing his words, Li Bing's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His garments began to flutter as if caught in an unseen wind, emanating waves of scorching heat from his being. In the next moment, a flicker of flame ignited within his eyes, and fiery red patterns gradually emerged upon his exposed skin. Gong Zhongshu and the others instinctively retreated several paces, as the searing aura radiating from Li Bing rendered the air around them parched, inducing a strong burning sensation on their faces. "Is this the power of an A-class superhuman?" Gong Wuchang exclaimed in astonishment. Even with his status as a B-class ancient martial artist, he felt an intense sense of threat emanating from Li Bing. Gong Qiuhan's expression also shifted. Despite his prior belief that Chu Ming was extraordinary, witnessing Li Bing's unleashed aura now left him apprehensive. "Dad, perhaps you should persuade uncle and grandfather once more," Gong Qiuqin urged, tugging at Gong Qiuhan's sleeve in desperation. Gong Qiuhan could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. What could he do? Among the second generation of the Gong family, his standing was the lowest, rendering him devoid of authority. Let us give young Master Chu a call to the hospital, Gong Cho sighed. At this moment, he could only hope that Chu Ming truly possessed the strength he claimed. Meanwhile, Li Bing was preparing to strike. He clasped his hands together, and a fireball the size of a human head swiftly materialized between them. With a powerful throw, the fireball shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Chu Ming. Upon closer inspection, a minuscule talisman could be discerned at the center of the fireball. This was Li Bing's flame mark. Should the fireball make contact with Chu Ming, he would be under Li Bing's control for eternity. A cold smirk crept across Li Bing's face at this thought. Those present felt the overwhelming force of the fireball, comparable to a burning bomb. Apart from Gong Zhongshu, who had witnessed it before, the others' expressions changed drastically. If that thing struck a person, it would completely reduce them to ashes. Gong Chochin, in a state of frantic urgency, dialed the hospital while casting a glance at Chu Ming. To her astonishment, she found Chu Ming remaining remarkably composed in the face of the impending fireball, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Chu Ming suddenly spoke coldly, then abruptly raised his hand, extending a single finger. Void break finger. Before him, the fabric of reality seemed to collapse and shatter, as a finger pure as jade and half a meter thick emerged from the void, swiftly striking toward the fireball. The finger, imbued with terrifying power, effortlessly dissipated the fireball and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, pointed directly at Li Bing. Li Bing's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated such a response and instinctively raised his hand to block. However, before his hand could even rise, the finger had already pressed against his chest. In an instant, Li Bing felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a truck laden with several tons of weight, his ribs shattering upon impact. He was propelled like a severed kite, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing violently to the ground. Overwhelmed with terror, he struggled to lift his head and cast a glance at Chu Ming, his insides completely ravaged, blood gushing from his mouth like a torrent. Soon, Li Bing collapsed helplessly on the ground, his life force extinguished, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chu Ming had dispatched him with a single move. Chu Ming slowly retracted his finger, gazing coldly at the distant corpse of Li Bing. At this moment, his comprehensive combat power stood at 149 points. Even without the use of venom, subduing an adversary with merely 112 points of combat power was effortlessly within his grasp. Harnessing the inner strength cultivated through the 8-9 mystical arts and employing the void-breaking finger, Chu Ming was confident that even a foe of equal strength would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Having eliminated Li Bing, his next targets would be Gong Zhongshu and the others. Chapter 85. Martial Arts Master. At this moment, the courtyard lay in utter silence. The members of the Gong family stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide as they gazed at the composed Chu Ming in the center and the lifeless Li Bing not far away. In a single move, Chu Ming had effortlessly slain the A-level Li Bing. Gong Zhongshu's previously smiling countenance abruptly turned to one of horror. Gong Chohai slowly lowered the hand of Gong Choin, who was frantically dialing the hospital, as both father and daughter stared blankly at Chu Ming. Among them, the most astonished was Gong Wuchang. After a moment of bewilderment, he suddenly trembled, as if a realization struck him, and he muttered in shock. Inner strength projected and materialized. This is the mark of a martial arts master. Upon hearing this, the others instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. As members of the esteemed Gong family, they understood that Chu Ming's singular gesture signified something monumental. The ability to project inner strength and manifest it as a tangible attack was unequivocally the technique of a martial arts master. What is a martial arts master? It is the pinnacle of martial prowess, having reached the zenith of martial arts. A further step beyond could lead one to become a legendary cultivator. In the current governmental rankings, a martial arts master is classified as S-level. To think that Chu Ming was an S-level ancient martial artist, an S-level ancient warrior under the age of 20. The minds of Gong Wuchang and the others were in turmoil, their astonishment rendering their breaths shallow. It is essential to note that according to the records of the Special Department of Juzhou, there are only 14 S-level powerhouses throughout the entirety of Huagua. Among them, merely 2 are martial arts masters. Each martial arts master has undergone decades of arduous training, requiring not only extraordinary talent but also immense fortune and fortuitous opportunities to achieve such mastery. Yet here stood Chu Ming, not even 20 years old. This completely shattered their understanding of possibility. At that moment, Chu Ming slowly turned to face them, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he queried, "Now, do you believe I can kill Elder Guan?" Upon hearing this, Gong Wuchang trembled, his voice quavering as he hastily bowed in respect. "It turns out that young Master Chu is a generation's master. We have offended you." As he spoke, Gong Wuchang's voice quivered with trepidation. How could he dare to question the capability of someone with the strength to slay Elder Guan? This was a martial arts master, an S-level powerhouse, a being akin to a celestial dragon. In ancient times, such a figure would be treated with the utmost reverence, even by emperors. In the modern era, their status and standing were beyond the reach of the Gong family. Even if Chu Ming were to annihilate their family now, they would be utterly powerless to resist. The thought sent waves of fear through Gong Wuchang, prompting him to urgently call out to Gong Zhongshu. "Zhongshu, quickly hand over your 700 million to young Master Chu." Gong Zhongshu's expression darkened significantly. He had just been contemplating the heights to which his company and the Gong family could rise upon obtaining the formula for the spiritual essence pill. Now, all of that had dissolved into mere fantasy. However, even though he was filled with resentment and unwillingness towards Chu Ming, he dared not express it any longer. He understood all too well the weight of a martial arts master. The Gong family was simply not capable of provoking such a formidable figure. After a moment of stunned silence, Gong Zhongshu hastily produced a bank card containing 700 million, forcing a smile while lowering his head in utmost reverence as he presented it. "Young Master Chu, your rightful reward is 300 million. The remaining 400 million is our Gong family's apology to you." Cold sweat trickled down his back as he recalled his earlier folly of attempting to control a martial arts master. He felt a surge of dread. Fortunately, the fireball had not struck Chu Ming. Had the latter detected the flame mark, it would have been a case of cleverness backfiring. Yet, Chu Ming did not accept the bank card, merely gazing silently at Gong Zhongshu with an indifferent expression. Young Master Chu? Noticing the silence, Gong Zhongshu dared to glance up, panic flashing in his eyes. "Humph!" Chu Ming let out a cold snort, his gaze suddenly turning frigid, revealing a murderous intent. The flame mark, the eldest son of the Gong family. What a cunning scheme! At these words, Gong Zhongshu staggered backward in terror, his heart pounding in fear. He had not anticipated that his deceit would be uncovered. What is the flame mark? Gong Wuchang's face displayed confusion. He was unaware of Li Bing and thus oblivious to the situation. However, witnessing Gong Zhongshu's unusual reaction and the murderous glint in Chu Ming's eyes, he felt an ominous foreboding. Gong Qiuhua and her father exchanged astonished glances with Gong Zhongshu, equally bewildered. "To think you would attempt to directly control me through Li Bing, coercing me to divulge my spirit essence pill formula?" Chu Ming's tone was icy, and he could not help but scoff internally. Li Bing is quite foolish. If he sought to profit, why not simply use the flame mark to control Gong Zhongshu? Instead, he attempts to take action against me, utterly oblivious to his own peril. What? Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically. Gong Wuchang, after a moment of stunned silence, marched up to Gong Zhongshu and struck his face with a resounding slap, roaring, "You ungrateful wretch! To employ such despicable means against young Master Chu." Gong Zhongshu was sent sprawling to the ground, one side of his face swollen, displaying a ghastly array of bruises, and his expression was one of extreme discomfort, yet he dared not utter a word. Afterward, Gong Wuchang turned anxiously to Chu Ming, speaking with trepidation. "Young Master Chu, I sincerely apologize. My wayward son has acted without discipline. I implore you, for my sake, to spare his life." Gong Wuchang bowed his head, awaiting Chu Ming's response, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. The young man before him was a martial arts master. Those in the martial arts realm have long understood a fundamental truth. The might of a master is not to be trifled with. To provoke a master is to court certain death. And his eldest son, blinded by greed, dared to attempt controlling a master. Now, Gong Wuchang could only hope that Chu Ming would show mercy and grant Gong Zhongshu a chance at redemption. Your face? What merit do you possess? Chu Ming smiled coldly and said, My relationship with your Gong family has always been one of employment. You pay, and I perform my duties. Yet now, having fulfilled my obligations, you wish to withhold payment and even seek to control me. What do you believe I should do? His words fell like a bucket of icy water upon Gong Wuchang, leaving him utterly despondent, collapsing to the ground, despair evident in his aged eyes. One misstep leads to another. Gong Wuchang finally grasped the profundity of this statement. Had they trusted Chu Ming's words from the outset, how could matters have escalated to this extent? Beside them, Gong Chuin, witnessing this scene, became frantic, tugging at Gong Choha's sleeve in urgency. Father, what is happening? Is young Master Chu intent on harming uncle? Gong Choha, shaken from his stupor, let out a bitter laugh. This is a martial arts master. My elder brother's cleverness has indeed backfired. We may all suffer the consequences of this folly. At that moment, Chu Ming's gaze shifted to Gong Zhongshu on the ground, his expression impassive, as his internal energy began to surge. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard, as they all anxiously awaited Chu Ming's next move. Suddenly, Gong Zhongshu struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with malice. In a swift motion, he drew a handgun from his waist, aimed it at Chu Ming, and bellowed, Damn it, what of a martial arts master? Let me tell you, we live in a modern society. Times have changed. I refuse to believe that you can withstand a bullet. Chapter 86. A drop of water in return for a fountain of grace. Although Gong Zhongshu was also a legitimate son of the Gong family, he had always engaged in commerce and possessed little understanding of martial arts. Thus, despite knowing that Chu Ming was a martial arts master, he did not experience the extreme dread that others like Gong Wuchang felt. He did not believe that any martial artist could surpass the power of a gun. In the instant Gong Zhongshu shouted, his face twisted with malice as he aimed at Chu Ming and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening gunshots erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the handgun's magazine was emptied. Ah! Gong Chuin screamed in shock, while the other two were equally horrified, unable to process what had just occurred. Chu Ming, with a disdainful smile, neither dodged nor flinched. He swiftly extended his hand, channeling his inner power to form a transparent barrier before him. The bullets struck the barrier as if hitting steel, erupting in brilliant sparks before being deflected away. Has the era truly changed? Chu Ming retracted his hand, casting a cold gaze at Gong Zhongshu, and scoffed. How is this possible? Gong Zhongshu's eyes widened in disbelief, and the hand holding the gun began to tremble, a tide of unending fear surging within him. He could not fathom that even bullets could be withstood. Gong Chuin stood in a daze, her beautiful eyes devoid of luster, unable to imagine that a person's strength could reach such staggering heights. Gong Wuchang, lying on the ground, finally reacted and could not help but cry out in despair. Zhongshu, you fool! This is a master. How could you possibly harm him with a handgun? Previously, he had harbored some doubts about Chu Ming's mastery, but upon witnessing this scene, he was utterly convinced. The external manifestation of inner power, easily repelling bullets from a handgun. What else could this be but the mark of a martial arts master? While those with A-level strength could withstand ordinary bullets, they would undoubtedly be in a precarious situation, unlike Chu Ming, who appeared utterly unfazed. At this moment, Gong Wuchang was engulfed in despair. Gong Zhongshu had irrevocably offended Chu Ming. Chu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling a slight numbness in his palms. His own martial arts cultivation was merely at the A-level, and what he had just accomplished was solely due to the inner power cultivated through the 8-9 mysteries, which far surpassed the techniques of Blue Star. In truth, Chu Ming could have effortlessly evaded that barrage of bullets. His reaction speed was far superior to Gong Zhongshu's firing speed. However, given that these individuals had already labeled him a martial arts master, he felt compelled to showcase his prowess. Young Master Chu, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I can offer you money. My company is worth over 100 billion, and I can give it all to you. At this moment, Gong Zhongshu could no longer endure the torment of his own fear and trembling, and he knelt on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy from Chu Ming. Oh, A valuation of 100 billion? That is indeed quite impressive. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Yet in the next moment, he abruptly changed his tone, stating, "But if I kill you, the company will also be mine." With that, Chu Ming summoned the system to produce a Gatling gun, aiming it squarely at Gong Zhongshu, and coldly remarked, "The era has indeed changed." Given that Gong Zhongshu had already shot at him, was there any issue with Chu Ming using a Gatling gun against him? None at all. "You fire 10 bullets at me, and I shall return the favor with a barrage." Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the first half of Chu Ming's statement, Gong Zhongshu's face lit up with joy, but as the latter half emerged, he was suddenly engulfed by dread. When he beheld the miraculous appearance of a Gatling gun in Chu Ming's hands, he froze for a moment, and then his expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively scrambled to flee. Yet, at that moment, Chu Ming had already pulled the trigger. A relentless stream of bullets cascaded towards Gong Zhongshu like a torrential downpour. In less than a second, he could utter not a single cry before being reduced to mincemeat, blood and flesh bursting forth in an instant. The entire courtyard was akin to being drenched in a rain of blood. Chu Ming retracted the Gatling gun and turned to face the utterly stunned Gong Wuchang, Gong Chilin, and Gong Choha. They were completely bewildered, allowing the blood to rain down upon them, their minds consumed by a singular thought. From whence did this Gatling gun emerge? "I neglected to mention," Chu Ming remarked with a nonchalant smile, "that I possess an extraordinary ability associated with the Gatling gun." As Gong Wuchang emerged from his shock, a wave of desolation surged within him as he gazed at the bloodied remnants strewn across the ground, his heart heavy with grief. Gong Zhongshu was his most cherished son, and he never anticipated such a hasty demise. At that moment, tears of sorrow streamed down Gong Wuchang's face. However, Gong Choha and his daughter exhibited a far more muted reaction. As members of the Gong family, they had long been embroiled in rivalry with these so-called siblings. Given their already tenuous standing within the family, the sight of Gong Zhongshu's death instilled in them not sorrow, but fear for their own futures. At that juncture, Gong Wuchang, who had been weeping with his face buried in his hands, suddenly staggered to his feet. His gaze fixed intently upon Chu Ming, a tumult of grief, fury, and resentment swirling within his eyes, creating an exceedingly complex expression. "What is this? Do you have an objection, old Gong?" Chu Ming inquired with a bemused smile, wondering if this man had lost his sanity upon witnessing the death of his kin and might consider attacking him. Yet, Gong Wuchang merely took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his sorrow, and with a solemn bow, spoke, "Young Master Chu, my eldest son has offended you, and he indeed deserved his fate. However, he has received his just punishment, and I hope that you will not hold the rest of the Gong family accountable." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming was slightly taken aback. Gong Wuchang, the head of the Gong family and a cunning old fox, despite the loss of his beloved son, quickly regained his composure to consider the greater good of the family. After a brief pause, Chu Ming let out a cold laugh, extending his hand to flick his fingers. A surge of refined internal energy shot forth from his fingertip, striking Gong Wuchang at his dantian. Gong Wuchang immediately cried out in agony, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain contorting his aged face. "You have failed in your role as a father. I shall render you powerless. Do you have any objections?" Chu Ming cast a disdainful gaze upon his opponent, exuding an air of superiority. "And no objections," stammered Gong Wuchang, gritting his teeth as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt Chu Ming's formidable internal energy penetrate his dantian, causing all his own internal power to dissipate like air escaping from a punctured balloon. The B-level cultivation he had painstakingly achieved over a lifetime vanished in an instant. Yet, despite the turmoil of grief and indignation within him, Gong Wuchang dared not voice his feelings. Chu Ming regarded him with a cold stare, fully aware that, given the man's age, he would not survive long after losing the status of a B-level ancient warrior. Following this, Chu Ming turned his attention to Gong Qiu and his daughter. Upon meeting Chu Ming's gaze, Gong Qiu trembled with fear, forcing a strained smile as he instinctively stepped back, shielding the already quaking Gong Qiuyin behind him. "Gong Qiu," Chu Ming spoke with an air of nonchalance, "from this moment forth, you shall assume the role of the head of the Gong family. From now on, the Gong family shall hold me in the highest regard. Do you have any objections? Chapter 87. Subjugating the Gong family. Gong Choha seemed incredulous, as if he could hardly believe his ears, his expression one of utter bewilderment. I said, from now on, the Gong family will regard me as their superior. You shall be the head of the Gong family henceforth. Chu Ming's tone turned icy. Do I need to repeat myself a third time? No, I understand, young Master Chu. Gong Choha quickly acquiesced, still somewhat dazed. Yet he realized that refusing was no longer an option. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. After all, Gong Choha and his daughter Gong Cholin had never harbored any ill will towards him, and thus he had no intention of eliminating them. Moreover, Gong Choha could prove to be quite useful. A sudden inspiration struck Chu Ming. Given that the Gong family had already incurred his ire, why not claim it as his own? This would effectively resolve issues regarding financing and bases for the Dawn Group. By appointing Gong Choha as the family head, Chu Ming intended to make him a mere puppet, managing the affairs of the Gong family on his behalf. Additionally, he could facilitate the sale of Lingyuan pills through Gong Choha. Though the swift subjugation of the Gong family appeared somewhat hasty, it was, in truth, quite reasonable. Just as Gong Wuchang had previously expressed concern, the ancient martial artists of the Longmen faction, once empowered, could very well overthrow the Gong family. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Furthermore, this parallel world of Blue Star fundamentally differs from the Earth of Chu Ming's previous life. Here, disputes among ancient martial artists, as long as they do not threaten ordinary citizens, fall outside the purview of government intervention. Hence, Chu Ming's actions were entirely justifiable. Moreover, he had not acted too mercilessly. He had merely subjugated the Gong family. Should the Longmen faction come knocking, it was likely that none of the Gong family would survive. Meanwhile, Gong Wuchang, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming sorrow wash over him. He had never imagined that their downfall would not come at the hands of their ancestral enemies, the Longmen faction, but rather from their own avarice. To have incurred the wrath of a contemporary master is indeed a consequence of their own making. I am ashamed before my ancestors, Gong Wuchang lamented inwardly, yet he felt no inclination to resist. Chu Ming strolled leisurely towards Gong Choha, his hands clasped behind his back, and casually remarked, the 700 million yuan bank card has been destroyed. Simply transfer 700 million into my account. I have some matters to discuss with you. Of course, young Master Chu, please instruct me. Gong Choha bowed his head, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. Chu Ming produced 20 Lingyuan pills and handed them to him. Upon assuming control of the Gong family, you must swiftly establish sales channels for Lingyuan pills within the upper echelons of Sichuan province. Remember, the price of a single Lingyuan pill must not fall below 1 billion. For every pill sold, you shall receive a share of 50 million. In the future, you will serve as the sole liaison between the Gong family and me. Should any issues arise with the sale of the Lingyuan pills, I will hold you solely accountable. Understood, young Master Chu? Gong Choha nodded vigorously. It suddenly dawned on him that Chu Ming's subjugation of the Gong family might not be such a misfortune after all. Firstly, he transformed from a disregarded second-generation scion, looked down upon by his brothers, into the head of the Gong family. Secondly, Chu Ming surprisingly entrusted him with the entire sales channel of the Spirit Essence Pill. The commission from the Spirit Essence Pill was not the most significant aspect. The paramount matter was the exclusive access to the sales channel of this miraculous remedy capable of curing all ailments. Consequently, Gong Chua's status would assuredly rise steadily throughout the entire Sichuan province, and even nationally. In this light, what did it matter if he became a puppet of Chu Ming? He could still attain a position and power he had previously only dared to dream of. With this thought, Gong Chua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the fear instilled in him by Chu Ming dissipated. He realized that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Observing his demeanor, Chu Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had already discerned Gong Chua's diminished standing within the Gong family from Gong Zhongshu's attitude towards him. Now, by bestowing upon him status and power, it was only natural for Gong Chu to feel elated. Moreover, one of the reasons Chu Ming had refrained from directly eliminating Gong Wuchang was to ensure that Gong Chu would willingly serve as his pawn and generate profit for him. There is another matter, Please assist me in locating a standalone villa in Xucheng or Jiangyan City. It must be situated in the suburbs, with a preference for a larger area capable of accommodating at least 20 individuals. Chu Ming pondered for a moment before speaking again.
Ostondolo ne villo?
Certainly, no problem. Gong Qiu was momentarily taken aback but quickly agreed. Very well, once you have found it, purchase it directly in my name. Ideally, do so within the next couple of days. Chu Ming nodded. His intention in seeking the standalone villa was to establish it as a base for the extraordinary individuals of Dawn. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring an entire building as a base, akin to Iron Man from the movies. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary, given that Dawn currently had only a handful of members, and even if they were to recruit other powerful individuals in the future, it likely wouldn't be in large numbers. A standalone villa would suffice. Since matters have been settled, I shall take my leave. Chu Ming considered for a moment, realizing that he had accomplished his objectives during this visit to the Gong family and had no intention of lingering. He stepped towards the courtyard exit. Young Master Chu, allow me to see you off. Gong Qiu hastily followed, smiling ingratiatingly. Just then, a commotion of footsteps emerged from outside the courtyard, as a group of doctors and nurses clad in white coats rushed in, carrying a stretcher in a state of urgency. What on earth? The doctors and nurses, upon witnessing the courtyard strewn with blood and dismembered flesh, were instantly paralyzed with fear, their incredulous exclamations echoing throughout. Chu Ming was startled as well, momentarily caught off guard, exchanging bewildered glances with the group. Greetings. The lead doctor cautiously spoke. We received a call from Miss Gong, reporting that someone had been injured, and we rushed over immediately. May I inquire where the injured person is? Miss Gong? Chu Ming felt momentarily dazed, but after a brief moment, he regained his composure and glanced at the pale-faced Gong Xiaoqin beside him. Did you make that call? I was concerned you might be harmed by Li Bing, so I summoned the doctors from our Gong family hospital. Gong Qiuyin spoke tremulously, her gaze towards Chu Ming fraught with profound trepidation. Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the girl's unexpected kindness, then turned to the doctor and warmly remarked, "There are no injuries here. You may depart." The doctor swallowed hard. The gruesome scene, even for one as seasoned as he, evoked a sense of unease. He craned his neck to glimpse the lifeless form of Li Bing sprawled on the ground nearby, then nodded sheepishly and replied, "Indeed, there are no injuries. We shall take our leave." With that, he hastily beckoned his fellow physicians to depart, moving even more swiftly than they had arrived, as though eager to escape the unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 88. The third son of the Gong family after a group of doctors departed.